Meanwhile, several Labour figures are calling on the Prime Minister to change course after sweeping gains for Reform UK at the expense of both mainstream parties. The Lib Dems run 3 local authorities now. The education spokesperson, Munira Wilson, says Nigel Farage has his work cut out.
Potholes, whether it's children's special needs services, these are the sorts of things that councils will have to deliver up and down the country. And over the next few years, Nigel Farage and his Reform Party are really going to be put to the test to see whether they can deliver on those things for people.
The co-ops apologised after hackers accessed some customer data. The retailers admitted this week's cyber attack is more extensive than first revealed. A woman's been charged with murder following an alleged hit and run that left a motorcyclist dead. Joey Johnstone was stuck in Bournemouth last month. In sport, Manchester City are up to 3rd in the Premier League after the soon-to-depart Kevin De Bruyne scored a 1-0 win over Wolves. Falkirk will return to the Scottish Premiership for the first time in 15 years after beating Hamilton 3-1 to win the Championship title. It's back-to-back promotions for John McGlynn's side.
Ipswich have done it. Ipswich went League One and then the Championship and got to the Premiership. And we said, come on, let's do an Ipswich. And that was like from day one. So proud, delighted, buzzing.
And Drac Drapers into the first top-level clay court final after beating Lorenzo Musetti at the Madrid Open. He'll face Casper Ruud tomorrow. That's the latest. I'm Leisha McCanna.
And thank you, Leisha. Now over to Colin for the Roses weather.
Yeah, let's take a look at that weather today. It's going to be cloudy this morning with perhaps isolated light showers and some low cloud, especially in the coastal districts. It's going to brighten up for most places this afternoon with some warm, sunny spells developing, although coastal districts will be cooler and breezy. Highs today of 19 degrees Celsius. Looking into tonight, you're expecting patchy clouds with some sunny spells this evening. It should clear overnight. Inland to remain dry and scattered showers across the coast, lows of 4 Celsius. That's your roundup for Rose's weather this Sunday.
Thank you very much, Colin.
From URY on 88.3 FM.
And online.
Bailrigg on 95.3 FM. And on Roses Live. This is your official coverage of Roses 2025.
That is the closing score. The final score.
It's Saturday morning, the 3rd of May, 2025. You're listening to Roses Breakfast. It's the second day of Roses, and my God, has it been a busy Roses already. Colin, thank you very much for joining me in the studio this morning.
Yeah, thank you, Harvey. What a day Saturday has been. That was... wow, what a lot of action to follow, including that nail-biting opening ceremony with the men's first basketball. That was seriously close. 1 point in it towards the end. Hopefully we can expect some action just as exciting today, and who knows, it could be the day where the winner is called as well.
It certainly could be. It certainly could be. We've got plenty coming up for you this morning on Rose's Breakfast, so stay tuned with me and Colin all the way till 10 o'clock. We've got interviews with the University of York's future sport president. We've got interviews with fighters competing in Fight Night. And, of course, a rundown of everything that happened yesterday that you missed. So you're ready to take on Roses today. And no matter where you are, what you're doing, we'll be talking about what you can get up to on campus today, what events are running, and what non-sporting related activities you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Loads of that and more still to come. If you want to follow all the sports, however, you can stay with us here on University Radio York and Bailrigg FM on 88.3 online, DAB. And if you want to catch each individual fixture that we're covering, you can find the lot on roseslive.co.uk.
But, Colin, I think it's time we reveal the scores on the doors so far. Obviously, yesterday we went into it, we were quite close. There wasn't much between York and Lancaster. We just had the boat race, the canoe, and a few other minor events in between.
That's right.
Today, obviously, Lancaster are starting this morning off strong with 87 points on the board next to York's 50. They only need 172.5 to win. So Lancaster are teetering forward and slowly increasing that lead as the day's gone on. We started off mid-afternoon yesterday. Lancaster was sitting consistently about 20-25 points ahead of York. Now they've upped that lead to nearly 40. Do we think, Colin, today could be the day that Roses is called once more here over in York?
It could always be the day Roses is called. I think Saturday's a very, very busy one. What I will say is the points are pretty high right now. There are a lot of big high point scoring games on the Friday, so we've got some good numbers there right now. It is definitely possible for Roses to be won today, and not always as easy as it always is, but it might still happen. So we will be keeping our eye so closely attuned to that. We'll bring the moments as they happen.
But also, don't worry if you're a York fan, because there are plenty of points left to play for on the board today, with events kicking off at 9:10, which I'm sure we'll be dipping into here on URY Breakfast to give you some coverage of what's going on. But events are on today all the way until 8 o'clock tonight, with the darts in Hendricks Hall.
Yeah, the darts is going to be a really good one. Obviously, it's a really big, high-energy event, nice evening activity. So I encourage you, if you can get down there, go down there and have some fun with them. But if you can't make it, then we'll be bringing you the action all here on URY. So tune in and enjoy it. It's going to be, let's use the word energised crowd.
Well, it's going to be energised. So stay tuned and stay with me and Colin till 10 o'clock, all the way here on Rose's Breakfast.
Listening to Rose's Breakfast.
Now, me and Colin are going to give you a rundown of the fixtures that you can expect today across campus. There's plenty going on, and we're kicking off at 9:10 this morning with the women's indoor ultimate frisbee. That's in the main hall at the York Sports Centre, and that's 4 points on the board. A real heavy hitter to start the morning off.
Yeah, really big one, but as well, if you're interested in some more hockey, you can catch that in the JLD. 1 point, 9:15, it's the women's third.
Yep, and then at 9:30, there's women's handball. That's another 4-pointer on in Arena 3 at the York Sports Centre, and that's a Women in Sport highlighted fixture. We're really pushing women's sport this year here at York, as TJ mentioned yesterday on the Breakfast Show. So if you can get to that, that's 9:30 this morning at Arena 3.
Yeah, proves to be a really exciting match. 9:30 as well, we're kicking off another round of basketball. That's a hell of an exciting game to watch, let me tell you. It's the men's seconds in Arena 1 for 2 points.
It certainly is. And then climbing kicks off. I'll run through all these quite quickly because there's a few. So starting at 9:45 at Freak Lime, there's climbing, bouldering, and bouldering. That's women's individual, open A, open individual, and women's A's. 1 point, 4 point, 1 point, and 4 points respectively. So quite a heavy hitters in points there for climbing this morning.
Yes, and I'm sure that location is supposed to be read as Free Climb.
Freak Lime.
Not Freak Climb.
It looks like it says Freak Climb.
It does. 9:50, you can catch some more Ultimate Frisbee, this time the indoor mixed. That's going to be in the main hall in York Sport, which is just an exhibition feature, but still, it's Ultimate Frisbee, very fast-paced, very fun game to watch.
Yeah, and speaking of something a little bit different, at 10 o'clock, all the archery kicks off. We've got Archery Novice Open at 10 o'clock. That's at pitch 8 down on 22 acres. And also Archery Female on the same pitch down at 22 acres, both a point each respectively.
Absolutely. You can also catch an exhibition match of Pokemon. We're bringing esports back to Roses this year with a bit of Pokemon at 10 o'clock in the Alcuin East Wing.
And of course, if you haven't got your archery fit, stay down at pitch number 8 at 22 acres, because there's also the senior team open, the senior open, the novice team open. They're 4 points, 1 point, and 2 points respectively. Archery really soaking up some points this year on the board, so that could really be a decider if it goes quite way for one of the two teams.
Archery is definitely one to watch. Now 10:30, you might not be able to make it to this one, but Ripon Sailing Club, we've got 2 lots of sailing on the way. The Opens first, the Opens second. Now the Open second is an exhibition, but the Open first is worth a juicy 4 points.
And if you didn't quite get your fix of cricket yesterday, it kicks off again. Kicks off is probably not the right word. 10:30 this morning. That's down at the cricket pitch number 2 on 22 acres. 2 points for the men's second.
Yes, and you can get your fix of warming up on the darts at 10:30 as well in Hendricks Hall. The women's ones for 4 points are on the board.
And at 10:30, we've also got in Vanbrugh Dining Hall, ballroom dancing, non-beginners ballroom. That's 4 points. And in the same room, ballroom dancing, beginners ballroom, an exhibition feature.
Yeah, now here's an interesting one. VNO45, we know that one well. 4 points for debating. That's an open competition at 10:30.
Ultimate Frisbee continues at 10:30. That's the indoor open at the main hall in the York Sports Centre. Another 2 points.
Yes, and at 10:45, you can catch the open third hockey on the JLD for 1 point.
And you can also get something new so far, or not new, but we haven't seen it so far in the Roses weekend. It's powerlifting at the York Sports Centre gym. So if you fancy probably not giving it a go, but watching some people pick up some very heavy things, that's 11 o'clock down at the York Sports Centre gym. 4 points for powerlifting there.
Big one to watch. Another big one to watch at 11 for another 4 points. And this is another Women in Sport highlighted fixture. It's the football women's firsts down at the athletic track. Now that is absolutely one we're going to be bringing you, because that is going to be a really exciting
big
game.
Things planned this morning for that event.
Absolutely.
I don't know how much we want to talk about that on Rose's Breakfast. We might get into that with a guest down the line.
Yeah, we might do, and there might be some interesting developments going on there. We'll keep you highlighted exactly what's going to go on during that game very shortly. Harvey.
And also at 11 o'clock, there's the Esports Open. That's at the Law and Management Building, an exhibition feature.
And at 11:15, you can get the badminton in the main hall. It's a mixed competition for 1 point.
And 11:30, it's handball men's arena 3, 4 points. The big handball fixture there.
12 o'clock, it's another women's highlight. It's women's first basketball down in Arena 1, another 4-pointer. Again, such a nail-biting sport to watch.
Yeah, if last night's opening ceremony was anything to go by, Colin, I'd get yourself down there at 12 o'clock to watch that.
Get a seat early.
Or something totally different if you fancy more of a pub sport. Pool opens seconds. That's at 12 o'clock over at the Glass House on East Campus.
And martial arts exhibition at 12 if you just want to have a watch of something. But if you fancy some more sport, there's an exhibition fixture, the men's third rugby union, also at 12 o'clock on pitch 12.
Yep, hockey returns at 12:15. That's at the JLD. That's women's hockey seconds. 2 more points there for hockey.
And Harvey, I've lost it.
Okay, 12:30 we're at squash. Women's second, squash courts 3 and 4, an exhibition. Also at 12:30 you can catch rugby union women's thirds at pitch 13 down on 22 acres. And squash continues at 12:30 for the open seconds. That's squash courts 1 and 2 for 2 points.
And at 1 o'clock, ballroom dancing, beginners Latin and non-beginners Latin are taking exhibition fixtures in Vanbrugh Dining Hall.
Yep, hockey is at 1:45 this afternoon. That's the open seconds on the JLD. Another 2 points. Hockey really filling the points up this year.
Yes, and you can also catch the tennis opens first for 4 points. That's going to be down at tennis courts 4, 5 and 6 at York Sport. One to watch.
Yep. Netball first. That's at 2 o'clock. Another women in sport highlighted fixture. 4 pointers on the board again. Arena 3 at the York Sports Centre. I'm sure the atmosphere in there will be electric. No matter what goes on down on those arenas, those courts at the York Sports Centre, the building, the room, the echoes, the environment with the crowds in there, it really bounces every time something happens in there.
Absolutely. 2 o'clock, you've also got another 4-pointer with the cycle circuit open at the cycle track at York Sport Village.
Yeah, and at 2:30, it's the rugby union men's seconds. That's on the rugby pitch number 12. 2 more pointers, 2 more points on the board there.
Fencing at half 2 at the open second for 2 points down at the main hall.
And here's a really exciting one that we're hoping to bring you on URY. It's the Vice Chancellor's fixture this year at 2:30, which is darts. Maybe jumping on the bandwagon of the rising popularity in darts, the Vice Chancellor have decided to switch from table tennis that they normally do, and you can see that in Hendricks Hall at 2:30.
Yeah, go catch CJ and TJ. 3 o'clock, we kick off a few things all at once. The 4 points for volleyballs open first down at Arena 1. You can catch the rugby union women's second for 2 points down at pitch 13. Or you can watch the exhibition ballroom dancing team knockout edition at Vanbrugh Dining Hall.
Yeah, at 3:15, there's hockey women's first. That's 4 points at the JLD. And at 3:30, there's lacrosse women's first. That's 2 women in sport highlighted fixtures for another 4-pointers down on the athletics track.
Now, 4 o'clock's a busy time. Darts open seconds kicks off in Hendricks Hall for 2 points. The netball second in Arena 3 down at York Sport kicks off for 2 points. And pool at Glasshouse, the women's at 4.
Yeah, 4:30 is obviously the time for squash. It's women's first on courts 3 and 4. That's 4 points, and 4:30. Also, the open first, that's squash courts 1 and 2, for another 4 points.
4:30, you've got cricket, the men's third 2020 on cricket pitch 2, down at 22 acres for a single point up for grabs.
And 4:45, it's the hockey open first on the JLD for 4 points.
5:15, it's 4 points available for the open first fencing in the main hall at York Sport.
Yeah, and you've also got the women's first fencing at 5:15 that's in the main hall, another 4 points.
Netball thirds, College Select Arena 3 at York Sport for a single point at 6 o'clock, and another highlighted fixture with volleyball, women's first for 4 points at 6:30.
And then later tonight, kicking off Fight Night, one of the biggest features here of Rose's 2025. Yes, an exhibition fixture, but one of the biggest events to get to. It's kickboxing and Muay Thai exhibition. That's 7:30 in Central Hall.
And then one more set of pool, 4 points available for the open first, down at the Glass House at 8.
And then a big one tonight, and if you're there, I'm sure it'll be a great night. That's 8 o'clock, the darts open first at Hendricks Hall. 4 points on the board. Colin, wow, that's a few sports today.
Oh, let me tell you, that one went on a while, didn't it? That was a lot longer than yesterday's. Let me tell you, the fixtures today are immense. Huge ones to watch. The women's first football, the women's first basketball, and that open first darts at the end of the day, proving to be going to be some really exciting games.
If you haven't worked out your own road around Roses, I'd suggest doing that soon.
Yeah, I really would. You've got to know what you do. There's so much going on. Work out what you want. Make sure you're sun creamed up because it's still a sunny one, and make sure you got some time for some food and water as well, because there's some good stuff happening at the fan zone.
There's plenty of good stuff happening at the fan zone. Of course, you're listening to URY on 88.3 FM, DAB, online, and so much more. And me and Colin will be right back after this.
From URY on 88.3 FM.
And online.
Bailrigg on 95.3 FM and on Roses Live. This is your official coverage of Roses 2025.
Another goal, final 18 seconds to go.
And there we go. There's been plenty going on, of course, Colin. What are you expecting for today?
Well,
it's an early start to ask for predictions from you, but I'd love to know what you're expecting.
Okay, well, listen. Last night, Sam Randowich was on URY having a chat, one of our commentators, for the cricket especially, but he's been avidly following Roses this year, and let me tell you, he has made the call that Roses will be called for Lancaster by 1 p.m. today. That's what he told me.
By 1 p.m.
By
today?
1 p.m. today.
Wow.
And he works for an odds company, so you
there
might
could be
right.
some faith in that. Now, there's been plenty of action all over campus yesterday, and a big one was the football men's first that started at half-time as 1-0 to York, and that second half was truly explosive. We brought it to you on the main feed. But let's give a little recap of what happened there. Lancaster scoring plenty of goals, and a real solid performance, I think, from both sides there.
However, as Lancaster wants
Dylan
more
Katie
on the
loves a
attack.
hit from distance. He loves a hit from distance.
Decent try! Brilliant goal!
Dylan Katie with an absolute bomb.
It's an
Let's see
absolute
what he's got
rocket.
for his celebration. I know
Over he
he's got a
comes.
shirt under these. Oh, here we go.
Runs up to the camera. A kiss to the camera there, which you may or may not have seen, depending on which camera is currently being used. What a screamer that was from about 25 yards out.
You've got to love it, though.
He collected the ball. Collected the ball from about 25 yards out, and no doubt as to what he was going to do next. I think Yurtseven may well have got a glove to it, but he could only palm it into the top right side of the net. A brilliant effort from Dylan Caton, centre midfielder there for Lancaster. What a moment. What a goal that was. And
that was Lancaster upping to 2-1 there, and then they also managed to secure 3-1.
Coming from for York. I say danger, hasn't been much.
ball in behind here, and there's
Very
a
small.
flick over the
And he
goalkeeper,
scored.
and it's in! It's a third goal for
That's my
Lancaster!
fellow social sec.
A direct ball over the York defence
Give him a
again
Jaeger
from
five.
about on halfway.
Bloody loves it. York got miles off it.
And a fantastic lobbed finish there over
Tell you
Yurtseven.
what.
Luca, can you confirm who got the finishing touch there, one-on-one?
It was JH, Joshua Hill. Oh no, it might have been Josh Mordak actually, if I believe so. couldn't quite see.
But to add a bit more salt in the wound, it wasn't all over for York. Lancaster managed to secure the fourth.
Early crossing from the right-hand side for Lancaster, dealt with first time by Josh Cayley. Lancaster still have possession on the edge of the penalty area. What a
Gaten! He loves it!
Absolutely brilliant. It happened so quickly that I couldn't even
The
pick
little
out,
scouser!
I couldn't even pick out which Lancaster player got on the end of that.
Dylan
Luca, you look
Caten.
like you have a better understanding of that
I think it was
goal.
Dylan. Oh no, I think it might have been Josh Mordyke again. It was either Josh Mordyke or Dylan Caten. Either one of them.
And after that great performance from Lancaster, Matty Keel from URY caught up with the men's football coach.
Very much, Ollie. Now it's Nick, isn't it? It is, yeah. Nick, nice to meet you. 3 for 3 this afternoon for Lancaster. Really strong performance. What are your immediate thoughts?
We played today exactly how we played all season. Like I said earlier, we came joint top in a very, very tough league. We stuck to the way we played throughout, regardless of going a goal down for an uncharacteristic error. We played the same way all the game, and we controlled it. After the first 15 minutes where we were a bit jumpy, we controlled it from start to finish. We've got an unbelievably talented group of lads, and we just kept the ball. We kept the ball, and by the end of the game, I think we were more than the deserved winners. And anyone who stood and watched that can't argue that we were an unbelievable. That was an unbelievable performance.
It really was quite strong, quite Lancaster dominant. First goal went in for York, however, and there was a bit of regrouping to do at the back. What was the immediate change that put Lancaster back into it?
The biggest change that we didn't change anything. We play 4-2-3-1. Like I say, it was a really uncharacteristic error, and the best thing you can do is just stick to the way you play, stick to keeping the ball on the deck, playing through the thirds, working it across the back, up, back and through, which we continue to do. Like I say, we were a bit jittery. We made some uncharacteristic kind of slightly poor choices with our passing, things like that. But once we got that out of the way, everyone's seen that, we settled into it and we absolutely dominated for 70 minutes.
And some stunning finishes as well, it has to be said. Which was your favourite of the goals?
I think Dylan's first goal, just because that really turned the tide of the game. For people who've watched us, that is that's just one in kind of a litany of goals that have been similar all season. So to us that's no surprise whatsoever. I think that just the quality that Dill possesses, York were quite aware of. And gave him time and space in areas that you should never ever give him time and space.
And of course, speaking of quality, down the wings, some really direct balls forward. It worked really well in your favour. Who do you think made the most difference? Who's your man of the match?
I'd like to give a joint man of the match.
Of course.
To the captain, Jack Critchlow, and to the chairman of the club, Charlie Simmons, purely, not just for today, but for the effort and kind of the way they've brought me in, and we've changed the club from top to bottom throughout the season, and that's why we're coming away today on the back of 3 wins across the 3 teams.
Brilliant. And celebrations tonight, one would assume?
For the boys, not for me. I'll be going back to Lancaster. I'll leave these boys to it.
Seems like you're being roped in. Well, congratulations on your magnificent 4-1 victory here at the Athletics Field. Thank you very much, Nick.
Thanks for having us. Cheers, lads.
And they also caught up with one of the goal scorers down there who got 2.
Dylan Caten, I believe you're one of the goal scorers.
Yeah, I got 2 of them.
Exactly.
Please, big game.
Which was your favourite of your goals?
Like to say second, put the nail in the coffin. That one really didn't. It just came to me, set perfect. I just thought hit it. Top corner, couldn't ask for more really.
Now, of course, the first goal went York's way with quite a brilliant strike after a little defensive mishap. How did you regroup? How did the boys on the pitch find their way back into the game?
Honestly, we know what we're all capable of, really. When someone makes a small mistake like that, it doesn't really bother us. We know we can lift it, get back into the game, which we did. We showed it today, really. Going 1-0 down, came back 4-1 in the end. Couldn't ask for more off the boys, really.
And, of course, a wonderful game to cap off a brilliant season, top of the league.
Yeah, most definitely. It was a great season. I couldn't ask for more this game, really. It was a lot of our boys' last game today, so it's great to put on a show for them, really. Yeah.
And a show you did put on 4-1 in the end.
Yeah.
It was utter Lancs domination here. Anyone you want to shout out while you were on the mic?
No, not really. That's about it from me, but thanks for having me.
Well, congratulations on your 2 goals. It was a really good display from you and a well-earned victory here at the Athletics track.
Thanks
Thank
a
you,
lot.
A rundown of the men's first football.
Now, it's not just football that is taking the centre stage. It's also the American football. We've seen a pretty heavy domination of that game from Lancaster. Let's take a look at some of those highlighted moments through that game.
And they're going to go tight. It looks like they might even QB sneak it. They're pushing. They're just going to straight push the ball carrier into the end zone. And touchdown!
Lancaster Bombers.
Are up 6
that
to
would
nothing.
be a Jax Taylor rushing touchdown, number 6, because it's a QB sneak. Brilliant play calling by the OC, Rosie, from Lancaster Bombers to squeeze in. And unlike the York Centurions in the red zone, they made York pay. There's a big pass. Pressure's on.
Hit. And intercepted by Jack Watson!
What a play!
It was tipped twice.
We were talking about the man, and the man delivers on the biggest stage of them all. Jack Watson, there is a flag on the play. There's a flag. Oh, my.
Oh, if that gets wiped off, it'll be incredibly sad. But the ball was tipped twice. The pressure up the middle. Fanthorpe held the ball a little bit too long there before he fired.
You saw that
and then
there.
It fell into the hands of Jack Watson.
You saw the line there of the Lancaster Bombers, one of the best units in the team. Really cave in the pressure, cave in the pocket of the Lancaster, of the York Centurions.
The penalty was a face cage on the York Centurions. It will be declined, and Lancaster get the ball. That's exactly the sort of play they needed. Going.
Now this is a big drive for the York Centurions. You rely more on that pass game that worked more.
His players last minute. The ball is snapped, handed off up the middle. No, it's a keeper.
Sacked!
Brought down in the end.
97, Rayhan Alinya lights up the quarterback for a big sack, and there is no one happier in this city than number 97.
York attempts some trickery. Rayhan Alinya does not care. Brings the man down regardless. Hit his eyes on the ball the whole time. Star power. Fanthorpe drops back. Ayinla's in his face. And he's intercepted again! Jack Watson with his second interception of the day!
Oh my God! The middle linebacker with 2 picks.
Fanthorpe is seeing ghosts out there.
That word on my bingo card, and that is what it's all about. The Bombers' offense about to go on and pile on the pressure. If they make this a free touchdown scoring game, they're 3 scores up. I don't see a way back for the Centurions.
And the emotional energy of this game has completely swung in favour of Lancaster since the half-time. York went into this second half with a 1-point lead, feeling probably pretty good. And Lancaster, after a dicey first few drives where the ball didn't really go anywhere, scored twice.
In my opinion, what's almost switched this game is talking to Coach Swimmers at half-time. He wanted to change the scheme. 3 interceptions in the second half. He has done that.
He drops back. Oh, he's being chased down by Jack Watson, and he is brought back. Sacked by Jack Watson, just adding to the accolades. The MVP, the undisputed MVP.
That's it. Your Jack Watson coming out absolutely on top on behalf of Lancaster there for the American football, dominating the York competition. 6 to York, 27 to Lancaster to hand them a decisive 4 points yesterday on pitch 13 at the American Football Open. Harvey.
Yeah, we're joined by a very special guest in just a second.
From URY on 88.3 FM.
And online.
Bailrigg on 95.3 FM. And on Roses Live. This is your official coverage of Roses 2025.
That is the closing score.
That's right, you're listening to Rose's Breakfast and it's very nearly 8:30 and we're joined by Darcy Graham. Darcy, thank you very much for coming along and seeing us in the studio. How are we feeling? How's Rose's treating you? Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you've been doing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you guys, it's been a day and I'm already exhausted, but it's been brilliant. Like, I've been on campus like 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. every single day for the weekend. It's brilliant. Yeah, I mean, we won our fixture yesterday for the indoor hockey. Absolutely convincingly won it. So I'm still in a very good mood buzzing about that because it's the first time I've won an indoor fixture at Roses.
So yesterday you were playing, but you were also commentating.
Yeah.
You've been doing a little bit of radio for us. Just tell us a little bit about that. How did you find that?
I literally just did it because you guys reached out to the club asking if anyone was interested, and I kind of know that people don't know indoor hockey as well as they might know the outdoor game, even within like our own club. So I just thought I'm going to be there anyway. May as well have a go at it. I was absolutely bricking it, I can't lie. But I really enjoyed it in the end. And it was a great game to commentate on, especially since we won. I didn't have to lie about anything.
Yeah, well, it went really well from our perspective, and we really enjoyed it. Now, we've spoken to quite a few people on Rose's Breakfast. This was yesterday morning when the scores were a little bit different. We'll get into that down the line, but the first thing I wanted to ask you, if people are listening, no matter where they are, what they're doing, and you think there's a sort of fixture recommendation, something you really want someone to go and see, what would you say it is now with the remainder of the weekend?
I think that, there's so many fixtures still to go. I mean, obviously biased from me. I'd love everyone to come down to the hockey. We've got hockey all day, 9 till 5 basically, at the JLD, but the women's ones, which is my fixture, is at 3:15 this afternoon. I'd also love people to go down to the women's ones football, not just because it'll be a brilliant game, because those athletes are just incredible, but also because we're having a bit of a show for like trans solidarity today. We're getting everyone down, as many people as we can, with flags, signs, because due to like recent changes in the FA rules, and something that's very important to me, so I'd really love to see the big support there.
Yeah, that's really good. So apologies. So yeah, coming off the back of that of the Supreme Court ruling, lots of sporting bodies have made decisions to exclude trans women from the women's sports. So you guys are taking part in putting this together?
Yeah, I mean, it was, from my understanding, it's the current SABs, Freddie, the current Community and Wellbeing, sorted it all out from what I heard. And yeah, and Women's Ones Football, it's really good from them to encourage it. They're such an inclusive, really great club. But yeah, it is something that's really special to me. Like, I've got incredibly close friends that these rulings will affect, and it just makes me really angry that, like, sport is meant to be for everyone, and it's meant to be something that we can all enjoy, and it's being used as a reason to exclude people. And the FA have essentially said, stop playing or get therapy, and that is not hyperbole. That is what they have said, and I just think it's disgusting, and I don't think that it's the right way to be handling this situation at all.
All right, excellent. Well, we'll see all the action down at the women's first football there as well, as we see how that's received as well. I'm wondering, looking forward though, what are you most excited about today, and how do you feel about York's chances? Is it over?
I don't think it's over. I don't think it's ever over until someone hits those final points. But I especially don't think it is. We've got so many fixtures today. Again, I'm biased from a hockey perspective. We didn't lose a single fixture last year. We're worth a lot of points, and we plan on doing the same thing again. We've got handball. We've got some volleyball. We've got so much. We've got men's rugby, the first two matches today, and I just don't think that we can count York out. Lancaster may have taken a bit of a head start, but at the end of the day, we've got a full weekend left to go.
A full weekend left to go. We certainly have. Yeah. And yes, I know it's 172.5 that needs to win, but I think it's all to play for still on both sides between York and Lancaster. Obviously now you're sat in the position here where you're looking at Roses and thinking, that it's something that's obviously in your future quite immediately. What have you got anything to think about going away? Obviously next year in Lancaster, doing a Roses there. Anything that you might want to change? Something you want to bring? Something you think would be really important for an away Roses next year?
I think it being away does make it a different experience. Obviously, I won't have to carry the brunt of the organisational stuff, but I think having worked on the committee for the last 2 years, I've worked in away Roses, I've worked at home Roses, competed in Roses for 3 years. I think overall it's just about keeping student engagement up, especially when we go away. It's so intimidating to go to Lancaster and have no one there, and I think just making students more aware that they're able to come with us and support us there. But overall, I think Roses is a great event, and I think that every year the team put on such a good event. I think this year already, one day I think at York has been probably my favourite Roses so far. So yeah, I'm just really excited to work with everyone and see what we can do.
Now, have you got any sports that you think maybe we should try and get into Roses that aren't there at the minute? Something that, a little bit different, a little bit left field, or something that's maybe more traditional that we also don't see in Roses?
I always think that where we can extend current sports is always good. So getting in the light, if we were able to get in the lights like women's twos tennis and things like that, where the lower teams in York don't currently have a fixture. But also, I know there's been problems with different kinds of martial arts and stuff and not being aligned with Lancaster because we just have a higher level of athletes in those sports. And it was just to continue working with them and see if we can get them participating in Roses in some capacity, even if it's not ending up for points.
Mm-hmm. So... No, go on, Colin. I can see you have a question.
Oh, well, no, I just wanted to jump in because obviously, That's really exciting because the exhibition matches, there's a lot of really cool exhibition matches happening. Are there any that you have that are your favourites that you see on the schedule? I know that the VC's darts is always a popular one.
Yeah, the VC darts is going to be fun. I know that TJ's been practicing very hard for that. So even if it's not for points, our pride is on the line, and I think that York have got that one. But we've got actually a new expedition fixture this year. We've got Pokemon Society are in for the first time, and I think they genuinely, like, I know it might sound a bit left field for people who usually do sports, but the application they sent in to us as a committee was the most well-researched, well-written thing I've ever read in my life, coming from, and they're so keen to be a part of this. And I think that's really great that people who don't do like traditional sports want to be a part of Roses. I think it shows the reach it has across like the university and all the students.
Yeah, TJ came on yesterday and said that York is that Rose. TJ's perspective as the sabbatical officer here in York said that Roses. For her is about bringing York together. It's about that community spirit, and it's about that mindset. And obviously TJ is doing a lot for Mind at the moment. York's Mind York, the charity sponsor for Roses 2025. And do you agree? Do you think that Roses really is about bringing York together as a community, to everyone get behind one thing? Obviously this year, with it being on campus here in York, the atmosphere is amazing. Everyone's loving it. How could you think you can replicate that in Lancaster? Is it making it more visible to people, to supporters can go and see them, or have you got some kind of other ideas there?
I think it is tricky with Lancaster because obviously, like, it's not close. It's not easy. Like, and you can't make. You've got to be able to pay for the transport and stuff. So it's not always going to be accessible to everyone to get away for the full weekend. But I think what we do currently on campus with streaming it and stuff, I think making that more aware. So for students who aren't away in Lancaster, that they can still be in York together and be behind everyone. I also just think that going away, we just need to have a bit more of almost like a bit of pride as ourselves, that we're not just going in. I think we have a feeling that like we go away and we're going to lose sometimes. That's kind of what I was told when I came to uni. And I just think that we should go in and go, actually, let's stick it to them. We're on their turf, and we can come and surprise them. So yeah, I think it'll be exciting. Away Roses. I think they just both home and away have just got very different reasons that make them very special.
Very hopeful for next year then. Did you catch the opening ceremony last night?
I did, yes. I was there the whole way through, screaming, hence the slightly croaky throat this morning. A lot of shouting. No, it was, I still don't think I'm over it. It was such a close game. So incredible from start to finish, and just such a great event.
I'm myself also very excited for the closing ceremony. I think it's going to be a really, really good event. So we've got some really great fixtures coming up. But now I'll ask you, we're here, the time is here. What do you have a prediction? For Roses 2025.
Well, it's going to be York, isn't it?
Well, there we go. What colour? I'll ask you then. What colour are Roses?
They are and always will be white.
There we go. Thank you very much for joining us here on URY. Where can people catch you today? Where are you playing quickly before we round off?
I'll be playing at the JLD at 3 o'clock this afternoon, which is the AstroTurf right next to the Sports Centre. But I will literally be here, there and everywhere across West Campus. So if you see me, please say hi. I love talking to everyone.
Come along with your best signs. That's hockey down on the JLD. Thank you very much, Darcy, for joining us. And we're talking about that amazing opening ceremony last night. And here's a rundown of everything that happened there.
We are here courtside today at the Roses 2025 opening ceremony. The atmosphere is electric, the crowd feels ready, and things are about to get heated here in the arena as we prepare for the men's first basketball. It's York, it's Lancaster, a historic clash of the Titans tonight. We have a fantastic commentary team as we head into this picture. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Yes, hi everyone. I'm Diana Chang for the York Uni Women First basketball team.
Hi, I'm Nick, former two-time Roses player. I can't wait for the game this evening.
We have just had a fantastic performance from the York Hornets, our cheerleading society, and now the teams are about to warm up. What do you guys expect from the fixture tonight?
I'm expecting energy, lots of energy tonight. Expecting a high-intensity game. Both teams up for it. Anything can happen.
Yes, I'm so excited about the game. I think
Roger takes the ball, trying to run a play, passes to Rodri, probing to see if he can get inside. Good defense from York here. A nice pick and roll. Their teardrop flower there from Rodri, a rebound by York.
And York there with the rebound. The score remains 0-0.
Yes,
bringing the ball up with some pace. And the ball goes up. And it's 2 points here for York as we start this game. York 2, Lancaster 0. You can see the Lancaster players are really getting frustrated by these foul calls. They can't let that frustration get to the better of them as they're on to 4 fouls already here in the first quarter. Just a reminder, the score is 8-6 for York.
Lancaster really need to become more disciplined on defence here. They're in trouble of getting into the penalty foul section here with 4 fouls already in the quarter with 3 minutes 50 left on the clock. So they've really got to be disciplined. They've got to improve their defence, but they've got to keep the intensity and not let the crowd get to them and rush blood to their head and make silly decisions.
Yeah, and the York Hornets are back out here, which means that we've had a timeout call from Lancaster. Guys, timeout calls this early in the game, it's never a good look. What do you think the coach is saying to Lancaster right now?
I mean, Lancaster definitely under pressure. I think it's a much needed timeout. York could get some momentum. I think they're just going to tell them, listen, it's early in the game. Don't let the crowd interfere.
As we welcome back the teams here into the second quarter of the men's first basketball, the score remains at 17-17.
Oh my God, it's gonna be the exciting game.
And a fairly low scoring one potentially. Both defenses have been really, really on it, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a fairly low scoring game. York are really trying to penetrate that zone by passing it in, moving it back out, passing it in. They're really trying to make that zone move, make that zone shuffle over, and that's where the spaces will be exposed. We saw it before with a backdoor cut. That's what happens when you can make a zone move. People will lose their spacing, people will bunch together, which creates spaces at other ends. As Lancaster here managed to get a second go, working their way inside, and a Lancaster baseline ball.
I think both teams just need to find a little patience, wait for the right opening, and attack that opening when it comes. But Lancaster here now to inbound the ball. Lewis on the three-point line puts a shot up straight away. Doesn't go, but rebound by 76 Emmanuel. Spin move, hook shot, and he makes it. And Lancaster takes. Been high skill basketball this quarter. A lot of tough shots falling from both Lancaster and York. That was another good left-handed layup there from Gary. Very difficult, and a lot of traffic in the key there.
And potentially a lack of communication there results in a turnover, and it'll be a Lancaster ball. 21 seconds remaining of the first half here, as Lancaster missed the layup, allowing York to go on a fast break, bringing the ball up. 10 seconds on the shot clock. They have time. 3, 2, 1. Out.
Good defense there by Lancaster. Very good defense to force York to take a really difficult shot there, and in the end they didn't even manage to get it up. That's a positive quarter there for Lancaster. They've taken a bit of a lead here, but York by no means are out of this. They've played their part. They've made some really good shots, some really tough baskets, and they've been getting a little bit more space inside the key, so it's an interesting matchup here overall, I think.
Yeah, heading into the half-time here, it is York 32, Lancaster 41. So a 9-point lead for Lancaster.
Go, the start of the second half, Lancaster ball.
Lancaster here, bring the ball up, calling out a play. I believe the call was green. Let's see what they have.
Good
oh no, it would have been screen, wouldn't it?
Emmanuel drives, can't get the shot off. Larger on the three-point line, puts one up. Little bit short, can they get the rebound? Yes, York defensive rebound on the hair, on the transition on offense. Look to go straight to the basket, and he makes it! The crowd erupts. Great start for York in the second half. Good right-hand layup.
A charge call.
An offensive foul.
A charge there called on Emmanuel. A charge call can be absolutely massive. We talk about those hype moments, the dunks, the blocks. Well, a charge call can just do as much for your team as any of those moments can.
I think you got to respect the bravery there by Barlow just to take the hit. I mean, he got in position early, set his feet, and just had to take the hit there from Emmanuel, but did one for his team there, and now York have possession. As Demetrius looks to attack, brings the ball out, bit of patience here, switches to his left, swings to the corner. York drive baseline, and get the layup up, and it's in! York with 4-0 run at the start of the quarter.
Well, York here bringing the scores to 36-41 in Lancaster's favour. A 5-point ball game.
A little bit too enthusiastic there on defense from the York. They did manage to get Emmanuel in a trap, but unfortunately, managed to just, a little bit of a foul. The Lancaster end line ball.
Yeah, Lancaster with a baseline possession here. They really need to get some points on the board quickly, otherwise they might be in some contention of a York comeback as they work the ball inside. Cameron just short there as he asked for the foul. No foul though. Potentially a little bit of contact going up. I mean, that is one of the issues of being a big man. Sometimes refs will miss that call on you.
Yes.
It's so difficult sometimes to get that call. As Demetrius works away inside here.
Nice pass. Rose, make it!
And Ross converts the floater, brings the score to York 38, Lancaster 41, and it's a 3-point game here as York
right back in this. 3-pointer from Tharaja off the right rim. Roger with the rebound, dumps it off to Cam. Cam with the layup, and he gets it to go, and Lancaster respond, but it's been a fantastic start from York, and they are right back in this game.
13 seconds left in this quarter before we head into the final quarter of this game. Patterson here going for 2 free throws. He has the potential to close the lead to a 6-point gap.
That was a lovely pass inside there from Demetrius to find his man, and he fights through the contact and gets 2 free throws. He makes the first.
And just a reminder here, he has cut the lead to a 7-point gap. Has the potential to make it 6 here. Lines up with the free throw. And swishes it. The energy is real here from the York supporters, making this 57 to Lancaster, 51 to York.
Gary Wang misses a 3, but Cam gets another rebound. York really needs to box him out here. He's got a few rebounds, and that is the end of the quarter. Cameron with a big play at the end there to get the rebound, put it in, and
it's 61 to Lancaster, 57 to York here as we approach the final 7 minutes of this ball game.
Huge shot by Emmanuel, and he signals to the crowd. 3 points to Lancaster.
Well, just how big could that 3-pointer be here, shutting down this York comeback? But York still working the ball inside and just wide there. You just feel like that 3-pointer for Lancaster was absolutely massive there from Emmanuel.
The crowd is really quieting down here. They need a lift, the team. The York team need a lift. This could be it. Here we go. They come in transition. Demetrius down the floor. Takes his time. Lancaster looking to pick up York here. They're on a man-to-man defense. They pull a 3. This could be it. Big bounce. Oh,
He's
and it
made
goes!
it!
Wow! And they reply with their own 3-pointer. Very fortunate bounce, but you take it every day of the week, and York back into this game.
And it is a 4-point game here as we approach the final 6 minutes of the men's first basketball. Too much on the shot there from Emmanuel as York with a fast break opportunity and a huge defensive play from Lancaster there.
Charlie
number 87.
Lewis with the play. Wow. He really hustled to get across the court there. But Lancaster have stepped up their defense here. They're bringing all the intensity, and York are struggling to find a way through. But here we go again. York have another opportunity.
York here working their way around. A 3-point shot, and it's York here who take the lead in the men's first basketball, 68 to 67. Lancaster need to find an answer. The crowd has gone absolutely wild here. As Emmanuel picks up space, step back, and a 3-point
What a
made
bucket
by
from Emmanuel! Wow!
Absolutely massive there from Emmanuel. Puts Lancaster back in the...
You're listening to Rose's Breakfast.
You certainly are listening to Rosa's Breakfast. The time is very nearly 10 to 9, and that was Darcy Graham, our future York Sport president here in York. We're joined by Joe. Very nice of you to accompany us this morning, Joe.
York Sports officer.
York Sport officer. I'm saying president because I'm in the past. And Colin is still here, of course. How are we feeling,
Yes.
Joe? Nice of you to join us. Me and Colin have had a little discussion of our prediction, but as you're here, why don't you offer some insight as to how you think the day's going to go?
Okay, so I spent a lot of yesterday going around Lancaster fans and York fans getting some reaction.
Which we'll hear in a bit.
Yes, we certainly will. And I spoke to Darcy as well a little bit. And York, 51 points, and Lancaster, 87 points. They are in the lead, but I will say that it was a much bigger lead this time last year for Lancaster. York were much, much further behind at this point in the competition.
Yeah. Lancaster did win last year, though.
They did win last year, but what I'm saying is the gap is much smaller this year.
So you think it's closable?
I think that this gap is closable for York, but of course Lancaster do have the advantage here on Saturday morning. But we've still got 2 days left of competition. It is still all to play for here at Roses.
Yeah, there's plenty of time to go. But there've been plenty of sports coming as well. So why don't we take a little listen to a roundup of the netball that happened yesterday.
Okay, so we're on the tennis courts. We've just watched the College Netball League A match, and what a match that was. I mean, everyone on the pitch had a wonderful, wonderful time. In the end, it was York that pulled ahead. It was Lister Cato for York against Lonsdale for Lancaster. They took an early lead in the first quarter, held at least a 10-point lead throughout the entire game. Lancaster desperate to answer back, but just couldn't quite make it. I'm here with some spectators who really, really enjoyed the match this morning. How are you feeling? Finn, you're from York.
Yeah.
How did you find it?
I'm really happy. I watched it last year in Lancaster, so it's really good to see them again like a year later. I mean, I'm actually College Netball might be a slightly different team, but I'm just happy York won.
Happy York won. And we've got one from Lancaster. How are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm pretty gutted, as I should be. But yeah, I came into this really thinking we had it in the bag, and then it just really did not go our way.
Yeah, at no point was it going well.
That match was worth 1 point in the overall Roses standing. Roses standing at the moment, not quite sure where we're at, but I think Lancaster are just about in the lead this morning, Friday morning, early lead. Guys, what colour are Roses going to be this year?
White.
Oh, we've got some opinions. We'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see. Tune in on Roses Live to find out.
Now, Joe also caught up with a variety of different people across campus yesterday. Joe, what was the atmosphere like when you were out and about?
I hate to be cliche, but the atmosphere was electric. There was so many people out and about supporting York, supporting Lancaster. They all had their faces painted. They all had silly signs, some quite amusing signs that I cannot repeat on air, but they were still good. And they were all, especially when you were in places like, for example, the cheerleading. Have you got the cheerleading clip? I'd like to start with that, where I went into the cheerleading thinking it'd be a kind of low key and sort of, yeah, that's the one.
The
kind of low key.
Sounded.
Just listen. So that was
sounded
the
like it was all going on in there.
You cannot. I tried. I sat there and tried to. I was really hoping that I could capture it with the audio there, because those screams every time they did a lift or a flip or a jump or a little present. It was. Sorry, Colin, am I not using the correct terms? Every time they did something.
I'm sure those are the right terms. I just found the word present very amusing.
Okay, thank you, Colin. Every time they did something, it was just the entire room would shake, and it'd erupt into these huge rounds of applause and cheers every time they did anything, whether it was York, whether it was Lancaster. And I think the York Hornets came out on top in the cheerleading, and their fans were just going absolutely ballistic. Throughout the entire performance, there was multiple performances on and off. And I sat there for maybe 10 minutes, and I felt like I had to go outside and like touch grass because I was just like my head was just like being impounded by sound the entire time. So that was the cheerleading, and that's just one example of the fantastic fans that have come out to support both York and Lancaster. Quite a surprisingly big contingent from Lancaster.
And speaking of that large contingent from Lancaster, you managed to catch up with a few Lancaster fans.
I did.
In and around campus. So this is the first lot that Joe managed to catch up with.
Yeah, I'm Jamie. I'm from Lancaster Uni.
I'm Ted. I'm from Lancaster Uni as well.
Gentlemen, what do we think of Lancaster's performance on the first day of Roses 2025?
I think it might be another easy win for us.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Beautiful scenes, especially the Underwater Hockey Society winning 9-4.
Are you from Octopus? Do you play Octopus?
I do. Got a goal today. Easy 9-4 win.
Very nice, very nice. So you're confident about Lancaster win?
Definitely easy to say Roses are red.
Yeah, I was about to say, gentlemen, can I have the final question in unison? What colour are roses?
Roses are red.
Now, Joe, obviously their roses were red for those Lancastrians, and you also caught up with a few more elsewhere on campus.
Hi guys, my name is Damien.
My name is Adia. My name is Jay.
And what uni are you all from?
Lancaster University.
Guys, how's Lancaster doing so far?
Lancaster's doing really great actually. Everyone that I've spoken to, they've happened to win their fixtures, so yeah.
As expected. Yeah, we're leading.
Do you guys do any sports yourselves?
Yeah, I'm actually in one of the basketball teams.
So you're playing tonight for the opening ceremony?
Oh, I'll be playing tomorrow for the men's second team game, but I'll be watching tonight's ceremony.
Guys, I'm going to ask for the final question in unison, if that's all right. What colour are roses?
Red!
So, Joe, the Lancaster contingent was out in full force. Am I right in saying that?
They certainly were, and they were fully red.
Fully red.
They were very, very, very red.
Would you describe it as an impressive showing from across the Pennines?
Oh, I think so. In the fan zone where there's all the sort of food vendors and the Red Bull DJ van and stuff, there's people milling around there all day. And there was a good amount of black and gold and a good amount of white, but there was also a strong, strong presence of red throughout the day.
Yeah, but speaking of the whiter side of roses, you also caught up with quite a few sabbatical officers.
Certainly did.
At the University of York. So here's Jen Andrews.
So we're here with
Jen Andrews.
Jen, what do you do?
I'm the Union Development Officer at York SU.
And what colour are roses this year, Jen?
They're white.
Okay, perfect. How are you feeling? Is it obviously big event? You do events. How's it going so far?
It's really exciting. I feel like there's such a buzz about the place. It's also nice to not be organising the event, so I can fully appreciate it. But yeah, I've never really done a Roses before. Like, I just watched it from afar because I was a stupid child. But yeah, so I'm really excited.
Have you watched any events so far?
We watched the rowing last week, and then after I've dumped my bag, I'm just off to watch the hockey. So
enjoy, Jen.
Thank you very much.
And Joe also managed to catch up with Caitlin and Lewis.
Hi, I'm Caitlin. I'm the Activities Officer of York SU.
And where are we?
We're at the netball pitch, netball court, watching Lister Cato versus Lancaster in the college netball. Yes,
how's everyone doing?
How am I doing? Or
how are you, Caitlin? First.
I'm doing very well. I want coffee because I forgot to get coffee this morning, but we're still here. We're excited. The team is going very well. I believe we're winning. I can't tell you by how much, but a lot.
A lot.
A lot.
That's always good. And we're also joined by
Lewis. I'm the Union Affairs Officer
of
York SU.
How do you think York's doing so far?
Great. We just watched women's indoor hockey, and they won that. They smashed that. And they're smashing netball, so there are some games that we're not winning, but we are not watching them, so it's fine.
So far.
And we're feeling confident.
We're not avoiding the ones where we're losing. We've seen York win. We bring the luck. Exactly.
So true. Team, I would like an answer to this question in unison, if that's okay. What colour are roses?
White.
But of course, there's plenty going on campus elsewhere and around. It's been a very, very busy day, weekend, should I say, already. But we've only just started. We're here for another hour on Rose's Breakfast, so don't go anywhere. We've got interviews with contenders today who might be fighting later in Fight Night. And we've also got an interview with Freddie Russell, the current Community and Wellbeing Officer at the University of York. So there's plenty going on for Rose's Weekend 2025. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. You can also keep up to date with all the fixtures. Where can people do that, Colin?
Absolutely. Follow the entire set. roseslive.co.uk. Historical matches. You can listen back to clips and shows we've done already. And you can catch all of the feeds, radio feeds that aren't quite making it onto our FMDAB feed right here. All the action, roseslive.co.uk.
But first, we'll throw it over to the Sky News Centre and we'll see you shortly after that.
You're listening to URY
on 88.3 FM,
digital radio,
and online.
This is the University of York student radio station.
From the Sky News Centre at 9, a royal press secretary says Buckingham Palace will be raising their eyes heavenwards after Prince Harry's interview. He's laid bare the breakdown in his relationship with his father after losing his UK security case at the Court of Appeal. Elsa Anderson worked for the late Queen for 13 years.
We've all been hearing these really positive messages about King Charles III. Now Prince Harry is saying, I don't know how long my father has. So that's going to cause real concern and more speculation in the media and the wider public about what his diagnosis is.
Prince Harry says he wants to reconcile, but the King won't speak to him. Nigel Farage claims two-party politics is over after Reform's success in England's local elections. His party's now in charge of 10 councils and has a 5th MP. A union has launched legal action against Ofsted. The NAHT warns a planned report card system could affect the mental health of teachers and school staff. Its former president, Simon Kidwell, says inspections are a major worry.
My colleagues tell me when they are planning retiring, they say I can't face another inspection. And I think that's really sad, and we need to make sure we work with the government to make sure we've got an inspection system. It helps schools to improve, but it doesn't have this negative impact on school leaders.
Ukrainian troops will join the UK's military procession to mark the 80th anniversary of VE Day. The Ministry of Defence says it's to symbolise global support for Kyiv in the war with Russia. In sport, Kevin De Bruyne says he can still perform at the highest level after scoring in Manchester City's 1-0 Premier League win over Wolves. He's not been offered a new contract and will leave this summer. Falkirk has secured back-to-back promotions and will play in the Scottish Premiership next season. They beat Hamilton 3-1 to win the championship title. And a world record 1.1 million people have entered the ballot to run in next year's London Marathon. That's the latest. I'm Leisha McKenna.
And thank you, Leisha. Over to Colin for the weather.
Yeah, this Roses weekend. Today you can expect cloud this morning and some isolated showers, maybe even low cloud for coastal districts. It's going to brighten up for most places this afternoon with some warm sunny spells developing, although coastal districts will remain cooler and breezy. Highs today of 19 Celsius. Looking into this evening, patchy clouds and sunny spells to be expected with clear skies overnight. Many inland places remaining dry with some scattered showers along the coast. Lows tonight of 4 degrees.
Thank you very much, Colin.
From URY on 88.3 FM.
And online.
Bailrigg on 95.3 FM. And on Roses Live. This is your official coverage of Roses 2025.
And that is the closing score. The final score there.
And it's just gone 9 o'clock and you are listening to Rose's Breakfast here on URY on 88.3 FM, DAB, online on Bailrigg and on roseslive.co.uk. And we've got some very special guests here in the studio today, this morning. Why don't you introduce yourselves, tell us what you do, and what big events you've got coming your way.
Hi, I'm Bartek. I'm the MMA grappling president. I'll be taking part in the martial arts exhibition under BJJ. I'm excited to be part of it. I'm also commentating the fight night, so you'll hear me later tonight. And yeah.
Hi, I'm Tris. I'm MMA's next upcoming social sec. I am doing a Muay Thai exhibition tonight in Fight Night, so you'll be seeing me in the ring tonight.
Okay, so you're both heavily involved in Fight Night then tonight. A serious fixture on the Roses schedule, and I'm sure it's going to be very popular in Central Hall. How are you feeling? Are you ready both for your exhibitions today? Are we prepared, do you think?
Yeah, our society has done a lot of work to train. We're all very proud of all of our members, and we should all do amazing tonight.
These last 2 weeks we've been hosting fighter sessions very early in the morning, 7 to 9 a.m. 4 times a week for the last 2 weeks. There's been a lot of fighters showing up, putting in the work, so I think we're very well prepared. We heard that Central Hall sold out, so yeah, it should be a great atmosphere. It should be a great time.
It really will be electric, as we say in the business there then tonight. I've heard, have you got weigh-ins very shortly?
Yes, at 10 a.m, yeah.
At 10 o'clock, so you come in. But also, you're used to being up early now, if you've been up 4 times a week for whatever you're doing. What are your anticipations for tonight? Are you expecting some wins?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, on our end, it all looks really good. I mean, we've been putting in a massive shift. It should be really good. Our fighters are as prepared as they can be, so it'll be fun. It'll be really fun.
So people going to Fight Night tonight, then what can they expect from at least the York contingent of the MMA Society?
They can expect a show, I suppose. I think everyone's very well prepared. I think that the fights will be great. No one's gonna, go down in the first, hopefully, at least from our side. I think that they're ready. I think that they've overcome that mental aspect of the preparation. They've done the hardest part now, and it's just getting out there and doing what they know that they can do.
Yeah, and Yusu has prepared an awesome venue, open bar. Well, not open bar, but loaded bar. So you can come down, get pissed with your friends, and watch some scraps.
Now, obviously, Rose's weekend is a very, very busy weekend. Have you managed to see anything else at all? Have you got plans to go and watch any other sports, or are you focused on the task ahead of you?
I went down yesterday. I watched some football, which was really fun. Also some field hockey, and obviously I'm gonna go to the BJJ exhibition later. But yeah, it should be really fun.
I've been focused on the most part, but I did go down to see some netball yesterday. It was quite entertaining. Mm-hmm. It's always nice to see everyone together. Walking past the 22 acres, you see all these big crowds. It's nice to have this weekend of community and support. It's very cool, and I hope that it continues on. I'm excited to see how it goes.
Yeah, speaking of that community and support, hopefully in a sold-out Central Hall tonight for Fight Night, York, at least hopefully for York players and York fighters, that you're going to have a real crowd behind you there. Are you anticipating some real support there? And do you think that helps you? Do you think that really gives you that home advantage?
Oh, definitely. Hearing people cheer you on in the ring, although a lot of people tunnel vision, just knowing people are standing up, cheering you on is the most rewarding thing, and definitely helps with confidence.
Being there a few weeks ago now at the last Fight Night that we hosted, it was maybe a third of what it's going to be tonight, and as you guys said, electric. It was, you hear the chants, you hear the support behind the fighters, and you see how much it pushes them on even when they're tired. So I think with 3 times that amount of people, I think it's gonna be fantastic, and the fighters really gain that extra edge when they can hear that support.
Mm-hmm. And on top of that, it's also a lot of people focus on the division between white and red roses, right? And yes, of course, people are going to be cheering on for their fighters, but last Fight Night, it was amazing. There wasn't any negativity. Nobody really booed. We all cheered. Everybody's working so hard. And even Lancaster, right? They're coming onto foreign soil. That takes a lot of courage. So everybody's just working so hard. They're putting up a good fight, and everybody cheers, and it's going to be amazing.
Well, that's what Roses is all about, I suppose. Now, as I say, I think your weigh-in's at 10, is that right?
Yes, it is.
So, have we eaten recently, or not eaten? What have you been doing to get ready to meet that weight?
I'm on an empty stomach right now. I've not really eaten properly the past couple of days, only to make the weight, but...
Yeah, I was pretty nervous when it came to weigh-ins. I was maybe 2 kilos over a week out, but with that intense training and just maintaining that discipline of just keeping junk out of your body, I lost that 2 kilos in a few days, basically, while just maintaining that good diet. Yeah, I'm also on an empty stomach right now, but looking forward to some well-deserved food
Oh
after.
my gosh.
And then I was going to say that's the thing. After tonight and all your exhibitions are done, is it time for a celebration? Do you think? Well, hopefully from on your behalf there.
I think above all, it's time for a rest. Everyone's deserved it. I feel like my body's lagging behind a few weeks from the minor injuries that have been picked up from overtraining, but I think it's all worth it. In the end, it will be fine, and yeah, we will get that rest that we deserve.
Now, obviously, the scores on the door for Roses were currently sat at 87 to Lancaster, 51 to York. How are you feeling, confidence-wise, for the overall result? Of course, we've been asking everyone here whether they have a prediction or how they think it's going to end up. We still ought to play for it. It's 172.5 needed to win the tournament. So, how are you feeling as York fans?
I don't know. I mean, it could go to Lancaster, but we could just pull a Hail Mary, you know? Like, it honestly, we'll have to see. I mean, the weekend's not even halfway over yet, so...
From what I've been briefed, if they win this year, it's historic. The first 4 years in a row.
Certainly is.
I believe maybe... I'm a fan of the underdog. I'm a fan of the comeback story. And even if we go down early, there's still plenty of time. There's still plenty of events that still count to the score. And I think if York want it, they can get it.
Well, great. Colin, have you got any questions?
Yeah. So, I mean, one of the wonderful things about Roses is that you get a chance to see loads of different sports all in one place, and, you know, experience some, you know, new things that you've not had a chance to watch before. So, you guys are representing two different styles of fighting today, Muay Thai and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Talk me through, if someone doesn't know anything about these, what the differences are and how they're unique in their own ways. What can we expect from each?
So Muay Thai is kind of like kickboxing. The scoring's just slightly different. I mean, we wear big gloves, big shinies for this fight. And yeah, so just expect basically kickboxing.
A bunch of punching each other up.
Yeah.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is summarized best as submission grappling. If anyone's ever watched wrestling before, it starts on the feet, there's a lot of takedowns, there's a lot of people going to the ground and then basically trying to either put someone to sleep or get them to a position where they give up.
Mm-hmm. And so I'm interested, actually, you know, you guys, obviously, you're at this level, you know, you work so hard for it, you must really love it. You know, what is it about that what is it that you love so much about you know, these contests, and how did you find that? How did you get into this as well?
Honestly, I've less than a year of experience. This was my first martial art. I came to uni, I just wanted a society, I wanted connection, I wanted a community, really. Mm-hmm. And I was really surprised when I went to the taster sessions about how open our society was and how we were just so like friendly to beginners. We have people of all like different levels of experience, and our coaches are lovely. So just going to the society, really finding my place, and then having all these friends to support me within the society, it built up my skill, built up my confidence. I met lots of lovely people, and then I was told that they thought I could do an exhibition, so I was like, might as well. And it's just a chance to represent my society, represent everything I've worked for, represent all the work that they've also helped me with, all the support I've been given. So it's just amazing, and I really do love this society.
I've been training Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for a little bit longer. I started before I came to uni. Just a friend that recommended it a little bit after lockdown as a thing to get moving after we got a bit lazy. And yeah, the competition like mindset got instilled in me quite early. It was something that everyone around me was doing, and I did it as like a force of habit. I did it to like copy them in their successes. I got injured a year before I got here, and it was a long year of injury. But when I got back, I started to train, and some of the people around me like were asking me for tips, asking me for knowledge, and I felt like this is what drew me to go then for grappling president. But I felt like a lot of them saw me as like someone without sounding a bit egotistical, but as someone to look up to in a certain way because I had that more experience than them. And I think that's what pushed me to compete in Roses, to also be there as like an anchor point to them as well, so that they can look and see if I'm doing it, they can also push themselves that hard to do it.
Yeah, that's really nice. It's, it's such a nice thing to be able to, share that sort of thing and share that love with people as well. It's a fascinating mindset to me as well, fighting, especially because it's a one-on-one sport. So many Roses competitions that we've seen are team sports, obviously. How do you get into that mindset for, going one-on-one with someone? And how do you, does that differ? Is that much more challenging, do you think, than perhaps team sports, psychologically?
Even though it is a one-on-one sport, it's a one-on-one sport, but we have our entire society supporting our fighters. It's very much so, from when we're warming up, everybody's there with each other, supporting each other. Everybody's watching, cheering each other on. We've been training, sparring each other in our society. Like, although it is a one-on-one sport, when you step face-to-face with your opponent, we've, like, in our trainings, technically, everybody's been slightly, like, opponents of each other, and just, like, knowing people, it's just having them build you up, and having the support of the society makes it feel less of a one-on-one sport than it actually is.
Yeah, awesome.
It definitely is, like, it's not as nerve-wracking as people say. Like, I've heard people, like, once they step in the ring, it's just an opponent. You're fighting, and yeah, people might get slightly injured. Like, you are trying to beat this person up, right? But at the end of the day, everybody's just working hard for what they love, and we're all so, like, supported by each other.
I agree completely. I think in a way, by it being so individual with the end product, it's more of a team sport than like actual team sports in a way. There's so much support behind that, and without your team, you're nothing. You can't build yourself up the same way. You can't prepare yourself the same way. But yeah, in that end product, I think there's a certain beauty to it being one-on-one. It's not a case of you could, like in football, where you can have a bad performance because you don't get past the ball and you don't get a chance to show off your skills. You're the only one that's going to be in there. You're the only one who's actually able to prove themselves in there. Yeah, I think it's great. It's an opportunity. As Tris said, it's not as nerve-wracking as you think. The worst part is definitely the waiting. When you know that you're about to go in, and you know that there's a crowd cheering out there, and they're equally behind the other person. There is a certain aspect of fear, of anxiety that a lot of fighters don't want to admit, but it's definitely real. But yeah, the support of the team and everyone around us, and knowing that there's other people around us that are also taking that plunge and also doing it, it's perfect. It's great.
And I'm sure that crowd energy can be frightening to go in front of, but pretty essential to getting through the competition, right? There's so many, there's always so many supporters out at these events. Fight night is always a well-attended event with great energy. I'm guessing that it wouldn't be the same without them.
No way. We have heard some not so great things about, not so great. Just that Lancaster are usually quite a bit louder than us, and we want to change that. We want everyone who may be listening, who is attending tonight, we want to hear your voices. The fighters really, really need it. It helps so much to hear that there's people supporting you and cheering on for you. That atmosphere really just something else.
Yeah, I mean, especially since I will be in the ring tonight, I know it definitely would motivate me and help me, because I'd always like to think that we would be better not to boo people or do anything like that. But we don't know about Lancaster. We don't know what type of people they are. And also, it is Roses, right? Like, it is the whole thing, white versus red. Hearing people actually support you definitely helps, and it definitely takes away the nerves. Even if somebody's like not doing so well, just hearing people cheer, knowing that they're giving it their all, it really is beautiful.
Excellent. Well, it proves to be a very exciting night, and a real exciting way to cap off what proves to be a very exciting Saturday.
Yeah, it certainly does. And you can tune in live on URY later on tonight, where we'll be bringing you all the coverage from Fight Night. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You certainly can do. Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us in the studio. We'll be back shortly with some more rundowns of different sports and what's going on campus. Thank you very much.
You're listening to Rose's Breakfast.
And there we go. Just one example of the exciting sports that are going on campus over this weekend for Rose's 2025. But of course, there were some great highlights yesterday, Colin, and we've got some more coming your way. What have we got?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a quick look back at the Friday men's first for lacrosse, which saw a very tight game, an early lead for York at the start. Let's listen.
Something that is a difficulty in men's compared to women's. You've got limited visibility, so you want your head to be on a swivel at all times.
I do agree in a sense, because it is always hard, and women's do wear goggles. It's not in the same sense, but like, it's not a given. But with men's, you train to do those things. They know what they're doing. They know all the techniques. I think they just need to get, like for Lancaster, I think they need to get their heads in.
Yeah.
They're letting small little things slip past.
I was going to say, it's like silly mistakes that they are better than. We've seen them play better than.
I mean, it always seems like there's a man in the hole or at X, someone free for those passes. Those passes, there should be enough pressure to stop those passes. They need to be pressure on, especially if it's 5-2. I now really, really, really want to see defence push up a bit more and be louder. And obviously it's hot, it's tiring, everything. But defence really need to start putting pressure on stick, body, everything.
Definitely.
And shutting down those cuts through.
They're
letting them get so close to the fan, getting close to the goal, and they're getting those easy goals.
Lancaster.
Yeah, Horden, let's go.
Horden! Taylor Grundy once again slowing the play down, letting York use their substitute gate really well. I think that's something York have really excelled at this match.
I would say I'm confused by Lancaster of not spotting number 13 quick enough. He seems to be the person that's always in the mid, taking that ball, slowing it down, making that next pass.
And that's another goal for York. And that's the first
another
goal
to York.
Forster this match.
13 is the player, and
I've just spotted the captain Cam there doing a little
waving
celebration.
the flag.
An early start lead with 6 points to York to Lancaster's 2. Lancaster made up quite the recovery though, and let's listen to the final goal of that game.
Oh, Ben Horden with the ball here. Can he
Goes
score?
for a jump shot. End of the game, York winning! Kit is being flung into the air from the York team as they go absolutely ballistic, ending the streak, Lancaster's streak. Both teams flood the field. Both teams just so proud of how each team had played here. York clearly so very happy. So very, very happy to have ended that streak.
It's unfortunate there, but both teams played a great game.
And I think it is important to mention Lancaster played incredibly well.
You've got to give props to both of them.
We were excited at the end.
York trains their butts off. I haven't been that on the edge since 2023.
The fact that it was so close means that there was just so much to play for, and that Lancaster were a very strong team. Yeah, for sure. Looking like we're going to do some player interviews here. All of York lacrosse flooding the pitch here. The women's team's running in. It is obviously very hard on Lancaster here. York, as a York player, I know how this feels. To lose a Roses game you've trained so hard for, that both teams really, really wanted, that they've dedicated so much time for.
Yeah, I mean the boot camp prep that both these teams do 6 weeks before, like 4 times a week for 3 hours a day is absolutely crazy, and they do really well to get here. So props to all the players for coming out and having a good game.
And there we go, the highlights from lacrosse.
From URY on 88.3 FM.
And online.
Bailrigg 95.3 FM and on Roses Live. This is your official coverage of Roses 2025.
That is the closing score.
And another very special guest on Rose's Breakfast this morning, Freddie Russell, our current community and wellbeing officer. Thank you very much for joining us. And of course, Joe is back in the studio.
Good morning, Freddie.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I got up a little bit too early to be here.
Yeah.
Not as early as Harvey Mellor.
Very early.
Very early.
Very early.
But yes, thank you so much for joining us here at the crack of dawn on Rose's Breakfast.
I wouldn't quite say crack of dawn.
It is for students.
That is true.
Some of us have been here since just after 7, Joe.
Yeah.
That was me yesterday.
Yeah.
How are you finding Roses so far?
Oh, I'm loving it. It's brilliant. I'd only ever done a home Roses before as a student, and I went to the away one last year. But yeah, it's a very different thing doing it as a SAB, because it's like I have seen all the behind the scenes organization of it. I know everybody who's worked so hard to put it together. So there's a special kind of pride in that as well, I think. Yeah, it's been fab so far. I think it's been great.
Yeah, I mean, the atmosphere as well is something that is unmatched, I think, on campus.
Defo. We watched, I think, an atmosphere that's really stuck with me all weekend is we watched Cheer yesterday, and that was unbelievable.
We were just discussing that.
We just talked about Cheer, and it sounds truly incredible, the amount of support that was going on in there.
It was unreal. And yeah, just such a lovely, like, really supportive atmosphere for everybody doing it. And it was like, it's so impressive what they do.
They're chucking human beings around.
I know, and it's all like so technical. Like it's got to the point where the people who were involved in cheer at the side, when their team were doing stuff, they were like clapping, like almost just like to keep the people on beat. Like it wasn't like they were just getting into it and vibing. They were like, it was like they were like human metronomes. I was like, that's sick. I never even realized that was the thing.
Absolutely. So you were speaking about creating a welcoming atmosphere, and of course that segues
He's good,
us on.
isn't he?
Oh, stop it, you. That segues us on to the reason why you're here in the studio, which is the FA's decision to restrict and essentially ban trans women from competing in sports, which means that due to the books tables, trans women would not be able to compete for the University of York. Now, can you tell us a little bit about that decision and about your stance on it and the SU's stance?
Yeah. Personally, I'm devastated at the decision. Football is something that is really personally important to me, and has played a real sort of central role in my life for a while. To see the right to participate in football on someone's own terms be stripped away from them is heartbreaking. And thinking about I think there's been a lot of chat this week in the media about there's this many trans women registered to the FA, so it's such a small group of people that you're hurting. And I think that that point has merit in that what's on display actually just impacts such a small amount of people that it almost doesn't feel even worth doing, even if you did believe in this. But I think what gets missed when we talk about that point so much is the trans women who haven't yet become involved in football, and if this ruling goes through, the trans women that will never get involved in football because they won't be able to under the gender that they are. So yeah, the SU have put out a statement on the Supreme Court ruling, which has kind of led to this decision. And our stance on it is very much that, we feel devastated for the trans community at the minute. We're trying to do all that we can to listen to our trans students, to support them, to help guide them through what's a really, really scary time. In that statement, we didn't want to make any promises about lobbying on the ruling because, frankly, it's a Supreme Court judgment. There's only so much we can do. And also the judgment was very unclear as to what it would do to the actual law.
I mean, the FA have said that the Supreme Court's ruling on the 16th of April means that they'll be changing their policy. Transgender women will no longer be able to play in women's football in England, and this policy will be implemented from the 1st of July. They also said, we understand that this will be difficult for people who simply want to play the game they love in the gender. Oh, no, sorry, they didn't say that. That was another spokesperson. The female category will be exclusively for players born female, irrespective of their gender identity, whilst mixed netball will serve as the sport's inclusive category, allowing players to compete under the gender which they identify. Now, you've organised a sort of... What would you call it?
Yeah.
A show of solidarity?
Yeah, I think so. I think protest is a bit too strong for what we're going for. That's not really what it's about. More of a sort of demonstration, more of a sort of show of support, show of solidarity thing. Yeah.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
I can do. So we've got the women's football first team game at 11 this morning. Hopefully we win, first thing to say. But second thing is that we're really wanting to use it as an opportunity to support the trans community in this time. So we're asking everybody coming to the game to bring as much sort of colourful trans flag coloured stuff as you can. So flags, bracelets, wristbands, banners, I don't care, whatever. Just turn up and show your support. The players will be showing their solidarity as well. I've got it confirmed now that both clubs will be posing before the game with a big trans flag. And we've got wristbands to hand out to players as well. Just really want to sort of show a united front across the two unis. I think that's been really important as well, and I'm really grateful to the support that we've gotten both from the York club and from the Lancaster club and everybody surrounding it. That's the plan.
Yeah. Well, Freddie, thank you very much for being in the studio with us today.
I do have a few more questions
to
interrupt you with,
course.
Joe.
Yes.
Of course, it's Rose's Breakfast, and I've got a variety of things I've been running through all week, or yesterday and today, that I've been talking about. Obviously, you're not competing yourself in any sports, but your highlights you've seen cheer. Anything else you've been to see that you thought, wow, that was really good? Or importantly, do you think there's something coming up? Obviously, we've got the women's first at 11 o'clock, but over the weekend, are there things that you think, people should really get down to go and see? If someone's listening at home now and they think, I'm not sure what I'm going to go and watch over the next 2 days or today and tomorrow, what would you recommend that they go and see?
Yes. So I think other highlights that I've got, indoor hockey was really cool. They've got a wall that they use to bounce the ball off the sides, and it was great. Took me back to playing fives in school.
It looks a little bit like air hockey, doesn't it?
Yeah. It was really cool. And atmosphere was really intense, really cool. I think things that people should keep an eye out and go see. The ballroom and Latin comp is on all day today, I think.
Yeah, in Vanbrugh Dining.
I would really recommend people go down and see that because I know a lot of the people involved in that, and they're just fantastic. We got to see so much of it as Sabs Come Dancing when we did that, and I was just blown away by it. So, and it's also something a bit different to what you might see from most Roses events. So
Okay, I've got one question to round you off, and then you can leave us. But obviously, looking at the scores now, I can see them at the corner of my eye. It's Lancaster 87, York 51. Of course, the number that is needed is 172.5. How are you feeling? Which way is it going to go if you had to make a prediction, if you had to put a bet on, or are you going to stay impartial and say, I'm not sure which way?
Yeah. I think I'm gonna remain neutral. Boring. What, are you going to sleep there, Joe?
Yeah.
I'll have to rouse you after that. But yeah, it's so tough to say because there's so many different sports going on and everything's worth different amounts. But yeah, I think it really puts it into perspective that every game matters. And when one team wins, that's like the most important thing to them all year, pretty much. So I think sometimes we get caught up talking about the overall scores, but if you just go to the event and somebody wins, who cares how many points back you are?
That's a very good well-being answer.
Yeah.
Perfectly crafted. And I'll ask you just before you go, what colour are roses for you?
White every day of the week, man.
There we go. Thank you very much for joining us this morning on Rose's Breakfast.
Listening to Rose's Breakfast.
You certainly are. It's just gone 9:30 this morning here on Rose's Breakfast, and there's plenty coming your way today, so don't worry. If you go to roseslive.co.uk, you can catch up with all the sports going on, what happened yesterday, what's coming up, and see the fixtures. This morning, we're kicking off quite early here on URY. 9:10, we've got Ultimate Frisbee. That should be live now, and at 10 to 10, there's also the second round of Ultimate Frisbee. Women's hockey's third kicks off at 9:15. Basketball, 9:30, and handball, 9:30. They're all on the Roses Live website, roseslive.co.uk. But of course, there's been plenty going on in and around campus, especially yesterday with the amazing sports that we saw all over. But if you're not involved in the sports at the moment, there's plenty more that you can get involved in. Today at the Vanbrugh Dining, I believe, there's some seriously good events going on. It's the Roses Fringe Festival. That's today, starting at 1:30. Forget the Edinburgh Fringe. On Saturday the 3rd of May, we'll be holding our Roses Fringe Festival, where York SU and Lancaster societies will be providing show-stopping performances at the Vanbrugh Arms and the Drama Barn. Come along to the Vanbrugh Arms for 1:30 to watch our very own Central Hall Music Society perform renditions of musicals, or Sing Song Society perform a cappella. What's more, York Zoo's Comedy Society will be performing their Edinburgh Fringe stand-up act, The Shambles, and competing against Lusu's Comedy Institute in their very own quiz. Later on in the evening, join us. That's the new Fringe Festival with some live music at our open mic night. However, if you haven't finished watching student performance groups, head over to our theatre, The Drama Barn, to watch our established Drama Society collaboration with Lusu's theatre group in their Play in a Day. So the timetable for that is 1:30. CHMS are doing hits from Oliver, Footloose and Come From Away. At 2:00, Sing Song Society are doing an a cappella set with their LONGBOI that we saw earlier this year for Long Boy. Colin's doing that live in the studio.
B-O-I.
Okay, thank you, Colin. We'll stop there. At 3:00, Comedy Sock have the Shambles and their stand-up acts there from the Edinburgh Fringe. And then at 4:30, Comedy Sock and Lusu's Comedy Institute are doing Universally Challenged. That's York SU's Comedy Society and Lusu's Comedy Society going head-to-head in a quiz-style show. Think 8 out of 10 cats does countdown. A real tongue twister, but red versus white roses.
Do you want to hear? Speaking of 8 out of 10 cats, do you want to hear something?
Go on.
Ready?
Okay.
Who's that?
Thanks
Who's
for that.
Go on, who's
And
that?
at 7:30, Drama Sock are doing their Play in a Day with their other half at Lancaster Uni. So that is the Roses Fringe Festival starting today at 1:30. So plenty going on campus. Last night, of course, it was karaoke at Glasshouse. If you enjoyed that, send us a message via the website, ury.org.uk, and let us know what that was like. Otherwise, the wonderful Joe here will be at Fight Night tonight.
I will. Yes, very much looking forward to it.
In Central Hall, of course, with some excellent fighters who we heard from just before.
Absolutely.
And we've also got darts will be live on URY's main feed as well, maybe tonight. We'll see what happens. Colin, how are you feeling for the weekend ahead?
I have become suddenly enraged by fury that we are nearly halfway through the competition. And I'm having so much fun, Harvey. Listen, Friday was so good. There was so much great sport to watch. And there is a load more still to come today. We have already had the first fixture of the day set. The Ultimate Frisbee, the indoor women's Ultimate Frisbee. York have 57 scores match. I've read that wrong. I've entirely read that wrong. The game has ended 13-0 to York. That's 4 more points for their attempt at winning Roses this year. So we are going to see very soon whether this is going to pay off for us pay off for York in the long run, or whether Lancaster are going to keep their lead. Because let me tell you, I think it might all be over by the end of the day.
You really think?
I'm beginning to think it. I really am. I think Lancaster, they've got a really strong lead at the moment. It's really set well into the game, and they're winning all the big ticket items. York are doing very well across the smaller ones, but it can still change. It really can still change, and the game is very much not over until 170.
172.5
points have been scored by the winning team. Joe, Who do you think it's going to take?
I think it's so difficult to say because obviously I am a York student. White runs through my blood and a
Yorkshire lad.
And a Yorkshireman through and through.
But of course you're very impartial right now.
But looking at those scorelines and with my impartial hat on...
Yeah.
It's close. It's really close. York are currently on 51. If that frisbee hasn't been added yet, which I assume it hasn't, then it's
probably
50,
won't be just yet.
54 points to 87.
Well, look, there's lots more points are ready to be claimed by both York and Lancaster's teams. Fixtures are underway. Harvey, what have we got lined up for now?
I'm going to take us live to something we haven't had here on the main feed yet. It's the handball. It's the women's handball coming to us live from Arena 3 at the York Sports Centre, presented by James. No, not James. My apologies. By Flynn and Phoebe.
In the middle now to Serp on this left-hand side. Kilty to Duke to Blankenton. York still assessing their options here. Kilty finds Serpa, back to Kilty, look to get a shot in. And she is seen to be fouled by the referee. And I think York will have, yes, it'll be their first free throw of the game now. Duke to Blankenton on the right. Duke.
Kitty again. Out of bounds.
Serpa's shot. Just too heavy. I apologize, I think I've been getting Kilty and Serpa mixed up today.
Have we? Oh no.
Hi, bad.
Well, they're both playing brilliantly. So. That's another free throw for Lancaster outside the D zone. It's coming in from the right. And saved by York goalie again.
It was a tame shot there as York come forward through Serpa now. Tukato. Oh, excellent finish from Beatrice Serpa.
Brilliant.
Really great. Gets past their defenders so well, and York take a 6-0 lead here, less than 10 minutes in.
I'm trying not to smile, Flynn, but it's not really working.
He will try to not be happy.
Lancaster player down.
As we're right by the
another
Lancaster
free throw,
fans.
I think. Can they get a shot off? No, they cannot. Another one. Goal saved again.
Really been a team effort from York in this opening 10. They could not have any faults with how they've started this.
Absolutely.
So come forward again.
Their passing is just so strong and so precise. They've barely given a possession unless they've been forced to by free throws.
Lancaster really looks, I hate to say unthreatening so far, but I think that's not, you can't blame Lancaster.
No.
York have just been so good.
They've dominated this first 10 minutes for sure.
Lancaster will get another shot.
Saved again.
Save from the York goalie as Serpa will again bring it out. Serpa.
York making their way up the pitch slowly. They've got all the time in the world. Blankson. On the left. Back to the centre and then onto the right again.
Corteo, the shot off the ground there. Doesn't really test the keeper, but they will regain possession now with Kilty on the left-hand side to Serpa to Duke to Blankenson now.
You can definitely see the confidence in how the York defence are playing. They're just passing along the back line, taking their time. Ooh, saved again.
Comes in. I think that's her first shot of the day, number 22. Can't quite make out her name, apologies. Maybe
unlucky with the goalie there. And Lancaster back on the attack. Oh, is that out of bounds, I think.
York come forward now with Serpa again now, dribbling forward, gets the shot, and it's parried out. Really good save from the Lancaster goalie. She's really come into this game recently, look unfazed by the early setback faced by York. Lancaster come forward again now, still looking to get their first goal on
and
the
they
board,
do
and
not get
failed
it.
to do so.
Serp has been so instrumental so far. In the centre, number 4, she's been really making all of these plays and just having such a strong, I don't know what the word is, presence in the middle.
And we welcome viewers on Channel 1 on Roses Live. You join us 12 minutes into handball. York leading Lancaster 6-0. They look excellent so far. Lancaster really need a miracle to come back into this, as they'll come forward again, still looking to get that first goal on the board. will fail to do so, and I think it will be another free throw for Lancaster. It's just, I think it's just smashed out of her hands now. I think it'll be another free throw for Lancaster.
I think so. York defence playing very strong, but maybe bordering on dirty.
Well, they can. That's six goals to work. That's an excellent tackle from the York defence.
I agree.
But the ref seems to disagree with me, and there'll be another free throw for York, Lancaster, as they'll put it onto that right-hand side, and it's defended excellently, and York will come forward.
He's travelling so
now.
quick.
Has Serpa in the middle, doesn't quite use her, finds Kilty on this side. To Cortera now, back to Serpa in the middle, to Duke now, has Blankenship on the right, doesn't use her. It's an excellent shot from Duke. Sorry about the pronunciation. But it's saved again by the Lancaster goalkeeper. So come forward again, favouring this left-hand side now, Lancaster, and they will gain another free throw. Quite a few free throws for Lancaster so far. That pass is just too heavy, and York will get a side for on this left-hand side, and it will go
travelling quick.
Dribbles forward, excellent save.
Brilliant from the goalkeeper.
Duke to Blankenship on the right-hand side. Off the post, and York nearly gain it back in possession. Excellent defence from Lancaster, bring it back to their goalkeeper, and they'll play it out from the back again.
Both goalies are playing fantastic. There's some really strong saves so far.
Lancaster will take it from the right-hand side now. Another York foul. Common theme, that and York scoring. 15 minutes in here.
Oh, saved by York
Lancaster
again.
tests the York keeper, but not quite enough yet. Serpa now to Kilty with a shot.
Wow.
Off the post. And
another shot for York. That's a goal. 7-0.
I've lost track how many times Serpa scored so far. Wow. We were told earlier she has powerful attacks and culling set plays, and you can see why they've told us that.
Absolutely. I think it's a very strong contender for player of the match there in Serpa. Lancaster on the attack again, coming in from the right.
Another save of the York keeper. Hasn't really been tested that well so far, this keeper. Lancaster's halfway through this first half and has shot away.
York defence are doing a lot of the work for the goalie, I think. They're keeping a really strong line. Lancaster.
Excellent chance to get there first.
Defence on it again.
Shoot. It's an excellent interception from Duke as they'll go back to Kilty on this left-hand side. From Serpa in the middle now. To Duke, has Blankenship on the right and uses her. Back to Duke to Kilty now. Serpa on this left-hand side. Defender.
Another goal for Serpa.
Another goal for Eleanor Kilty. 8-0 to York now. And I think York have taken it, Lancaster have taken a timeout. And I can see why. They'll need to regroup here, as it's been a dominant first half. First half of the first half.
Yeah. York defence are just absolutely pummeling the Lancaster attack. There's been barely a real save for our goalies so far. The defence have been so strong. But the Lancaster goalies are doing great.
Oh, yeah.
Lancaster goalies made some brilliant saves too. There's been some unlucky ones as well, bouncing off the post. But it is still 8-0 at the quarter mark.
If you're in this Lancaster huddle, what are you saying to this team now? They'll be down an 8-goal deficit here, but
I think you've got to say just Mark Serpa. Mark Serpa and Kitty. Yes. Keep them away from the goal.
Yeah, Lancaster do have a big crowd here. They just a bit quiet so far, dare I say.
Great support for Lancaster out here.
Really good.
And back into it. Here we go. Everyone's get back on the pitch.
Now, the scoreboard hasn't been updated yet. I'm pretty sure it's 8-0. But the scoreboard we're looking at.
We've said it now, but
we've said it now. I believe we get.
I believe it. Yeah. Maybe one of them's discounted. I'm not sure.
Who knows?
I didn't see the call, but.
And it looks like York have made a few subs, and the Kilty brought off. As Lancaster will be very happy, I'd imagine, with that substitution. Really dominating.
Lancaster start on the attack, heading up towards the goal. 96 to 10. Coming in strong from the right. And it's a goal for Lancaster.
Lancaster get their first goal.
The Lancaster stands have gone wild. There's so much support here for the red team.
Maybe they were listening to you, Phoebe, in that team talk. What was said could have come back beyond. On this left-hand side now. Serpa on the left-hand side.
Back to the middle.
Serpa now to the left. Back Serpa in the middle now.
Oh, I think it's another free throw for Lancaster. Oh no, for York actually, sorry, my correction. Lancaster move up on the attack again, moving quickly down the field. 96 goes for a shot. Oh, just over the top of the goal for Lancaster.
Lancaster started this second half of the first half really well.
They've come back with a vengeance for the second quarter.
Nothing to lose. Not how they wanted to start the game, but definitely how they wanted to restart after this timeout.
There's no reason they can't bring it back in the second half of the game.
It's a long sport. Still at least another 45 minutes here as Serpa finds Honeyman on the left-hand side.
Another save from Lancaster's goalkeeper. Wonderful. And the Reds travel back up the pitch, taking their time, controlling the ball.
They've clearly regrouped in this huddle. It seems like they're regrouping on the pitch field as well. And they get it
Coming in from the right
side, and the shot.
Oh, unlucky.
Is
another Lancaster free throw?
I believe so. I think it was just punched out of her hands, and the referee gives Lancaster the benefit of the doubt there. As it's intercepted, coming forward from Serpa. Serpa with
brilliant
the shot. Serpa with the goal again. Beatrix Serpa. Lancaster cannot stop her, and now York have 8. It'll be 8-1 to York.
Yeah.
Coming forward now. That's not what Lancaster needed. They had a bit of momentum in this game. They just need to do what they were doing before Serpa's last goal. As they come forward again, taking their time, and another shot off, and it's just to the left-hand side of the goal. So they'll come forward again. Honeyman on the right now.
Back into the middle.
Back to Harper on the right, looks to get a shot in. And I think she just stepped her foot into the goal crease.
Lancaster on the right, moving up slowly. Oh. Bit of a scuffle on the right, getting ready to shoot. 96 in the middle.
We do have confirmation, it is 9-1. I'm not sure what the scoreboard is saying. Hopefully it's saying 9-1.
It's good to know that we do know how to count. That is reassuring.
My maths A-level really coming to good use. As Honeyman has it on the right-hand side. Has Harper to her right and uses her.
Honeyman in the middle again. Over to the left.
And it looks like Eleanor Kilty brought on here for Beatrix Serpa. It seems a like-for-like substitution, especially in quality. As Harper has it on the right-hand side, forced to go back to for the restart. And she does.
If I go to the left, making a shot. Oh. Confident saves from the goalkeeper there. Lancaster on the attack again. Refs called it.
Again, adjust the foul. York is fouling a lot more than Lancaster, I must say. But it's working. 8-1 to the good here.
9-1.
9-1, my bad. See? Maybe I can't count. Lancaster will take their time, and the shot comes in. It's an excellent save from the York keeper. And then she will play out yet again. York coming forward. A bit more pace to them now. Is the pass just behind Eleanor Kilty, though. They're coming forward.
On the left.
Sure. Just get down to it.
Lancaster on the attack again. Oh, just wide on the left. Quick recovery time for York. They're heading up the pitch almost straight away from the goalie.
Well, they're trying to use that momentum that they have since their last goal. Lancaster did start after the timeout the better side, but they've just faded away a little bit. As Honeyman tries to find Harper, doesn't quite get that pass to go, and that is holding onto Honeyman. As York will come forward again on this left-hand side, and they'll get the shot off. And it'll be a
Just hit the
goalkeeper
outside of
goal.
the net.
Really good save.
It's an unfortunate angle that to shoot from. Lancaster going again. Another free throw for Lancaster, it looks like.
Lancaster's still taking their time
96
here.
on the attack. Number 96. Oh. It's deflected again by the defence.
Lancaster seem a little bit frustrated there. Just fear lack of options for them going forward so far. Unlike York, who've come forward again. Harper now, back to Honeyman. To Kilty now. Back to Kilty in the middle. The pass is just behind her. She'll run back to get it. And she will. Kilty to Honeyman now. Honeyman coming on this right-hand side. Looks to get the shot away.
Ooh,
saved by Lancaster's
save.
legs. But it goes back. Back to Honeyman now. Gets another shot off the post. But it's still in York's possession, but it comes off her foot. And the shot is good. Really excellent shot. But it just comes off
Unfortunately, after the whistle, so it does not count. But that was a great shot for number 22.
Lancaster come forward again now. Still looking to get their second of the day now. Crosses in, and I think that was a cross, not shot, and it was not good. But it's another free throw for Lancaster. Not too sure what the referee's decision was there. York have had their best ever season, they said, and you can see why. They've looked phenomenal today. There's another shot from Lancaster.
Yeah, they were third
This is
overall
wide.
in their tier of Bucks this year. They've been playing excellently, and as I said earlier, did beat Lancaster and Roses last year, the women's team. And it's sorry, that was Kitty again. Got distracted.
Going forward now, Lancaster get the shot away.
Just wide.
It's just on that right-hand side. York coming forward again now.
Kitty in the middle to Honeyman.
Pass just too heavy, and Lancaster will regain possession again with the goalkeeper now.
Lancaster moving up the pitch, getting ready.
A few more Lancaster fans fading in here. Mildly blocking our view, but I'm sure we'll get onto it as Kilty comes forward again. Another shot. And it will be a free throw for York. I think just pushing from that Lancaster defence, and Kilty, no, apologies. It will be Byrne to restart. Back to Kilty now. In the middle. Finds Honeyman on the right. Has Harper there. Doesn't use her. Saved from the Lancaster goalkeeper. Back to Byrne to Honeyman.
York free throw.
It'll be another free throw. They'll take it quick. Bryan
Honeyman.
now. To Honeyman, to Harper now. Tight angle. Forced to go back into the middle. Honeyman. Kilty. Oh, again, that pass just a bit behind that left-hand side attack for York. And Lancaster will regroup yet again. 24 minutes in here. York leads Lancaster 9 goals to 1. There's another shot.
Saved by the
For
goalie.
Lancaster. It does not.
Kilty moving quick down the pitch. Oh, fantastic save from the Lancaster
Excellent
goalie.
shot, and I'll get my first touch of the game. That's good to see. Kilty will restart from the right-hand side. Byrne now, let's get a shot away, and that
That's a
definitely
free
is
throw for
holding.
York.
And it will be a free throw. Kilty now onto this left-hand side. Gets a shot away. Ooh, just a bit too tight of an angle there.
Deflected over the top of the goal by the Lancaster goalkeeper. And Lancaster at the pitch again, back in formation. They need a goal here. Number 9. Oh, York defence again.
Another free throw for York, sorry. Lancaster, my apologies, and the shot is tame. It goes to the left-hand side of the goal, and York will play out from the back yet again. Slow few minutes we've had here. Been a while since we had a goal. As travel from York, and it looks like Serpa replaces Kilty yet again. I don't think Serpa was expecting to come on there, but she is.
They've rotated them out pretty quickly there. And they're both doing the same job. They're both doing some great, quick, powerful plays up through the centre, creating opportunities for other players as well, which is really impressive.
I'm unsure what's going on here.
York timeout.
Lancaster remain on the pitch now.
Okay.
It looks like both Serpa and Kilty are now off the pitch.
Oh,
a bit
no.
of confusion there. Anyway, Lancaster will hope to utilise 2 excellent players for York. I mean, this whole team for York's been excellent so far today.
Yeah, they're absolutely dominating the pitch right now. And there's some really... Ooh, that was weird. There's some really strong plays from some of the Lancaster players, but not the same consistency as there have been from the York players.
Honeyman tries to get a progressive pass there. Really good interception from Lancaster as they'll come forward quickly now onto this left-hand side. Look to get a
20.
shot off, and it's again from York.
Unlucky for 20 from Lancaster.
But guess what? It's another free throw for Lancaster. This common theme so far today is Lancaster. That is definitely holding. And no penalty given.
Lancaster attacker down. Back up again.
Lancaster come forward on this left-hand side, back into the middle now. That should be holding again, and
Yeah.
the referee agrees
And
with
it
me
is
there.
again.
Slowly getting the hang of this handball thing. 4 minutes to go in this first half. Lancaster with the ball on the right-hand side. York lead 9-1. I believe we're still on Channel 1 on Roses Live, so thank you for joining us on this. York have looked excellent so far today. Lancaster just can't quite seem to get going so far, I'd say. Would you agree with that, Phoebe?
I would agree. I mean, there's been some great plays from number 19 of the Lancaster side. Some really good attempts at goal, but the York goalkeeper is just a bit too strong. And they're on the attack again from York.
Neve Honeyman has it now. Gone to this left-hand side. York look to get a shot off. And they do. Saved again by the Lancaster goalkeeper. Really come into this game of late. Has not looked like anything's going to get past there. York do regain possession. I think might have been a few feet involved there as they'll come forward on this left-hand side now. But Honeyman in the middle to Byrne now. Back to Neve Honeyman. Shots away, and the goalkeeper gets down to her right-hand side really well. Lancaster come forward again. If Lancaster can get 1, maybe 2 goals just before this half-time whistle, this game could be very different in the second half. Could have very exciting.
It's unfortunate.
Last half an hour.
It's unfortunate that was many subs on the Lancaster team because this team could use a refresh. There's been a lot. They've been beaten down a lot this first half, and probably it would help their attitudes if they could get a bit of a fresh start second half.
Oh, that's an excellent finish.
Another goal for York.
I think that's Beatrice Serpa. She's come back on and instantly back in the goals.
This is the advantage that York have with so many subs. They can just rotate them out whenever they need them for certain plays.
Do get into double digits, I believe. As Lancaster have it in the back of the net, it won't count though. And Lancaster fans not happy.
Outrage from the fans.
The referee thought they were doing them a favour there by giving them a free throw. Not at all, as they'll get another shot.
There's a shot for Lancaster.
And they'll get their second of the day. And Lancaster fans on this left-hand side of me will now have something to celebrate as Kilty comes for.
Can they get one more before half-time? Oh,
They would hope
aggressive
so,
tackle.
and it's off the Lancaster forwards' feet.
Good sportsmanship there from the two
comes
players.
forward. Serpa now onto this left-hand side, and this pass back to Serpa, just too heavy. And they will regain possession on the, I believe that's about the halfway mark. 90 seconds to go in this first half. On this left-hand side now, York get another shot. It's low and it's saved. Back to Serpa! And another goal. Let's extend
I think we need a separate
lead.
Serpa scoreboards just for her goals.
11-2 to York.
Can Lancaster get one
now.
more before half-time? No, over the top.
Lancaster shot just over the crossbar as York will come forward yet
If they could get one more goal before half-time, I think that would really help improve morale in the team.
Harper now to Honeyman. Honeyman's pass gets to that left-hand side, but they can't quite control it. And Lancaster will have it on that right-hand side. The keeper takes long now, but it's a poor pass. And
York regain possession.
here come York yet
free
again.
throw.
Honeyman now, back to Serpa. On this left-hand side,
Back to Serpa
in the
again.
middle now. Honeyman is available, as is Harper. Honeyman doesn't use her. And the shot
Straight off the
at the
goalie.
keeper. Lancaster will come forward. Just 20 seconds to go in the second half. A goal
Number
now
19 coming in for an
Lancaster
attack.
could be huge.
Oh, just missed another Lancaster goal.
It's a good shot. Just the keeper gets there. And I think that actually went out for a throw-in for Lancaster here. As The referee wants that throwing to be taken again, it seems. And there is the half-time buzzer.
Wow.
York leads 11 goals to 2. They will be pleased with that. Lancaster less so. Thanks to Eleanor Kilty, Beatrix Serpers, many goals. They have looked phenomenal. I mean, the whole team at York have. I don't know how Lancaster can come back into this.
I think you really have to compliment both goalkeepers here. I think Lancaster goalkeeper was very unlucky with those goals coming in, but she's made some fantastic saves as well. And York goalkeeper, incredibly solid. The defensive team on York is very strong. I'm not surprised that we're so high on a goal difference.
But I'm going to go and check. It is 11-2. Let me just feel we ought to just check.
Yeah,
1 minute. I'll leave you in the trusty hands of Phoebe.
Yeah, good.
See what...
Okay. Yeah, so we've seen if you're just joining us, this is women's handball. We're currently at we think 11-2 score. The scoreboard is playing up a bit. We have told it's one more than the scoreboard says. So 11-2 to York. Both sides playing very strongly. York dominating the pitch, I would say. But the Lancaster goalkeeper and a few of their attacking players up to number 19 have had some brilliant opportunities as well. So just a very fast-paced, intense game. And it's very easy to see why I think some of them are getting a bit tired, which is understandable looking at the game they're playing.
Especially as York have that such a big bench. Lancaster do not have that joy. I'm not sure if you said it is 11-2. We do have confirmation.
Okay, good.
we still can count. Someone should probably tell the score.
I mean, not to jinx anything, but I think we may see a repeat of last year's Women's Roses game, which was, I believe, 31-9 to York. Yeah. York have had a very strong year in the Bucks tournaments.
Third, of course.
Yes, third in their tier. So I think this result isn't surprising to me, but it would be really great to see Lancaster come back and score a few more goals in the second half, because they had the opportunity. Okay, so it is now actually 10-2. Cool. My apologies, it is 10-2. We're getting told different things.
Who knows? Let me have a look. What do I have here? I was speaking to the York president earlier. He did say they have had their best ever season. You can really see why.
Yeah.
It's just, they've looked absolutely phenomenal. Arguably, though, if they won 31-9 last year, maybe they've actually had a bit of a slow start somehow. Yeah. I wouldn't have thought that.
I mean, there's also the men's handball team have not ever won a fixture at Roses.
Interesting. I believe the men's handball are on after us.
Yeah. We'll see if we get a similar result from them.
Follow York's successful first half. Anything to play for. Still another half an hour to go here in York, as York would look to take the 4 points on offer so far. I believe this is a woman in spotlight. One of the few women in spotlight matches we have here in York. I'm not too sure what else.
I imagine the women's football on this afternoon will be. I don't
yes.
know, 11 a.m. Sorry, not this afternoon. Please go tune in to Women's One's football, 11 a.m. It's going to be a really exciting game. Yeah, just go watch it. Women's football's great.
And if anyone wants to hear me later on, you can tune into the hockey. Actually, unsure what time that is. It's some hockey, and I have the darts later at 8 p.m, and so do you, Phoebe, but
I do.
Different darts.
Yeah, so if you fancy something a bit different for Roses, at 2:30 p.m, you can come watch the Vice-Chancellors play darts at each other.
Is that Charlie Jeffries?
That is Charlie Jeffries, and I'm not sure the name of the Lancaster Chancellor, but they were playing darts on air and in Hendricks Hall if you're on campus. So please come down and watch.
That that would be great.
Yeah.
I'd love to see Charlie Jeffries.
I'm sure he's a regular Luke Littler. I'm sure nothing can possibly go wrong.
I can't see what possibly. Maybe a long game. A few double
I don't know if we actually get points for that, or if it's just a fun little thing.
No, I think it's an exhibition fixture.
Oh, that's a shame.
Probably, luckily. I don't know.
We don't know what Lancaster's skills are like in darts. They could be great.
Is like, and it looks like. I think you're probably just filling up their water bottles now.
Yeah, nice long break for everyone.
Still
got
I would say.
some time, I think.
And we've been saying number 22 for you quite a lot. I've just got her name. Traore. On that left-hand side. Looked really positive so far.
She's been really strong helping people pass around in the attacking zone. Some unfortunate shots just bouncing off the side of the goal, but she's had some really great play supporting her other players.
She's really, really positive. I mean, I don't know if she'll play the second half. Played that full opening half an hour, so you can't blame her if she comes off.
No, it's a very fast-paced, tiring game, by the looks of things.
I certainly could not do it.
No, back and forwards constantly. I mean, that's why when I play football, I'm a centre midfielder. I'm not a winger. I'm not good for long periods of running.
Where do you play in football?
Centre mid.
Yeah, interesting.
I'm lazy.
No, I don't know. It's our position. I tend to play where they have me. Not the greatest player.
Fair enough.
If you're in this York huddle now, is it just more of the same in the second half?
I think so, because what can you really say to improve on the current performance?
You can't improve on that. It's just
no
excellent performance.
I think they might just be crowning Surf a player of the match already. I think in the Lancaster huddle, though, it's tricky because they don't have as many subs to work with and change their formation.
Just the two.
But there's definitely going to be trying to keep up the morale and just I'm not really sure, to be honest. It's hard to imagine how to act with that kind of scoreline.
I think Lancaster just have nothing to lose. They just need to go out, full guns blazing. They're not going to lose any more points if they lose 32.
Okay.
Well, I'm just meaning they need something in the second half here.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. They need some more goals in the net.
One thing for York, a few less fouls maybe. That really seems where Lancaster's chances have come from that three.
Definitely. Very aggressive defence from York, and it is working.
It is working.
But eventually it's going to cause it's going to end up in a free throw that ends up in a goal. They might need to watch out for that a bit more.
So about 3 minutes left of this half-time break. So I'm going to go and have a look at what the live Roses score is now.
Oh, God. It's going to be depressing.
I know, but then
it was bad
look
this morning.
At the scoreboard we have right now, hey? 10
let's do that.
To York. Currently, Lancaster are leading York 87-51. Of course, 172.5 points needed to win.
Yeah.
Wonder if we'll see either team snatch that today. York will need a good day.
Yeah, we need a very good day to come back from that.
But they've started it well with this amble. They've started it well.
Doing really well so far. We had some great victories yesterday with the cheer. Also with women's college football. They won 8-1, I think, in their match. What else was on yesterday?
Indoor hockey too. York women's had a good day.
We only just lost the basketball in the evening. I was watching that at home.
That was a good watch.
If you want to go back and rewatch it on the Roses Live YouTube, please do. Very intense game. Inching point by point, York and Lancaster.
The amount of three-pointers towards that final 2 minutes is excellent. Really on the edge of it. I was actually trying to get some names for this game. I thought, I've got to watch this. Well, it was a bit devastating when we lost. But
I'm glad I didn't pay money to go to the open ceremony and watch it. I just watched it at home on my live stream.
But that atmosphere seemed immense yesterday.
Incredible.
I mean, so does this one today. We have a really good crowd.
Really great crowds from the basketball behind us and also from the handball crowds too.
Especially for early in the morning on a Saturday for these uni students. Fair play to
Really
them.
strong Lancaster turnout too.
I mean, I struggled to get up at 8 a.m.
Oh yeah, I was yawning on the bus on the way here.
Oh, that's to get the bus. I just got to walk.
Ooh. Sorry, ignore that. Ignore that as well. I'm dropping things left and right. There we
go. I have the score, I believe, in the basketball behind us, as we've been talking about. I think Lancaster are leading 36-19. Probably.
Ooh,
not
quite
as good as your women's handball here.
That's okay. We've got plenty of time to recover.
Yeah, probably. Hopefully, anyway.
I don't actually know how long a basketball game is.
I think it's like 4/4 of 15 minutes.
Okay, so similar to us then.
Something like that. Yeah.
Plenty of time to work on it then.
Plenty of time.
Even more Lancaster supporters arriving right now.
Lancaster signs. They've travelled
Really
well.
great turnout today.
I think there's probably more Lancaster fans here than York.
I think we're about to kick off for the second quarter now. Oh no, they're just getting on. They're just walking around the pitch. Never mind. They're just walking around.
Just too many Lancaster fans. What can I say? Lancaster, though, do seem to stay in their huddle.
Yeah. We better have this kind of turnout next year when we go to Lancaster. That's what I think.
Of course. I think I can see a fan in that Lancaster huddle. It's hot in here. I've got a jumper on and I'm regretting it already. It was a nice shorts and a t-shirt yesterday.
I mean, it's been lovely weather for it this weekend. Not quite as
good today.
I'm glad it's gone down from 25 degrees.
Yes.
That'd be quite intense for playing sport in. But the level it's at now is quite nice. It is getting quite warm in this big metal dome, which is unfortunate. But we've got plenty of water, plenty of sitting down and talking to do. So I'm sure we'll manage. They're coming back on the pitch now. They're just kind of milling around. I think they're changing ends.
Yes. I'm sure
It's just getting ready.
We're on this right-hand side of the pitch. Fear, because of this change of ends, the action may be on this other side. Who knows? Lancaster may come right back into this game.
Yeah.
You can hope so.
Yes.
Bad. Not me.
Wow.
Lancaster fans can hope so.
Yes. We, as a community of media, hope that Lancaster come back.
Yes, we just want a good game.
Yeah, me and Flynn want York to win.
Believe in that York goal is Zoe Say, I think is how you pronounce it.
Yeah, Say.
Yeah.
So
She's been
Say.
really good so far.
And here they go. Nice big York huddle spreading out onto the pitch.
As the scoreboard seems to have reset.
Oh, that's not
there we
confusing
go.
at all.
They're fixing it now. I was a bit worried for a minute. I thought,
Okay, so kicking off the second half any second now. It is 10-2 to York. We're going into the second half now. And hopefully Lancaster can come back and get a few more goals in for those 4 Roses points.
Surfer.
One player coming back from the toilet break.
Guilty. Seems taking a little too long on the toilet. But they'll both start the second half on the bench, it seems. I think Fowl has came on for York on this left-hand side.
Yes,
So has
looks like
Haas. Haas. Well, Surfer will start for York here. Trying to make out a few more games. Believe who's that far on the fight? Kimberly Blankton on that right-hand side, come back on. Started the first half really well. Got a deserved rest. And York have the ball in their hands, waiting
for something.
Start. I think the time is counting down from something. I'm unsure what it's counting
end of the
down
break,
from.
I'm guessing.
But something anyway. And
Okay,
York will
any
get us
second
underway.
now.
And they do.
Here comes
Hannah
second
Bryan.
half.
Oh, that's not Hannah Bryan, my bad.
That's Serpa. Haas.
Pass now.
Over onto the right to Blankston. Back into Serpa in the middle. Kicks her time. Shot.
Already
Saved by
it's more of the
Lancaster.
same. More of the same from York, because that shot stings the Lancaster goal's palms.
Great save in the first few seconds.
Lancaster come
Lancaster's
forward.
turn
An
now.
early goal. Get a bit of momentum. This game could be very different.
Oh, 8-9.
Oh, excellent interception.
And they keep possession. Lancaster still on the attack.
And Serpa couldn't just quite keep it in her hands there. And Lancaster
Onto the
do
right.
regain it and
And
get
the
the
shoot.
shot away. An excellent
Good
save
save
from
from
Save, but
York.
it goes back out of the goal crease. And York.
That's
Yes, it is.
goal
I
throw.
was going to say. Apologies for any unsavoury language you may hear as the York come forward again. Excellent save from that Lancaster keeper.
Lancaster back on the attack.
Oh, that could be holding
Fighting
there.
possession in the
Referee
middle.
Doesn't seem to give it. And
And York
Serpa
are
comes
off.
forward now.
Shot. Goal for Serpa. That's another one for Serpa.
And we welcome listeners on UOI and Bailrigg FM. York leading Lancaster here, 11 goals to 2. About 90 seconds into this second half. York have looked excellent in this women's handball game.
Lancaster on the right, coming in for an attack again. Back to
Lancaster.
centre. Shoots.
Oh,
goal
what a
for
finish.
Lancaster. Fantastic
I
goal.
don't think even number 96 is surprised that one. And
Fantastic shot.
She looks amazed as she looks towards those Lancaster fans and cuts that deficit to 8. As York come forward again now to
Blankston.
Blankinson. Serpa. Ooh, tries to just
York
get a
goalkeeper
progressive
gets ready to
pass.
set it up again. Oh, sorry, Lancaster.
We have a Vuvuzela right by the mic. That's what you like to see. And another free throw for Lancaster. Good to see York still fouling on.
Another brilliantly quick start for both teams in the second half.
Whoa,
And another goal
excellent
for
finish.
Lancaster.
The goal is not given, though, I don't think.
Disallowed.
I think the whistle was blew just before the second time that's happened for
Entered the
Lancaster.
box.
They'll
And
feel
they try
disappointed
again.
as the pass is intercepted from Serpa.
And there
who
goes
dribbles
Serpa.
forward now. Excellent chance for
And she
Beatrice
shoots.
Serpa. Yes!
Goal for Serpa. That is now
Another for
12-3.
York as Lancaster will feel hard done by. They had it in the back of the net, but the referee did blow his whistle just before. I don't think Say realised it though. That goal probably should have stood. There's another shot.
Miss for Lancaster. That's 12-3 now to York in the second half. 3 minutes into second half. Sorry.
Excellent start for both sides. Both teams getting goals on the board. The Serpa now has it. Taking her time.
Back to Haas
now.
And Serpa again in the middle. She shoots. Saved.
That's saved, and Lancaster will come forward quickly. Excellent dribble, shot away!
For Lancaster.
Oh, wow, 12-4.
Number 96 is absolutely killing it in the attack right now.
Yeah, she is.
There's another goal.
She's really bouncing off this Lancaster support to her.
You
can hear them.
3 successful shots for her already, 1 disallowed. But that's another 2 goals for Lancaster's total score.
Lancaster started the second half really
Serpa.
well, but as have York on this back right-hand side to Blankenson now. Blankenson has Serpa and uses her. Serpa will look to get a shot away and does! 13-4. And those Lancashire fans have got a little bit quieter now.
13 goals to 4 for York.
Really quick start in the second half.
This half might be more intense than the first half.
I didn't think that was possible, but somehow it is. Lancaster managed to keep it on this right-hand side.
96 again, here she comes. Back again. Shoots.
Oh, really good block and save. Manages to just keep it in her hands, and Serpa will bring it forward slowly. Oh, that's definitely holding from 96 on Haas.
York defence are deflecting very strongly. Saved some brilliant shots from number 96.
And we welcome viewers again on Channel 1 on Roses Live. York leading Lancaster 13 goals to 4. About 5 minutes into the second half now. Really good game, fast game, and especially in the second half. Both teams really going at it.
And Blankenson on the right. Saved by the Lancaster goalkeeper.
That was brave to take a shot from there, but Lancaster will come forward now. Back to 96. Getting really
that's holding.
Running past Haas. She's desperate for a goal, and Haas does bring it down.
Free throw for Lancaster, it looks like.
Another free throw. And the Vuvuzela goes again. Lancaster now, 96. Tries to get past the defender, and that will be holding again.
Another free throw for Lancaster on the edge of the York box.
With that foul. Back to 96. Can't quite keep hold of it, and Foe manages it. Coming
Serpa
forward now. Serpa onto this right-hand side to Blankenson. Manages, just does keep it in play really well. The pass is just behind the right-hand side for York.
Holding.
And that's 96 again. Just really goes into that York defender. Quite unsportsmanlike as Foe just pulls out of her hands, and it goes back into Lancaster's possession, and they'll come forward again now.
So taking it slow up the pitch, taking their time.
Again, that's holding from Foe. There'll be yet another free throw for Lancaster. 96 puts it to this left-hand side now. Tries to fight 96 again and does keep it. And another free throw for Lancaster. My, oh my.
Number 20. Saved by York again.
Yeah, it's a really good save from the keeper. She's coming forward. She brings it forward now. Serpa to this left-hand side. That's Foe, the Frenchman to her left. Frenchwoman, I should say, to her left.
Serpa again in the middle. Oh, tackled by Lancaster. Oh no, back to York. Saved by York for Lancaster again.
But York will win a foul though.
Yeah. Again.
This Vuvuzela isn't that for the basketball anymore. This is now.
There's a very loud trumpet right next to us. I'm very
it's a penalty to York. My apologies.
Oh, wow.
Serpa stands over it.
Very intense. Come on.
And scores!
For Serpa. 14-4 for York Handball Women's. In just the 7th minute of the second half.
Didn't he get a yellow card be brandished from that referee there? So, of course, with handball, 1 yellow card, just a warning. Your second and third yellow cards, you will get a timeout, and the fourth a complete ejection. As York make a sub now. Haas back on, it seems. And a shot. Oh, it looks like
injury
just
to number 20
there a little bit. Number 96 for Lancaster did go quite strongly into her. Lancaster still keep the ball now. Oh, Blankenson managed to keep it well, just not managed to go into that goal crease. And they'll come forward now.
Up goes Serpa. In the face.
I laugh at Serpa's pass straight into number 5's face for York. And Lancaster come forward. Excellent dribble from number 96 again.
96.
What the second half. She's having
14-5.
into the bottom right-hand corner. The Vuvuzela goes again.
Something's happened in that half time, and Atlantic's come out with a vengeance. She is powerful, she is quick, she is taking every shot she gets, and she's making most of them.
Still a mountain to climb for Lancaster. Yes. Mountains are there to be climbed. Blankinson on the right-hand side now. Finds number 5, recovering her injury, and that manages to get past the keeper somehow.
I didn't even see that go in. Wow.
I thought it hit the side netting. Clearly not. York moved to 15-5.
Oh, do they?
Well,
This is what it looks like.
I don't know. I think, again, that's...
Controversial, we'll see.
Again, I'm pretty sure it's 15-5. Who knows? As York defend well, Lancaster forced to go
Pass
out to
between
the
the
back
free
again.
throw.
96 going
Goal
in.
for Lancaster.
And it's another shot that won't count.
Oh, no.
Lancaster really not happy. This referee maybe a bit too trick happy. Apologies for any unsavoury language you may have heard. On this left-hand side now, shot comes in.
Saved by York.
Gets her right hand to it. The shot comes back in
and again, straight to the goalie's
into her
hands.
palms. Serpa comes forward now.
So the official score still reads 14-5. We're not sure about that. There's been a few controversial goal calls, but we'll see.
Blankinson on this right-hand side. Puts into the middle to Serpa.
Serpa
Now.
Holding.
Once, and I think holding there will regain the
Free
ball.
throw to York again.
Serpa a bit deeper now to Haas on this left-hand side. Foul on the left, doesn't use her. Back to Serpa. Now tries to find
unlucky.
Foe. Pass is just a little bit too heavy, and Lancaster will regain position nearly 10 minutes into the second half now. It's been excellent. Really, both teams really at their best now. Oh.
Serpa's deflected. Makes up the pitch. Oh, Langston just misses.
Blankinson managed to keep it in possession now. It's a shot. Oh, yes!
Beautiful.
Now it's 15-5. Now Lancaster York lead by 10.
She almost dove to throw that. That was very intense.
And
Great
Haas
shot,
leaves the
York.
field for Kilty. Kilty and Serpa back on. It's gone from bad to worse for Lancaster, it seems.
They are slow coming back, though. Every goal
are.
counts.
10 goal
19 to 20
deficit
in the
there.
middle.
Coming forward
Free throw
now.
for Lancaster.
Another foul. Apologies for the buzzer you can hear. That's not... Oh, no, that buzzer
timeout.
was from our game. It'll be a timeout. Unsure who called it. A timeout nonetheless. About 10 minutes into this second half. It's been excellent. Really, really
What
good
an
from both
intense
sides.
game.
We thought this first half was good. It's had nowhere near
Only
as much on
gotten
the second
better.
half.
I've never seen a game quite as fast-paced and intense as this. They're just
I'm
going back
tired.
and forth, goal to goal.
I'm tired even watching this.
Yeah. Wow. Number 96 is, I don't want to say carrying her team, but she is.
She's come out a new woman.
Yeah.
She's looked absolutely excellent for Lancaster so far.
Yes.
I think that Lancaster coach might just be moaning towards the referees there.
There were some very unfortunate disallowed goals there.
I mean,
and it's not our call, but
it's not our call.
There were a
this is
few that
both
I'm
our
not
first
sure
time
about.
watching handball. It does seem unfair towards Lancaster. 3 times number 96 had it in the back of the net, beating Say. Have not counted, but she has scored.
She has scored
3
a good
times
number
the
of
second
times.
half. Already got her hat trick.
Must have been a great talk in half time because she has come out
It was that fan,
on
clearly.
a warpath. Everyone's coming back on now for the timeout.
It looks like she's came off.
It does.
Number 96 for Lancaster.
Interesting move.
Well, that's a surprise. Unsure why. She's ran into the stands, it seems. An interesting decision from Lancaster as they'll get a free throw now. They will
Here we go again.
Start us off with
19
10
in the
minutes
middle.
in. This right-hand side
Oh,
pass is
just missed it.
behind Lancaster.
Keep possession though. Holding, I think. Yeah.
Quite a lot of holding from York.
Yeah. Very strong defence. Oh,
The
goal
shot
saved.
comes in, easy save, and Serpa will come
Oh.
forward. And just manages to be kept on. Back to Serpa in the middle. Serpa a bit frustrated there. Finds Kilty on this left-hand side. Serpa now back to the right to
Baxton.
Blankinson. Serpa will look for a shot. Won't.
Kilty. Saved. Goal throw. Lancaster moving up the pitch again, slowly taking their time and getting organised in position.
Well, Lancaster have already scored more than last time these two teams faced in Bucks, where it's 16-3. York just one goal behind. I think it's been a better game, not that I was there. But already see, I don't know how any game can be this one. It's a shot, stings the palm of saying Blankinson will come forward.
They look a lot more well matched than they did in the first half. First half, York were definitely dominant, and now it seems fairly even skill level, which is really interesting to see.
I wonder if that's a break. Lancaster, of course. Well, now they just seem to have that one sub with 96 running into the stands.
Yeah.
York,
Serper on the edge of the box.
Going forward now.
Saved again by Lancaster.
And that was foul with the shot, the Frenchwoman. Coming forward again, Lancaster. Onto the left. Just managed Blankinson, that is holding. And then yet another free throw for Lancaster. Coming forward now, have space on the right-hand side. They do use it. The pass is a bit too heavy. She'll be forced to cut it back, and she does. And that again is holding from Kilty. Another free throw for Lancaster. The referee tells them to come just back a little bit as they get this back underway.
It's a dangerous game to keep playing such a strong defence, because eventually one of these free throws could result in a yellow card or even a goal. So although it is working for York so far, there's a lot of holding calls here. It is getting a bit much. Saved by York again.
Say looks really, she makes herself really big in this goal. So from our angle here, it doesn't look like anything's ever going to get past
No.
it.
York free throw.
As has this whole York side. Finds Kilty on this left-hand side.
Kilty
to foul
again.
Back to Kilty to Serper now. Looks to get a shot away. Kilty does!
Oh, doesn't make it
just
in.
on the right-hand side.
Unlucky. It's goal throw. Back to the start.
Lancaster needs, I'd argue maybe needs to hurry up just a little bit. They do have 10 goals to somehow pull back. And they have space on the right, it's not used, and they'll go back into the middle now. Back onto this right-hand side, shot away, it's tame, it's the goalkeeper's ball. And the goalkeeper...
Lancaster gets possession again,
too
quick.
heavy of a throw
York take
forwards, and it will be a free kick for free throw for Lancaster. Too much football.
You and me both. Good save from the goalie.
Hey, it's number 7 for Lancaster. Her shots maybe just a little bit too tame. We should get a little bit more on them. Say doesn't look like she's going
I
to
would
be
agree,
beaten
they're a
by
bit weaker than say 96. There's some, I would say easily saved, but not as hard to stop.
Oh, it's an excellent shot from number 5.
Throwing her
Falls
full
down
body.
to the ground for it.
That was a full body throw.
I think
attempt on goal.
I think it will be another penalty for York. That's why she fell to the ground.
Kilty taking, it looks like.
And Eleanor Kilty will take it. The left back.
Saved.
Excellent
Good
save. Just gets her fingertips to it, the Lancaster keeper, to put it onto the left.
And Lancaster approach again on the attack.
Now.
Onto the right, number 7.
There, and that will be holding on from foul again.
Got a much better angle of it now.
Definitely. Much better angle of this
holding.
holding. I've lost track of how many times York have held.
Number 9 on the edge of the
forward
box.
now,
holding.
and again it will be holding from York. Going to be yet another free. So take it quickly, back onto the space on this right-hand side. Not used, and it's holding.
Again.
Yet again. I like a holding counter as well as this.
It's a Serper goal counter and a holding count.
Yeah. It's 2 stats I'd love to see. Where's Opta when you need?
Another free throw for Lancaster on the edge of the York box. Over to the right, number 20.
Side.
Back into 19. Holding.
Holding again.
We're getting the hang of this now. We can tell when it is and when it's not.
Excellent spot, I must say, as York regain possession.
She makes the attack to
Serper
Kilty.
finds Kilty on this left-hand side, dribbles forward, and that should
onto
be a
the
foul.
ground.
And it will be, and York will have a free throw for themselves.
Kilty
And they
to
will take it
Sherpa.
slowly. About 15 minutes to go in this second
Kilty.
half. 10-goal deficit remains.
Sherpa again.
As Kilty, Serper, sorry. Another goal. Not a surprise at all. I'd see what's more. Who's got more, Serper goals or York holding?
Serper and Kilty are such a powerful pair. Once they get a good pass streak going, they're pretty much unbeatable. Oh, saved by York.
And York look to come forward quickly on this right-hand side now. Finds Blackinson now. Blackinson.
Over to Serper. Oh, that's another
excellent.
one for Serper. brilliant jump and throw there. She was miles in the air over the top of the defenders.
Into that bottom left-hand corner. And
Beautiful.
the scoreboard says 16-5. I question whether it should be 17, maybe more.
There's been a few questionable decisions,
few questions.
but we'll see.
We'll see.
We're not experts.
Frankly, maybe it doesn't hugely matter. York looked at...
At this point, we don't really quarrel about the scoreline.
I don't want to jinx it, but York
No.
do seem to have at least one hand on these 4
York
points.
have been dominant from the start, and it's not likely to change in this last 15 minutes.
Coming forward quickly, Lancaster now.
Holding.
We're holding yet again. This time by Eleanor Kilty.
Quick attack from number 19, straight in there.
Another foul. I do question where number 96 for Lancaster has gone.
Yeah.
Just ran into the stands.
Hopefully not an injury situation.
No, she was looking excellent for Lancaster. And it is noticeable that ever since she has come off, Lancaster maybe just look a little
lost
bit more
momentum.
tame.
I think
As they
so.
get another free throw due to holding. They take it. Has space on the right-hand side.
Number 20.
And it is used, and she runs into the goal
Off the
crease.
post.
And it will be York forward. They come forward quickly now.
Serper again. Ooh, misses. And Bagson. Oh, no, whistle was called.
Just went out there as Lancaster will come forward. Still with Lancaster onto this right-hand side. Number 7 now. Excellent interception from Kilty. And she comes forward despite the holding from Castle defence. Still with Kilty. And another
Kilty
goal.
again.
For Eleanor
17-5.
Kilty. Finds
Wow.
that bottom left-hand corner. Really
17th
excellent
minute.
dribble. Gets past her defender.
17 goals in 17th minute.
And Lancaster make another substitution. And York have
Langston
beat-
holding there, I think. Yeah,
York
free
have
throw.
beat their goal count from last time these two teams faced.
Yeah. Both teams just constantly going goal to goal, end to end. There's been barely any break for either of the goalkeepers.
Here's Surfer again. Shot away.
And it's a shot.
And another
off.
goal.
She's done it.
And 18-5 to York. A really
Wow.
good breakaway from Beatrix Surfer there.
Serper and Kilty are unstoppable. When they're in the middle together, passing back and forward, and then one of them gets a shot, there's nothing the goalie can do, unfortunately. But Lancaster are back on it straight away. They haven't kind of lost momentum. Fighting front end of the box. Serve it on the right. Into number 6. Oh, scrabbling for the ball. Has to keep possession. And back out to 19. Regroup.
Beatrix
And that's
Surfer
holding
and Eleanor
again. Oh
Kitty.
no, goal throw.
Ooh, there we go. And it'll be a timeout.
Quarter time. There we go.
And I've just had a look. Beatrix Surfer and Eleanor Kilty. I'd argue, unsurprisingly, York's captains here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Beatrix Surfer from Brazil. Long commute for her today. Eleanor Kilty, French. And now I'm sure she's come all the way
Definitely.
from Brazil just for this game. And boy, was it worth it? She's looked excellent. And about, I'd say, just over 10 minutes to go in this
Yes,
game.
just about.
Can you see any way of Lancaster coming back into this one?
I don't think so. I mean,
Very
although
blunt.
they seem a lot more matched this half. There's been a lot more pressure from Lancaster onto the York defence, especially with number 96 scoring some great goals. But making up 13 goals in 10 minutes doesn't seem feasible to me. I think they can definitely get some of their dignity back. Played phenomenally the second half. But a Lancaster win in this game doesn't look likely at this point, unfortunately.
Just important for York to not get complacent. Yes, they
Definitely.
do have a 13-goal lead, but you know, I reckon anything can happen in handball.
They've been giving away a lot of free throws, and anything could happen for one of those. So, just watch
Especially
it a
anything
little
can
bit.
happen in Roses as
Yes.
York still lead 18-5 and will hope to get another 4 points onto this Roses chart. And York coming for one last huddle as we have 11 minutes and 2 seconds to be precise to play. It'll be York to get us back underway after that timeout. Eleanor Kilty. No, not Eleanor Kilty. It'll be
Can't see the number from here.
Hannah Bryan.
Hannah
to get us
Bryan.
underway. There we go. Kilty on this
Straight to
left-hand
Kilty.
side now.
Back to Serper. Haas on the right. Serper again.
Serper now to Kilty on this left-hand side.
Taking their time organising, getting in position. Haas again. Oh, Kilty! It's another one for
Kilty
Kilty.
again. Well, no
19-5.
surprise.
Straight off of the kickoff.
the co-captain for York, doing wonders out here today. Lancaster come forward. Sevens move to this left-hand side. Lankinson falls to the floor, gets back up as the shot is again tame. But they will get a free throw, unsurprisingly. They take it, space on the right-hand side, and it's you now.
Almost taken by Serpa, but 19
tries to
keeps
intercept it. And if she stayed where she was, she could have had a 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. Just comes back to defence.
Number 19 for Lancaster, over to 10. Shot. Saved.
Coming forward now, Blankinson now on this right-hand side. Look at a shot off. And it's just tipped
out
over the bar from the Lancaster goalkeeper.
It's unfortunate. She's been playing so consistently all game. She's had some really great plays. Hasn't quite been lucky enough with the actual shots on goal. So hoping she gets her go before the end of the match.
You feel for Lancaster goalkeeper.
Yes.
I wouldn't say she's put a foot wrong.
No, she's very unlucky.
It's more a case that York has just been too good, I feel.
She's had some brilliant saves, same as York.
And sadly, it's the same for the whole of this Lancaster side. I don't think they're a bad team as another shot comes in, save by say. They're not a bad team, of course.
Both teams incredibly strong. Just luck and Serpa.
Take on third in Bucks this year.
Yes. If you're just joining us now, we're in the 20th minute of the second half, nearing 9 minutes to go. The score is 19-5 to York. Just another goal saved there by the York goalkeeper. And please go listen to us on Channel 1, URY, and Roses Live on YouTube.
I believe the Lancaster men's handball players coming in now. I think that's the game after us. So Serpa gets another shot away.
Is it?
Yeah, it's 20-5.
20,
and
there
you
we
won't
go.
be surprised to hear that shot, of course, went in. Just beat Lancaster goalkeeper to her left. I think Lancaster had just dropped it. They started the second half well with number 96, but for one reason or another, she stands now.
Holding.
Again,
Another
holding.
free throw for Lancaster.
From York. Mary Justice on this left-hand side, just come on now.
It's really impressive the way Lancaster are still playing so intensely and with such vigour. When you're this low, when you're this down on a scoreline, it's really easy to just give up. But they're still playing just as hard as they were in the first 5 minutes. Goal for 19! Lancaster number 19 scores from the outside the box.
That's more proof that they're still trying as hard as they were at the start of this game.
Exactly.
Excellent finish in the top left-hand corner. As I was saying
Lancaster's
earlier,
still fighting for the win.
Zoe say it didn't look like she was going to be beaten. She had nothing, could do nothing about that one.
Serpa on the edge, over to Kilty. Haas on the right, shoots. Straight to the goalie's hands, unfortunately. Heading back out onto the attack, Lancaster. Number 19's been a great driver of play. She's been really controlling the positions and where they're playing from.
And Lancaster try to get
Create
a
some
shot.
opportunities.
Pass seems to have just held her a bit too tight there. And there'll be another free throw for Lancaster, which they failed to do anything from. And Kilty will get this attack started.
Serpa and Kilty head up.
Kilty now on this left-hand side.
Serpa. Score for Serpa again.
Serpa again. Oh my word. I hope we're interviewing after this. I want to ask how many goals she scored.
I think we have to.
We really ought to. And it's 21-6 for York here. 7 minutes to go. Maybe this is just a fate.
Ooh, over the top.
Just goes over.
Unlucky shot for Lancaster.
In case of Lancaster, just saving some face maybe a little bit. Don't want to bit too embarrassing. It's always tough coming to an away, Roses, of course.
Absolutely.
Especially when York are as good as they are.
And the atmosphere is so intense here. There's been some great support from both sides. It's honestly been a really fantastic game to come and watch. So I'm glad I was, assigned to this game.
And Mary
New fan of the sport.
Mary Justice had it on the left-hand side, looked to get the shot in. I think her foot just went into the goal crease. And that'll be holding from Mary Justice again.
Lancaster free throw again. Over on the right side of the pitch. Ooh, holding again on number 19. Over to the left-hand side of the pitch, number 7, making an attack.
You taking photos to remember this special occasion here? I mean, as was I.
I'm going to get a photo of the scoreboard, I think, just to put my story later and say roses are white.
Apparently roses are pink.
No, roses are pink right now.
Not for York women's handball.
They'll
York
be later.
certainly white.
No, over here is very much intense rivalry on the stands over here.
York come forward again. Hannah Bryan. And they lose it. It'll be another free throw for Lancaster.
Yep.
Just panned to have a look at the score for the basket behind us. Lancaster are winning there. So at least they have something
Yes.
to write home
I think
for.
the points of these two games are probably going to cancel out.
That's a poor pass from Lancaster.
Is that Serpa again?
And Serpa will come forwards.
Just missed.
To the left-hand side. Unlike Serpa and unlike Kilty there with the shot.
Two unfortunate shots there.
Two shots just a bit wayward. You can't blame them. Just under an hour we've had here. About 5 minutes to go.
Despite how near the end of the game we are, the intensity has not died down.
No,
There's
not
still
at all.
some really strong fighting happening here on the pitch.
And we will have another minute-long time out here.
I don't blame them.
No, they'll be knackered. I was going to say, I'm not sure why, but I'd imagine it's mainly just a bit of water rather than tactics. I think this game, dare I say, dead and buried. About 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, unfortunately for Lancaster, I think we can call it here and say that roses are white in case of women's handball. 21-6 isn't something you can really come back from in the last 5 minutes. But Lancaster have played really well. I think they can definitely keep their dignity because they haven't stopped fighting the whole game, especially some of the central players, 19, 96. Really, really strong plays.
What was the stat you had earlier about the men's handball?
They've never won a Roses fixture.
York men's have never won the handball.
Never won the handball.
That'll be interesting. I believe they're in after this.
I think so.
Stick around.
What did they do? I had a photo of it and I've lost it. At Roses, 2019, they beat us 22-8. So pretty similar to this scoreline. And women beat them, but yeah, the men don't do very well. So we'll see how that goes later.
Might be cancelled out unless the York men can continue this momentum.
That'll be a good story.
It would be. I'd love to see it personally.
Yeah, victory for both York handball teams would be fantastic, but I think we can definitely settle for just this one, which I think might be called at this
I'm
point.
glad we got the chance to commentate on this one. There's unsurprisingly, Lancaster will start again with another free throw. Lancaster now.
Back and forth from the middle, over to the left.
Side now. Gets a shot.
Save by York goalie, straight to the
Falling down
hands.
to get that shot away, but doesn't test. Stay in the goal as the pass just
Failed
behind.
pass.
Foul. The Frenchman.
It's a Lancaster throw from the goalie. Over to the right-hand side, number 6. Back to 10. Heading over the left side now. Ooh.
Another free throw. Lancaster.
Familiar sound of the whistle.
Maybe Lancaster should be a bit more aggressive.
Maybe.
Maybe they
That could be
need
what
to
they're
learn that
missing.
for next year as the shot comes in
deflected
from the
by number
right-hand
20.
side. Deflected by
Foul.
foul.
Foul? I don't know.
Foul.
I'm saying it like the French word.
Foul. Probably you're right. She is French. That would make sense.
There we go then.
Lancaster
Corner throw from Lancaster.
Back into the middle now to number 19. Dribbles forward now.
Lovely switch there.
Lancaster really coming into this.
Oh, shoot from the right.
A few minutes. The
Back
shot
into the goalie's hands.
Bit too tame and say they'll come forward.
That's Serpa again. And a goal for number 9 of York.
Not a surprise as York moved to
Portage.
22-6. A 16 goal
3.5
deficit.
minutes left of this game.
There's a shot
Ooh,
blocked
lovely
again.
deflection from York defence there.
Goring, I believe.
Holding,
Amy
I think,
Goring,
there on Serpa.
Number 77 for
Okay.
York. As they'll come forward on this right-hand side again with a shot.
Oh, beautiful shot. Unluckily, that was saved by for number 35. I do hope Langston gets her turn on goal because she's been playing brilliantly all game.
Definitely. As York, Lancaster will come forward again.
Over on the left.
Zoe say making a big in the goal. Big in the goal, I should say. Coming forward, still at Lancaster. And that is travel, and York will receive the ball again. Zoe Say comes out to try and take it quickly.
Quickly to Foe on the left.
Almost seems rejected. A bit harsh on her.
Back over to Serpa on the right.
Serpa tries to find
lose possession.
Potter in the middle. Doesn't
Here come
quite manage
Lancaster.
it. Forward now. York don't have many women back. They slow it down enough and gift Lancaster a free throw and manage to get everyone back now. From the left-hand side. Coming forward, the shot is low. And Say gets
Easy save for your
well.
goalkeeper. Serpa travelling again up the pitch. Getting ready for a possibly final attack. Although, it's been a quick-paced game, so it's starting to get a few more in.
2 minutes to go here. Here's
77.
Goering now.
Oh. Free throw York, looks like. Holding. Serpa. Blankson.
Back to
Serpa
in the
again.
middle. Goering to Serpa now. Finds the right-hand side. Shot comes in. Ooh. Really
Intense hit on the
strong
goalie.
save, yes.
That's got to hurt tomorrow.
With about a minute and a half left, I'll let you do the player of the match, Phoebe. Who are you going to give this to? It's a two-woman choice, I fear.
It might be Serpa. I mean, you know, no one's surprised, but...
No. Emily Kilty might feel a bit hard done by as another shot comes in from Lancaster. Tame again, but the throw is poor from Say.
Yes, that's a goal for Lancaster.
And Lancaster, number 19, have a goal back. Gifted to them almost. So we say tried to get it out quickly. The pass wasn't what she was aiming for. Number 19 managed to intercept.
Into
Here's
Serpa
York
in the
again.
centre. 77. Oh, is that holding? Yes, it is.
Back to Serpa now after this free throw. Find Amy Gorey. 2 foul on the left. Serpa in the middle looking to get a shot off. Won't manage to, and she's brought down. Not stayed on her feet, but a defender did go down. It'll be another free throw. Corteo puts it.
We're now in the last 30 seconds of the game. Can York get another goal? Can Lancaster get another goal? We'll change the overall result, but
Atkinson.
saved by Lancaster.
The shot just a bit too
Could
tight.
this be a
and they'll
final
come
attack
forward
for
now.
Lancaster?
Number
Here we
19
go,
again.
number
Puts it onto the
7.
right-hand side. Oh!
Brilliant
The
defence
shot just
from
fell
York.
out of her hands, and York will come forward quickly now
5
with
seconds
Serpa.
left.
Still with Serpa, looking to get another one today.
Oh, saved
I think
really
that's just
beautifully.
kept out. And York win
victory.
22-7. They take the 4 points. It was a dominant performance, and you cannot say they did not deserve it.
Absolutely. What a fantastic victory for the York women. That was, start to finish, they were dominant, they were strong, they were a good team. Some brilliant plays between them, great passing. I don't think anyone can argue that they didn't deserve to win that game.
No, no, you've got to give credit to Lancaster. That would be tough. 22.
I think second half they definitely came back and
96
really matched
especially.
York.
They continued trying even when it was almost impossible.
Yeah. Never stopped fighting just harder than the first 5 minutes. Really impressive stuff from them.
You cannot blame Lancaster for that effort. It
No.
was just too good from York.
So that will be 4 points to York on the overall score table. Just have a look at where that puts us. So obviously, when we last left off, Lancaster were winning, and they still are. So it'll go from 87-51 to 87-55, which is an improvement. So that's very exciting for the overall score.
Very exciting. And York women getting the praise they receive in front of their home fans. Big cheers, and it's deserved. That is for
They
sure.
deserve that celebration, absolutely. Really exciting stuff over here in the arena. And men's handball are just arriving now, getting ready to set up for their game.
As we hope to have an interview maybe in a minute.
Let's see if the men's team can top that performance, because I'm not sure about it.
It will be hard, that's for sure.
Oh, I don't mind. Sorry, I'm just chatting to our producer over here. Yeah, so your women just celebrating now. We might get some post-match interviews for you guys in a second.
Sure hope so. I think our producer's running on.
She's going to go find someone.
To interrupt the celebration. It's been a bit bad for whoever we bring.
It's probably going to be Serpa or
You'd hope
Guilty.
so. Or
Let's be
Guilty.
honest.
Even if it's not, they were all excellent York today.
They were brilliant. Some
You cannot
amazing,
falter anyone's
amazing
efforts there.
players.
I think Zoe Say probably won't get the credit she deserves for that performance.
No.
Very strong in between the sticks there.
Yeah, brilliant. Some amazing saves, because number 96 was putting off some powerful shots, and to put yourself in front of that is very brave, and I could not do it. It's why I'm not a goalkeeper or even a defender.
Especially on handball anyway.
No, definitely not. Wow. I mean, some of those girls were playing dodgeball at certain points, it feels like. There was some really loud hits.
Definitely. Quite a few fouls from York there today. It worked, though. You know, no cards, it didn't seem like were brandished by the referee.
No, didn't affect their overall performance.
No.
Unfortunate for maybe reputation, but nothing too intense, just a few free throws for holding here and there.
No. Well, I wonder, maybe did 96 get a card that we didn't see? I'm unsure.
I think she might have done, but I didn't see it, so I'm not sure what exactly it was for.
But she was excellent. It seemed ever since she did go off, that comeback Lancaster were mounting just seemed to die down a little bit.
Yeah, they definitely lost a bit of momentum when she went off, but she did her best and she played amazingly for when she was on. Hope that she's not injured or anything. She did run off pretty quickly. Best of luck to her, because she was a fantastic member of that team. See all the men's teams warming up now. Everyone milling around, kind of congratulating the York team.
As they should.
As they should.
From that performance, I'm surprised York only came third in butts.
I know that. I wonder who's better than them.
Better teams than that. I can't possibly imagine who's next.
It's probably somewhere like Loughborough. They've got all the sports teams, haven't they?
They've done Loughborough.
They love their sports.
Imperial one. The whole of butts.
Interesting.
Didn't have them down as a humble university.
No, me either. But you know, didn't have us down as an octopus university either. So.
No, when is octopus?
I think there was one yesterday. There might be more. I'm not sure. My flatmate's in it, so I get all the insider info.
Your flatmate's in it?
Yeah. I've got a trampolining flatmate and an octopus flatmate.
If you want to watch any of those, of course, always on Roses Live.
Yeah, and you can watch them, catch up on them as well on the YouTube page. Please also follow Rose's events on Instagram for up-to-date Instagram stories of everything going on. And if you're here on campus, head down to the fan zone for some good food, some merchandise, and the most recent scores. It's a really good time. I think they'll probably start serving food fairly soon.
That was your women's handball here at Roses 2025. Meanwhile, we've seen the conclusion of the women's hockey thirds, so let's have a quick listen to what happened in that match.
That was a really good bit of play there from York, good counter-attacking with pace, and caught Lancaster game. Obviously with the home advantage. Out to Kate, it's a straight strike, and a goal!
No.
1-0. Oh, no.
No, not a goal. Sadly,
there.
the straight strike from Kate McCallum was too high.
Oh, transfer of position at the edge of the pitch. A shot just wide.
Long corner for York.
Jimmy on the wide. She's hit it, and it's a goal! 1-0 to York. The ball hit into the D.
It's looking fairly even, I think. York have certainly managed to apply more pressure in the Lancaster D. Lancaster have struggled to get it up, but they have managed it a few times, so it would be interesting to see whether they can capitalise on their possession of the ball in the York D.
While trying to find a more open option, try to cut through the zone. It's a really good zone defense by Lancaster, really slowing it down. Unfortunately, York still manages to score with Rory catching the disc.
Yeah, they broke through that Lancaster defence very nicely with some give-goes to start, and then lots of quick passes, which means it's very hard for the zone to get set in the right positions.
We are just at the start of the second half of the ladies' threes outdoor hockey. It is 1-0 to York. This game definitely stepped up in intensity in the second half. The crowd definitely much more behind. York has a really lovely reverse pass into the D from Page. Have a shot on goal, and it's in! Goal for York, 2-0. That's a really good shot at the keeper. The keeper gets a hand to it, but can't do enough to parry it away from goal. That's a really positive goal for York. Have the captain, Megan Hooper, and the vice-captain, Tilly Ellis, coming over.
Hi, Megan. How are you? I'm well, thanks. How are you? Good, thank you. How did you find that game? What was it like to play?
It was amazing. We won, obviously. And the girls, just amazing play. Really dominated the pitch, and we won. Yeah.
Oh, amazing. Vice-Captain Tilly, any challenges from the game you were reflecting on?
Oh, I think it was quite hard because we haven't played a game in a while, and obviously the heat is quite overwhelming. So it's been great to just have such a great turnout from the sideline. All the support and all of us from the team really supporting each other, egging each other on. It's been great.
That was another win for York in the women's hockey third. We're going to bring you the football women's first match in just a few moments. For now, let's quickly check in on what's happening over in the open third hockey.
But I think for this first quarter of this match, I think York has been all over the ball. I think
they've had the one opportunity, Lancaster, but I don't think it's been anything concrete.
But York have just able to push them back.
That was a fantastic error from the Lancaster defence. That's a fantastic tackle. And a foot, that's York's ball.
Yeah, that's York's ball. Lancaster
Jamie
foot.
Rogers on the ball looking for an option. I reckon he's going to go into the middle to Spence. That's James Pike, if I'm not mistaken. No. And I believe that is a Lancaster 16. See, the press is just fantastic. They're straight. All the top three strikers are always in a great position. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, everyone's doing their job properly. They're not man marking. They're obviously doing some sort of zonal press. But that's a lovely ball from Lancaster straight down the middle of the York midfield. And yeah, that's a Lancaster ball. I thought it'd be. Looks like they're going to try and get this over quickly now. What option are they going to go for? And it's fizzled out quickly by York.
Jamie Rogers straight on the ball. That's a lovely interception, lovely tackle, and that's a lovely ball out to the wing. Straight to, I think that's Wirral.
Yeah, and that's a foul for York.
Oh, that's Vinny.
I think they'll pass it over to the captain now.
I think it's absolutely. Spencer's just got an absolutely brilliant slap on him. I also have to say the fitness of the threes is absolutely fantastic. It's a testament to their training and their effort they've put in this year.
Yeah, they're so organised.
Spencer with a nice slap into the D. That's a great defence from Lancaster, and that's 69 running on the ball.
It's a counter-attack now.
Option. That's a great pass.
Oh, it's a great pass. It's one-on-one with the keeper now.
Oh, but he's fumbled it.
And it came off his foot.
That is very unfortunate. That is really riled up the York there.
He tried to tap it over the keeper, and he's tapped it into his own foot. So it was a really good opportunity there, but the keeper came out really promptly there to keep him outside of the D. So, yeah, credit to the keeper there.
I have to say as well, look at the setup of York straight away. The moment that foot happened, and that's just been hit a little bit too long from Luke Eagleton, but flicked up into a York player from Lancaster, and that's going to be a York ball just outside the D.
It's definitely a bit closer this year, I'd say. I think last year it was...
that's very unfortunate.
All York.
I think that was Donny just slapped it a little bit too long there. It's going to be a Lancaster ball. No, I have to agree with you there, Joe. It's a lot closer than I remember from last year's Roses.
Like, don't get me wrong, I think like York seem more organised on the press and stuff like that, but, you know, Lancaster have had one or two opportunities like just then as well.
I'd say York's definitely had more possession this game, but Lancaster, their defence is fantastic, and I have to say the keeper's made a couple of fantastic saves.
100%.
So Lancaster 16 playing around the back, looking for the transfer.
I think he's going to look down the middle.
The middle, I believe.
He's making that run.
That's a great ball, but letting it go. That player was
and that's going to go
position.
after a York 16.
See, looking at the midfield setting up already for the 16, I think they're going to go wide. Oh, that is Reece Foster just joined. This is his first ever Roses game, playing in the threes. That's a great ball. Normally plays as a keeper, but he's doing an absolutely fantastic.
We'll now go over to the women's football first very shortly, down at the athletics track as well. So very soon we will be joining them as well. Let's have a listen in and see if they've got anything for us on that live feed as we tune in. It proves to be a pretty big one for the football team. For the women's team, it's a big match. 4 points available very soon. We'll see if we can get that feed for you. In the meantime, let's enjoy a little bit more of the hockey open thirds before we cut away to the athletics track.
That was just
so they always tried a mid-air deflection almost. It's really creative from York.
Haven't seen many aerials this game. I've seen around 2, but I think Lancaster have got a pretty good chuck on them, I must be honest.
Yeah, I think that's their main threat, you know, that aerial from the back. I mean, you watch the professionals do it, they'll just chuck it if there's no options, and hopefully it gets to a player. So they've definitely got that aerial threat as well. Compared to York, I haven't seen many aerials from York at the moment. And, you know, it's a really good feat to have as a hockey player. If you can aerial it really far, really properly as well. Yeah, it's really nice. Lancaster with the ball now in midfield. It's foul on a Lancaster player. What they're going to do, I think they're going to pass it back to the centre-back. This player's open now on the left wing and the
number 6 is
centre-back.
in a fantastic position. He's playing it through the middle.
The centre-back needs to be looking left there. Number 60 was free. There was so much space down this wing here.
And that is a great defence from the...
And he's passed straight back to a Lancaster player. What they're going to do, there's no Lancaster
Reece Foster
there.
back on the ball. Excellent play from Reece. I think that's a York sideline.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, that is Sam Dickinson there with a new fresh trim. He used to have absolutely lovely hair, and now it is all cut off, but that's Roses for you.
Yeah, it's a tradition here in York to have
that was an unfortunate fumble from the captain, Spencer, there. He's just left the ball in the D, but he's got it back now, keeping his composure.
That's good from the captain, though. You can see his Roses experience there. He's made a mistake. He's rectified it immediately. He's stayed calm. He's not panicked. He's not invited the press either.
And that's a Lancaster sideline. Looking for some options. I think they'll play it around the back. They'll transfer. Number 6 is in another good position here.
I think Lancaster are missing that wide threat
Yeah.
when the ball is over on the other side of the pitch. They're missing that transfer
Yeah,
over.
number 6 is getting into good position now. But York's...
See, that ball there to 60 on the left should be a lot quicker. He's dribbled up, passed around a York centre forward. And no foul has been
York
given.
ball.
So now the York are on the counter-attack. It's been dribbled around
I
in.
think that would have been a back stick, but that is still Luca Eagleton. Great tackle there.
He's passed straight into a York
He's got
player.
absolutely
And he's passed
fantastic
it
pace.
around. What's he going to do? He's going to fire it in. Yes, he is. Looks a bit high. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
high.
tad bit too high there.
Yeah, it's been definitely more open. I think Lancaster have had that one concrete chance, but then York have had more of the concrete chances altogether.
I do feel like in the last few minutes of this game, though, we've seen Lancaster be able to push out and attack towards York there. Although some fantastic defending from the York side, as we saw.
As I said, though, they're missing that wide threat. I think, you know, they'd be having more joy, Lancaster, if they had that wide threat. Talking about wide threat now, Lancaster on the left
Here comes
wing.
Lancaster.
What's he going to do? Is he going to
Options
cross
in the
it in?
middle.
It's a bit of a
But that's
soft
Spencer.
reverse.
Excellent. Bit of a dangerous hit, but still playing.
And it's in the D
D.
for Lancaster, and York player fizzles it out.
Josh Spencer truly is an absolute brilliant player in the defence. He really is.
He's passed out front, but he's straight.
We're going to rejoin the action now at the athletics track. The football women's first. We're going to stick with that until the end of the match at 1 o'clock, where you can join us back for some more darts and tennis. You can find the rest of the hockey match that we've cut away from on roseslive.co.uk, along with all our other fixtures.
First few minutes of this game to try and apply as much pressure as possible to break Lancaster's defence.
Yeah, York have on top to start with, but Lancaster's defence has been holding pretty strong so far as this free kick gets taken. Can't quite see the T-shirt number as it's a bit away from us. It's a good free kick. Oh, it's a shot on target for York. Brilliant save from Lancaster's keeper, Lily Shevington. But it's a fantastic free kick. It's went over everyone, and that's the first shot on target for York.
Again, fantastic free kick, but Lancaster's defence is just not budging. They're holding up really well.
We could see Lancaster pressing forward nicely pushing the ball forward, but that's nicely cleared away by York's keeper, Ward, who is in shirt number 1. At the further away from us in the purple shirt. Here is a Lancaster throw in then, and that's gone straight back out. That'd be a York throw in now. Longer throw in. York press forward now. Keeper's got some work here. That's a nice take from Shevington, Lancaster keeper, and that's kicked away. Lancaster pressing forward now. This has gone to 90 95, Emma Brady, left back, tries to put a cross in, doesn't quite get there. York trying to clear it away. Lancaster still got the ball, and that's been swallowed up by York's keeper, Ward. So far, both teams evenly matched, as York's keeper kicks this, takes a goal kick, and that will go out for a Lancaster throw-in from number 95. As Lancaster try to, and that's again defended, cleared away by York, and that will be another Lancaster throw-in.
Lancaster were really responding to the pressure that York put a few minutes ago.
Yep, number 95, Emma Brady, takes a throw-in, and that's nicely navigated around the midfield by Lancaster. York trying to clear it away. Oh, that's a brilliant interception. Well played there. And that shall be another Lancaster throw-in, as this is nicely played into the centre. They're really putting pressure on there, Lancaster. York trying to desperately scramble, clear things away. But Lancaster really navigating the ball very well here. Brilliant block by York there. That's not come off number 13, Katie Lee, the forward, as York tried to press on. Brilliant block. Well played from Lancaster. That be a York throw-in. Oh, shouts for a foul. That looks to be a handball the referee has signalled, and that shall be a free kick to York from approximately 25 yards away. This will be taken. We can't quite see the shirt number from here, but I suspect she's gonna whip this across. Oh, decent cross there. Header from York, and that's gone over, and that shall be a goal kick to Lancaster. 2 shots from York so far, with 1 shot on target. As Lancaster's keeper Shevington prepares to take the goal kick. What do you make of this performance so far?
It's been really exciting for the first few minutes. It's been a few minutes, and already you can see both sides applying pressure. York with the free kicks and just trying to break through Lancaster's defence, but Lancaster isn't budging up. But on the same side, you can see Lancaster trying to progress a bit more and start to attack more.
York's pushing the ball forward now, and that's been left alone. Number 11, Isabel Cotton, the winger, can't quite get there, and it will be a goal kick to Lancaster.
I think this game is going to go down to the wire. Both teams are really putting up a good game so far.
I suspect this goal kick, yeah, it will be taken long. It will be taken short, sorry, as number 56 for Lancaster, Isla Fieldman. Oh, York's pressing forward here now. Lancaster's defence holds strongly now. York kicking the ball around, pushing it forward. Number 10. Oh, doesn't quite get there, and it's another goal kick to Lancaster. Oh, wow. Brilliant pressure from York here, pushing the ball forward very nicely, trying to look for gaps, but just can't quite get into the goal. York on top so far here, but Lancaster's defence holding strongly.
You can see the captain, number 10, doing really well to try and make some assists. There's a reason why she has the most assists within the Bucks League.
Shevington takes this this goal kick, and it's just been navigated around the midfield. Lancaster trying to push the ball forward. Some cheers from the away supporters, the Lancaster supporters, and they tried to push the ball forward. 74, and and York just managed to clear it away, pass it to the keeper with some cheers from York. Oh, Lancaster were very close to scoring there. As this goal kick is taken into gets to the centre, number 76 Lancaster, they're trying to press forward. Good interception from York's number 4 Katie Mallet. Sorry, not that one. Katie Starr, left back, good interception from York, and it'd be a Lancaster throw in from the right. And York managed to snatch the ball away from there, and they start pressing forward. Good interception. Lancaster win the ball back. Some passing around the midfield as they try to put pressure, try to keep possession. York clear it away though. Good header from Lancaster, and the ball goes out from York. And some fantastic defensive work from York. It'd be a Lancaster throw-in door.
Yeah, York have really seen how close that Lancaster goal was, so they're trying to make sure that the defence is on top and make sure that doesn't happen, that opportunity isn't created again.
Long throw in from Lancaster's number 4 Katie Mallet as they try to press forward. Oh, beautiful pass there. Oh, might have been a bit of a chance, but York have managed to wrestle the ball away, clear it away. They're pressing forward now, and it is intercepted by Lancaster's keeper. But York have won the ball back, and Lancaster managed to snatch it away. Oh, very evenly matched so far between both teams. Here comes Lancaster, they're coming forward now. Some good passing in the midfield. Number 74, oh, beautiful interception. Oh, that's very well played from York's number 7, Bailrigg, winger, blocks it, and it will be a Lancaster throw-in. Fantastic interception from York there.
Great communication between the players from York and the defence, making sure that it's difficult for Lancaster to create any opportunities.
95 throws this in. Lancaster keeping possession in the midfield here. They're happy to pass it around. York's defence is putting oh! They have won the ball back now. Number 13 and Lancaster win the ball back again in the midfield. That's cleared away by York. That's coming towards us actually. It's onto the athletics track, and that's nicely cleared away, and it will be a Lancaster throw-in from the midfield. 56 collects the ball. That's Isla Fieldman, centre back. She's gonna throw this in as Lancaster try to clear this away, but York keeping the ball in the Lancaster half here, trying to press forward, but some good footwork from Lancaster as they clear it away. 74 trying to tackle, trying to get the ball off, and that's a good interception. That's just gone out. And it will be a Lancaster throw-in. Fantastic interception there. Not a throw-in. It's a free kick. It looks like there's been a foul at the right of the midfield. So there'll be a free kick taken from approximately 40 yards out. This is being taken by Lancaster's number 78, puts the ball in the box, header! Oh, and that's fantastic defensive work from York. I think this will be a Lancaster corner, though, as York had the last touch as it went out. So it's the first corner of the game then to Lancaster. This will be taken by number 76, that looks like, Annabelle Medley, central midfielder. She'll take this free kick. York will be trying to look to clear this away. Lancaster will be looking to get the ball in the box and take advantage of this set piece. Let's see how York defend this set piece. Well, it's well defended. Header, but the danger's not quite cleared away. Lancaster still. Yeah, York have cleared away. And there's a foul in the mix-up as well. That be a York free kick. Good, fantastic defensive work from York. Really dealt with that set piece well. As York, we can't quite see the shirt number from here, but York take this free kick. She kicks it long into the midfield. York pressing forward, coming towards the Lancaster box as the danger's not quite clear, though. And there is a foul in the build-up, and Lancaster will win the ball back. Oh, fantastic defensive work, though, from York just a moment ago with that set piece, though, clearing it away as Shevington from Lancaster takes this goal kick, and York win the ball straight back as they press forward from the left. And to Lancaster cheers, they have won the ball back, but they haven't quite cleared the danger away, though. York are really trying to press to take the lead. York have won the ball back now as they navigate it, but Lancaster have stolen it back. They're trying to press forward. Brilliant interception from York's number 6. Dean Evie Shardlaw, right back. Wonderful interception from her to stop a potential Lancaster counter-attack. And Lancaster's number 95, Emma Brady, with the throw in. Looks like a foul there. It's a free kick to Lancaster as their number 74, Millie Travers, the striker, has been brought down, so a free kick to Lancaster. The number 6, Emily Crossland, psychology student at Lancaster, takes this free kick. Ball in the box, but York have managed to clear it away. Wonderful cheers from the York supporters. That's a fantastic clearance.
Earlier on, you could just see how.
You can catch the rest of the football on roseslive.co.uk. For now, though, we're going to take you courtside at badminton for the mixed. Sorry, we're going to take you to the badminton mixed down in the Sports Village.
Straight into the midfield, and Lancaster win the ball back as they try to.
And I was lucky enough to see this fixture last year in Lancaster. So it's really cool to come back again this year to see how both sides have progressed. And I'll be joined later by Theo, who is the York badminton captain, I believe. So, Lancaster trains 3 times a week with coaching by first team captains and an external coach. They've been recently doing a boot camp to gear up for this Rhodes competition. The mixed event, along with the other badminton events, tend to be taken by York. But last year, Lancaster won, and it was the first time they'd won in the mixed event since 2016. Over in York, the mixed team has not been that successful in York or the Yorkshire League, and they've only had 1 win this year. They train 3 times a week. Intense training, reduced to only the Roses squad, has made training like more specialised and intense. Got a couple star players in the mix. Andrew has a great smash, so look out for that. And a very solid defence. Alyssa, who is the ladies' captain, is the strongest woman playing in York, and is an extremely well-rounded player. So there's lots to look out for over the course of this afternoon. Well, this morning, going this afternoon. They're just sweeping the pitches, get everything nice over here. Earlier they were doing ultimate frisbee. And so it's just been a bit of a transfer period where we're getting everything set up, all of the nets, all of the scorecards. And I'm seeing some really great signs over the pitch. There's lots of like Roses Are White, UYBC, University of York Badminton Club, making it look Eloise, which I think personally is a great pun. I think they're really bringing it. I haven't seen many Lancaster signs so far, but I really want to, because they're pretty good. All the ones I've seen. There was one earlier, I think from York, for the ultimate frisbee, which the name of the ultimate frisbee team from Lancaster, what is Fish, for some reason. So someone from York had a sign going, "Sorry, I'm vegan," which I think is a great understanding of your enemy. You're really like getting in there and finding specific ways to call them out and really challenge them. The current score at Roses is 87 to Lancaster and 56 to York, with 172.5 points required to win. So it looks like, you know, it's not that close of a competition at the moment, which is what we really want at Roses. We really want a good challenge. So hopefully this will be a very interesting, very intense, very close competition between both sides. I think we're hopefully still getting ready to go. There's 2 York players and 2 Lancaster players currently practicing at opposite ends of the court. Very intense, but hopefully it's getting underway really soon. So just hang in there. This is my various thoughts on the state of play. They're really, embracing the colours of York and Lancaster. Yeah. I have just been joined by my co-commentator. Hello.
Hello, I'm Theo.
You're Theo.
Yeah.
So, what's your experience of badminton?
So I'm currently the team president of the University of York team. I've been playing for the team for 3 years. Before that, playing badminton here and there, as you do. But yeah.
Have you played in Roses before?
I played Roses last year for the Open 2s. Haven't played in the mixed, but I've been loving that division for years and years as well.
Great.
Yeah.
So do you know what the results were last year for all of the various badminton competitions?
So last year, York or Lancaster won all of the events other than for the women's ones. So it was a poor outcome from York, but yeah. The year prior, it was completely flipped. So only the women's ones won for Lancaster, and everyone else was won by York. So it's really a flip-flop. We'll see what happens here today.
It's very up in the air what the outcome could be. Okay, well, I watched the mixed last year, which Lancaster obviously won. It was very intense though.
It was a great game. Mixed is extremely fast, so technical.
So fast. Can be quite hard to keep track of, but can be like there's the moments where it's like someone hits it really. My knowledge of badminton is sometimes questionable. Someone hits it really hard. The smash shot.
Yeah, no, it is amazing to watch. And obviously in mix with a man and woman on the court, as it typically is, it offers different tactical advantages. Often typically the man will smash harder, so you've got different targets to aim for, different things to avoid as the opponent. The woman tending to try and take the net, attack the net, and therefore that will probably what most players here today will be trying to do. We will see.
So the crowd, one of the things I always love about Roses is wherever you go, whatever sport it is, no matter how early it is, there is always a crowd around who are very loud.
Absolutely, and especially with badminton, almost 200 memberships bought this year across team and club, more
Really?
in college. So it's quite, it's got quite the community, and obviously clearly a lot of them have turned up today, as is standard, more from the York side, but also we've got some Lancaster viewers here today.
Yeah, very popular, clearly, and I'm looking forward to seeing that energy as we actually start this
absolutely.
fixture. There'll be 3 courts going over the course of this morning and afternoon. Got 1, 2, 3, naturally. Each will have a match going at the same time. Why don't you explain the setup of how this is going to run, is it?
Yeah, so we've got 3 pairs for York, 3 pairs for Lancaster, all compete against each other in a round-robin competition, and with 1 match-up between each match-up between Lancaster and York, there'll be a best of 3 sets to 21, and then overall that will account to 9 games, and quite simply, whoever wins more of the 9 games will win overall. A lot of good badminton to be played.
So it's first to 21 points?
First to 21 points. If it's 1 point difference, then it's 2 clear. In an unlikely event that no one has broken a 2-point deficit before 30, then the winner can win on 30-29. It would be unlikely we see that.
Have you seen that happen?
Not me personally, but it has happened this year in the Bucks competitions.
Wow.
So yeah, a real nail biter when that does happen, but we will see.
Yeah, well, it's all a waiting game now.
Absolutely. Team's final tactics are being discussed, consulting with the fans, getting photos and whatnot.
It's some very cool signs over by court 3.
What a brilliant goal! All that pressure that Lancaster has been building up on the attack, and it's a fantastic goal. That looks like number 20, Fionn Evans, the centre midfielder, with the goal for Lancaster as they have taken the lead 1-0 Lancaster.
Yeah, great goal from Lancaster. You could see those short passes in order to apply pressure to York, and just York's defence was
As the ball comes, whoopsie, the ball has just come towards me. But the ball has gone out towards us, funnily enough, as I nearly kick it back in.
And even before that goal, you could see Lancaster were trying to progress, and now finally their efforts were worth it.
Yeah, Lancaster are looking like the stronger side at the moment. The amount of pressure they have put in, given how good York's defence is, Lancaster's attack have really managed to expose the defence, and that was a fantastic goal. And it was coming as well from the right, as this throw in from Evie Shardlaw, number 16, right back. York will be looking to respond to this quickly, but Lancaster have won the ball. They're pressing forward again. They're pressing forward. Number 74. Oh, that's a beautiful interception from number 10, from York's number 10, and it'll be a Lancaster throw-in and a wonderful block to stop a potential counter-attack from Lancaster.
You can see Lancaster now trying to attack a bit more to try and increase the lead they already have and make it more difficult for York to equalise.
Yeah, Lancaster kicked the ball out, and it'd be another York throw in as they try to press forward, but Lancaster's defence holding strong. This is a good cross! Oh, and it's a fantastic clearance from Lancaster. That was a chance for York. That was a delicious cross put by the York player as York try again to press forward, but they're not able to get past this Lancaster defence. They're looking more confident, Lancaster, growing into the game after having taken a 1-0 lead. And Lancaster controlling the ball around the midfield. They try to kick it forward, but York win the ball back again as York try to navigate the ball around the midfield as they try to press forward. That's a good ball, but Lancaster have won it back again. Lancaster navigating the ball nicely around the midfield, trying to keep possession and keep the pressure on, but York have just won it back. That's a good cross put forward, and that is well kicked away by Lancaster's keeper as the ball is navigated around the midfield, and that's a free kick to Lancaster. There was a foul, number 20 brought down, and should be a free kick to Lancaster from the midfield area. Lancaster will be looking to try to kick it forward, try to potentially put the ball into the box and maybe get up to 2-0. Lancaster will be quite happy going into half-time if they can manage to double their lead, as this free kick is taken by Emily Cross, number 6. It is a nice ball, it's a delicious ball, there's a scramble for it and it's just been cleared away, and it will be a goal kick to York, and some cheers from the York supporters as York's defence has managed to hold nicely and quite strong there. We can see some chants of Yorkshire from the home fans as York try to press forward, but again unable to. Well, now they managed to get past the midfield. Now York have won the ball, and number 10, brilliant interception from Lancaster's number 95. That's a fantastic block, and it'll be a throw in from York. Lancaster's defence holding quite strong here.
York are going to look to create an opportunity here and equalise the score.
Rafi Briggs with the throw in for York as York try to keep possession around the midfield area. They'll be trying to create an opportunity. They'll be pressing forward now. They're pressing forward. Number 7 with a cross, and that's blocked away, and that be a corner to York. Brilliant block from Lancaster. That was as number 7 was looking to put a cross in there and potentially look to equalise. Another opportunity, though. Lancaster will be looking to defend this set piece.
As you can see, Lancaster already preparing to defend the goal really well from all the Lancaster defenders. You can see them tagging up.
Let's see how York do this corner. And cheers, thank you. We have had some better mix fitted on. Just a quick update on the Portland Roses score. Lancaster 89 and York 56 is the latest update of the Roses 2025 score.
You can see Lancaster creating short passes between them to try and make sure that York don't have as much time to react as possible.
Yeah, as Lancaster tried to press forward from the midfield, but it's blocked away by York. Lancaster have managed to win the ball back though, but again York's defence holds strong. And there's a foul in the build-up. This looks like it's gonna be. Will it be a York free kick here? As number 11 was brought down near to the edge of the midfield. As we're just Yeah, it is a free kick to York. It will be taken from about 50 yards away. Let's see what York make of this. As the ball is put forward, Lancaster clear it away nicely. And Lancaster looking to press forward now. York's defence holding strongly though. York, as the home fans cheer, York trying to press forward now, but they're unable to get through Lancaster's defences.
York again trying to create as many opportunities as they can.
Yeah.
But the Lancaster defence is just not budging.
Yeah, York are pressing forward now.
Oh.
York are pressing forward. It's number 10, ball in the box, brilliant cross. This is an opportunity for York, and it's cleared away by Lancaster. That was a chance for York, though, wasn't it?
Clem again with the amazing side shot, trying to create again as many opportunities as she can.
As York York clears the ball away from their own half, and it be a Lancaster throw in. Number 95, Emma Brady with the throw in.
Despite the windy weather, there's been so many people from both universities who have come out to support their own teams.
Yeah, the turnout for this fixture has been absolutely fantastic. We can see both sets of supporters really cheering on their team. Just a reminder to all our listeners on radio, the current score is Lancaster 1 after a fantastic goal, which was really coming. It was a nice strike from the right, from about 15-20 yards out. As the ball is kicked out, it comes towards us commentators and it rolls away to the tennis pitches, and it looks like this is going to be a Lancaster throw in. There's a substitution happening now. Number 13 is coming off now. And she is being substituted by number 13, Katie Lee, the forward for York, coming off, and she is substituted by, I can't quite see her T-shirt number for me, but, well, number 9 it is, Paige Malm, who is another forward, and she is the joint top scorer for York. Lancaster, again, controlling the ball nicely around midfield area. Oh, looks like a foul in the build-up there. Number 16 is down, and this will be a free kick to York. Brought down just in front of the midfield. As this free kick will be taken. We can't quite see her T-shirt number, but we will get it for you when we see it. But this York free kick.
It'll be interesting to see how this free kick goes. Whether York are able to again create another opportunity and finally score.
Yeah, York are looking to create a chance, but the free kick is cleared away nicely by Lancaster as they try to press forward, and York's keeper Ward has cleared it away nicely, and that's the danger gone. As this throw in will be taken by Lancaster from around the central. From the midfield, Lancaster trying to press forward. It's a good cross, but York looking to clear away. Oh, this is an opportunity. This is a chance. York's defence holding strong, and that is nicely cleared away. The danger is gone. There could be a counter-attack here. Oh, this is fantastic pressure from York. I thought there would be a counter-attack, but Lancaster have just managed to clear it away, and there is a throw-in.
York are really trying to use again every single opportunity to equalise and put pressure on Lancaster.
They are indeed. It will be another throw-in from Lancaster as the ball has just gone out from York. It's looks like number 96 with the throw-in. And the ball has gone out. There's a foul there, I think. A player is down, number 96 from Lancaster. Mena Shavers, the right back, has been brought down on the edge of the pitch. And there's a brief pause just to check if she's okay. It'll probably be a free kick awarded here to Lancaster. While she's checked, what do you make of this game so far in terms of the York defence and how it has been?
The York defence again has been really strong. With that goal, with Lancaster winning, you could see a bit of weakness from them, but they have strengthened back up.
Yeah.
I think they're just trying, the York team, they're simultaneously trying to defend so York don't score any more goals, but at the same time create opportunities to equalise. So it's really interesting to see how they're doing that.
Yeah, this throw-in will be taken by York's winger, number 7, Rafi Briggs, as York try to press forward now. Number 5 really looking to press forward now. That's a fantastic pass. It's in the box now. York have won it now. And York...
so good
York
from
have
York.
missed an open goal there. Number 9, Paige Mann, the forward. That was the best chance of the game so far.
So close from York, honestly.
Yeah. That was so close. They have missed a golden opportunity. There was an open goal there, and their number 9 has. I mean, there was some pressure being created by the Lancaster defence as well. So credit to them for, despite the goal being open, the pressure from the Lancaster defence has managed to not allow them to go through. As Lancaster tried to press forward. There's a bit of a tussle in the midfield, but Lancaster still got the possession. They're just knocking it about in the midfield, just trying to keep possession, keep the pressure on York. But York
Another opportunity from York.
Through. York have managed to break through. Number 11. Trying to put a cross in. Brilliant defensive work from Lancaster.
I think that might be a corner to York.
It was fantastic defensive work, but it looks like the ball has just gone out of play there, so it's not quite a corner. Be a goal kick taken short. As number 4, Katie Mallet kicks it forward into the midfield, but it's gone straight back to York as they try to put pressure, but the pass is too heavy. It misses everyone and be another goal kick. Goal kick to be taken by Lancaster's keeper, number 26, Lily Shevington.
We're going to join now the handball men's. We join an equal game between Lancaster and York. 5-5 with a goal just gone to Lancaster. Let's see if they can pull back.
Right back's coming in. Tries to lay it off to the line. And the line manages to somehow get the ball into the goal.
This is one even game. Can you hear the crowd behind me?
We've got the crowd behind us. They're going crazy.
There are some big fans here.
Apparently we have some York supporters behind us.
I think they have a lot to say.
Plenty of Lancaster supporters around here as well. Over to centre.
Ooh. Oh, still on the floor.
And we
Is
have
he
the
okay?
centre down. Is he injured?
I'm sure.
They've called a temporary pause in the time. See whether he's all right.
Zolo okay?
That's number
Is
49.
he going to get subbed off?
Number
Ooh,
49,
nice
Alawula.
handshake there. And he's back in the game. Nothing stops him.
No, he's back up. He's
Made
all right.
of steel. Incredible.
It is a penalty, though.
Doesn't look a bit in pain, though.
He's going to be taking it. Thomas. Here he goes. Is he going to score?
Here comes Tom Plum.
It is another goal for number 10. The score is now 7-5. 7-5 to York. Over to centre. Toby. Because of that penalty, they're down a player. So they're playing. Oh, and Miles the line shoots. He loops it over the goalie. What an absolute goal. That's great.
Down a player
The
does
score is
not
now
stop them.
6 to York. Still a close game. It's all to play for. All quite tense. It's hotting up in here. It's a shot from number 29, the left wing. That was Isaac Elliott. Back with Lancaster possession. We've got the left wing coming in a second line. He takes a shot.
Might have just come off the keeper's foot.
He took a shot, but he was in the D, unfortunately. So it is therefore
Oh,
York's
that's
ball,
not allowed.
York turnover. Score is still 8-6. Coming into centre with 10. Left back. Centre takes a shot. Comes off the line. Over to the right wing. He takes a shot, but
Hamilton
Antoine is
saved us then.
It's now Lancaster ball with Toby. Over to James. Back to Toby in centre. They're still down a player.
Will they stop
The
them?
shots are still coming.
Yes. The York fans are limited to just 2 words at the moment. But the support is strong.
That is a foul, so it's York's ball.
Back to Tom Plum again.
Number 49
no.
is going to take it.
Ola. Okay, moving it around.
Centre over to left back. Over to left wing. Left wing is going to shoot. What a
that
goal.
was good.
From left wing, number 29, Isaac Elliott.
They were good at finding who was free
He's
there.
on fire today. Score is 9-6 to York. They're pulling away a little bit. But York, they are playing very well. Lancaster's still in it, though. Thomas takes a shot through the wall. 10 is very angry that he got through. That is a goal for Thomas, making it 9-7. What a game this is. Number 10 in centre. Thomas. Over to left back, back to Thomas. He lays it off to the right back.
Staying on.
Somehow the right wing keeps it in. And he passes it back to the centre. They're moving around. Around the D, trying to find a gap.
Oh, wow.
Miles goes for the take for the steal, but he doesn't manage. It
That
is a
went
foul.
straight through number 8's
Back
legs.
to York. Ball. A 9-metre throw. 11 is taking it. 11 is May. Over to right back. Back to Thomas in 10. In the centre. Thomas lets it off to the right back. He goes in for the shot. And he scores. He manages to
Another good
weave his
shoot.
way through the defending line. Nobody stops him, and so he scores. The score is now 10-7 to York.
Ooh. Is that hard to come back from?
Sorry?
Is this hard to come back from?
It's all to play for. We've got half time coming up where they'll be able to talk tactics and see whether they can change anything. Owen Neal, the goalie who's just come on, has got his hands in the air. He is not happy with the calls that are being made by the referees. But it is a 9-metre play, carries on for Lancaster. Over to James Roberts, now James Rocker, now Thomas, and over the right wing. Right wing takes a shot. What a goal from number 33.
That was good.
Lancaster scoring 10-8 overall.
Far and
York's
wide with
ball.
that one.
There is no rest in between goals. It's a very fast-paced game. That is a foul. James Rocker takes him down. He's not happy, but don't argue with the refs. It is a 9-metre ball for York. Over to the left back, number 10, Thomas. It is another foul. James Rocker.
Oh, now the crowd is getting divided.
Wow, it's getting heated.
It's not sounding good around me.
There's a good foul from Lancaster. Over to the right back. Right back is coming into the centre. Is he going to take a shot? No, he is stopped by both Miles and BJ.
They took his glasses off.
It is a 9-metre throw for York still. Over to the right back. He's running into the centre.
He is fast.
It's another good foul.
But not fast
Great
enough.
stop by
And he's still
James
on the floor.
Roberts.
Is he okay?
He might be injured. He is currently
Little
down.
sore shoulder. But he's back in the game. Oh,
He is subbing off.
Oh no, he's gone. Who's he coming on with?
Who's coming on?
Number 16 or 18? 18. Incredible. James Clapham. Okay, James.
This is York ball. Over to the centre, number 49.
Let's see how he's performing. Incredible.
Over to the left back. And it is a shot, but it is wide.
Yeah, that was nowhere
Neal
near.
with the number 1. And now it is Lancaster's ball. Over to Thomas Hill. He's going to go for a shot. What a goal. He manages, doesn't even have to jump into the D. He shoots through the wall.
Support is good.
Into the top right corner of the goal. The score is not 10-9 to York. It's all to play for. You can see how quickly the score can change. We have left back, centre. Centre takes a shot. Oh, Owen nearly saves it. It is so close. But York score, making it 11-9. That was another goal for number 10, Thomas. He's on fire today.
A one-man band. He's
Over
incredible.
to right back, James Rocker. Over to centre, Thomas. It's confusing that both centres are called Thomas. Lancaster ball. Nice little switch. It's called a weave in there. And what a shot from James Rocker.
They are definitely trying to
The score is
equalise.
11-10.
It's getting close.
James
getting nervous.
Rocker. Did you know that he is playing every day this weekend at Roses?
Wow.
I think that is half-time being called now.
Right.
Time has stopped. That is half-time.
I wonder
They
what
are
this team
grouping
talks
up.
like.
They're going to have a little think about how this first half has gone.
I wonder what the
See
tactics
how they can change
are.
their tactics. Yeah. What a game.
Feelings.
You enjoying it?
Oh, I'm loving it. I'm new to this sport and I didn't realise how aggressive it was.
Oh, it's very fast-paced. Absolutely incredible game. Might run through some of the rules if you're watching this and actually don't really know how handball works. It's a 7-a-side game, as you probably tell. There are 2 goals. There's the 9-metre line, and there's the line that you cannot shoot inside. You have to jump over the line and shoot into the goal without stepping in it. If you step in it, then it is a foul, and it's a turnover ball. If you manage to jump and shoot and it goes in, that is a goal. However, in the defence line, you can what we call wrap people, where you can stop them in their tracks, and that then slows down the play.
Aggressive bear hug.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what I'm seeing it as.
And it's a very physical, intense game. I'm looking at all the players,
Right,
very sweaty, quite tired, but they are back on. We are about to start the timer again. The score
I have
is
no idea how this is going to go.
11-10 to York. It's still all to play for. The past 2 years, the Lancaster men have beaten York, but at the moment, York are winning against Lancaster men's.
I wonder if this will stay up. Unsure.
Over to right back. The game is very intense. Neither team want to throw this away. It's still high intensity. Over to left back with number 10. He's coming into the middle. He's going to lay it off to number 48. Number 49, sorry. He takes a shot and it goes
Massive jump.
over.
But that was too high.
Trying to find the ball behind.
I still got the same.
We're going to take away from the handball. You can finish that stream on roseslive.co.uk. For now, we'll take you courtside to the team doing basketball women's first down in York Sport.
Hello, welcome to the Women's Ones Games for Roses. Can you say anything?
Yeah, it's Oscar and David commentating from the men's ones.
Yeah, we had a very, very good game. Good lineup. We've been watching them warming up well, getting nice and loose. How do you feel?
Very confident.
Very confident. Yeah. Roses are white. York is going to win. Yeah, hopefully this will be a good game. Normal rules of basketball. Nothing different.
Do you know what I want to see? I want to see one of them
Dunk it, yeah. No, I want windmill alley-oop behind the back. That's what I want to see. Yeah, this should be a good game.
The game should be starting at 12 o'clock.
Women's team are Division 2.
I believe so. They came second in their league.
Yeah, so it should be a very, very good matchup. Yeah. And they're going together, getting ready for the game. Game starting at 12 in 1 minute.
The guy from Lancaster with the microphone needs to get a job.
Okay. Let's see it. York are on the court first. Oh. Let's see.
York have their starting 5 on the court already.
Yeah, with Davey at the 7. 7 Wu. 12, 14, and I can't see. And 4. If you're watching right now, keep an eye on 4. She's the captain, arguably the best player on this team. She's an amazing three-point shooter. All right, let's get this Roses game started, shall we? Lancaster and York are playing right now. Must-see TV.
Number 4 and number 19 tip-off.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, that's our game began. Straight to York's ball. Dribbling in, going in the front, passes to 4. Going baseline, that could be dangerous. Pass back out to 7.
That's a
3-point. Oh, unfortunately, rebound by York. Bang! That's York's ball.
Number 12 with the easy lay.
York lead 2-0. Foul. Was a foul on 93, going for 2 free throws. Let's see, setting up for the free throws now. You know, it's dangerous, 20 seconds in. Already getting fouls. You know, York needs to be careful of not getting team fouls.
I'd also just like to shout out the 2 refs for being here today, especially Onk. He's here for all of our games.
93 misses the first one. This one's live now. Basket's good. Oh.
14 on the ball for York right now. Swings it. Oh, and it's stolen by 94 from Lancaster.
York's ball now. Looks like 14's running the point, passing out to 7. Back on the 3, good drive baseline. She's gonna have a bit of trouble there. She drives in, reverse leg. York's ball on the inbound. Looks like they're running a stack here. It's a very good play. Swing it out to 14, back to the 3-point. Driving in. Big 2, big bang.
4-1 for York.
Lovely, lovely shot there, driving through the middle.
Good steal.
Oh, nearly.
So close. Good.
Miss from Lancaster. Pass it out to the 3.
89 on the ball. She pulls up 3.
Bricks it.
Big break.
Ow, big foul on travel on 89.
Travel call.
Very good news for York.
We're definitely not biased at all.
So bringing the ball down now. Just passing and cutting. Oh, through.
Lovely drive.
Unfortunately misses the shot. Lancaster rebound. 93 bringing the ball up. Passing out to the wing, no shot. Back to 89. Oh, good.
Ooh, good steal by 4. That's a foul.
What's that?
Who's it on?
Foul on Lancaster. York ball.
York ball. Oh, York starting off very strong here, leading 4-1. Still a very early game though, Oscar.
It is. Still 8 minutes left.
Oh, wait, hold on. Good steal by Lancaster. Foot's on the line, unfortunately. York
That's
ball.
York baseline ball.
Running a stack again. Only issue is it gets a bit predictable if they keep doing it. Yeah. Still York's ball
again.
Good defense by Lancaster, though. Good inbound play by 12. Good pass. Oh, lovely pass back out. Oh, pass in the middle. Good pass out.
Free ball.
Corner 3. Doesn't go, unfortunately. Running
93,
transition.
running it up the court.
Foul.
That's a foul. 93 shot. That's two shots.
That's a block all day. It's a big crowd for this game.
I believe it's bigger than the men's twos crowd.
I think you're correct. 2 shots coming now from 93.
And she makes the first one.
From watching the practice, 93 was one of the best shooters on their team. So we're going to have to be careful with fouling her. And that's 2 for 2 for Lancaster.
She's 100% from the line.
So York still lead by 1. Back out to the 3, asking for a screen. Passing out to the wing. Oh, interception. Still York's ball.
Lancaster, still York ball.
Lancaster's really putting up a fight right now. Really putting up a fight.
York's still up by 1 point.
Inbound play back to 7. Oh, that's a 3.
Up for the 3.
Bang! From downtown. 7-3. Back up. That's from Lancaster. Unfortunately, does get the air ball. York's rebound.
14.
Back out. Transition play. Paul's got the ball. Goes for a shot. Long 2. Doesn't go. Lancaster rebound. Jump ball.
Jump ball.
Jump ball. Oh, there's a foul. Foul ball. Lancaster's. Again, they got to be careful.
93, bring it up the court again. Clearly a star point guard.
Yeah, 93's playing very well.
91. 84 posting up. And she loses the ball.
York's ball. Good defense from York. York's got the ball, bringing it down.
Lancaster running a 1-3-1 zone.
Passing it out on the 3. Drive baseline again.
There are people standing in front of the commentators right now. It's blocking our vision.
Lancaster's ball, bring it up. 91. Passes out for the 3 line. No shot, back to 93. Goes for the 3.
Goes for the 3. And she makes it.
From downtown. Good shot from 93.
7-6 for York.
Again, I'm telling you, oh, might have an injury on the floor here.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, that's tough. That's an injury right there.
Number 90, limping off the court.
And that might be one of their tallest players. Yeah, claps for the Lancaster player. Unfortunately injured. And where York's ball, bringing it down. Swings to 7. Out for the 3. Pass back. Oh, good defense by Lancaster.
Ooh,
getting through.
Ray.
Oh, my.
Where's the foul, ref?
Oh, good hustle from York, getting it back. Back out to the 3. 3 ball. Bang!
That's 10-6.
As I was saying, Oscar, got to keep an eye out on 4. Her shooting.
I'd also just like to shout out all the York players with the white bows in their hair. Very coordinated.
York's got good defense. You've got to be careful, though. They're on the paint.
And
out.
That's got to be out.
York's got to get those rebounds if they want to have a chance here. Oh, good in pass. Fade away. Bang. Good shot. Very nice fade away. Very tough.
Fade away.
Again, York still lead by 2, 10-8. About 5 minutes left, half-time. In this first quarter here.
Whole lot of yap back
Another
She pulls
another
up
3
again,
for 4.
and
Unfortunately, does
that
not
is
hit. Rebound by
a close
Lancaster.
one.
Lancaster bringing up the ball here. Unfortunately, loses it, managed to get it back.
There's a lot of people in the paint.
And it's going to be York's ball.
The refs don't seem to be 3-second rule.
Bit of a miscommunication there from Lancaster, I think.
Timeout has been called.
So what are your opinions, Oscar, on this game?
It's been a good game. York's been hitting some good threes.
Yeah, no Lancaster. I mean,
Good defense as well from both teams.
Yeah, very good.
As at the beginning, I personally want to see a dunk, but you know.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the windmill alley dunk, but I spoke to some of the York players. They said that's coming next half.
Yeah, I reckon.
But no, the threes have been good. It's been a 3-point game. I do think as well. I think York's got better ball movement at the moment.
Yeah.
I think
elite ball movement.
But then again, it could just be. I think York's defense is pretty good. But then again, Lancaster has been getting rebounds.
Facts.
This is good. Looks like we're going back. 5 more minutes in this first quarter here. York
That
leads.
is the end of the timeout.
Let's see. York strategizing here on the bench. This could be anyone's game.
York currently on 2 team fouls, Lancaster on 1.
So, oh wait, Oscar, what defense are they, is York running?
That's an excellent question. They're on offense right now, buddy.
What's Lancaster doing? Looks like they're doing 1-3-1.
That is Giles Abernay.
1-3-1's a good idea.
The sec. 93.
Can't leave 93 open, pass by 93, unfortunately.
Good D.
Misses
Good
it.
steal from number 4.
Still Lancaster's
have the
ball.
ball still. 94.
Oh,
blocked by 4.
Oh, absolutely get out of here.
Get out.
Absolutely get out. Oh,
and
two
again,
blocks
bro.
again. I told you, keep your eye on 4, trying to get up, doesn't
Get
go.
those rebounds.
York's rebound.
Let's go, York.
Good
Number
by
2 with the
14.
rebounds.
4's got the ball. They got to be full. Oh, good steal by Lancaster. Oh, going for the transition play.
Transition play, 93.
Can York
she
defend
make
it?
Oh,
No,
she
misses the open layup. York's got the ball. The 1-3-1 so far has been working pretty well for Lancaster. York do have some shooters. Just driving in. What's that? Foul. Foul called.
Foul called on number... It would be great to know, wouldn't it? But, you know.
Inbound play. York are running stack again. Oh, that's York's ball. Yeah, well done, ref. No way. Oh, yeah, York's ball.
It's nice, Lancaster ball.
Lancaster's ball.
Don't know how Lancaster ball.
Yeah,
Ref made a really bad call.
Who paid these refs,
disgraceful, bro.
Who paid them? 93, I'm telling you. Good press by 11. Good interception. Unfortunately, out. Very good defense, though.
It's good D.
Very good defense. Lancaster's ball. Foot's on the line, York. Silly mistake. Silly mistake.
That is York ball again.
That's going to cost Lancaster a possession right there. And mentally as well. If you make a silly mistake like that. Brilliant. Passes out. Interception by Lancaster. Going to call, what was that? Going to call foul call? Foul call.
Lancaster's
ball.
Inbound ball, Lancaster. 91 to inbounds to 93. Clearly the star point guard. I said this earlier. Can she actually do it for Lancaster? I don't think so. 91 pressing up.
Oh,
and
unfortunately
she
doesn't go. York got a rebound, driving. Oh, she's too quick.
12
too quick.
Court.
Oh, that's tough.
Tough.
Oh, unfortunately doesn't go. Good rebound. Oh, unfortunately a foul. Lancaster's ball inbound.
Substitute. Number 9, Valentina. She's the social set currently.
Again, subbing in, 97 for 89. All right, again, giving it to 93, the point guard, running it down. Can they lock her up?
With the crossover, good screen by 97.
Oh,
Ooh,
amazing
wide
pass.
open, and
Unfortunate
shoots
it.
wide
Gets the
open.
rebound.
Gets the rebound.
Puts it back. Puts it back.
That looked like netball, but, you know.
York's got the ball here
Let's go
now.
number 12, bring it up.
Asking for a screen, picks up the ball. Oh, absolutely faked. Oh, good
Nice
rip.
jump
What are they going to call it? Jump ball. Jump ball.
York ball.
In-man player. Will they run the stack? No, they're running out of 4. No stack this time. There we go. Good ball, York. Trying to drive. Baseline does not work. Going out to the top.
Drive in, kick out.
Good,
to number 9.
good defense by Lancaster.
Swung to 11. Swung to 12.
Oh,
And that's
it
good
doesn't
D
go.
by Lancaster.
Slowing down the game, I like that. Not pushing anything. 93 on the ball. Good screen. Go. Oh, good pass. Count to 91.
91.
Faked, and it's going.
Ooh, close one.
Unfortunately, doesn't go. Good rebound by Lancaster. York.
She thinks she's Steph
York
Curry.
Green to work out boxing.
York need to get those rebounds. York currently down 12-10. 1 minute 50 in the first quarter to go.
Yeah, they're going to be careful with 34. She's getting those offensive rebounds and just putting them back in. Back out to Fawn. Back at the top. Good drive. Unfortunately, rips off. Oh, good hustle.
Good hustle by number 12.
Back to 4 on the side, trying to drive
That's
in.
a foul. Call the foul, ref. Ref is blind.
Intercepted by Lancaster. 93, point guard, giving it down. Transition play to 91.
Transition play, can make it.
Yeah, and it goes.
Tough layup.
No foul call.
Interesting no foul call.
Lancaster lead by 4 in the first quarter.
Number 12, bring it up the court.
Passing it out to
4.
Back out. Right,
our vision is being obstructed currently. We might have to ask the spectators to move out of our way. Don't mind us.
93, dribbling it
bring
down.
up the court.
Pull by 93, long 3.
And she airballs it. Nothing but net. Nothing but net.
The crowd's loving it, shouting airball. Hopefully that doesn't get into her head. Back out 27. Good. Again, York need to work on their passing, I'm telling you. Lancaster have been... Oh, she was out. Good call, ref.
Good call, referee.
Good call. York's ball. Lancaster still lead by 4. 37 seconds left on the clock.
In the crowd, I see the men's ones from yesterday. That was a very good game.
Yeah, good to see that coming out to support the women's team.
Personally, I think York should have won. It was a close one.
Yeah, it was rigged.
I lost my voice yesterday as well.
Unfortunate pass again.
That's good hustle by 91. 97, bring out the court.
97.
Her foot's on the line. Foot's on the line again. Good call, ref.
Good call.
2 times in a row. She's got to watch out for that foot.
Again, I know, if you're a point guard, you want to be going middle. You don't want to be going to the side. The sideline's another defender. Like out 9 is open.
Interesting screen by 27.
Again, that's nearly another turnover by York. And that's York's ball. Good call. 10 seconds left on the clock. Lancaster lead by 4. Inbound player. I think they're going to go for a stack.
They're running a stack play, York.
No, they're not. They're not. They're running a staggered. Got the ball, passes it. 2 seconds left.
Where's Brown?
Oh, absolutely blocked.
Left, 3 seconds on the
3
shot
seconns left on
3
clock.
seconds. Lancaster or York is going to have to go for a 3-point play right now.
York's ball, inbound, 3 seconds. Goes for the shot. Unfortunately misses it, and that's the end of the first quarter.
Honestly, it's been a riveting game.
Yeah, I think York really need to work on
the rebounds. The rebounds and boxing out. That's what they're missing.
York's shooting fairly well, though.
They are. It's just special mention to the captain of the women's team, number 4.
Yeah, playing exceptionally at the moment. Again, I just do think it's the some sloppy passes coming from York.
I agree.
Yeah, we'll see. Doing well. Lancaster lead 14-10.
The crowd is going wild. Can see number 80 with the horrendous haircut from yesterday on the one team. He's standing on the sidelines.
Absolutely violated. Unbelievable. I can see the captain of the men's two in the crowd as well. Good to see men's twos coming out here to support.
Men's twos and men's ones captain both in the crowd.
Lovely to see. Lancaster's got quite a big crowd as well. Lots of signs. All around just good vibes.
Good vibes.
Good vibes.
Saturday morning. A lot more to come today.
Close game. Close game already. I mean, 4 points, that's absolutely nothing. You know, York can really turn this around. And of course the fouls reset as well. Which is going to be in York's favour.
It is, that's very true.
It looks like we're going to come start the...
There's currently a little gremlin obstructing my view. His name's Dexter. He's normally on the scoring table. Shout out.
Yeah, shout out
What
Dexter.
man.
Shout out Dexter. Lancaster's ball. 91 inbounding. Inbound from 91.
88, first time on the court.
Yeah. Pass back out.
91 in the corner.
No shot.
94 posting up in the posts.
No. Ow, blocked by York. Brilliant block.
She makes the lay.
She comes on the court, she gets a bucket.
Good rebound and layup from 88.
Very nice shot from 88. York trail by 6.
York really
Captain's
need to
on the
find their
ball.
flow if they're going to start coming.
Beautiful screen by 27. Before she just rolls off of her foot. York needs to run back on defense for this transition
91
play.
running it up the court, and she loses the ball.
Back to
88.
88. Good
A lot of
interception. Oh,
bodies
beautiful
in the
interception by
post.
York. On the ball. Can she score?
Euro step.
Yes, she
can. Tough up.
Absolutely amazing. Beautiful layup by 12. 88's got the ball, calling the play, wants a screen on her left side. There we go, there it is. Back out to the right, open three, pulls it. Bricks it, unfortunately. Rebound by Lancaster. York need to get those
really
rebounds.
Getting these rebounds seems like a reoccurring thing from the twos game.
88 on the ball now. Dead ball, passes back out. Big three. Fortunately misses it. Rebound by Lancaster, back out. Again, it's the same thing. York really need to be careful of getting these offensive rebounds.
They need to box out.
I do think there's a bit of a height to see.
Really? I'd say they're pretty even, honestly.
No, 91 is catching lots of boards. She's playing very, very, very well.
91-96, definitely bigger than the York team.
But skill-wise, I think York's in the clear.
Got to make those threes. Good
screen.
by 7.
Pass back out to 7. Back to 12.
Swing,
in the corner now.
swing.
Screen left, going baseline. Cut. Through. Big foul. Come on, refs.
Pineapple's got a call.
88 on the ball now. Bring it again. Back out, tallest player on the court to 91 now. Back in 97, open shot. Doesn't choose to go for it. Goes for a drop. Back out. Back to 88, open shot for it. Misses it, but it's a foul. It's a foul call. Bit of a late foul call, may I say.
I agree.
But a foul call nonetheless.
That's 2 shots for 88. Foul on number 7. First team foul this quarter for York.
It's important to make these free throws. 88.
Personally, she shouldn't make these free throws.
No, I don't think she should. She's on 2 points at the moment. See if she can make it to 4. First one's dead, no defense. Can she make it? And it's not good. Good news for York, her missing that. This one's live. I hope York gets the rebound, because they need it.
And she misses those free throws.
Ball gets
Again
back
with the
up.
rebound.
And Lancaster is doing very well rebounding.
That's a foul, referee.
Good ball, ref.
Get her off. Get out.
I would have given that an
Get
unfortunate
out.
slide. It's York's ball. Timeout called. Again, York 12, Lancaster 18.
91. It's the wrong sport. You should be playing rugby.
Trailing by 6, York. Then again, it's very early in this game.
It is.
The game is
Still
nowhere near over.
7 minutes and 47 seconds left of this quarter.
So how would you say York is playing, Oscar?
Honestly, I feel like they played better in the first quarter. They've gotten off to a slow start in the second quarter.
Yeah.
They need to get those rebounds.
Rebounds.
It's key.
Absolutely.
Those rebounds. Also
Absolutely.
on the offensive rebounds.
I do think York is shorter, which is a significant disadvantage. But as long as they box out.
But I've seen them dunk it before. They got hops.
Oh, yeah.
They got hops.
They just use their body weight against them. Well, it should be York's ball here. Coming out of the timeout. Crowds going crazy.
The crowd
York's inbounding
is in
it.
fact loving it.
12's on the
game
ball.
is the most packed I've seen it in this arena today.
Out of all the teams, the women's been the most successful in the regular season. Back out to 12, unfortunately loses it. Looking up for a transition play. Can York get a steal here? No.
Good defense.
I want it.
27.
Who's
Where's
ball?
the hustle, Tevin?
Who's ball?
I
York
believe
ball.
it's York ball.
York ball. Very good at stopping that transition there.
Broccoli making some good calls.
12 leading it. Looking for a screen play here. Doesn't take the screen. Gets
a
a
steal by
lovely steal.
97. And she's made
Good
an
pass,
interesting
91. Reverse layup.
and she misses the
it.
reverse.
Whose ball now?
York ball again, I believe. Oh,
Lancaster.
no, Lancaster ball.
They're getting a lot of opportunities here, but they're just not managing to put it in the basket. Let's see if they can do it right here. 91. 3 ball.
And she hits it
Off the glass. Good rebound by 4. York's ball. Trailing. Back out to 7. Open shot. Big with a 3. Unfortunately misses it.
She wins it. 94 taking it
Again, no York offensive rebound.
No rebounds. No rebounders in sight even.
They got past
the post. 27
Good
with
steal
the
by
steal.
27. Amazing defense.
Bad pass.
Unfortunately gets ripped back to Lancaster.
6 is fouling 4. Ref just is blind.
Back to 7. York got offensive rebound. Scoos. Putting it on the sideline here. Bring it back up top. Back to the corner. 15. Open shot. 3. Bang!
Number 15.
Bang, bang.
3.
Lancaster.
First points by any team in a while.
I'm telling you, Lancaster needs to lock them up on the perimeter. York is getting 3 points left, right, and centre.
It's 15-18. Lancaster leads by 3.
Back to 91. I think in this game, Lancaster, they've got the size. Oh, 3 ball. Unfortunately, doesn't go. Back out again. Again. Good shot by 88. But York really need to focus on getting those offensive rebounds. They need to put the energy up on defense. Back to 12. Back to 7. Pulling it. Bang! Bang! Absolutely amazing shot there, York. That's 2 threes in a row. Lancaster really needs to make sure that they lock up on the perimeter. Absolutely sensational 3-point plays. Back out to 91, to 88, open on the 3, doesn't decide to pull it. Good passes, good ball movement, throws it up, doesn't quite go there. Again.
Another offensive rebound, and she misses it as well.
Good rebound by York.
Taking it up. That's a foul. Foul on Lancaster, 97.
So we're doing some subs here, 27 out of 9. Lancaster making some subs as well. York's ball here. Only trailing by 2. Sideline play here. Lancaster's adjusting. They're putting a little bit more pressure on the offense. Leaves her open though. Fortunately misses. Good rebound by York. Needed offensive rebounds.
15 again with the 3. They're just throwing up 3s. They're rushing it. York are rushing it.
York need to calm down a little bit here. Lancaster's ball. 93 again on the point. Back to 89. 94, 93.
93, jab step.
Goes down the middle, lay, and the foul.
That's two shots for Lou. She misses those every day of the week.
Well, she's so far 100% at the line.
She still misses those.
Yeah, York need to be careful with fouling 93. It's a very good shooter.
Both teams on 2 team fouls.
Substitutions, 8 for 7. York trailing behind by 2.
Will she make the free throw? Hell no, it's off on the side.
Unfortunately misses the shot.
I might be a little bit biased, but hell no.
Going for the second one here. York can get the rebound.
And again with the miss.
Lancaster rebound again.
50% now from 3.
That's a 2.
It's all with the rebounding. That's where they're getting the points. York are getting absolutely demolished on the rebounds.
Back out to 4.
Hand number 4 to change this game around.
Going baseline again. Spin move. Pushes through. Big foul. Come on, man. 89. Oh, good hustle on the floor. Jump ball. Amazing hustle.
Looking for the foul. There is no foul there. Get up off the floor. Come on.
You can really see the heart in some of the players here. Is that technical or timeout? Timeout.
Timeout called.
Timeout called. Again, it's the same thing we were discussing in the in-between between the first and the second quarter here. Yeah. The rebounds really letting York down.
The crowd, I must say, the crowd absolutely packed today. It's almost like the opening ceremony.
I need some time to speak about York's shooting, though.
Yeah,
very high percentage on 3 at the moment.
Very good shooting from the 3.
And I think Lancaster really does need to adjust on the perimeter defense.
They do. The thing is, they're getting all those rebounds on the offensive side. That is just... You really need to do something about that, otherwise they're going to stay in a losing position.
It's the problem with the 1-3-1. Is if you can shift the ball around, you're going to get an open 3-point shot.
That's very true.
And York, so far, most of their points have been from the 3-point.
I wonder, a lot of the York players have not actually come yet. I wonder if they'll switch it up, the lineup up.
You see how the starting 5's coming back on here. And let's see. York's ball. 4 minutes, 16 seconds on the clock. Inbound play by York. Will they run stack again? It's a very good strategy. 4 is going to try to get the ball. Oh no, sideline play, sideline play. Might be running gold here. Let's see. Out to 4. 14 now. Goes for a cut, passes out.
She should really
good
defense.
That's
a foul. I heard the
good
noise.
hustle. Amazing hustle by 14 again. There. Exceptional defense. Jump ball here. Her foot was on the line. That's actually our ball. Ref didn't see it. Back out to 91. Back in the paint. Hook shot. Oh! Is that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar with the sky hook?
Yes.
York trail by 6. Passes out to 4. Back out to 7. 7 a good 3-point shooter. To 12. No drive. 14 gets the fake. Goes for the drive. Big foul. Good call. Good call, ref.
Flipped all across the court. It's 2 shots for number 14.
14 is going to the line.
14 into the line, and she makes this. She's 100% from free throw because she hasn't taken any yet.
Don't think that's how maths works, mate. Thank goodness he does not do maths. 14 of the line here. Get this guy with the siren out here.
With the siren needs to, honestly, he needs to get out.
Not good.
Needs to get out there.
Let's see. Oh for 1. York have some very good shooters.
That's splash right there.
This is it again.
Lancaster again with the rebounds.
Yeah, York needs to get these rebounds. 4 is wide open. Passes it out to 4. Shoots it. Bang! Deep 2 there. 91 trying to hype up the crowd. The energy is ecstatic. 12 driving middle. Turnover and pushing. Oh, good. Oh,
York
foul.
currently down
Foul
by
on
8
12.
points.
Foul on
Lancaster do
12.
have 3 team fouls though, 2 more, and it will go to the line after a further other foul.
3 seconds, no, 3 minutes, sorry, left on the clock. Lancaster's getting very rowdy at the moment.
York crowd is currently quiet. There is no chanting. And the rejection.
Absolutely out
Number
of
7
here.
takes it off.
Absolute swat.
14 on the ball.
Get out.
She
Big
shoots
deep
that.
three, deep three.
Ooh,
Oh.
and that is not the shot.
Good hustle by
realistically.
12, trying to get the rebound.
And jump ball
that's York's
again,
ball.
a lot of jump balls.
Can I just say, the hustle and the diving.
Yeah, I must say,
exceptional.
the defense by an offensive side by York is
York
the
is
hustle is seriously increased.
York's head up, not looking down, ignoring the scoreboard, just playing.
Facts.
And that's how you play.
They haven't had a basket in about 4 minutes though, York.
12 on the ball here.
They need something to turn this around.
That's
That's
the
a
try
foul.
big foul.
Yeah.
Good call, ref.
Lancaster needs to stop fouling. They're going to be on 5 team fouls very soon.
Very soon.
91 looks very confused. I don't know why.
Gee, I was clearly a foul.
91, I believe, is on 3 individual fouls, maybe 4.
Looks like inbound play by York. Running a stack again. 14 going to go to the corner. Nope.
And 12.
Back to 12. Oh, absolutely baited. Oh, step back 3. Unfortunately, does miss it. Remember, second quarter, warming up still.
It's fine. It's fine.
Warming up. Warming up. 93, back on point. Stopping the ball here.
Substitutes for Lancaster.
Looking like doing for
96. I would say big man, but a big girl coming back on.
Lancaster's ball. 26 to 18 in Lancaster's favour.
83, taking it up.
Pass it to
Pass
4.
it to the corner.
No.
Corner, no shot. 93's going nowhere.
93 wide open for the 3 ball. Bang!
It's a splash.
From down.
93 is a shooter.
14 with the ball, back up to 4.
Currently,
Loses
York
it
is
again.
down by
Good hustle.
11.
Oh, let's go. Oh,
Amazing
can we just speak
hustle
about
again by
12's hustle
12.
at the moment?
Amazing hustle.
That's 3 times she's dived for the ball. Absolutely amazing.
It seems a bit like a one-man show currently, though. The rest of York need to put in a shift.
Agreed.
2 minutes left.
Back
of
up to
this
4.
half.
No shot. Back to 93. Pass it to 94.
Takes it up and she
Misses
misses
it.
the
That's our
open
ball.
layup.
It's our ball, ain't it?
That's our ball, ain't it? That's our ball.
York's ball. York's ball.
LeBron reference.
If you know, you know.
You're the goat. He's the goat.
Yes,
Come
I don't know.
Come on now.
14's
Michael
on the
Jordan's the goat. Like realistically.
MJ is the GOAT. Don't listen to this guy.
LeBron's 40, bro.
Ah, hits off the knee. 93 on the transition. Passes it up. Can she get the look?
94.
Fakes the shot. The
That's
block.
a foul,
That's a travel.
surely, and a travel.
Passes up to 4.
Interesting
Open
calls by the
shot.
ref.
Shoots it.
And that's a
Bang.
splash by 4. That's
That
2
is-
points. That's
That
2
is now
points.
twice in a row.
York are down by 13.
York need to be careful. That's twice in a row. Paul's got that deep 2. People need to pay attention.
Have you been watching the playoffs, David?
Players?
The NBA playoffs?
NBA playoffs, yeah. Lakers suck. Bad again,
Wolves in
exception.
5.
York trying to
They're
fight for it,
fouling.
just can't get it.
I genuinely think they should call a timeout. Ooh,
Misses
and
it
she
from
misses the
Lancaster.
lay. 96.
Rebound,
They go
back in.
again. She's back at it.
Again, it's the height, Oscar, I'm telling you.
It's the height. It's that height. York crowd is looking very quiet.
York can try and box them out, but it's pure strength of 96.
They got to push 96 under the basket so she can't get the reads. And that's a foul
What's
again.
that? Foul again.
Unfortunately, it's a sideline ball. It's not.
No,
really going
no, no,
anywhere.
no. Team fouls made.
Team fouls.
Team
No.
Yeah, team fouls. 2 shots to the line. 40 seconds left.
So
and York are
that's
going to go the
guys,
line.
The scoreboard here is slightly interesting.
For you
the
at home.
The 5 kind of looks a bit like a 3.
For you at home there. The reason York's 2 free throws is because of team
That's
fouls.
money right there.
And it's
Oh,
good.
yeah. Oh yeah, tough.
Lancaster
So
has
tough.
fouled 5 times, which the next foul, regardless of whatever type foul it is,
Whole lot of
they will
yap.
be shooting.
Whole lot of yap.
No, I'm telling the people at home. Well, let's see. She's 1 for 3 at the moment. Unfortunately, misses it. Lancaster rebound herself. York's ball.
Surely. Ref, call.
Yeah, York's ball.
Ref.
Good call, ref.
Good call.
Good call. York's ball.
Give Knight 4 a text. She keeps chatting.
Yeah, can we get some tech? Stack play again. Stack play.
Again, interesting.
14 to the corner.
For York yet.
Oh,
baseline
cut.
Oh,
bit of foul call.
That's a foul, shooting foul, I believe.
This will now be her 6th free throw attempt. These shots are absolutely crucial. LeBron James. Get this guy out of here. 2 shots to the line here.
This guy, the siren. I'm going to go over and smack him.
Yeah, let's not do that. Final
doing it
throw. And it's good.
She makes it. She's
2 for 6
from the line.
93, bring it up again. Absolutely lethal point guard. Back out to 88. Shot. It's no good. Rebound by Lancaster again. York finally get a rebound.
It's been a while.
Going on the transition here. Going up for the layup. Step Euro. Oh.
27 with the offensive rebound. First time in a long time.
12 nearly got that Euro
on the baseline.
Step. Throws it out.
Oh, and that's the shot clock.
And that's gay. That's shot clock.
York currently down by 13.
Yeah. Down by 13, 33.
10-minute half. How are you finding the game so far, David?
Honestly, it's great. I love the hustle, especially from 12 on York's side. The absolute diving for the defense is what you want to see.
Word on the street is that people from all around the world are watching.
Well, if the streets say it, then the streets say it.
Street. I know of an Australian watching this.
Yeah,
right
wow.
Now. Yeah.
That's aura.
It is.
No, I think Lancaster's doing exceptionally well on the defensive end.
They are. They're getting all the rebounds as well as on the offensive end. Up by 13 points.
Honestly,
they're just playing very good basketball.
Can I just say, the shooting percentage has actually been very high this game.
It's true. That's from the three.
No, both
teams have got high 3-point percentage.
Not even just on the 3. I mean, you got number 4 getting on the Lancaster side, getting 4 points just off of deep 2s.
People leaving, obviously going to see other games. It's an intense game.
Oscar, how's your Roses experience going so far?
I must say, this morning was slightly disappointing. Otherwise, it's been very, very enjoyable.
It's good vibes all around. Absolutely good vibes. This is our first Roses experience. We'll have a time. So here, I'm actually going to wonder if the York is going to switch up their defense, maybe.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what the new coach thinks.
I mean, they've been running the 1-3-1. So far, not been working out much for them. I think if I was a coach now, I would be putting more people down in the block.
Facts. Can I just say, refs always putting in a shift.
Oh yeah,
always putting in a shift. Onk over there. What a great guy. Honestly, refs all our games. Refed yesterday.
He gave me a lot of calls, so I like him a lot.
Broccoli, he's new here, but he's still good. He's still good.
Yeah, Sideshow Bob's doing well.
Table man is looking at us currently very suspiciously.
Yeah.
As a sign.
So the Lancaster Law is bringing out, was that a speaker?
Lancaster Law have brought out a boombox. Honestly, where's York's team spirit? Where's the crowd spirit?
We need some more hype.
Honestly, it's disappointing.
There we go. That's Michael there walking the court. Future president of UID.
Yeah. Oh. Wu, I think Wu is, but she's shooting anything. She's breaking it.
Amazing game right now.
She shoots from the elbow and she breaks it.
Should we get post-game interview? Mid-game interview.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I just got ejected from an interview. Crazy. Unbelievable. Ross on the court, men's 1 captain.
96.
And he just
rejected interview from my colleague David here. My close friend. What a bum.
We also got Jimmy,
Ross,
future men's 1
captain.
captain.
Half-time show, he's going to dunk it. Ross, dunk it. I shouted that very loud. Oh, just fell over and broke his ankles.
Still around good vibes, to be fair. I feel like there's more and more people run out of room on the stands here.
We have Miguel from the first team here. Miggy for short.
Hello. How are you finding the game?
I've done a lot of shouting, so my voice is gone.
Yeah.
I think we can bring it back, definitely.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think York's got.
How are you finding Roses so far?
Oh, I love Roses. It's like
he got 0 points yesterday.
Best part of Unisport. Best part of Unisport.
Very true, very true.
Absolutely, absolutely. Lovely to see. Absolutely.
The producers of Roses are glazing us as commentators right now. Connor from the Ones team hit 2 threes yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely sensational.
He's here as well. He wants to say something. He's stumbling right now.
Connor. How are you? Absolutely sensational. Looks like they're warming again, trying to keep. 10 minutes. 4 minutes left time.
Connor is
6 minutes left.
Handsome man. Honestly, his girlfriend's a lucky girl. Yeah.
I've heard a conspiracy.
I've heard. Well, it's been mentioned a lot that yesterday on the court. Yesterday on the court in the one, there were 6 people in the last 5 seconds, and honestly, that's absolute disgrace.
The only way Lancaster could have won.
The only way Lancaster won. I have Dimmy here from the first team, star player. Dimmy got the ball, and he got it in the last play. 4 people in front of him. Should only be 3. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's honestly disgraceful. Normally Lancaster's supposed to be very sportsmanly, but they're just not today.
Still getting warm.
Joe Wallace, side Joe Bob from the first team. He's here today.
Absolute
Joe,
amazing performance.
Any words? No words from Joe. Why is the whole Lancaster fucking... Oh. Sorry about that swearing, guys. Why is the whole Lancaster team on the court? What's going on? It's a women's game. It's not women's and men's.
Lancaster still trying to keep warm, still shooting around.
91, just a ball to the face. That was quite entertaining.
Keeping the momentum straight. York as well. Still staying warm at half-time at the end.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting because we've been Verity. We didn't actually know the conspiracy about the 6 people on the court. And honestly, I think they should redo the opening ceremony. Thoughts?
Facts.
Thoughts?
Absolutely facts.
Yes. You see, I honestly believe that the ones will smoke the Lancaster ones.
Absolutely. Again, Lancaster York staying warm, shooting around at the moment. I mean, the shoot game has been very, very good. I think both York and Lancaster have done an extremely good job with the shooting.
I don't know. We've been told by a Lancaster student to keep it less biased.
I don't know what they're talking about.
I don't think we'll be listening to him. I'm joking. We will. It's all good vibes though.
Looks like they're going up to layup lines now. Layup lines, half-time. Good way to stay warm. Keep the blood flow.
Lancaster making all the left-handed layups. 96. I keep wanting to say big man, but she's not a man. That's Shaq.
Okay, buddy.
That's Giannis, 88. She bricks the layup. You know what? It's going to be a close game. This second half is going to be very interesting.
No, I agree. I absolutely agree. York needs to make sure that they can get those offensive rebounds.
Dimmy. Someone is scranning Quavers next to me. I'm low-key very hungry. had up an eye on this morning.
To be fair, York hasn't been getting many drives.
It's true. It's the 1-3-1 zone.
It is. I would not be surprised if Lancaster is in the 1-3-1.
They will.
But I do think York should maybe switch up their defense style. Again, just doing up the layup lines here. People are coming back. Eager to...
We're going to leave the action at the women's first basketball to join the rugby union men's third. Jump in halfway through this game.
Forward their attack, push forward their defence, try and keep York back from the line.
Yeah. York going for another now. Really looking to push over the line here. They feed the place up, it gets hit by Bree and
Very
driven
nice
back.
defence from Lancaster, keeping them right back from that line.
Sampo's trying to get over the ball, but it's a good clearance from York. York hooker carries in. Great chop to go. Stops him in his tracks. York really looking to build now. York 5 metres out, pushing that Lancaster line. The Suns come out.
York really looking forward to drive this ball forwards, see if they can score just before the end of the half.
Tell from here how they're going to get over the line, but
No.
Lancaster are defending well.
It's a very good defence.
York do have an overlap on the left now if they use the hands, but they seem content to tuck up the jumper. The referee's given the try. Try to York.
That puts the score at 12-3 to Lancaster, but very good try from York,
Bit of
breaking
a
through the
late decision
Lancaster's
from the ref.
defence.
Yeah, Lancaster tries to defend, but the York power play was too much. Few pick and goes, and they crashed over.
It's very nice.
And we have a
game
yellow
play.
card for Lancaster. Dan Breen's been one of their best ball carriers this half's been sent off for 10 minutes.
So we'll have to see how that affects their game going forwards now that York are one man up.
This could be what causes the momentum shift.
It really could. That was very nice. York have finally taken their advantage and used their attack to score their first try of the game. And even though Lancaster's defence was very strong, they managed to just break through.
Did they take a conversion?
I don't think they did. No. So we just find out that York took their conversion.
It was. So that last one was a penalty try to York, which means they get the automatic 7 points. The Dan Breen jumping over the top, hence the yellow card. So the score is 12-7 Lancaster.
York have a chance of pulling this game back if they can keep up their attack.
That late try from York and the yellow card might just be the momentum shift they need to get into this game.
Yeah, so at half-time we're now at 12-7 to Lancaster, and we're really seeing some very strong defence and attacks from both teams. I'd say for the first half, Lancaster had a very strong attack strategy. They were very much driving York back into their own half. In the last couple of minutes of the game, we had kind of very evenly matched playing field. It was kind of over the halfway line. And it'll be really interesting to see whether both teams can keep up that level of attack and defence going into the second half.
Yeah, Lancaster are going to need to have a really strong 10 minutes out of the block this half now. Playing with 14 men versus 15 is never easy, and York are going to be to really capitalise on the momentum and advantage they've built at the end there.
Yeah, York has been really great defence so far this game, and they've really taken the couple of opportunities they've had to attack. They've really taken the advantage, but Lancaster so far have got the upper hand. We may see York really bringing it back in that second half now that Lancaster have got one man out for 10 minutes.
The York 13s look really dangerous when he's carried hard through the middle.
Yeah, I'm there. Happy.
So what do you think that last York try is going to mean for the second half?
I think it's a huge bit of energy it's going to give to the boys. Struggled a lot in down and half, but to come back and put those points on the board is pretty huge. I mean, the Rams will love that.
Yeah, York really brought back that advantage right at the end there. How are we feeling about York's defence so far today?
I think it's been pretty solid. Watch out, the camera's right there. I think it's been pretty solid. Been under a lot of pressure in our own 22, kind of all self-inflicted, but yeah, the boys have stuck in a bit of dog, which is class.
It's been a card for both teams so far. Do you think discipline's something that's going to really play into the second half?
Yeah, I think we've got to stay pretty cool. These matches are always hot and gnarly, so we can have a bit of grit, a bit of gnarl about us, but not get away any cards. We'll be in good shape.
Definitely. I mean, big crowd today as well. Is this your entire first and second squad down?
This is first, seconds, lads who didn't make the team, and old boys, which includes myself. It's the biggest numbers I've seen in the last 5 years, so it's pretty class.
Yeah, we've got a massive turnout today. So we've got questions about lineouts. Obviously York have had a couple of lineouts which have gotten a little bit wonky. Do we have any strategy for that going forwards?
I think Hooker's having a pretty tough day so far, to be fair to him. Just needs to calm down a bit. I think he's probably pretty stressed. He's a lot of chat on that side as their Hooker is on this, so hopefully we just get a few more left side of the pitch in the second half, and then hopefully it'll be all right.
So obviously with the 1s and 2s games come up, do you think a bad result for York here could interfere with another red wash happening?
No, I don't think so. I think we'll set the tone pretty well with that try there. I think we'll come through, but we've faced adversity before with the Rams on and off the pitch, so we can deal with this too.
So how are we feeling about the game so far?
Started a little bit shaky. Set pieces went great first 20. I think we came back very well in the second half. Great tackle in the close limit over there. Unfortunately, you can see the try after that. And yeah, that try before half time should really. Where do you want me to go? Should really. No. That's swing the momentum, I hope.
Do you think the game so far has been more strong defence or maybe a slightly disjointed attack?
I think these games are always dictated by defence. It's tense. Everyone's been training for a month, so everyone's very well drilled. Ultimately, these games are always quite tight, and it comes down to one moment of genius, like we almost saw that break over there, or one mistake. So 5 points in it going to second half. Who knows where it's going to go?
Yeah.
Given maybe Lancaster dominated possession, are you quite happy with how that half's ended, or would you like a bit more?
Obviously, you always want a bit more possession, but it's where you have it as well. I felt like when Lancaster have had the ball, they haven't always looked like scoring. I feel like we've defended fairly comfortably, but certainly going to second half, we've now got the wind. Hopefully attacking this side. I'm fairly confident of a York win.
Are we looking at tightening up our kind of offside onsides a bit more? Because there were quite a few instances so far this game.
Yeah, discipline was certainly a problem. It's a killer. I felt like often when we had them under the cosh, we'd give them an easy penalty for hands in the ruck, not rolling away or offside, which is very fixable. And if we can fix that going to second half, there's no reason why we can't go all over them.
So after watching that first half, do you think there's anyone from either side we need to particularly watch out for? Someone's going to make a big difference?
I feel like Will Camp at 13 has made some lovely breaks. He's been all the source of our attacking threat. I think that Lewis Lith has dictated the game really well from fly half. George Thornton's defended his wing very well. I think Will Fee's attacked very well from second row. Some strong carries in there. Yeah, it's looking very positive.
Yeah. Any more questions?
Go on then. Obviously, you're looking for a York win. Any score predictions for the final score?
I think it's going to go right down to the wire based on that first half. I think our attacking's to be up to a little bit, and that's all about composure. I'm going to go 20 points to 15 for York.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Even though Lancaster will win.
So we're coming back into the second half with York really looking to drive that attack forwards and take advantage of Lancaster being down one player from that yellow card just before the end of the first half.
Yeah, I mean the score's still sitting at 12-7 to Lancaster, so it's a lead but a slim one. Lancaster will look to set the tone early now from this kick-off with a strong chase and tackle. Let's see if they can play through this 10-minute man deficit.
York defended really well earlier when they were down one man, so we'll have to see if Lancaster can do the same and really make these 10 minutes count.
With the sun coming out as well, I'm sure there's going to be a challenge for York back three to field some kicks on Lancaster. Is it going to be right in their eyes?
And the wind is still pretty strong, but it's definitely blowing in York's favour now. So we'll see. We'll have to see if they can take that advantage.
So I'm suspecting we'll see a strong kicking game from both sides this half. York probably getting the better of the green on the kicking side previously.
And we're seeing Lancaster kick into York. And we're
kick
off.
Right and kick quite long. York take it just outside the half. They let it bounce. Benji Burt's tackles out wide. The Lancaster player captain is trying to roll.
We'll have to see what the ref thinks about that. Looks like he's letting it go on.
It's another strong carry from York. York looking to exit here with a box kick. Touched and flight by Lancaster, so they're all on side. Fielded by Tom Layton. He feeds a wide pass out to Chater, who sets up.
Really seeing Lancaster trying to push York back into their own half.
A strong carry from Chater just up to the halfway. Lancaster attack on the short side again, looking to find some space. Lancaster up to the halfway now.
Looking like there's some strong defence from York to try and pushing them back.
Manny over the halfway line for Lancaster.
Lancaster.
The referee's called time off. We've got a player down injured. So we'll just reset it with a Lancaster scrum once he's all right.
Can't see
the number
see which
right
team
now.
it is.
It's a York player down injured, yeah.
We'll have to wait and see whether they're going to have to sub.
York are calling for an instant sub.
Lancaster's really not letting this one player down. Let them fall back. They're really strong attack. They're really pushing York back into their own half so far this half.
Yeah. The block's firing. There's a clear statement of intent, I think, to not let York into this game now if they establish an early lead.
Yeah, York really need to keep on that attack and pushing forwards if they're hoping to get back into this game.
It's the York second row coming off, number 4, I think, who's been really strong defence for York, so I'm sure that's someone they'll miss.
We'll have to see how their defence goes. A lot of clapping from both sides, and we'll have to see how this now affects York's game going forwards, because defence has been their main strong point this game.
We're resetting the Lancaster scrum in the middle, just inside the Lancaster half.
We'll have to see whether push this scrum forwards. Right. We've seen a lot of scrums this game, and they've all been reasonably easy matched. So we'll have to see how this keeps going forwards.
Ball goes in for the first scrum of the half. York with a really early nudge. York have turned this over, but the referee's blown a whistle and called it back. I think the ball came out the side. Lancaster need to tighten this scrum up now.
Lancaster really needs to not let their one player down. Let them York in for an advantage.
If I was Lancaster, I'd be thinking about putting a back into the scrum, just trying to even the numbers out.
Yeah.
It's more important to secure the ball and have a full back line.
Yeah, you're really pushing for pushing
straight out, but Lancaster do win it. Tom Layton carries.
Really driving forwards into Lancaster, into York's half.
Caught, pushed back into the half.
Very strong defence from York. We'll have to see whether Lancaster can keep pushing forwards on this.
Lancaster content just to reset himself. A strong carry from Manny to the halfway, shrugging off the York defence.
We've had very little movement from the ball so far this half.
Penalty York. The Jackler got in first and won the ball. York have taken a quick tap, looking to go quick.
And they're really driving
the
forwards.
The hooker darts outside. Hands off Louis D, but I think he spilt the ball forward. Can't see. The York crowd's in the way. We've come back for a penalty from Lancaster offside.
York have really tightened up on that. The teams have rather tightened up their discipline, but we're still seeing a couple of yellow cards. So really to keep that tight so they're not just throwing away their advantages.
The ref's been really comes both teams so far. He's not afraid to go to the whistle, but he's reffing this game well.
And York look like they've tightened up their ranks a little bit. So we'll have to see whether they can keep this up.
York
going forward,
really shoving quick penalties and kick to the corner.
They're definitely taking advantage of their one man up on Lancaster, and we'll have to see whether they can keep taking advantage of this in the next couple of minutes.
York are doing what Lancaster should have done in the first half really well. They're pinning them back and making them try to play out with this win behind them.
They're really driving forwards now. We're definitely seeing a very strong York attack, much stronger than the first half. So we'll have to see whether Lancaster's defence can keep up.
It is a York line out just inside the 22.
They can keep this tight and keep this ball straight, as we've seen a couple of times. They've had a bit of an issue with that so far this game today.
York line out straight to middle, but they've managed to knock it backwards. Not straight the throw, so it has to scrum.
York really need to tighten that up if they don't want to keep losing their advantage on these line outs.
Lancaster need to be really careful here. Losing the ball in this situation could be lethal.
Yeah, Lancaster really need to drive forward towards the halfway line.
Lancaster need to get a successful exit and look to play this 10 minutes out to go back to 15 on 15. If they can ride this 10 minutes out without conceding, then I think they'll be set for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so long as they keep pushing York back, with very strong defence so far from Lancaster, even if they are a man down.
Very scrum, but Lancaster don't come out with the ball. York turn it over. Really powerful scrum from York.
Very powerful scrum.
That's all we're going to have from the Rugby Union men's third. You can catch the rest of that match on rotislive.co.uk. We now take you back courtside to the basketball women's first.
Gave her open. Euro step a little bit, does not work.
Does not make
Rebound
it.
by 19.
She misses it. 88 with the rebound. Where
is
the box out? There's no boxing out by York.
Let's see what York can do here now. They've got the possession.
York down by 15 currently. And start hitting threes.
Back out to 14.
Out to bring it
it's
back.
Open on the three. Doesn't go. Good rebound by 12. Open shot with 4 on the three. It's no good again.
They need to not force it. They need to not force the play.
Yeah,
Take time.
When they have the open shot, I think they should take it. I mean, we saw how playing in the first quarter.
It's very true.
York were playing very well with the 3-point first quarter. I don't blame them.
Lancaster are just a good team.
They are. They're playing very, very well. 93 again, bringing it down. 34 with the ball. Passes, swings it out. Open shot, 88. Can she make it?
Close one.
Doesn't quite go. Rebound York.
Sideline
play. Seven's inbounding it. Okay, let's see what she can do now. 12 has been the corner piece of this team. Hand off.
To 7.
Back to 12. Hits her with the jab, drives in, saves it. Good, that's fine. 4 drives in again. Hit the baseline. Ripped by Lancaster.
Foul by Lancaster.
Oh, foul. The York's ball now. Sideline play. Sideline play, Lancaster, York. It's to 7, to 14. Back to 12 on the 3. Doesn't go. Rebound, Lancaster. Bring it down now. Good ball movement. Oh, good drive. Oh, good part. Oh, good movement.
It's a good baseline cut.
Oh, Forge doesn't go. Rebound. No good. Good rebound, 14.
Good hustle.
That's the ball. Nothing's happening. They're on the floor. Lancaster, 2 people down. It's good. Good shot by 4.
13 points down. Still with a quarter and a minute to go in this.
Must see TV. Driving in. Oh, and a foul call.
Sheer foul. That's two shots.
Let's see how she is. Timeout. Timeout. Those last few possessions have actually been very, very good basketball.
They have.
The way that they're swinging the ball, finding the open person, finding the open shot. I mean, that is basketball 101.
Again, your coach having a word with the ref. I wonder what he's saying.
Again, I just do think that Lancaster's rebounding is really what is giving them a huge advantage in this game.
It's very true. We've gotten so many putbacks.
Yeah. Around 1 minute left in this third quarter.
Lancaster crowd playing Pop Smoke. Interesting choice of song in the big 2025 Pop Smoke.
R.I.P. Yeah, Lancaster's having a good game. To be fair, this last quarter, the ball movement at Lancaster's done exceptionally well. Then again, I think York's also had pretty good ball movement near the end of that. No, I do think so. I think they've swung it quite a few times. Good drive and pass out. That's what they've been doing.
It's true. It's just Lancaster.
4 and 12 in York. That's what they've been running.
Defense has just been very good, I must say.
It's the 1-3-1. I mean, York haven't been able to break it yet. And if they need to break it, they need to do it now. 2 shots for 94. Let's see if she can make these. Some discussion with the table. Substitution. 92 for 95.
92's first time on the court. She's been taken off again, and she's coming back on. Bit of miscommunication.
88 out for 92. I don't believe we've seen 92
No, we haven't.
yet on the court.
First time on the court.
Let's see what she can bring to the Lancaster side. 2 shots here. Crowd's trying to put her off. Will it work? Will it work? One miss.
Lancaster's crowd seem to be backfiring, making it worse for the shooter.
This one's live.
They're doing it again. And she misses both.
It. Looks like that's going to be an air ball there.
That is unfortunate for Lancaster. They need to be making those.
That is some negative aura. Let's see if she can get her aura back. York's ball.
It's not aura for her.
No, opposite.
She low-key is, though.
Out to 7, back to 14.
Good ball movement.
On the wing
swing,
to 4.
Swing. Ooh, she cuts in. Baseline cut again.
Drive out.
Swing. 12 again with the ball. Gets it. Ooh. Hustle again from 12. Jump ball. A lot of jump balls this game.
That's Lancaster.
Shows the level of hustle.
It really does. It really does show the level of hustle. York are not giving up. They are really fighting for every single possession. 5 seconds left in the third quarter. Passing it out on the wing. Again, good move. Lancaster driving in. Can she get it? Oh, blocked by 4. Absolutely, get out of here.
4 must be on at least 5
at 1. Oh, unfortunately misses the layup.
She still gets two shots on the line.
And she's a very good shooter as well.
She is.
30 seconds left.
4 really coming in clutch on the defensive side.
Absolutely.
She must be on 5 blocks at least.
4?
5, I'd say. Yeah, 4.
4. No, 4's been really blocking.
At least 5 blocks.
I know. Playing very, very well. Let's see. First one's not good.
Doesn't make the first free throw. It's fine.
Is it going to be important?
She makes the second one. York need these points.
Yeah, for the comeback.
They'll be down to 12-point lead. And
it's
she
good.
Makes it.
That's 1 for York. 30 seconds left. This might be the last possession here.
93 again.
Penultimate
the star
possession.
Point guard. 22 seconds in the
92,
quarter.
unfortunately, doesn't get it. Back when 93
is lost.
Sees it. It's no good. Rebound 93.
Rebound, really, honestly. Not
back out to 92.
92, pull up.
Shooting it. And it's good.
And it's a bank. And it's a bank. Subbed on with 2
left clock.
4, 3, 2, 1. And
it's good.
That's counted.
No basket.
No basket.
Unfortunately, after the buzzer.
No basket. I personally believe she was in the air when she took that shot.
Yeah. No, but the amount of noise that the crowd is making, it's very difficult to hear.
Referee thought otherwise.
Valiant attempt, though. And we'll be moving into the final quarter. Lancaster 49, York 35.
Now, David, what
trailing
other sports will you be watching?
I'll be watching the men's cricket. We watched the handball. To be fair, I'm just here for the basketball. This is some good basketball at the moment.
It is. It is. I must say, it's very enjoyable. Last night and today.
Must see TV.
Questionable.
Tell me if you know that reference.
Who do you think I am?
All right. For final quarter, York's really going to need to step up the pace if they wanted to win this game. Lancaster, they keep what they're doing. I think victory's a bag for them.
Invasion.
Let's see how this goes. Trailing by 14. That is quite a substantial lead Lancaster has at the moment. think it's going to be a bit of an upset if York manage to come through in this fourth
York
quarter.
losing all 3 basketball games. Honestly, it doesn't reflect the York team at all, I feel.
Well, we'll see.
In the in-season, especially the York teams, had a pretty good season, I must say.
It has been.
York ones, although their season wasn't so good, they have improved exponentially.
Absolutely. And let's see what the women's
One's
team are doing
captain
now.
with the megaphone.
On the ball here, on the 3 line. Good dribbles. Someone say Kyrie.
92,
oh,
can't guard her.
Oh,
tough play.
That is tough.
It's what number 4 does best.
Number 4 is playing exceptionally well here. See what Lancaster can do here.
93, tough.
Oh, doesn't quite get it.
Around the rim. They need to look up.
It's ball here. Got to get it over the halfway line. They've got 8 seconds left. And that's an 8-second call. Good defense by Lancaster.
It was good D.
If you can get an 8-second call, you know you're playing well. They can do here. Passing it out to the 3. No good. Driving in. Oh, amazing pass to. Oh, again, 96. I think MVP of Lancaster at the moment. Getting those rebounds, getting those putbacks, catching those passes. Exceptional. Back out. Don't leave her open. Driving in. Passes out. 3. And it's good! Unfortunately, only a 2 there. Deep 2, but amazing shot nonetheless.
Down to a 12-point deficit.
96 on the ball, but got to be careful. Good cut from 97.
Have to
Open
shot.
shot.
96 fouls again. She will be out of
and
the
it's
game.
not good. Rebound by York.
Number 9 taking it up.
Open for 13. Oh, good ball movement. And she goes in, and it's
number
good.
4.
Again, number 4.
10 points.
York's really put it into first gear here. And the crowd is cheering. Oh,
what's going on here?
Not quite sure. Oh, coach cutting. Coach.
We're having words.
Coach might have stepped on the floor. Oh no, it's sub-school. Sub-school. Lancaster ball on the inbound here. York sub, 30.
First time 30 has been on the court in this game.
Let's see what she can do.
Will she? Deciding factor.
91's on the ball now. Don't let 96 get it. Off. Good call, ref. York ball. Trailing 10. 8 minutes left to go. Four driving in.
Again.
Whoa,
Again. Four has put the team on her
Amazing
back.
hook shot.
7 minutes.
Is that Kareem?
50.
Is that Kareem?
That is Kareem.
Absolutely.
7 minutes, 45
Driving
seconds
in.
left to go. And
Just
93
misses it up.
loses the ball.
York ball.
Crowd is
Lancaster's
hyped.
really feeling the
Crowd
pressure.
is hyped. Lancaster's looking fire.
To be fair, Lancaster still has a very comfortable lead.
It's true.
8 points. Let's see if they can keep that lead. Up to 4 now.
4 again on the ball.
Back
to
to 30.
First touch. Number 9, questionable pass.
Not very good pass.
Good steal by
Transition,
Lancaster.
Lancaster.
93, taking it up. Spin move.
Spin move. Oh, I like that.
And
That's
blocked.
a foul.
Got multiple fouls.
Absolutely was a foul there. She will be going to the line.
York are ball watching them.
A little bit.
They're all going towards the ball. 3 again.
Yeah, nice 3 to shoot 2.
She made her first, but she hasn't made free throws since, I believe.
Yeah, but let's see if she can widen the gap even further. 2 shots coming. Let's see. First shot.
It's good. It's good.
Let's see if she can make it again. Rebound by York.
Rebound by York.
No good on the last free throw there. York's really picking up the pace. Oh, no foul call,
No
surprisingly.
foul called.
Anyway, let's keep moving. Watch out for number 4. Number 4's wide open. Will she shoot it? Goes for the step in. Doesn't get it. Rebound for York. Amazing hustle from 9 there. Whoa. Come on, ref. Jump ball. Jump ball.
Good hustle by 14. Very
Lancaster's
good hustle
ball.
by 14.
Lancaster's ball.
I'd just like to shout out all the people with their signs as well. Really brings atmosphere to the crowd.
Lancaster's ball and the jump ball here. Going to be a sideline. Let's see what they can do here.
Men's one's captain.
Again, Lancaster's ball
for
again.
York is on the megaphone. That's a questionable man, but that's my captain still.
End line play here.
96
on it. Back to 93.
93 and 96.
Good defense by 30.
91. Ooh, that is a big foul by 30. What is going on?
Big foul.
91 is deservedly getting a bit annoyed.
York is really playing defense now. They've really stepped it up.
They need to be careful not to foul too much.
11's coming in for 30.
And there's 7 minutes left in this quarter.
30's going out. Inbound play.
Down by 9. Almost got that.
Blocked by 4. Driving in.
Blocked again. Oh, good hustle. Good hustle.
Jump ball again. That's
and
York
ball.
Can I just say, 4's events, exceptional.
I must say, Kent, the captain, she's really showing captain.
Absolutely. Her defense is really doing well for York at the moment. To 12. Getting off the screen there. Back to 4.
And
pulls it for the 3. Just short.
Hustle
good rebound
again.
by 12. Well
Hustle
played,
again.
Lancaster. The amount of jump balls really demonstrates the sheer effort.
I don't think I've actually seen this before. There's been
I know.
an immense amount of jump balls.
The amount of effort.
Substitutes. Number 9 coming off for number 8. First time number 8 is coming on. I believe that's Isabel, the pressure.
The amount of effort both sides are putting in is unprecedented. 14's on the ball, goes for the shot. Unfortunately.
The rebound.
Again, open lane, 89.
Good steal by 12. Get the ball. Where's the
96
hustle?
gets it.
Nice set.
Whose ball?
14 with good
ball.
D. It's good D by 14. Lancaster ball. For the people at home watching, are you not entertained?
Inbound play. Back to 93. Driving on the right-hand side here. 12 is locking her up. Good defense and good steal.
8 with the ball. Getting fouled.
Getting stolen. Good defense.
It's a good steal.
Open 3. And it's no good. Good rebound by 96 again. 96
wins the court. She just her plus minus is through the roof.
Yeah, she dominates when she's on the court. She plays extremely well.
The height advantage is just basketball is a sport.
It's not even that though. She can get the rebound, but she puts it back in every time.
96 is really putting in a shift.
Good screen, driving in number 4. No foul call. It's Lancaster's ball.
Lancaster ball. 91 seems to be on the floor a lot.
York trailing by 11 here. 54 Lancaster, 43 York. With 5 minutes and 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Nice dribbling out, slowing down the game. I like that, especially with the lead they have. It's a good idea to slow it down.
Nice.
Oh, but the good drive.
Blows past them. She pulls out 96 again with the read. Again with the read.
Good three.
Oh, and 89 with the read. York are getting no.
Back up again. A foul's called.
Oh, was that a foul called?
Not too. Yeah.
York coach is getting heated. He's getting heated.
Foul call on 89. Oh no. It's York's ball.
Substitute. Isabel comes off. Half seconds.
Let's see what York can do here. Trailing by 11.
Number 15 and number 7 have been brought on for York.
Back to 14. She's got the open shot. Doesn't want to take it.
To 12. She makes those.
Amazing.
Number 12. They're down by 8 points.
They're going to have to make sure they guard 12. Oh. Good pass.
That 4 can't be left open.
Unfortunately, misses the shot.
Rebound.
Very good ball movement from Lancaster.
Number 12, she makes these.
Lovely
Euro. Unlucky. 93 again with the rebounds. 91
York need to run
open.
back.
Wide open on the transition. And a block.
By 7.
And a block by 7.
Absolutely blocked by 7. Now that's a hustle I like to see. Timeout.
That's good hustle. Timeout called.
That is
down
it.
by 8.
The defense in both teams. No one is giving up. No one's heads down. Everyone's running back. Everyone's trying to get steals. And that's what you want to see. Both teams. I think this is some elite defense coming out from both teams. I do think, though, as we were saying at the beginning, it's the rebounds.
It's the rebounds are the
96.
96.
On
she must
Lancaster.
have double digits by now.
Yeah.
Easily. Triple-double.
Oh, I think it's.
I
think it's absolutely possible.
Or at least a double-double.
No, she's getting assists. She's getting rebounds.
It's true.
She's getting points.
At least a triple-double.
She's the Russell Westbrook of Lancaster.
Jokic, bro.
The Jokic.
Joker. One's captain. Looking at the team sheet currently.
Let's see.
It's tough though.
4 minutes left, final quarter. Can York come back? Currently down 8 points.
Lancaster crowd is going crazy. It's a cheer off. Honestly, the crowd here
absolutely
is
phenomenal. Let's see what
left at the final quarter.
Back to 14. Back to 12. Back to 7. Let's see what she can do. To 4. We know what she can do. Goes back in.
Oh, and the step through.
Amazing.
Very lovely.
Absolutely beautiful.
The lead is down to 6.
6 point game.
91 on the ball for Lancaster.
Very much. Lancaster cannot.
Back cut by number 4.
Can't get too comfortable here.
90.
Goes for the shot.
Oh, and just
rebound.
Good rebound by number 14.
7 on the ball here.
To 12.
Shy misses it, unfortunately.
Good hustle again.
Good hustle on defense.
That's not foul.
Travel.
Your ball.
Absolutely critical play there.
89 is not cooking.
Very good. 12 and 15 there, I believe.
Do you know, they need 96 back on.
Stack play again. Going for the drive.
14.
No good. Rebound. Doesn't go back in,
Off the
unfortunately. Another rebound by York with their rebounding game. Driving
12.
in.
And it's good. The lead is down to 4 points.
4 points.
3 minutes left in the quarter.
TV.
3 points left. God, it is hype.
Oh, it's getting good.
We're hype.
Oh, on the 3. 3 ball.
Hell no. I'm allowed to be biased. It's the last 2 minutes.
Transition play with
4
York.
again on the transition.
Back out to
pull up. Oh! The lead's down to 2 points.
2 point
Number
game
4,
here.
Kent, the captain. As I said before,
exceptional. Lancaster got a bit too comfortable. Let's hope it's not their downfall.
Post pass. Good steal by 7. 89.
Looks like to be a jump ball. Lancaster's
wrestling
ball.
with the ball. Guys, it's not rugby. We don't have to jump.
Lancaster
ball every single play.
It is anyone's game now.
It really is. 2 minutes 30 left of the quarter.
This comeback needs to be studied.
I just want to remind them, the crowd, that they were down by at least 18, I think.
Yeah.
And she misses
so
it.
Close
The rebounds.
The hustle's unbelievable.
Fouls not being called.
Deep
4 again.
two.
She can hit it.
She can hit it.
Number 4 cannot be both forwards cannot be left open.
Number 4 shooting has honestly been one of the highlights of this game. On both sides.
Can't be left open.
Deep 3.
Ooh,
Doesn't go.
Rushed it.
No
rushed
rebound.
It. We need that D right now.
Play.
We need that sort of
Good defense.
Ooh.
Just to stay in here. Swings it to the corner.
4
Don't let 4 shoot.
Oh, get that rebound. York,
rebound.
7.
That was dangerous.
That was dangerous.
Leaving
Can't
4
be left
open.
1
4-point
minute,
game
45
here.
left. 4-point lead.
Driving in. No good. Rebound Lancaster. Big foul. Foul call.
Has been called against 12.
Good foul by York, though. Good foul. That was smart.
Yeah.
Good foul by York. Don't want to get a unsportsman's foul here. Now, because the game is so close, the teams are likely to try and foul each other.
If you're watching the recording right now, the crowd is going crazy. It's a battle between the two unis.
This is what Roses is all about. 2 universities coming together, battling it out.
Yorkshire.
Absolutely. Absolutely amazing vibes. Now this is seriously the crunch time here. 1 minute and 37 seconds left.
Now I must say both ones teams for the men and women have been great games.
Oh, absolutely.
Tight games.
Close
York
game.
They were down in the double digits.
Yeah. Let's see if
now
they
it's
can.
Only 4 points.
Yeah, Lancaster lead by 4. The other thing you have to be careful of is York's got 3 fouls.
It's true. Lancaster currently on 0 fouls as well.
If I was Lancaster, I'm in a very good position at the moment.
Yeah.
No team fouls. That means they can foul if they need to. Pull through here. Lancaster on the ball.
Taking it up. 93 again. Defense.
Passes it out. Good defense by 7. Will it be enough?
Move. Post trying to stop 7.
Back out, 93. They're slowing it down. They're slowing it down. That's
They're playing defense now. They've switched from the zone to man defense.
Yes. Driving
91.
baseline. And it's good.
It's 96 with her size.
Yeah.
She's just towering over the opposition.
6-point game. Let's see. Back out to 4.
Number 4. They need something big here from her.
Crucial possessions here.
14.
Back out. Ooh. Back out to 12. Turnover York.
York lose the ball. Down by 6 points, 52 seconds to go.
Again, it's still a close game. Nothing is over until it is over.
They need to foul. They need to foul. I'm saying it again, they need to foul. They've got 45 seconds left and they're down by 6. They should be fouling. Foul before they shoot. They're on 3 team fouls. Yeah, I'm going to say
Lancaster's
again, they need
playing
to foul.
well. Lancaster's running down the clock.
Foul. You got to foul that. 94 in the post. 4 left wide open again. Oh.
Yeah.
York needs to be fouling.
4 has played very well.
4.
Timeout. Timeout called York.
Shooting well. Timeout York.
I honestly think the combination of having 96 in the paint, getting those rebounds, and 4...
And 93 the point guard as well.
Absolutely. No. But 4, staying out, not going for 3s, but going for those deep 2s, it's been working out super well for Lancaster.
It's the short corner. It's her domain.
Yeah, she owns the short corner. Number 4, Lancaster, absolutely owns that corner. Playing very, very well.
Lancaster crowd trying to get hype. It's not working.
30 seconds left. 8-point deficit.
It's not good, Brev. Let's put it simply.
I think Tracy McGrady needs to come onto the court.
Yeah, thanks.
Let's see. Lancaster's getting too hype. Will that be their hubris? They're dancing. They haven't won yet. Anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
When you're part of a team.
You've got to believe. You've got to believe. Believe.
Let's see. Now, the time with the coach here with York.
York crowd is not limbs. Oh, there we go. They start.
There we go. Come on, York. Let's see what you can do. York inbound. They're going to need some 3. And if one thing we know about York women's team is that they can hit threes.
Shoot that three. That's money.
Oh. Good. Let's see.
Crowd is being
She's laughing it
unsportsmanly.
off. She's laughing it off. That's good.
It's
full
killing
court
it still.
press defense. 24 seconds left on the clock. They're going to run it down. They're going to run the clock
They
down.
need to foul. They need to foul.
Yeah,
Thank you.
good call. Good
Good
foul.
foul.
Good foul.
Good foul.
Good foul from 12. But sideline play, easier to intercept.
They are now on 4 fouls. They can foul again. They need to foul again.
Well, they can try and get the inbound.
Trying to get the steal.
They really need to
can't.
get
They
this
need to
here.
get a foul.
Didn't get it.
Get the foul.
15 seconds left. Foul again.
Yeah.
And we're going to the line. Team fouls. Lancaster shooting 2. Again, that's the only real thing York could do is foul.
Yeah.
That's what you have to
It's
do.
up 42 points.
Again, it was just good boom, good rebounding.
Lancaster just a
Good shooting.
Good team, good shooting, good rebounding.
Let's see if they can make this. No good.
This is the first free throw.
This is what I like to call stat padding.
Doesn't mind. This is stat padding. She's trying to get the
She's
triple-double.
trying to get that triple-double. Let's see if she can get it. This is it again.
And Lancaster.
10 seconds left.
10. Oh, not 8. 7.
Going for it.
6.
Good shot.
Oh, you know what? Keep the pride up.
Absolutely.
That's pride. It's a good foul.
Good
That's all
foul.
they can do now. Shot
Yeah.
clock's down to seconds.
4 seconds, 6-point
Now watch
deficit for
that
York.
home. I know you're stressed, but it's fine.
See what can happen here.
Overall, we know who the better university is.
Right.
Whoever shouted that, quiet down.
All right, let's see. 2 to come. 94.
94.
First one's not good. 4 seconds left. York's got to get this rebound and throw
I
up a
believe
three.
it might be 1919 now. I believe the score on court 1 is 1919.
Wowee, as Coach Mike says.
But I can't see.
Basketball game.
Yeah.
It's a crushing defeat for York, but it was a very good game.
But hey, I think York did an absolutely splendid job.
They did. But
They had the
you have to
hustle.
give credit where it's due. You have to give credit where it's due. Lancaster came clutch, 60 to 54.
Yeah, in favour of Lancaster.
In favour of Lancaster.
Amazing game.
Very, very good game. Both crowds love this. Is what it's all about. It's what race is about.
Bringing people together. Okay, buddy.
Lancaster a little bit cringe now.
No, it's all good, but
number 4 for Lancaster.
honestly, I think
MVP.
4 MVP, to be honest with
4,
you.
93 and 96.
They played
The
exceptionally.
Big three of
And on York
Lancaster.
side, shout out to 14 for the defense, 4 for the 3-point shots, 14 for the defense, 4 for the 3-point shots, and everyone on the team. Very good game. Very, very good game. Exceptionally well played by everyone.
The question is, are we going to be getting any post-game interviews?
I sure hope so.
If you go...
You missed us.
It's actually very scary.
No, it's not.
I'm shivering.
No, it was a very good game. Very well played from both teams. Very, very close game. 2-point game near the end. Oh, yeah, good point. That's men's 2 captain over there.
Yeah, yeah, we're kind of waiting for post-game interviews right now. You know, as you can see, and you probably can't see, but the court it's been flooded.
Yeah,
fans.
Lancaster running the floor when they found out that the Lancaster women's did win.
DJ, one's captain, dropping game.
It's good though. Everyone mixing,
It's
Lancaster,
true. It's
York.
good vibes. It's good vibes.
Good vibes. Both teams. Good to see the signs. Amazing turnout. Big crowd.
Should we get the ones team over?
The energy was ecstatic. Well, why? It's not their game. It's quite amazing.
Yeah. So it was a very interesting game. Joe, come here. Come here, Joe.
This guy.
He does want to interview. Kai, come here.
Now we're going to jump over to the action happening in the women's 3rd rugby union team. You can catch some more interviews from the basketball on roseslive.co.uk.
Distant numbers here, my 2 worst nemesis. And I can't get my Excel spreadsheet working, so I don't have my team sheet up. But the best is being done.
So that's a scrum. Taken by
here.
York's number 10.
By York, trying to make
Coming
a run.
down the far right-hand side,
interesting
and she's
run.
made it through.
Interesting run.
Taken down, but she's
Number 11.
really made some distance there.
Number 11 Lancaster, stops
York come
that,
out with that
run, but a good bit of distance made, but not made for that second run. Hearing voice cracks in the crowd now. The intensity is such that the voices are starting to go. What else can you
York
say?
again with possession.
Number
Gone
11
to number
here.
11.
Coming down the side.
Who stays
High
on
up.
it?
Second
York's
one,
number 11 towards the
she
try
might do
line.
it. Number 11 for York. This could be it. This is it. Number 11 for York. Bringing it back.
No, I believe.
Oh, no tries. Oh, no try.
No try. I
Oh,
think she
you'd
was
be
out.
furious.
Bag's gone up and Lancaster
You'd
cheering.
be furious.
So
that
I don't think that's a try.
Biblical in propensity, but not enough. Oh, what a sad moment.
No try
for them.
there for York. That would be a great run that they've made right into the far left corner.
An amazing run.
But so that is actually a Lancaster now.
Fair enough.
No try from York, despite their great run.
I made myself hoarse for nothing.
It really looked like it. It really
genuinely,
like
yeah.
it was.
Especially a lot of the Lancaster substitutes are.
But
right
Lancaster
there. It's
have
hard to
just
tell.
picked up.
But Lancaster got the ball back.
So there'll be a bit of a scuffle on the York try line now.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I think I don't want
for that possession.
I don't want to jinx them, but if York get that ball, I think it's all she wrote for them. Truly, when you're that close and you've got such a good run, I think if they get that out to the right, I think that could well be it.
It looks like another line out for Lancaster. Gets fumbled and picked up by York. So York really with possession about 2 meters from their try line.
18 driving
Number 18
through.
going forward.
Oh, it is tense now. Driving and driving. I'm watching a crash test car go through a wall.
Massive push from York here. Vital push from York here as it would put them in the lead.
This is the final death of or final
Still
fight for them, I
going.
think. Right on that line. Is that it? Coming through. Is that it? That's it! York with that try there.
The York crowds. You can probably hear the York crowds.
You can absolutely hear the York crowd.
Just scored their 3rd try of the game.
As we said, the second they get there, that's it. And I believe we were proven right there. We are now
Which
on
brings
what?
them up to 22 points to Lancaster's 19.
Oh, again.
So a narrow margin of a lead,
Yeah.
but a lead nonetheless.
Solid.
We'll see about the conversion now because the try was scored not very centrally, kind of to the left of the pitch.
Again,
back. So
you're seeing a mirror of that first Lancaster try again on that left of the field. You would absolutely,
Well, Lancaster did not manage to convert because, very hard ball. We'll see whether York can do something with this.
Yeah.
But even if they don't, they still have a 3-point lead. But
Yeah.
the conversion will be taken pretty
There we
much
go.
from
That was,
the
I think we had a confirmation there.
sideline of
That
the
was
pitch.
number 4 with the Try try, I do believe. Lancaster.
Number 4.
TJ.
That was really a very good job from Lancaster, really pushing back on that York defence.
Yeah, the score is now 19-17, conversion to come.
We'll have to see whether Lancaster can even out this score completely.
Setting up for an absolute ripper of a final few minutes here.
Absolutely. You imagine both teams are feeling the pressure now as we're coming up towards the end of the game.
Yeah. The threes might have just put on one of the best performances I've seen all season from both sides.
Oh, absolutely. This has been a fantastic game.
Both teams putting body on the line.
And they're very, very, very evenly matched too. Very, very much. Both had the advantage at different points of this game.
Lancaster needs to knock this conversion over to equalise the score 19-all.
Oh, definitely.
But it's an easy kick, but the wind's going to make it a bit tricky.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think.
The wind is now blowing in York's favour. So for Lancaster, it's going to be a much harder conversion.
Not very sporting from York blasting air horns, but benefit of a home roses, I guess.
Yeah. Benefit of a home crowd, really.
Yeah.
I'm sure Lancaster won't let it distract them.
The wind has dropped.
And you can really hear the York crowd right now.
York win 19-17.
Congratulations, that was an amazing game. The feeling here is so electric right now. The York home team are absolutely ecstatic.
Yeah, absolutely gutting for the Lancaster lads, losing by 2 points when they could have drawn, but that's how the game goes.
But a massive congratulations to York, especially coming from their loss last year. They've done an amazing job this year to win.
Both teams absolutely put the bodies on the line. Every player here can be really proud of what they've done today.
Absolutely, they were all absolutely fantastic, all absolutely amazing, driving forward as much as they could with some absolutely fantastic defence and attacks from both teams.
Does go to show how much that home advantage means for the Roses.
Absolutely. Having that support of the home team is immeasurably good.
That York crowd was immense at the end.
It really was. The support here from the York crowd is amazing. There's so many people here.
Yeah, much more subdued reaction from Lancaster as expected.
Oh, absolutely.
Gutted that the red wash is off the table. However, looking forward to the twos game later.
Oh, definitely. It'll be very interesting to see where the twos game goes going forwards.
An absolute banger of a game here to start us off for the Rugby Roses.
So you can imagine that the feeling here now for York is absolutely amazing. They should all be very, very happy with themselves for that game.
I think that middle period of York from just before to just after the half time, I think that really won this game for them.
Oh, absolutely! They did. They came back from half time with a new head on and absolutely drew that back from Lancaster.
Yeah. Lancaster just had a too little, too late at the end there.
Yeah. They started out with that advantage, but of course, as it goes, the starting advantage is never necessarily going to decide that game's outcome.
You've got to give it to the York resilience, though. To go 12-0 down and fight back to win 19-17.
You absolutely do.
It's a testament to how hard they must have worked in boot camp.
Absolutely. They've all done such a great job today.
Yeah. Absolutely gutted for the Lancaster lads for the width of the post, but it's how rugby goes.
Yeah, we stand here. We're going to interview some of our York team, some of our winning players. We're doing both of them? Yeah.
So obviously, very tight at the end there. You must be really happy with that result. How do you think your preparation and boot camps led to this moment?
It's been a great 4 weeks. The boys have they've stuck together. They've trained hard. We had a great pasta social last night. Yeah, just chatting, being boys, you know.
Absolutely. And how are we feeling about this? And obviously, I mean, you must have taken your coach's advice at half time to really draw that back in the second half.
I mean, it's a really good feeling. Happy to win at Roses. However, it's one of three. There's 2 more games to come, and we want to win all 3 before we really celebrate. The goal is a whitewash, and I hope we get it.
Absolutely.
So you're really looking forward to this twos game then? Yeah. Do you think you've got enough of what it takes to win 2 in a row?
100%. These boys, they've been incredible these last 4 weeks, you know. So let's get on the beers. Just get on the beers.
Oh yeah. Do we think that winning this one will make our chances better later on?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think it's a good platform for everyone to get going. But regardless, full faith in all the boys in the next 2 games to completely pull this through. Regardless. Yeah.
And on the physicality of that game, obviously a really solid pitch and some massive shots on both sides. I reckon you'll be feeling it soon.
No, they were soft, to be fair. We're just the bigger lads. You know, we run harder. We play more intensity. And, you know,
feel good about themselves.
Yeah.
A few shots on us, but realistically, we're the bigger boys. We're better
Exactly.
than we won, so.
Give them a couple of tries to make them happy.
Absolutely, you should be
so
being
no
very
nerves
proud
at
of
12-0 down.
yourselves.
Nah, we believed in ourselves and we knew we were going to win, and then we just kept going.
Big respect to the coaches, Jaden and Steph. They've drilled us really well for the past 4 weeks. We even had like a 2-week break in between where things got a bit messy because people weren't here or not, but we picked up really quickly where we left off. And you can see last year our 3 teams night and day for this year, and I think that will hopefully carry on every single team.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you,
Go and
fellas.
celebrate your win. Well done. Thank you for watching, and that was our twos game, and that was a York win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it, a York win for the rugby union there. Let's go live now before the VC darts to the team down at the tennis.
Really great player throughout both these games.
Yeah. Eleanor with serve into the net. She'll get a second. Lovely serve from Eleanor.
Second serve.
But again, Satya able just to.
Oh. There's a lot
chance
of
for
power.
Eleanor.
Oh, she
missed opportunity.
Went for the smash and hit it in the net, as I'm sure many
Happens
people
to-
who have
happens
played
to
tennis
the best of us.
understand that frustration.
Maria Sharapova still listening. Has that ever happened to you? That was game 2. Satya on court 5.
And Satya now to serve. Second serve.
Second serve. First one long from Satya. That one's good.
Oh, but Eleanor hits it out the court.
Long, and Satya definitely good momentum here on court 5. Satya who won, I believe won the first set. Yeah.
Yes.
Satya who won that intense first set.
Yeah, she did. So this could be looking at a match for Satya.
Again, second serve for Satya, I believe. Maybe. Yeah.
Yes.
It's a good second serve.
Interesting return. Oh,
out
but it's
from Satya.
Just long.
Satya to serve. Into the net. And the second coming now.
Yeah, nice serve. Quite hard
Clearly
to
has,
get that one.
Clearly has a game plan here with the serves. First one, a bit more venom behind it. The second one, just make sure it gets there. And it's
Always
worked,
the case.
And it's
Always
worked
the
well.
case.
And the wind.
The wind really took that away from Eleanor. That was horrible. A nasty shot to have to get.
Incredibly unlucky for Eleanor there. As went one way, the other, and took all the momentum out of it. Incredibly difficult to get it back over the net.
And still Satya's... Well, question is, do we know what the score is with these two?
No, we do not.
Yeah,
it's
a recurring theme for us, isn't
I
it?
feel like the singles have been more difficult to track the scores of.
Okay, we're tracking from now with these two. No, that's long for Eleanor.
Give me and Mimi some an excuse. We have been providing. I mean, Mimi's definitely a great tennis commentary. I've just kind of chipped in every now and then.
No, I think give yourself
I
credit.
think we did a good job.
Give yourself
We've
some
had a couple
credit.
of thumbs up from people around us, so that can only mean that we're doing good things.
Oh, lovely serve.
Live
from
on
Satya.
UOI and BFM.
Just long though.
BFM. BFM.
And it's that came dangerously close. Oh, and it's
Satya
just
into the
in the net. Point Eleanor for this game. Yeah, nice
Satya's
first serve.
really good. He gets the ace.
Really good. And unfortunately can't get it on the backhand side. Goes in the net.
Is that game for? No, just having a.
No,
They're having a
believe-
chat.
Well, that
That
is
is-
game.
that is game.
That is game. Probably. Yes, game Satya. just having a quick break here while Eleanor and Satya grab some water.
And we can see on court 6, we've got both captains.
Yes, Hattie versus Kayla.
That'll be a game. That'll be a
if
great
anyone wants to come down to the tennis courts right now,
then you're in for an
you are.
World. You get in front of the main 2 contingent of fans. That is.
We've got the most fans we've had all day. We've got our 2 captains playing each other. This is these are going to be quite the games.
With York having won 2 matches in the first 3 seeds. Satya looking likely to win this one, but you never know. It's never over until it's over.
This is tennis.
This is tennis, and then Eleanor absolutely not a million miles away in this one.
No, absolutely not. And playing incredibly well.
Both competitors do so well in this one, as everyone has done all morning and afternoon.
We can't stress enough. If you haven't been here to see it, the standard of tennis is just so high from these ladies. It's really good. I don't think anyone appreciates the work it takes to get to this level. But yeah, we're back on court 5.
Eleanor and Satya back into the normal rhythm of
nice
shots. But Eleanor does really well, but Satya with a lob.
And it's
long.
out.
And Eleanor.
That is unlucky.
15.
Love 15.
Love 15.
Oh wait, who's serving?
15
love.
Aha.
15 love.
And all the patented couple of bounces that she'll do before
1, 2, 3.
serve. Always free. And it's a good serve, it works.
Serve.
It's long from Eleanor.
Nearly.
Now, just while the tennis gets underway and whilst we're waiting for the netball firsts, let's hear from badminton down by the Sports Village.
Might cause more stress, but to be fair, Meta is playing well today. Into the net, Eloise, Orlu. Can this go higher? Yeah, that's fine. Another racket string potentially broken. Eloise is switching.
Well, okay, gearing up to start the next point. I guess serves.
Louis' big smash, very steep. That is one of the advantages of being 6'3". Eloise to serve, takes control of the net. Doesn't want Henrik to get any sniff. Oh, that's a beautiful cross drive from Louis into the open space. Henrik probably trying to take too much control of that rally. He has little faith in his partner, it seems, from this match and the last. Eloise is incredibly good at the net, playing extremely well, but couldn't find the kill when she needed to.
It's all so evenly matched.
17 all, Lancaster to serve. The return's out, 18 points to 17. Lancaster to serve one. Serve is in the net. That gives Louis a chance to serve. The tides may turn and might bring a fault in the confidence of the Lancaster team. Henrik's attack. Louis gives him another chance to Eloise. Big defense. Heavily kill from Meta. Deep into the tram lines. Very difficult for Eloise. Scores a 19-18. 2 points away from Lancaster, are 2 points away from winning the mixed badminton doubles. Great smash from Eloise.
Yeah,
Lead for, on the attack. Big smash again. He's done that 3 times in the past 5 minutes. The cross smash to Meta is causing a lot of problems. 19 all.
Even if York do win this set, they do have another one that they'd have to get through and win in order to get this.
The pressure is mounting for York more than Lancaster. Eloise is on the floor. Louis does not matter. He's a singles player by nature, and he's winning that point on his own. 20 points to 19. York to serve.
York need one more point to get to 21. Lancaster are on 19. Ball comes down. Oh, that was hit the net. York hit the net. Gifting Lancaster 2 points.
20-20, 2 points clear. Meta to Eloise. Flick serve, popped it. Eloise with the attack. Punch clear to Meta and back. Third punch clear. Good defense. Net play by us. Smash by Louis, and it's solid. Big lift to Henrik again. See what he can do, and that's a big smash. The call is unsure. Louis and Eloise are conferring. They do not know whether or not that was in or out.
Oh, point given to York there.
Yeah.
But Lancaster cheering.
The smash apparently went out. Lancaster is not happy with that. York is unsure, but these, at the end of the day, there is mistakes that can be made with the eye. It can occur. This shuttle is moving so fast, it's difficult to call.
Massive rally.
Henrik was on the floor, dove for the cross drive, which fell just over the net, and Louis tickled it over. That's incredible. 22-20 to York. It gives them a third set.
To try and that, and then to try and win mixed badminton doubles at Roses 2025 for York. Lancaster, obviously, complete opposite end spectrum there. So close to winning the entire event.
Absolutely. No doubt it is extremely frustrating for Lancaster, considering I think the players thought that the smash at 2019 was in, but it wasn't. York called it out, and it is their call, given that it was on their side of the court. Those are the rules of the game. It's unfortunate that there is discrepancies in it's a close game, but it is the nature of the game until we get funding for line judges and such, which I think won't happen in time.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear those Lancaster players cheering, and then to have it called the other way is always sad for them, always frustrating, but it is the nature of, lack of funding in sports. You can't do anything about that.
Absolutely.
It's not position of University Roses and varsity positions to make a change about.
But that does tee us up for a final decider. This will be the biggest event, or the biggest set of the... It is down to a third set. Whoever wins this set will win Roses.
Now you can capture the rest of what's going on there down at the tennis, or down at the badminton, in fact, on roseslive.co.uk. But now, the anticipated Netball Ones here on University Radio York as we cross over to the Arena 3 in York Sport.
Netball Women's Ones game. We are so excited to be here. I am your co-presenter, Annie Roberts, Deputy Head of Sport at URY, and I am joined by Charlotte York. Charlotte, how are you feeling about the game today?
I'm feeling excited. It's a big game for both netball teams today. It's a spotlight sport on women, and we've got a big crowd here, so...
Absolutely. We are starting this game with the home team with 1 and the guests with 0. There has currently been some sort of issue, but we are going down the pitch towards the Lancaster net, with York looking to make another shot. That does not quite go in. However, the York goal shooter is going in for another one. Trying again for a second goal for York. It does not go in, and it goes back to the Lancaster possession. Charlotte, could I be so cheeky to ask you what you predict this game to end like?
Well, I may hold a slight bias being from the York netball team, but I think based on the first few minutes, it seems like both teams have quite equal possession, so I think it'll be a tight game all the way through.
Absolutely. Well, with what you were saying about equal possession, the guest team, Lancaster, has now, in fact, scored a point. However, we are now in the Lancaster D as York is looking to score a second point. It goes in. It is 2-1 to the home team. The atmosphere is electric in the arena today. We have an absolutely huge crowd here. Charlotte, how do you think team tactics are going to play out today?
I think they'll take it steady in the first quarter, try and assess the Lancaster opposition, try and work out their moves, and then take it from there. We'll be looking at seeing some pretty intense talks during each quarter, half-time, depending on how the game's going.
Absolutely. Well, York is making a third attempt, however, it hasn't gone in, but it is another York ball, another attempt. It goes in. We are now looking at 3-1 to the home team. However, everything is still to play for. If you haven't been keeping up with Roses, Lancaster are currently in the lead. We are still waiting on the exact points for that here in the sports arena, but we will get them to you as soon as possible. Currently, York are in possession of the ball in the Lancaster D, looking to make an attempt for a fourth point. And it goes in. It is 4-1 to the York home team in this Roses 2025 Netball Wands match. Charlotte, how, as someone who plays netball, how excited and how big do you think this is going to be for the girls playing today?
I mean, this is the game of the year, really. Everyone knows that Roses is such a big part of being a York or Lancaster sports player. And as obviously you have Bucks on the side, and both teams have had some exciting year with Bucks, but Roses is the game to win. So
absolutely, the score is currently 5-2 to the home team, and it is looking to carry on being a frankly electric game. We are currently in the York D with Lancaster looking to make an attempt, however it has been knocked out. They are looking to make a second attempt at getting a third point. And it goes in the net. The score is now 5-3 to the home team in this game as Lancaster start with the ball. Charlotte, how big exactly? Well, not how big. Some of us are struggling with our words today. You're going to have to bear with us. It is warm in this arena today. How do you think all the other teams are going to be feeling watching their friends playing today?
I think it's a good distraction, and I think it's something just so exciting to watch, and it keeps your mind off your game, and I think it really gets you in the headspace to play your own game. And I think the sense of camaraderie of everyone here supporting their own teams, Lancaster too, supporting their teams, it's such a nice environment to be in. And I think that's what's so amazing about Roses, is that both teams are all here together watching each other. And then when the ones are done, the twos will be playing and everyone will be watching, and then the threes. And I just think that's... Yeah.
Absolutely. It's always good to hear. The score is currently 7-5 to the home team. Points are being scored very, very quickly as York are in possession of the ball going into the Lancaster end of the court. They will be looking to score another point, their 8th point in this game so far. We are currently looking at York ball at the very edge of the Lancaster D, with the goal shooter looking to score another point, which he does. We are now looking at 8-5 to the home side. We are starting with Lancaster possession going towards the York side of the court as we are on the wings currently. Lancaster wing defense, 2-wing attack going into the York D. However, keeping slightly out, looking, oh! It's a Lancaster ball still. Lancaster centre just outside of the York D, looking to score another point as it goes to Lancaster goal shooter. Goal shooter gets it in the net. The score is currently 8-6 to the home side. It's a York ball. York to York to goal attack. Centre misses the ball, goes out of the court for a Lancaster ball in the Lancaster D. As it starts to go further back up to the Lancaster side, the York side of the court. as Lancaster aims to get another point. They do not score this time, and it is looking to be another attempt. It goes in. The score is currently 8-7 to York in this Roses 2025 Women's Wands game. If you are new here, welcome. This is the Roses Media 2025 coverage of the Women's Wands game. The score is currently 8-all to both sides. Scholar, have you noticed anything tactically that either team seem to be employing in this game so far?
I think nothing jumps out as of yet. I think they're all playing their own games. Nobody seems to be panicking and trying to... What you tend to see with netball when one team plays a different way to the other is that the other team tries to match them, and it causes quite a bit of chaos and a bit of because it's unnatural to the team. But I think from the looks of it, both teams seem to be playing their own game and keeping steady in their minds and on the court, which is really good to see from both of them.
Absolutely. Well, it seems to be a very back and forward game as Lancaster are currently equalising 9-all, having just scored a point in the York net. Anyway, it is York possession going further towards the Lancaster side of the court. It is wing attack to goal attack in the Lancaster D. Slight little bit of aggression. Obviously, this is quite an intense game for everyone involved. With another York point, it is 10-9 to the home team. Charlotte, do you think this kind of ebb and flow, like very much constant changing of possession of the ball, is that fairly normal in netball games? Is that something we want to see?
I think so, yeah. When it's a tight game, I think it adds so much more excitement. And because both teams are constantly, it could go either way any minute, and no team can slow down. That both teams are just pushing at every single minute of the game, and I think that's what's quite exciting about netball, is that it can be so close.
Absolutely. Well, it's certainly close at the moment. It is 11-9 with York looking to make an attempt, which they do in fact score. The score is currently 12-9 to the home team. We are still in the first quarter of the game. It is currently Lancaster possession, Lancaster goal attack, going all the way to Lancaster goal shooter in the York D. Makes an attempt and scores it. The score is currently 12-10 to the home team. It is a York ball. York stay in possession. Oh, not quite. It is a Lancaster ball. The Lancaster goal defence is looking to get that ball up the court into the York side. Goal attack, Lancaster goal attack to wing attack to goal attack. To goal defence, sorry. To goal attack, there we go. They are struggling to get this into the York D. Have you noticed maybe an increase in defensive tactics?
I think that the York defence are double marking the goal shooter quite a bit, knowing she is that bit taller than them, and that the goal attack is having to play it around the outside of the D much, and it seems like they're struggling to get the ball into the D a lot more than when you've seen it down the York end. It seems to be, it gets into the D a lot easier, but they're struggling to get closer to the post, so it's very it's all to play for, and the defence on both sides are doing brilliantly.
Absolutely. I mean, I heard you talk about the height of the players just there. What kind of attributes really make a good netball player in terms of height, agility, sort of mobileness, that kind of thing?
I think to be a netball player, really, it doesn't matter, no matter what, because just looking at the team, you can see but then on the York team, we've got some shorter players, and they're just a little bit, whether they've got a bit more speed or height, either way, it can be a benefit, and it can be something to be a great benefit to the player, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we haven't seen a change in score, but we've certainly been seeing quite a lot of changes in possession and a lot of, intense play in the centre of the court. It is currently a Lancaster ball, with the Lancaster goal shooter being just outside of the York D, as again they are really struggling to get it inside that York D. The defence has been incredible in this game so far. However, it does go to the goal shooter, who does score an attempt. The score is currently 12-11 to the home side. York are just about clinging on to that gap. Do you think that's going to be playing on their minds at all?
I think absolutely, yeah. I can't imagine what the quarter time will be like, but I know it will be a lot of high pressure. And, there's a tactical change.
Okay, we're looking at a tactical change. Tactical change, is this for Lancaster? Yep, I think so. The score is currently 12-12. Going into this next part of the game. It is Lancaster possession. Lancaster possession in sort of the middle of the court really now. If you haven't been listening, welcome. We are the Roses media team, and this is our coverage of the Women's Wands 2025 netball match. It is a huge fixture. The crowd is absolutely huge, and everyone is making a lot of noise here in the York Sport Arena. It is currently a York ball looking to make an attempt for a 13th point, which is scored. The score is currently 13-12 to the home team. Charlotte, how do you think the Lancaster side are going to be feeling because they don't have the home advantage?
I think they'll still have some confidence. I don't think that the crowd will matter for them because they've still got a lot of supporters here, and I think they did win last year, so I think they'll have that over them. But from looking at the team sheets, it doesn't seem that many of them are the same, if at all. So there'll be a lot of pressure, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Well, this is one of the biggest fixtures at Roses, and you can absolutely tell with the size of the display from very impressively both the York and the Lancaster teams. It is currently York possession going in to the Lancaster D. The ball is currently out of play. However, it is going to be Lancaster from the goal line. Okay, Lancaster center to Lancaster wing attack. Looking to go into the York D. It is wing attack to goal attack. Inside the York D, that goal shooter is looking to make an attempt, which she scores. The score is currently 13-all during this game. Well, it's certainly been tight. Do you tend to find that's normal with scoring in netball matches? Is it always so close?
I think it can be. It's very loud in here.
That's okay. The score is currently 13-14 to the guest side, just so the audience knows.
I think it can be very close, and I think that often in games like this where it's just goal, depending on who's got the centre pass, what you need is that ball turnover, which is what the goal defence just got on that last centre pass, where she intercepted just as the ball was being passed. And that is really what can make a game when you've got tight competition like this, is those turnovers and interceptions, which is what the whole team can do, not just defence.
Absolutely. Well, the score is currently 14-13 to the guest side, with the Lancaster goal shooter making another point for the 15-13 Netball Wands 2025 match. It is, I believe, the end of the first quarter?
Yes.
Yes, the end of the first quarter. How tired do you think the players will be feeling right now?
Probably quite tired, but I mean, they're all used to playing full-hour games throughout the whole of the year. The York Uni and Lancaster, they've all been doing lots of training, lots of fitness in the run-up to Roses. I know that Lancaster has a boot camp type thing, and York, they have Roses training. So the fitness will absolutely be there, and all they've got to do is just push for it, which they both equally can do.
Absolutely. It's certainly something that maybe doesn't get talked about enough in Roses, is just how rigorously people train to be the very, very best that they can be. Again, I think that all really shows just how serious and how seriously people take this competition. I do believe it is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, in Northern Europe. So if you are listening, please know that you are listening to something that is very important today. Also, again, very interesting to hear about people's, even so far as nutrition, training regimes, lifestyle, running up to Roses, knowing what they're going to be getting up to, and it all really comes down to a 1 hour game, something a small amount of time that really means this much.
Absolutely. It's such a huge moment for a lot of all of these girls, and they put in all this effort, and it does come down to this. So it can be, I mean, it's an incredibly emotional game, and no matter the result, I expect we'll see some tears either way.
Absolutely. Well, if you are new here, welcome. We are going into the second quarter of the Women's Wands 2025 Roses netball match. This is a huge fixture for Roses, and we are URY, YSTV, Bailrigg FM, and LA1 TV. And we are so glad you're listening with us today. It is currently York possession, looking to score in the Lancaster D. The goal shooter is going to make an attempt at scoring a 14th point, which she does. The score is currently 15-14 to the guest side. However, we are currently looking to be in Lancaster possession in the middle of the court. Lancaster goal defence to wing attack back to goal defence. Again, Lancaster centre looking to get it into the York D. It's caught by the goal shooter who looks to score a 16th point, goes in. Lancaster currently leads 16-14 to York in this netball tournament. It is currently York possession, pass backwards to York to wing defence, back to centre, looking to get down the pitch into the Lancaster side of the court. It is bounced into Lancaster possession. However, I think it is back to a York ball. Charlotte, what happened there?
So it looked like I'm not sure if it was the goal attack or wing attack, intercepted the ball. However, as they caught it, they did footwork, so they were running with it, which is difficult when you intercept because it was kind of bouncing off her body, so she didn't really have full possession. But unfortunately, it wasn't footwork.
I see. Okay, the score is currently 16-15 to the guest side, as they are in the York D looking to score another attempt. It is goal shooter looking to score another point, which she does. The score is currently 17-16. Lancaster is leading so far. However, it is York possession in the second quarter currently, in the middle of the pitch, looking to go towards the Lancaster D, trying to get in that goal zone. Again, there are Lancaster players everywhere. This defence, is this defence good? This defence must be good, surely.
This defence is good, yeah. I mean,
we are just looking to see what's happened there. What's happened there, Charlotte? Do we know?
So it looked like, you know what, I'm not quite sure. That was very confusing. I think what happened was it looked like contact against the wing defence, and I don't know if she took it and then did footwork or replay ball, but I'm not quite sure what happened there. But it went back to York ball.
I see. Well, I think that probably shows just how fast and intense of a game this is. The score is currently 17-16 with Lancaster leading so far. It is Lancaster possession looking to get into the York D. However, intercepted by the York goal attack. It is currently in York's possession so far, looking to get further down onto the Lancaster side of the court. Charlotte, how are you feeling about this game so far?
I think this has been a brilliant game. I think Lancaster were losing at the start. They brought it back. Now they're ahead. And I think that York... I mean, Lancaster didn't make any changes in the for the second quarter, I don't think. York's made one, putting on the goal attack and moving goal attack to goal shoot. And I think this is a very exciting game for everyone, and it always seems to be at Roses for the ones. It always seems to be very close, and I think that that's just such a wonderful part of it.
Well, you're exactly right. This is making for a thrilling watch as York scores another point for a current score of 18-17 to the guest team. The guest team are currently in possession. It is a Lancaster ball. However, it has been given to the Lancaster wing attack, caught by the Lancaster goal shooter, who will be looking to score another point, which goes in, leading to the score being 19-17 to Lancaster currently, as York is in possession of the ball, trying to get down into the Lancaster half of the court. Charlotte, this is a very fast game. Do you think the speed will change later on in the match as the players begin to get more tired?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, playing a whole hour of this at this speed is very, very tiring. So I expect at halftime we'll start to see some substitutions. maybe in the third and fourth quarter, we'll see some tactical changes, bringing on partway through. Both teams might equally take someone off and bring them back on later so that to give them a bit of a rest. But this is fast paced. It's heavy on the legs, heavy on the arms. They will be tired by the third quarter. It will be taking a toll.
I am absolutely sure that they will be. The score is currently 19-18 to Lancaster, who are currently in possession of the ball, rocketing down the court, into the York half. However,
that seemed like a footwork there from the wing defence.
Fantastic. Okay, it is York possession. York goal defence, two-wing defence, two-wing attack, looking to travel down the court. What happened there, Charlotte?
That was a contact from the Lancaster centre against the York centre. So it was just a penalty pass for York.
Absolutely. Do these? I don't want to say fouls. I'm not sure what that's what they're called, but penalties.
Yeah.
There we go. How much do these penalties affect play?
They can really. I mean, if it's more in the centre court, then it might not affect it too much. But in the D, if someone's shooting and they are obstructing, if they're too close, then they can be put aside. The shooter can move closer, so they're closer then to the...
Okay, we are just trying to find out what's happened just there. Charlotte, do we have any idea?
I think it seems to be there was maybe a slight score confusion, and they weren't sure whose centre pass it was. But it's a York one now.
So York are currently in possession of the ball. The score is 19-19. York have equalised, and the York goal attack has just made another point. The score is now 20-19 to the home side. Charlotte, whoever's had the lead has kind of been constantly changing in this match. Is that common in netball?
I mean, I think definitely in the first half of netball it tends to be quite close, and then depending on depending on changes that occur, who has the better fitness, you tend to see it pull apart a bit towards the end of the game, especially in the last quarter.
Absolutely. Well into the second quarter now, and York have really clawed back their lead, even though it is in Lancaster possession right now, with the Lancaster goal shooter looking to equalise once again. The score is 21-21. If you are just tuning in, welcome. This is the Roses Media 2025 broadcast of the Women's Netball Wands game. It is an absolutely huge fixture as York goes into the lead 22-21 to the York side. Well, the atmosphere is electric in here. Charlotte, how do you think this will be affecting the players? Do you think they'll be particularly bothered by the crowd? Do you think they'll be enjoying it? What do you think's going on?
I think it'll vary player to player. Some players will be incredibly nervous and it might throw them off, but then I think that some might push people on even more, especially hearing such loud crowds from both teams. And I do think, the York team, and I'm sure Lancaster does this too, the shooters, they do heckling training where the other shooters will shout at them and wave in their face to try and distract them to practice for games like this.
Well, it is clearly so much more than just the sport. There seems to be so much more that you have to consider. The score is currently 23-21 to the home team. York seem to have picked up a little bit more momentum. Do you reckon, Charlotte?
Yeah, I think so. I think what you notice in netball is that after a few turnovers, it really pushes you on. And I think what can be quite interesting about netball is how much a simple mistake or one turnover can make a huge difference in people's mental attitude. And we've seen, I think it was one interception, and York's turned it around again because they've just got that momentum going on.
Absolutely. Well, the score is currently 24-21 to the home side in the game so far. What are we looking at now, Charlotte? What's happening here?
I think that was a break-in from a defending York player, which meant that they stepped over the line too early during a centre pass.
Okay, so we are currently in Lancaster possession of the ball. What looks like some slightly aggressive play. I think tensions are possibly running slightly high in the York Sport Arena this afternoon. It is Lancaster looking to score another point, which they do. The score is currently 24-22 to the home side as York Centre is in possession of the ball.
So that's just happened again with the breaking in on the centre pass where one of the Lancaster defenders stepped in too early, which has given York that advantage there.
Absolutely. It is currently Lancaster in possession of the ball in the Lancaster side of the court, looking to hopefully get down as quickly as possible to the York side of the court. However, they do seem to be getting caught and marked by the York team. Marking is obviously a huge part of the sport. Will they have any specific marking tactics? Anything that you might be able to tell us more about, Charlotte?
I mean, outside the D, it depends on the position of the player. Some players will try and keep the attackers outside of the D. Some players go for the pocket, which is the spaces just either side of the D, and try and mark that. And in the D, the two defenders will be working on trying to make sure that one person's staying front and one person's staying back. Because what you'll end up having is you'll have one of the shooters, for example, the goal shooter, will drop back for the ball, and the other one will be moving around the edge.
Yeah.
And so you'll have one defender around the edge, and then they'll switch depending on what's happening.
Well, the pendulum has swung once more in this game, with Lancaster equalising 24-24. However, we have just had a York point. The score is currently 25-24 to the home team as Lancaster goal attack is currently in possession. However, there is a York interception. It is York possession of the ball going down towards the Lancaster side of the court, trying to get towards that D, which they do. It is the goal shooter, York goal shooter, and it goes in. The score is currently 26-24 to York. Again, I think this possibly shows just how fast points can be scored, just how intense this game is. I can only imagine how tired these girls must be feeling right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, total the score's about 50 points, and we're only about just under 30 minutes in, so there's a lot of goals here.
Absolutely. The score is currently 27-24 to the home team. What's just happened here, Charlotte?
We'll just wait and see what the umpire says.
We are currently waiting on a decision from the umpire. We will let you know.
I think again that was a break-in. I'm not quite sure. It seems like, or offside. It seems like this is happening quite a bit. I think that's often happens when the players are quite eager to start off.
Well, Lancaster have just scored another point, with the score currently being 27-25 to the York side. However, York remains in possession of the ball currently, trying to get it down further towards the Lancaster side of the court. York goal shooter just misses. It is the York goal attack in possession of the ball, looking to make an attempt at a point, which is scored. The score is currently 28-25 to the home team. You are currently listening to the Roses 2025 coverage of the Women's Wand Netball match. We are currently with Lancaster possession of the ball, trying to get towards the York D. The ball is out of court currently. It is York possession from the final line. Goes into Lancaster possession. However, it is intercepted but caught by Lancaster centre. Lancaster goal attack to Lancaster goal shooter, looking to score another point. However, just misses, making a second attempt now. Another point is scored. The score is currently 28-26 to the home side. Charlotte, how are we feeling the game so far is going on? Does anyone look to be more on top than another?
I wouldn't say so. I think that, I mean, just looking then, that was just an incredible bit of play. There was a few interceptions. Lancaster brought it back again. That was just so unbelievably exciting, especially with all the crowd here cheering. And you could even see the players on court, like, shouting and getting really riled up as well with excitement and just cheering each other on the court.
Absolutely. Well, the score is currently 29-26 to the home team. We are well into the second quarter of this game with Lancaster goal attack with ball currently. Is Lancaster centre just outside of the York D. To the Lancaster wing attack, Lancaster goal attack to goal shooter. Goal shooter will be looking to score another point, which she does indeed. The score is currently 29-27 to the home team. It is a York ball from centre. Centre to goal attack to wing attack to goal shooter inside the Lancaster D. Goal attack is looking to make an attempt, goes in. The score is currently 30-27 to the home team. Charlotte, what do we think is going to happen in terms of substitutions as we get into the middle of the game?
I think there'll definitely be made some substitutions from both teams, probably. Oh, and there's half time. I think they'll definitely be thinking about making some substitutions in the defence because the attack on both teams are giving the defence a run for their money, and it is looking incredibly tiring in the D.
Absolutely. Well, if you are new here, welcome. You are currently listening to the Roses 2025 media coverage of the Women's Wands Netball Tournament, and it has been a thrilling game so far. The score is currently 30-27 to the home team. The crowd is huge. The atmosphere is electric in the York Sport Arena this afternoon. It is also very warm in here. Charlotte, is this going to be affecting how the players are how tired they're getting, how dehydrated?
Oh, absolutely. They will have to be hydrating constantly whilst in their breaks. And it can also be very difficult because I think it tends to distract a little bit when you're getting overheated, not just from the actual sport because they will be hot from playing this game, but also just from the environment itself.
Absolutely. What sort of thing in terms of nutrition are the players going to be looking at doing in terms of refueling in this middle break of the game?
I think other than water, I think there'll be, you can see a lot of Lucozades on both benches, which it tends to be the netball go-to, and probably just sweets and quick energy boost, because that's really all they need, because before the games they would have been loading up on carbs the last few days, and today making sure a lot of these girls will have been outside or inside supporting other teams and getting it's hot. They'll be having to stay hydrated, which otherwise that can be quite difficult.
Absolutely. And Charlotte, I feel I have to ask you, what's your prediction? Who do you think is going to be taking home the points for their university in this match today?
I'll start off unbiased. I think that both teams could either team could win it. They seem to, it's going back and forth a lot, but from the start, York have been having the advantage, even though we did see Lancaster in the middle at the start of that second quarter, pushing ahead a little bit. York has brought it back, and I think that they will be going into that second half with some fresh legs if they've done any changes and hope to continue it. But it can be very difficult when you're winning after halfway, because it's hard to try not to get carried away with that win and keep pushing, because you've still got a whole other half and anything can happen.
No, that's exactly true. That's so right. Another thing I was going to ask you, you've sort of slightly touched upon it there. How much of this game is going to be played in the players' heads?
This will have been in their heads for months, of course, for both teams. And I think today, especially, there will be a lot of thoughts going through their head, and I think that they will be under a lot of pressure, not just because of the big crowds, but for themselves. They will, I think anyone on both these teams will be putting a lot of pressure on themselves because not only does it mean a lot to themselves, but also a lot to other people.
Absolutely. If you are just tuning in, you will be able to watch this stream back, whether it be on YouTube, on YSTV or LA1 TV, or on the radio, on University Radio York or Bailrigg FM. These are the media groups that will be doing this live coverage in the York Sport Arena today. Well, I must say, it has been a scintillating game so far. There is always changes in possession, goals being scored, points being scored, all of the time, as we are currently about to start the third quarter of this game. This is, I believe, where the game is really about to pick up. We are starting with York possession from the centre line. The game has begun. It is York centre to wing defence, to goal defence, to centre, goal attack, looking to get inside the Lancaster D. What happened there, Charlotte? Can you tell us?
I think that was a contact or obstruction against the wing defence on the wing attack York.
Well, there was an attempt made by the York goal attack going into a second. It is a point for the home team. The score is currently 31-27 to the home team. It is Lancaster possession of the ball towards the York half of the court, although I believe it now to be a York ball. I believe York are still in possession. Yes, York goalkeeper to wing defence to centre, rocketing down the court into the Lancaster half. We are not quite in the final third of the court, I don't think, but we are now looking to get into the Lancaster D. However, it is hit out by the York goal attack. It is the York goal shooter's ball to goal attack, looking to score another point, which she does. The score is currently 32-27 to the home team. Charlotte, this is the biggest gap in the score that we've seen this match so far. How do you think the Lancaster girls will be feeling?
I think they'll be feeling a lot of pressure and very stress. I think in netball it can go both ways. It can either get into your head and you can start to let your positivity drop, and you start to mess up a little bit, or it makes you give that extra little push.
Absolutely. Well, as you say that, the Lancaster team have scored another point. The score is currently 33-28 to the home team. Going into the Lancaster D, it is the York goal shooter. However, it has been intercepted by the Lancaster centre. It is Lancaster goalkeeper's ball to Lancaster centre, rocketing down the court to Lancaster wing attack. Charlotte, what just happened then?
That was footwork from the Lancaster players, so because they were pushing very fast down the court, which is often what tends to happen when you get an interception or a turnover, is that you get carried away with the momentum, and it meant that they did footwork, a few too many steps.
Absolutely, and as a consequence of that, York have indeed just scored another point. The score is currently 34-28 to the home side, as we are in Lancaster possession of the ball, going down towards the York side of the court.
I mean, this quarter can make, the third quarter can make a huge difference in the end score. But there's been many games where at the end of the third quarter, one team is up by 10, 15 goals and the other team can bring it back. So while York is ahead by a bigger gap now, it's still an incredibly exciting game.
Absolutely. Everything is still to play for in the York Sports Arena today. It is the York goal attack looking to score another point, which he does. The score is currently 35-29 to the home team. We are in the third quarter of the Roses 2025 Women's Wands Netball Tournament. We are currently looking at York possession, I believe. Charlotte, what do we think is going on currently?
That's a Lancaster possession. The goal defence from York tried to intercept, but unfortunately there was just a little bit too much contact on the body there.
Absolutely. Well, we're really starting to see the aggression really come out. You can just tell how much these athletes are feeling the pressure of this game. They're really feeling how high the stakes are. It is currently another attempt from the Lancaster goal shooter to score a point, which she does. The score is currently 35-30 to the home team. It is a York ball from centre. We are in the top third of the Lancaster side of the court as York scores another point. The score is currently 36-30 to the home side as Lancaster are in possession. It's Lancaster goal shooter, Lancaster wing attack to goal defence. Back to wing attack. Lancaster are looking to get into the York D. They really need another point if they can get one. And another point is in fact scored. The score is currently 36-31 to the home side. Charlotte, what just happened then?
I think that was I'm not quite entirely sure, I'll be honest.
Okay. Well, it's a very, very fast game, and an even faster game now that York have scored another point. That was York's goal shooter. The score is currently 37-31 to the home team. We are in Lancaster's possession of the ball, currently looking to get down into the York side of the court. They are not quite in the D currently. However, it is just missed by the Lancaster goal shooter. We're looking at York possession. Lancaster's goal shooter is very tall. That is someone who is very difficult to get ahead of. It's another just generally cool thing of how these players are integral to the way the match works. It is York possession with the goal shooter looking to score another point for York, which she does indeed. The score is currently 38-31 to the home team, and it is York ball from the centre line. It's York goal attack to centre, looking to get it inside the Lancaster D. It goes to goal shooter. Goal shooter is trying to score a point. Just misses it. Is a Lancaster ball. Lancaster centre to wing defence. Back to Lancaster centre to goal defence to wing attack. Going down the pitch towards the York side. We are just starting to see a little bit of pushing and shoving. Charlotte, do you think that's possibly as the players are getting more frustrated, might you say?
I think absolutely. I think their emotions will be getting caught up in the game. Also, when you're on the court and you are playing, it's very easy to get a little bit... Both teams will be pushing back against each other. And I think as the score changes, emotions get more intense and people tend to get a little bit more pushy. And I think we will start to be seeing that, especially with the stakes so high.
Absolutely. Well, would you say that one thing that York certainly have to avoid is, and I won't say giving up, but certainly just getting a little bit too relaxed now that they have a slightly higher lead?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That is something that's... Oh, I wonder what's going on there. Oh, it's a York possession. Yeah, I think that will be something that will be very much on their minds during the next quarter team talk. Will just be, don't get complacent, because they brought it back before. They turned it over, and that could be done again, so...
Absolutely. Well, you heard it here first. It is all still to play for in the York Sport Arena today. If you are just tuning in, you are currently watching the Roses Media 2025 coverage of the Women's Wands netball match. This is one of the biggest fixtures in Roses, with Lancaster scoring another point, leading to the current score being 39-34 to York, the current home team. Charlotte, perhaps an even bigger factor for these players is just how big of a competition this Roses is shaping up to be. If Lancaster win this Roses, it will be the 4th year in a row that they have won Roses, making this the first time that has happened in the history of the competition so far. Do you think that'll be on the players' mind at all?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think there is a huge... It's such a privilege to be part of such a competition like this, but also I think quite terrifying. I mean, last year this one's team, their game was unfortunately, or fortunately, well, Lancaster won last year and York did not, and that was the game that had the points to push Lancaster over for the whole of the Roses win. And I think that memory will be all on their minds.
Exactly. Well, this is the Roses media team, which is YSTV, LA1 TV, URY, and Bailrigg FM. We are on most social media sites. If you would like to reach out and let us know, do you believe roses are red, roses are white, or are you like the media team and firmly believe that roses are pink? If you are able to let us know, do get involved, as we would love to know your thoughts. We are in the York D with Lancaster scoring another point. The score is currently 40-37 to the home team. Charlotte, we are starting to see this gap close slightly.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you look away from the scoreboard for 1 minute and suddenly it has got a lot closer, only 3 goals in it.
Absolutely. Well, I think suddenly is probably quite a good descriptor of this game in general. It seems to be constantly changing this way and that way, almost like a pendulum swinging.
Absolutely. This is one of those games that you just can't really look away. You can't go for a little break because something is happening every single second, and there's turnovers and goals scored.
Definitely a game of FOMO, I think.
Absolutely,
Definitely
yeah.
A game of FOMO.
You don't want to miss this one.
Well, it is Lancaster possession of the ball currently. We are very deep into the top third of the York side of the court. And Lancaster have scored another point. The score is currently 41-38 to the home team, and it is York from the centre line. With an interception from Lancaster. What happened there, Charlotte?
I think, yeah, that was a very good interception, and I think that there was a little bit of confusion there from the goal defence of York, thinking that maybe they were being called out for contact, but they weren't. It was just...
Absolutely. Well,
Lancaster.
I think... the score is currently 41-39. Lancaster have just scored another point. But going off on a small tangent, I think we can also must compliment the umpiring, all of what goes on outside of the direct play. I can only imagine how hard of a job this is, as quite often we're looking at the play and going, what's happened here?
Yes, absolutely. These umpires will have to be so unbelievably focused for this. And it is a lot of pressure because in games like this, the crowd can get incredibly rowdy. And sometimes you get players on the court talking back, and it can be quite difficult, I think, to put up with that, to be honest, and put up with behaviour like that.
Absolutely. Well, the score is currently 42-40 to the home team in this Netball Wands match, and everything is still to play for. It is currently York possession of the ball down in the York part of the court. However, they are very quickly going towards the Lancaster end. They will desperately be trying to maintain that lead, as it has been closing quite quickly now that we are well into the third quarter of the game. Charlotte, do we think this will be taking a toll on these players now?
Absolutely, absolutely. And with 2 points in it, this will just be... I mean, they will be physically and mentally exhausted. I think it's quite tough to push that far ahead, 8 points lead or something, and then for it to get that much closer and to have to do it another whole quarter can be incredibly draining, to be honest.
Will we be seeing some substitutions going into the final quarter of the game?
Absolutely, I think we will. I think from both teams, this has been a tough quarter. Not only did York pull it ahead by so much, but Lancaster brought it back very well. And I think that means that there will be some tired players. Maybe not, there may not be as many changes for Lancaster, considering how well they have done to bring it back from a 9-point lead.
Well, we are currently well into the third quarter of the Roses 2025 Wands netball match.
Good afternoon. As we approach nearly 3 o'clock, I'm jumping into the netball there. You can finish that game over on roseslive.co.uk. For now, though, it's time to join the VC Vice-Chancellor darts fixture for Roses 2025, all the way in Hendricks Hall.
This is Roses Live, brought to you by URY and Bailrigg FM.
right now there's some music playing, good crowd of people. Everything looks really good. So anyone just joining us, it's still the start of the stream. I'm Phoebe, this is Evan from the darts team. And this is the Vice-Chancellor's fixture, part of the Roses tournament. It is an exhibition, so no points will count towards the final total. But it's going to be a good time anyway. We're going to get some good sport out of it, and a good time between the two uni teams.
Yeah, the crowd's a really good split here. It's about 50-50 Lancaster-York, I'd say. So how the players react to the crowd, interact with the crowd, and the darts they throw will have a massive difference in the atmosphere of this fixture, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's quite a dramatic setup, to be honest, with the lights around the darts ring. It's all very, very professional. It's not what I thought I was going to see when I got signed up to do darts. We've got Longboy approaching us now. Hello. I'm sure he'll have some great things to say on stage later. Probably get some good darts action in. I don't know if that's true or not, but I hope it is. Okay, I think here comes the host now. I'm going to kick off the event.
Oh, we have our caller, Liam Foxton. Great mathematician.
Great mathematician, is he?
True talent.
Vice-Chancellor's 2025 Roses fixture.
Lots of applause for the welcome speech.
Right, so first up, we have Longboy.
First up, here comes the York mascot, Longboy, in foam, feathers, and all kinds of polystyrene. He awkwardly takes the stage in his massive shoes. Oh, with two assistants to help him. Up he goes.
I'm not sure how Longboy's going to throw darts if he can't get up the stage, but I'm sure he'll find a 180.
Yeah.
Somehow.
He might need a walking cane assistant because he's really struggling up those stairs.
Thank you, sir. First up, we'll have Lancaster Vice-Chancellor Andy Schofield.
Here comes Lancaster Vice-Chancellor Andy Schofield as well, up for his walk-up. Accompanied by, looks like a member of the darts team as well. Very loud trumpet in the background somewhere, not sure where that's coming from.
I think it's in Lancaster crowds.
Lots of noise from the Lancaster crowd for that one. Everyone's getting very excited now. Here he comes. Here comes Charlie Jeffries, York Vice-Chancellor. Drink in hand, alongside a member of the York darts team, Nick. He'll be playing later in the first game.
A real confident player, Nick Theodoulou.
Confident walk on that, yeah.
He's loving the crowd, he's loving the atmosphere, as he always does. And he hopefully be interacting with the crowd in the ones. Some chants of TNT, signifying his Super League team on Tuesdays we have in darts. TNT standing for Team Nick Theodoulou.
Lovely. A good sportsmanship there, everyone's shaking hands. That's going to all be gone fairly soon, I think, as usual in Roses. But for now, everyone's just chatting. Longboy's getting involved somehow. I'm not really sure what he's up to, but he is there in the way, some might say. Okay. Do you think the Vice-Chancellor looking confident? Do you think they're ready for this?
The Vice-Chancellor looking very confident. His practice
standing the exact same way.
When we saw the darts that Charlie threw, me and my other fellow players just looked at each other, stunned by how good his darts was. Incredible.
Is he coming for Luke Littler's job? Is he coming for Luke Littler's job?
He is coming for Luke Littler's job.
That's the one darts player I know.
Luke Littler's coming this academic year. I hope we can interest him UCAS application to University of York to get on
Longboy's
the York darts
throwing
ones.
his second dart, it looks like, or not. Just a big bird just deeply in the way is what I would call Longboy's performance right now. Okay, he's moving off now. Thank God for that.
It's the mind games. It's already in the Lancastrians' heads, I believe.
He's getting in their heads. Where's their mascot? Back in Lancaster.
All they have is a trumpet. It's poor.
That trumpet was in my ear at my commentary game earlier. It's quite intense, the trumpet.
Mind games from both sides here in Hendricks Hall.
Absolutely. Obviously, you know Nick Theodoulou quite well as part of the team. What kind of would you say he's? What is he a good player? How's he going to play today?
He's a very good player. He's the current ones team captain. Very confident player. he gives it large. He gives it so large. If you see him hit a checkout, he'll give it to the crowd.
Aw.
Be brilliant.
First Lancaster play just gone. I think they're just warming up because I haven't heard a score announced
practice
yet.
starts. I think players usually get 9 darts each to practice, so 3 visits. Let's see, first darts thrown by our Vice Chancellor.
I mean, he's hit a 1, and a 12, and a 20. Okay.
he's just getting started.
Yeah, nothing to write home about, but I'm sure he's got more in him for later. Lancaster has stepping up as well to get their practice darts in.
Yeah. Quick shout out to Dan Scott, putting the scores in for the whole of the women's fixture and this fixture. Great mathematician.
Yeah. Could not do it without them because I'm not adding this thing up from back here. Also shout out to the incredible tech team over here broadcasting at YSTV and UOI. Please go tune in to the stream on Roses Live on YouTube or listen on Channel 1 here on radio, which I guess you already are doing. But thank you to them for making this possible as we get into our first fixture in a second. Getting the crowd hyped up.
Right, Lancaster are thrown with first as they are the away team.
That's a 39, sorry, for the first one.
That's a steady first visit.
Sorry, I should say we are playing 301 today, so get it down 2-0 and then end on a double. That's 39 for the first go for Lancaster.
Oh, that's a 20.
Ooh, 52 for Charlie Jeffries from York.
Respectable switch to the treble 9. We're about to see the first piece of darting magic of the day from Nick.
That's another 64 for Lancaster, bringing them to 198. And Nick steps up, 32 for York. That bringing them to 217. Andy Schofield leaving the role of Vice-Chancellor next year, being taken over by a new candidate. I believe his name is Dan. I'm not entirely sure. But that was a 36 for Lancaster just then from Andy Schofield.
Charlie here would be looking to get down to a finish. Which I'm sure Nick Theodoulou will be more than capable to take out.
40. Fairly evenly matched right now, 162 versus 177. No major upsets so far. Oh, Lancaster taking it with 57.
They saw 105, 3-figure out shot there. Very doable 3-figure out shot.
43.
Nice. That was Nick Theodoulou bringing it down to 134 for York with a 43.
105. Vice-Chancellor could be looking at the 19s here, I believe, for the route.
Hard to see past the host.
Yes,
but that's Andy Schofield shooting now.
40.
Scores at least 65.
Down under the 100 mark.
Looking.
And Charles Jeffrey steps up again.
Ooh. 1 scored so far.
14 for Charlie Jeffries. Down to 120, nearly double what Lancaster are at right now.
Nick Theodoulou absolutely loves a Shanghai finish, which is triple, a single and a double, which is 120, which is a Shanghai on the 20s.
Lovely.
And he's going to give this a good
Lancaster
try
down
now.
to 39. Can feel the tension in the room as Lancaster inch closer to the end. Nick Theodoulou now on the 120. 14, unfortunate.
14, leaving a triple to double combination.
Schofield's back on. He has to end on a double, so really needs some kind of even number in here.
Yeah, there was uncertainty about deciding whether this fixture should be ending on double, but after seeing the quality in the practice rooms, I think it's suitable to add a bit of
Schofield
tension.
on 20, Jeffries on 106, trying to get it down a bit closer.
5 there, he'll go for triple 17 now to leave bullseye.
Oh.
Unfortunate bounce right there from CJ.
You can really feel how when it gets quiet, how tense everyone is, even though it's only an exhibition match. Just shows how much the community cares about this tournament.
Yeah, it's also a sign of respect from the crowd for keeping silent.
No score for Lancaster.
68. He'll start on the 20s here.
Back to Nick from York.
He's go for 8 or 16. Oh, unfortunate into the 33, which I believe leaves 15.
Can he do it?
So he'd probably go for a single 7.
No.
Yeah, bust.
Oh,
Double
unfortunate.
Double 10 for the Lancaster Vice Chancellor. Just outside.
Ooh. Unlucky for Lancaster there. Still 2068.
Starting on 20s here.
Charlie Jeffrey.
I must say, I do like Charlie Jeffrey's throw style. It reminds me very much of Mensur Sulovic, a professional darts player.
Yeah,
very
good form.
Very engaging throw.
And that is only a 12. 56 for York. Lancaster on 20.
Oh, interesting split. Double 6 to leave double 4.
Oh.
2 darts just missed on the outside of the outer ring.
Lancaster now down to 8. York still on 56.
Double 20
Nick
for Nick.
Theodolo again. Oh.
36.
Oh, down to 20.
36.
I mean,
Double 4 for
could
the
do it from
Lancaster
here.
Vice Chancellor.
Come on, Andy Schofield from Lancaster. Oh. Lots of support from Charlie Jeffrey from the crowd there. I think that's our sports officer who's going to be playing shortly. Oh, big. Oh, that is exactly 20 for Charlie Jeffrey. First round goes to York. Big
Brilliant.
celebration from the crowd. They're dancing on stage.
Brilliant. See, I said if a checkout happened, Nick will give it to the crowd. That's exactly what he's done. I said Charlie would deliver, and he did. His practice darts in the practice room paid off.
Forget about the darts form. What do you think about Nick's dancing form there? That was quite
Dancing.
something.
He is quite a dancer. He loves giving a little bit of a boogie
Yeah,
on a
clearly.
Tuesday or Thursday night where we have our darts competitions.
Do you? That's fun. I'll say we don't do that over at football, but you guys do you.
No, we love a boogie at
I think
UYDC.
next up we're going to have the sports officer versus activities officer, which will be Jack Watson from Lancaster and TJ from York. That was Nick Theodolo there. You caught that on the mic. I was coming to say hello. But yeah, soon we're going to have the second match of our little tournament over here. Sports officer versus activities officer. And I don't know the sports officer here particularly well. So I don't know if you guys interact with her much as a Uni-Ov team or...
She actually came down to darts on Thursday to get some practice in.
Oh, yeah.
And she had quite a close game with the woman who played last on the women's fixture, Millie. It was a very close game. Both players played really well. One of the legs went to a bull-off, and TJ pinned in a bullseye for the bull-off. It was brilliant, shocking. I was refereeing the game.
That definitely bodes well for York then, to have
Yeah.
someone so skilled on their team. I don't know a lot about the activities officer from Lancaster, but I imagine they've got a tough game to beat after that last one from Charlie Jeffrey. Feeling the pressure now from the crowd as some of the Lancaster supporters have left, presumably for other sporting events, but there's a big white crowd now, lots of black and yellow and white kit going on. I wonder if does that help to have a big crowd of your own supporters, or does it not? Is it just the number of people is stressful no matter what?
I would say it depends whose side the crowd's on, because last year in the darts ones especially, York were outnumbered about 20-1, but the York crowd was louder than the Lancaster crowd because we had more passion. I had chance of, is this a library? Because Lancaster was just so quiet. I believe TJ is paired with Imi McFun, the women's captain.
Oh yeah, sorry, my information's out of date, I think.
Yeah, brilliant player. Really unlucky loss earlier. Brilliant player. Couple of good runs, I believe, in a tournament on Thursday. She came 5th. Really good run there. Being a few of our good players.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Unfortunately, the UIDC players helping the York Sport president and the vice chancellors don't get walkout songs.
Oh no!
Imi has an iconic walkout song of Fireball, which you might have saw earlier in the women's fixture.
I think I did,
brilliant.
yeah.
It was brilliant.
Some really good music choices, actually. I was quite enjoying it.
Yeah, it's a big part of Rose's picking your walkout songs, because it seems a big part of darts walkout songs. Only if you're lucky, you get 2 chances a year to have a walkout song. One being the varsity in Durham, the Durham versus York varsity, which is a collegiate varsity, and obviously Rose is here today. I believe Liam Foxton is getting ready to announce the next fixture, which York have the throw.
Let's see how it goes. So York currently 1 up in this 3-game tournament. Charlie Jeffrey winning the York Lancaster Vice Chancellors match. If you're just joining us now, this is the Vice Chancellors exhibition darts match. I'm Phoebe and this is Evan, and we're commentating the 3 games. We're playing 301. Let's finish on a double. And I think they're getting ready to announce the second match. Or they're just all milling around aimlessly and keeping me waffling for a bit. But hopefully it's going to start soon. Everyone seems to be getting ready. But yeah, should have another exciting match ahead of us. And then afterwards, who do we have in the final match? We've got Andy and Jack versus Charlie and TJ. Interesting.
This one, sports officer versus activities officer.
Here we go, announcing the game now. Host on the stage. Here they come. Activities officer Jack Watson, along with a member of the darts team. Lots of support from the Lancaster crowd. Very hard to hear what's going on. But yeah, very loud here. Just throwing the first practice darts now. Red Wine is playing. Interesting choice.
Some steady practice darts.
Yeah. There we go.
I won't spoil it, but I believe TJ has a very good choice of walkout song.
Oh, exciting. Here we go. TJ from York. Here she comes. Alongside, did you say the captain of the women's?
Captain of the women's team. I believe bringing the women's team in the UD University Darts UK Big Weekender to the semi-finals, I believe.
Wow.
Great.
First competition then for Lancaster.
Great player.
First practice darts thrown by TJ.
Imi's very good under pressure, I must say, so I expect her to deliver here. And I'm sure she'll be wanting revenge after her very unlucky loss earlier today.
That's good. You need something to fuel you in this kind of game.
Definitely.
While it may not be for Rose's points, it does still matter to the overall energy of Roses. Keeps everyone's morale up or down, depending on where you are in the rankings. And let's look at the rankings. Currently, Lancaster on 105 points, York on 74. You need 172.5 to win. It's not looking great for York right now, but I believe we can bring it back in the third day, definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's anyone's game. It's always anyone's game, and I'll be happy whoever wins.
Still 6 points up for play in the darts later. I believe the twos fixture, the open twos, is worth 2 points, and then the ones are worth 4 points. Last year was the first year that the Open 2's darts was worth anything, because it used to be just an exhibition, I believe, or just didn't count for anything. York Bees won the Bees for the first time in years. So we're getting onto our final few practice darts. Let's see how TJ is throwing. Throwing some decent arrows in the practice room. So she's had a switch of darts though. She was originally using my own darts, but she's had a switch.
Hope that won't throw her off too much then.
I believe Charlie pulled some strings and got her a set. So it should.
That's the benefit being the Vice Chancellor's team. All kinds of strings you can pull around here.
Yeah.
Still on their practice darts now, just finishing up probably the last couple of throws.
Good darts from Imi, Fireball, McFun, all in around that 20 segment. It's looking good. Oh, a lucky treble 12 there from the Lancaster Darts Society player.
Right,
Here we go. Game is just about to start. Hosts getting very excited. Someone's got a very loud trumpet again. That's good.
All right, TJ will throw now, looking to get ahead in this shortened leg of 301.
Ooh.
40.
40 on the first throw, bringing them down to 261 for York.
Steady 40.
Here comes Activities Officer from Lancaster. 25. Big reactions from the crowd there for not a very big score. This shows how invested everyone is in this game. Everyone's very involved.
I believe.
26.
That's 235 York, 276 Lancaster.
Emmy with 26. She'll be looking to improve on that, and I'm confident she will in later visits.
Oh, Lancaster scored a 4 there. One fell on the floor, I think, unfortunately. Bounced off. But they can bring it back. TJ again for York.
40.
Another 40.
Steady darts from TJ. It's very respectable.
Brings York down to 195 versus Lancaster's 272. And they're throwing again.
Emmy will be looking.
That's better. 228 for Lancaster now.
Emmy will be looking down to get a check out now from 195. That's a 20 hit. A 5.
37.
Leaving
nice.
a difficult check out. 158, treble 20, double 19. And Lancaster now looking to get down to a finish from 228.
70. Wow, big throw from Lancaster. Both on exactly 158 now. Matching scores for York and Lancaster.
29.
And 29 for TJ from York. Lancaster throwing again.
29.
Both on 129 again.
It is neck to neck.
They're just copying each other's scores.
No, it's all mind games.
Absolutely. Lancaster just chasing after York's score. Keep them on their toes.
27. Lancaster,
102 to York, 129 Lancaster.
Should be. I'm not sure about the route on the 129 from the.
Oh, unlucky. One dart on the floor.
44.
44 for Lancaster anyway, despite losing one dart. Bringing them down to 85 versus York's 102.
53
Oh,
scored.
TJ bringing it down to 49 for York.
Activities officer should be looking at triple 15. No, does not know the route.
Slight pause for Lancaster there.
17.
49-68 for York, Lancaster, respectively.
You should be looking at 9s here.
TJ's throwing some fantastic darts.
She is.
Great big scores.
She took a time out to practice on Thursday. I'm sure she's been throwing through arrows throughout the week and in between then. It's paying off.
29 for York, bring them down 20 exactly.
Oh, double 10. I think that goes if they give them the chance. Interesting route, 25 leaving 43. Ooh. So 25 and leaving 19.
Interesting.
49. Oh,
wow,
yes.
20 and 19. Yeah. Lancaster brought it down by 49.
TJ's hit 13 to leave 7, so she'll go for 3. Oh.
No,
she goes.
14.
Down to 6 for York and 19 for Lancaster. Getting close now. The end of this game.
I wonder if we'll hear calls for 3s knees, where you bend down and go on your knees to hit the double 3. As a joke. Something we saw in the varsity last year in Durham, but I think we're taking this too seriously to do any of that.
Probably. That's a good time though. Oh, can't quite see from here what's going on. No score. Still on 6, York.
Lancaster on 19. Look to split. Go for a single 3.
He's going for it. No score again.
TJ on double 3.
TJ from York throwing again. No score again. We're stuck at a bit of a stalemate here with 6 for York and 19 for Lancaster. As activities officer for Lancaster steps up.
Scores 7 to leave double 6 at 3 o'clock on the board.
7. So 6 and 12 now.
Problem with 12, if you go inside, you're on that dreaded double 3 that York are on now.
Yeah. No score again. Wow. Big support from the crowd for Lancaster as they step up to deal with their 12.
Yeah, I've been impressed with the atmosphere here today. In both the
Still
women's,
no score.
in both the women's fixture and today, the atmosphere's been amazing. TJ approaching double 3.
Ooh. Come on, final dart.
Oh no.
Wow. So they've got to try and get a double 1 and then a normal 1.
Yes, 1, then double 1.
Yeah, so York are now stuck on 3. And to end on a double, they'll need to get 2 1s and a normal 1, which is a bit tricky, but we'll see how they do. No, no score. And Lancaster still stuck on 12.
I believe I've gone inside.
Anyone just joining us? We're in the last stages of the second game of our darts exhibition tournament with the Vice Chancellors. We're currently stuck with York on 3 and Lancaster on 12, as both need to end on a double in the 301 game we're playing. York need a double 1 and a regular 1 to finish this game. And TJ from York has just finished throwing, and it's no score again for York. Back to Lancaster's 12.
Other issue with double 6 is if you drop down into the 10, you hit double 1. But I believe the Lancastrian has gone into the 6 to leave double 3.
3 and 6 now. This is an impossible game. Everyone's just stuck in the same area.
Unlucky from TJ there.
No score again. Oh my goodness.
I have to say, the players are all handling the nerves really well. They look really calm and collected.
Yeah. And the audience are just as into it as they were 10 minutes ago, so that's really good.
I don't think there's a dart limit, because in the women's section there was a 60 dart limit, but...
Okay. They are counting the darts, though, I see, so maybe there is.
I think that just comes with the website, but
Okay.
I don't think... There could be a 60 dart limit. We'll have to find out. So again, York are on 3, and Lancaster are on 6 remaining in the second fixture of the VC fixture.
TJ for York throwing now. No score again.
Double 3 for the Lancaster sports officer.
Very unlucky so far. Still no score for Lancaster either.
Emmy going for 3. Wants
Do you
1.
think the players are rattled? Do you normally get frustrated at this kind of point in the game, or is it just
no,
more
doubles.
important if they got the end result?
Doubles. I think the only weak point in our club is just doubles. It's pretty normal thing to struggle with. You either some days you either hit them or they don't. I believe in one of our fixtures against, I believe it was Sheffield, either Sheffield Hallam or University of Sheffield. We had a actually, I think it was Leeds. We had a double 1-off where both teams were on double 1, and the end leg ended up being 121 darts. You see, we're on 63 now. It was long.
Yeah. So recap again: we're York is on 3 still, Lancaster on 6, and we are on the 63rd dart as York captain.
Amy still looks calm and collected as she hit the. Oh.
Unfortunate, no score again. Lancaster throwing now. No score.
This can get frustrating if you keep hitting the doubles, and as well not hitting the big numbers.
Yeah. With such small numbers as well, there's a tiny margin for error.
I believe
here.
double 1 for TJ.
Nice.
Now.
So TJ from York now needs just a double 1.
I'm sure Emmy
while
knows.
Lancaster still look for the double 3.
Emmy knows how to approach double 1. You work your way in. You work your way in. Oh, unlucky bust there.
Such a close game now.
I could see
again.
I could see the scorer Dan Scott on his computer there. He's loving this. He has to.
Wow, we're down to 3 now for Lancaster. 2 and 3. They're in the same situation that York were just now.
Oh, some close darts from TJ there. I believe we are getting closer to this double.
Definitely.
Can Emmy work her way in? Double 1. Unlucky.
No score again.
Just inside the 20 from Mimi McFun.
York and Lancaster stuck in a very big impasse of 2 and 3, respectively. I mean, they must be getting tired now, trying to go for the same numbers.
The thing about missing doubles, it builds up so much pressure across the leg that it's such a release whenever the double is hit. So I'm sure the crowd will go absolutely wild when this double one, it will be a double one either way, is hit.
I'm sure our mics are really looking forward to it.
Amy just wiring the double.
Oh.
So close.
Almost. Very close on that one. Lancaster again. No score for Lancaster.
Lancastrians bust score again, still leaving them on 3. Same here with
TJ scores
York.
20. No score again.
Final visit each. You're required to.
Oh, I believe we do have a bull off. It is going to be a 90 dart bull dart limit. So we're having 3 darts at bullseye now, I believe.
Wow.
Oh,
okay. You're right.
So they get 1 dart each at the bullseye to decide who wins this fixture.
Wow. Penalty shootout of darts.
TJ gets 1 dart.
Very intensive here at the fixture. Ooh.
It's 1 dart.
Very close for TJ. Not quite, though.
It's 1.
Oh, is it in?
I believe there's a confusion of whether a bull-off can be 1 dart. Sometimes it's 1 dart, sometimes 3 darts. It can happen.
See.
But luckily, the first dart was the closest.
Yeah,
so
York
TJ has
succeeded.
got that dart closest to bull, and that is victory.
That is a victory
York.
for York. That is TJ, sports officer, accompanied by the captain of the women's team. Coming up soon after this victory is the 3rd game of the tournament, which will be Andy Schofield and Jack Watson from Lancaster, and our Charlie Jeffrey and actually Evan, who will be leaving us now, and we'll have a new commentator shortly. Sorry. So thank you very much, Evan, for helping out, and you can go get ready for your section of the tournament.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Good
for
luck.
listening. Thank you.
So as we just finished our second game between TJ and what's the name again? TJ and Izzy. TJ and Izzy, and then the activities officer and a member of the Lancaster Darts team. So we're now on York 2 for the exhibition game. York have won 2 of the 3 matches. As we move into the 3rd one, which is the vice chancellors and members of the, I believe, 2 darts teams from their respective universities. Atmosphere is quieting down a bit now. People have realised that York have won this mini tournament, and they have other events to go to. But there is still a good buzz in the air. I can see lots of red shirts, lots of white shirts. Really good mix of people who've come out to support today. And as I'm just waiting for our next commentator to come help me out, who will be Paisley, who I believe is also a member of the 2's team. I want to wish Evan, my fellow commentator, good luck in his match, as well as the Lancaster teams and vice chancellors. I was told a fun fact about Charlie Jeffrey earlier, which is that he was in the Loughborough Echo for hitting a 180, which is quite exciting. I think that's impressive. And welcoming now Paisley to help me out with the commentating for the last match. Do you want to say hello?
Hello, hello, hello.
Hold it more like this, like a lollipop.
Like a lollipop.
Yeah, there you go. Paisley, do you want to introduce what you do at darts, what team you're in, and what you're thinking you're going to see today from the VCs and members of the teams?
I'm the president of darts. I try to throw darts, and I'm in the in the A's. The open ones later.
Mm-hmm.
The standard so far. Well, the women from both sides were amazing, especially the Lancaster team. Played really well.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
This has been good fun.
Yeah.
I think that's the best way to describe
Yeah.
this. Fun.
It doesn't matter in the overall tournament, but it's good fun. Introducing now, doing the walk-ons for Andy Schofield and Charlotte from Lancaster. Here they go. Confident-looking squad from Lancaster, all dressed in red.
I like that. Colour coordinated. Very good. Very
matching.
good.
Are we doing that? We're not doing that. Everyone's wearing their own uniform. Disappointing. So what do you think we can expect from our side, Charlie, TJ and Evan?
Well, Charlie proved he was pretty good in the first game.
Yeah.
So I'm confident in him. This Evan guy, I don't know. I guess we'll see on the stage. He's president next year, so he better play well.
Yeah. We'll see. Good practice for him when he's president. I mean, I can't remember his name now. I think it's Jack from the Lancaster team. He was playing really well in the second game just now.
Yes, it's Jack Watson.
Unfortunately, they all got stuck in that those last few small numbers of the doubles, but what can you do?
It happens. It happens.
Bit of a stalemate. Although the pull-off was quite exciting at the end there. The bullseyes.
Yeah, maybe a bit controversial. I don't know if the ref knew what he was doing.
Oh, we can't say that. We can't say that on air.
Oh, sorry, not
No,
controversial.
I'm kidding.
This has been brilliantly efficient. Oh.
So the competitors are just doing their warm-up darts now. I've had a bit of a technical malfunction with some of the cameras, but it should be all right. Where's the table going? It's all right. So they're just warming up on their first few darts now. Lancaster taking the stage for it.
Yeah, I think Lancaster have the darts in this leg, so they'll be thrown first. I think that each player's having 6 warm-up darts.
Okay.
And then
There's
we'll get
Evan.
underway.
Very, very bright green darts. Those are.
Yeah, I like it.
I can
Looks good
actually
for the
see them
camera.
on the board from here, which is good. I couldn't see any other ones before.
I think he is actually blocking the camera. We can't see his bright green darts because of how tall
like
he is.
on the floor. No, yeah, I do see why he's in the lighthouse. See on the back of his shirt.
Yes.
I'm assuming that's why.
I think so.
Yeah. TJ looking strong in the warm-up darts now.
Yeah, for someone who hasn't played darts, she's pretty good at darts.
Yeah, everyone was saying that she came along to a training session. So anyone who's just joining us now, I'm Phoebe and this is Paisley. We're commentating the Vice
Hello.
Chancellor's exhibition match of darts. Introduced that really badly, but it doesn't count towards the final rows of scores, but it's a bit of fun and it raises morale for everyone. And Lancaster are about to throw their first dart of the last game. York currently 2-0 up, but we'll see if they can bring it back a little bit in this final game. Here we go. Andy Schofield, Vice Chancellor, throwing now. 35.
You know
on
what?
the
That's
first
a steady
row.
start. It's a steady start.
That's solid, yeah. Not bad. Bringing them to 266. And here comes Charlie Jeffrey.
I've heard that Charlie Jeffrey's been practicing for this. Has
Has
it set
he?
up in his home, is what I heard.
And that is 275 for York. Oh my God. Up comes Jack Watson from Lancaster. 25. 241 for Lancaster.
Oh, here he goes. The lighthouse. Oh, I don't know if he wanted it down there. 2 steady
again.
darts. 2 steady darts.
Yeah, 250 for York, 241 for Lancaster. Everyone at a fairly even pace right now, fairly solid.
Yeah, well, one big score could change the leg here.
I think so. 216.
I think the key in
Lancaster.
these games is just get as many darts as double as you can. You just
Mm.
want to set up quickly. And then hope one of the doubles goes in.
It's gotten very quiet in here suddenly. I can hear my own
Yeah,
voice.
where's the music on?
Yeah. That's 14 for York a second ago.
Yeah, Lank's pulling ahead now. A big score here would really help out.
Comes Andy Schofield for Lancaster. 7 for Lancaster. I didn't mean to laugh. It's very funny that we went a big score
Yeah.
here and immediately was 7. I don't mean to laugh at their score, but that's just contradictory.
Oh, what a dart by Charlie
Here comes
Jeffrey
Charlie
there.
Jeffrey.
Oh, my God.
Incredible shot.
Oh.
Whoa, hello.
Well, oh my
95
days.
from
Brilliant
Charlie
darts from
Jeffrey,
Charlie.
bringing us down to 141 for the York team.
You can tell he's been practicing.
Lancaster still on 209. That is a man who's committed to this game.
Yeah. He got his own specialised shirt just for this match, I heard.
Wow. 170 now for Lancaster.
I quite like them. I might.
Thanks to Jack Watson. Evan Hartfield back up again.
That's good counting. That's a good leave. A steady 100
41.
left.
Wow. Good progression here. Fast moving game. So 100 to 170.
Few boos from the crowd as the 170 didn't go.
I think most of the supporters here are Lancaster. 92 for Lancaster. Wow.
Very good darts. Very
Bringing
good
Lancaster
darts.
down to 78. Big Lancaster crowd in here. 23 for TJ, our sports officer
Wow,
here in York.
close game.
77 to 78, you're right. York, Lancaster, respectively. Here comes Andy Schofield once again.
I think he's left 43 there.
33.
45.
45. Wow. Lots of support for Charlie from the crowd.
Yeah, and
Goes
a lot of
again.
noise.
Lots of noise.
The route here is 19. So would he go? Oh, he's at 15. I don't mind that. 62 left.
He's really focused. He's taken a big pause here.
Yeah,
He works it out.
12 for ball. Ball for the match.
Goes again.
Oh, it's a good effort. It's a very good effort.
Wow. 42 for York. Lancaster still on 45 as Jack Watson starts throwing.
Hasn't left a double. Just needs to tidy up now for his team. 42. I think Evan will go for a 10 or a 6 here.
Okay. Lancaster now on 27.
I think he's hit a 10.
Hard to tell from here.
Leaves double 16.
I think I see a 6, but I can't really, I'm not really sure.
He's left double 8 at the end of the visit, so it's not bad.
16 for York. To move into Lancaster's 27th dart, I think.
27. Aim at the bottom of the board. Lots of odd numbers down there. Perfect.
His table's on wheels, I just realised.
Oh, that's unlucky. That is unlucky.
No score for Lancaster. It's a shame.
TJ stepping up now. Hit double 8.
Here she comes. Oh. Oh, one dart on
It's
the
unlucky.
floor.
It's unlucky.
Another dart on the floor.
No, but it's all right. It's all right.
Unfortunate.
I think he's at 11 for double 8 as well.
Looks like it. Andy Schofield stepping up
Oh.
for Lancaster again. Lancaster down to 16, same as York.
Both teams on double 8s, just whoever can hit it first.
Charlie Jeffrey getting lots of cheers from the crowd. He steps up again. Everyone seems to really like Charlie Jeffrey today.
Oh my God, he's done it!
He's done it! For good reason, he's done it. That's another victory for York. That's 3 victories in this Vice Chancellor's exhibition. Wow.
Wow, what a double again from Charlie Jeffrey.
Absolutely dominated by York there.
Unfortunately, there's no points online there, but maybe that'll lift the mood for later.
Absolutely. I think that's really going to help the environment for the rest of the tournament. So, yeah, anyone who wants to recap, we played 3 games today. Every single one of them won by York over Lancaster. Very exciting stuff. Second game, very close. A bit of a stalemate towards the end. But that last game felt decisively York's, I think. That was well played by everyone involved.
Especially Charlie. Really stepped up in the big game.
Jack Watson from Lancaster as well had some great throws. Got some
he looked a steady player.
Some big totals in for him. I believe. When's the other darts games on later? You want to promote?
So the open 2s are on at 4, and the open 1s are on at 8. I might replace myself with Charlie based off those darts. Hopefully he can keep it up.
Great. Well, if you want to tune into those later or come along in person, please do. We'd love to have your support over here at the darts. But thank you for listening, and we hope you've enjoyed this little Vice Chancellor exhibition. Have a good rest of Roses.
Thanks for listening. Roses Live is brought to you by URY and Bailrigg FM.
And that was the Vice Chancellor's darts there. And I think one thing that we can all agree on is that Charlie Jeffrey is surprisingly good at darts. Now we will bring you to another stream here on Roses Live on URY and Bailrigg FM. And we are going to take you to the netball, which will be coming up for you in a second if it shows up on Roses Live. Now, I'll take you through the scores on the doors so far. The scores so far, if I can just have a look, are 105 points to Lancaster and 76 points to York. So Lancaster have broken the century, but there is still all to play for here at Roses 2025. Now, we are going to bring you some coverage now of the hockey, the women's firsts.
And that's been given as a Lancaster free hit just outside the D. That was really quickly turned around by Lancaster there. And as I said, this has just happened. Lancaster overtaking the ball from Lancaster, intercepted very well.
Yeah.
So it really is so equal here. Both very excellent teams. That's number 8, Harriet Foreman again. And again, York is still in possession.
Bringing it really
down the left side. Has been intercepted by Lancaster, who are running very, very quickly.
Great run. Very similar to one that happened a couple minutes ago. Same.
Yeah, absolutely same player, same people
player,
involved.
same
And again, it's been intercepted by York. Lancaster aren't quite able to have enough people up in the York side to be able to get it around them. Yeah, I think York will be very pleased with how so far for them, despite conceding a few short corners very early in the game.
Yeah.
They have not been able to lose any of them. And again, I think Lancaster shouldn't be upset with what they've done. So many quick turnarounds, so many quick counterattacks. So very good so far.
York's first 5 minutes were a bit jittery, especially with those short corners, but I think currently they are just a bit ahead. But no reason to.
And York again on the counter-attack. Down the right side of the pitch now. And intercepted by Lancaster. Lancaster are quickly approaching and again it's been intercepted. They're just struggling to make those connections right when it matters. But again, they're not struggling getting it towards the D at all. Once again, they enter the D.
Another thing.
And it's still in. It's still in. And
wow,
keeper's had to make a save, and it's going to penalty flick. Okay, so that is because they're on the line of the goal.
So why don't you explain a penalty flick?
Of course. So the York keeper will be the only one involved in this with one Lancaster player. They will go to the penalty spot, which is about halfway through the D. It will be just those two players involved, absolutely no one else. The Lancaster player, or whoever takes the flick, will have to, in one fluid movement, there not has to be one, get it into the goal.
So the Lancaster player who is going to be involved is number 13, Isabel German, against York's keeper.
And it's gone in for Lancaster. That was an excellent flick. The keeper knew where to go. She was so close, but she just couldn't quite get there. It was excellent, just above the backboard for Lancaster.
Wow. So now an even tie game. 1 point to York, 1 point to Lancaster. That was scored by Izzy, who studies physical geography.
York are trying very quick to get on the attack once again, trying to make up for that one. And they're getting very close again.
Some excitement in the...
Just hasn't quite gone in, and it's gone to for York. They've had 50-50 success so far.
Let's see if they can increase those odds.
As you can see, the York crowd are very much in support of their teammates.
Yeah, there's a big audience here.
Very, very big at the JLD.
Obviously, you can listen to this online on Roses Live, watch it at Roses Live, watch it on the Roses Live YouTube channel, on DAB FM, on your Y in York, and Bailrigg FM. And
straight to left, and it's gone slightly wide of the goal.
You can also come here in person.
So it is now going to a Lancaster 16. That was a really good attempt. It is the best thing, the different options moving throughout every short corner you take, just so it doesn't get too predictable.
Yeah.
The defenders don't know exactly where you're going to go. So it was the right choice to make for them, but unfortunately didn't quite convert this time.
Okay. York has possession.
Lancaster are setting quite a high press, which means they're the York defenders. Makes it harder to get the ball through them. But also means once you've got through that first layer, a few more spaces to move the ball around and to keep possession. And that will be a York sideline. And that's been a transfer. And just missed. Therefore, it'll be a Lancaster sideline. Excellent, and that's been taken as an aerial. That was very impressive. Those are very hard to execute well, and that Lancaster player did fantastically there. Lancaster are in the D, and it's been cleared by Hallie Diggins from York and sent down the pitch for York again. That was an excellent aerial from Lancaster there.
And wow, York just won back possession from Lancaster.
Very impressive. That's how quick this game has been turning over every time.
And Lancaster's are back.
York regain possession.
Gone back to their captain Darcy.
As said, the Lancaster people have not been forgiving at all in letting York get through. So quick to shut down those opportunities, so quick on the tackles.
Real battle there between York's number 11 and Lancaster's number 2.
And that was immediately intercepted by Lancaster, who are once again running down the side of the pitch, this time the left. And that's been intercepted by Ava Jackson from York. And it's now Lancaster. Ready, and it's just gone wide. It will be a York 16.
Yeah, it was won back by Orla from Lancaster, but then taken out by York. So York has regained possession. And if you listen to the crowd, great defending.
The crowd know what they're on about. But that really is a testament to how quickly this game has gone back and forth. It's been very, very quick on either side, both sides making the counter-attack. As I say, that's happening right now. Lancaster down the side of the pitch, and that's been given as a foul. I think it was a slight obstruction from that one by Darcy Graham.
Yeah, there's a reason why it's 1-1.
Yeah. That's gone across the side of the pitch and back around to the defenders again, trying to tire out the Lancaster press. He will run back and forth until they have control of the ball. And that has been just won by Georgia's defender there. As a Lancaster ball, as a York ball, I apologise. And given as a Lancaster ball, as a York ball, I apologise. Once again, side of the pitch, giving them a bit more control. Once again, changing the side of the pitch, giving them a bit more control. Although it stayed quite a lot in the York half for a few minutes, they have regained all of the possession.
Yeah. So past few minutes, Lancaster have been a lot more challenging of York than York's been challenging at Lancaster.
And that is now a Lancaster free hit. Once again, running up the side of the pitch. It's number 10 for Lancaster there.
In Roses overall so far, York has 76 points and Lancaster 105. So these 4 points will be crucial.
Absolutely. I think York will be keen to keep as many of these points, especially from hockey, as they can. As you said, it's been quite successful for York for hockey so far today, so they'll be quite keen to make the most of this. Especially with the home crowd, they will be really keen to keep this going as much as they can. However, Lancaster are quickly progressing into their D. However, it's gone slightly wide, and it will be a York 16.
Yeah. Obviously, Lancaster has won Roses for the last few years. I believe York hasn't won since 2019 or 2018.
So really will be keen to make the most of this. And that's just gone wide. It will be a Lancaster sideline. Just gone off the pitch there.
Yeah.
Lancaster have kept possession of this.
Lancaster really.
And again, another Lancaster ball there. They've done well to keep possession there, really.
Yeah, it was tough. It was a real battle, but they just keep edging it out.
And that very quickly won by number 8, Harriet Thorman, but it is another Lancaster sideline. This time, let's try the other side of the pitch. I would say Lancaster have been a bit more in control over the last couple of minutes. Although, as I say that, it's now breaking into the Lancaster half. Just as I say it.
That's what always happens. It's a quick game, as soon as you say one thing, it's gone.
And that's a very good ball into the D. Unfortunately, no one was on the other end of that, so it will be a Lancaster 16. And looks like York are also doing a box press, so this will mean that they're trying to trap the Lancaster players into boxes and collapse onto them very quickly. That means they can attack them much better and they have more players on the player they're attacking.
I mean, it seems to be working.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say it's working for Lancaster as well.
It's working for Lancaster, I think maybe slightly better. Seeing a lot less action. If we take a heat map of where players have been, it's definitely more concentrated in the middle and on York's end.
That is a... I don't know whether that's a York or Lancaster sideline, but the ball's gone miles off.
Yeah.
Giving the players a couple of minutes to rest. I'm sure they'd want that, given that they've been up and down the pitch for the last, well, the entirety of the game, really.
Yeah. Just a few minutes to breathe and take stock of being here.
And that will be a York sideline then. Yeah, the Lancaster side have been excellent at keeping that press tight and in line. Although that was very good skills from 38 there, from York. Okay, another York ball. Again, another couple of seconds. They really will want this couple of minutes to breathe. The subs obviously make it a lot easier, but you know, the couple of seconds when you're on the pitch would be absolutely fantastic. And again, no one was quite on the end of that.
Yeah, it's got off to the side. So Lancaster regain possession. We asked York and Lancaster before this match what they would say to their opposing team. York said to Lancaster, prepare yourself for a very tough game. Lancaster said, Abish mate is back with vengeance after going to surgery for a broken thumb during last year's fixture. So, some very different energy.
Yeah, I would say both sides are true though.
Both valid.
Lancaster's player has done an excellent effort at keeping York as bay as much as they can. And York have put up an incredibly good fight so far.
Yeah, and Abby was also singled out for her team for having a really strong shooting backhand.
It's an excellent skill to have. Very hard to defend. Possession's been regained by Lancaster, who are again quickly running up the pitch. They are very good at getting those balls up there, and they've got some excellent sprinters, but this time there's just no one on the end of that, unfortunately for them. So that will be a York 16 once again.
Okay. York still.
I think you can see a few people getting tired now. It's been
slightly slower than it was.
Yeah. And I'm not surprised, given it's been quite a long half. It's been a lot of back and forth. Every player's been giving it their absolute all.
Taking a minute to breathe when you can is no bad thing.
Absolutely.
Especially if you're going to keep this going over 2 halves.
And definitely considering the stakes involved, not only for hockey, but as a whole. I think York will be keen to stay on their best game, and Lancaster want to try and prove themselves a lot.
Yeah.
They want this additional win. This will make it 4 years in a row, I believe, which would be incredible for them.
And yeah, roses means a lot to people.
You can see that in everyone on both teams has got ribbons in their hair. They've got face paint on, and everyone in the crowd has got matching colours and ribbons and face paint, and it's really lovely to see everyone getting involved. Everyone around the pitch, everyone on the sideline is just showing their support, and that is lovely to see.
Yeah, seeing people with their friends and their family coming to support, and
there's even a few dogs if you squint hard enough. And the Lancaster player's gone down, and it will be a Lancaster ball.
Yeah.
They'll be keen to take the lead before half-time here, so this will be crucial for them. And that'll be another Lancaster ball. She's taking it very quickly. Players have to be 5, and that is half-time.
So the score at half-time is 1-1 to York and Lancaster. It's been a very close game. York started a bit shaky. They
definitely settled into it. I would agree with that.
Yeah, they gave up a few opportunities that luckily for York weren't taken by Lancaster, but there's some real early shots there, and then York took an early lead.
But were quickly taken out of that lead by a penalty flick. And that's just how this game goes. It is very much, the score can change so quickly, and therefore these points are so crucial to be won for either side.
I would say Lancaster was slightly more dominant.
I would agree with that.
Later on, but not to a degree where it felt ever like certain which way it was going to go.
Definitely, and they have struggled to have players on the other end of the balls. They have these lovely balls that are sent all the way up to the end of the York pitch, but they are just unable to capitalise on that. The first York goal was scored from a penalty corner, which was Ems Robson, I believe, converted that one. She'll be absolutely thrilled with that. It was very early on in the game. That gives York the confidence they didn't quite have at the start. And as I said, the Lancaster goal was scored from a penalty flick, so
yes.
Either side will be keen, I think, to get just another 1 or 2 goals in this half. I think it should be really exciting.
Yeah. The Lancaster goal was scored by the number 13, Isabel German, who is her first time appearing at Roses.
Oh, she'll be thrilled with that, to have levelled Lancaster out. She'll be absolutely thrilled.
Yeah, a really
but
good
both teams deep in conversation now with their managers.
Yes. I mean, you've played at Roses?
I have. This is my 3rd year.
Yeah? What's this kind of moment like? Where you're halfway through a match, you've still got 35 minutes to go, but you've obviously played 35 minutes, so you're trying to just, what's the mental state?
Yeah, it's still quite nerve-wracking, because especially in games like this, it still does feel all to play for. Whether you're 1-0 down, 1-0 up, or 1-1 or whatever, it does feel very much like that could change at any minute. So in those circles there, York and Lancaster now will be talking about how they can get a goal that will push them over the edge a bit, and that will give them more control, and they will be in control of the game. That is what they want to hear right now. They want to hear how they can perhaps work together as a team better. I agree with what you said earlier. I think Lancaster have done incredibly well at having their entire team move up the pitch together, and York have done that equally well as well. So I think they'll both be looking for that extra little edge that they can have over the opposition.
Yeah, York have had these really great runs, like these really spectacular, like one person has gone and really fun, got really close. But it's been less of the whole team getting there and kind of managed to overwhelm Lancaster, whereas like a Lancaster at some points has felt like we've been very close to the Lancaster goal for the first half. Overwhelming.
Yeah, absolutely, especially now. I mean, it's sunny here at the JLD. It's quite warm. especially when you're playing hockey and you're running back and forth, you'll want to try and keep yourself cool. And I think that really does tire players out so much quicker. So it is harder to get your whole team down there when you are so exhausted. It's warm. You've been playing for 35 minutes. All you want to do is stop.
Yes.
But I think they'll be keen to really push it over the edge to give their respective supporters the best they can.
Yeah. So York, leading up to Roses, have partaken in extra fitness off pitch as well as upping the intensity of their regular session. So they've been putting a lot of effort into this. But Lancaster undertook a 2-week boot camp with indoor hockey. So I wonder which method of preparation will come out on top.
Well, I think, as you've seen, it's been very 50-50 so far. I think you can see that both teams have put in this extra effort. So I think they really will now be trying to see what this extra little thing, this extra push that they can make to ensure that they come out on top today. And it really is all to play for down here.
Yes. So far in the hockey this weekend, Lancaster have had one win outdoors.
So outdoors, they won the ladies' twos, and it was a 3-0 defeat for York there. In the other outdoors, so that's been ladies' threes, men's threes, and then men's twos as well. York have come out on top. So York will be keen to keep that winning streak going as much as they can, and Lancaster will be looking to pick that up and try and even the playing field out a bit. But for indoor, it was a little bit more mixed. The ladies' twos and the ladies' ones, York teams won, whereas the men's twos and the men's twos, Lancaster team won, and the men's ones was a draw. So it really is quite a mixed bag here.
I mean, this is one of the big ones. This was worth more points because it's firsts, and so it's the flagship. It's one we'll be kind of leading up to this, and after this it will be the men's hockey first, outdoor hockey firsts, which was also going to be an exciting match, and I would recommend sticking around to listen and watch it.
The sides have swapped now, and the teams are coming back out to start the second half.
Also, you can watch the women's first lacrosse, the volleyball open first, the rugby union's women's seconds, the fencing open seconds, rugby union men's seconds, and the ballroom dancing.
Lots on here at Roses 2025.
And Lancaster are just about ready to start the second half.
Lots of York support around us. Everyone's very invested, and Lancaster have started. As I said, they'll be very keen to try and get this extra goal as much as they can.
Yes. York will be hoping for a bit more possession in this half, whereas...
And a few more chances on goal as well, I'd say.
Yes. And Lancaster probably want to execute some more of their chances.
That's gone down the left line. Player number 33 for York, Lara Davenport. And that's very quickly gone into the Lancaster ball there. And it's a goal for York! That is such a quick start for York there. As you can hear, the supporters are thrilled. They'll be so pleased with that.
Lara managing to convert. We're talking about more link up to play that better connects more York players, and they did exactly that.
They've done exactly that. That must have been what they were talking about at half time.
Great mind to alike. That makes the score 2-1 to York.
And York are back in possession with the sideline.
Go on, Lara!
They'll be keen now to try and maintain this lead as much as possible, or maybe even go for another just to solidify it.
There's still plenty of time for things to change.
And that's Harriet Foreman there, number 8. She is one of York's top goal scorers. She went down briefly but got up again, and that really is just how hockey works. And that's been cleared by Lancaster there.
I'm sure Sorry, I'm sure she'd love to score at Roses.
Yeah. Especially as next season she comes in as the Ladies One's captain. So she would be thrilled with a great performance and a win from today. I think outgoing captain Darcy Graham would be pleased. This is their second year captaining. And again, it's back in the Lancaster D. And another shot's been taken on goal. And it was just narrowly missed. And it's been called as York's first short corner of the second half.
Yeah, it was very close there. So this, York will be happy with, well, they would have preferred the goal, but this is a good second.
Absolutely. That hit a player's foot, I believe, number 10, Ronnie.
York and Lancaster just using this opportunity to talk to each other, communicate, figure out what the plan is. There's lots of different ways you can approach this.
Yeah, absolutely. So with the player on the ground, I would hedge my bets on it being a straight strike, but I could also be very wrong. They've gone for 2 castles there. And it's been injected. Oh, and it's been mistrapped, so it has to be taken out of the D before it gets taken again. York have slightly fumbled that one, and it's a reverse hit, and it's in the goal for York. That is 3-1. That is a goal from Natasha, number 39 from York.
39.
She will be absolutely thrilled with that.
Natasha Hartley-Smith.
Indeed.
Yes. Studies PPE. So yeah, they might have fumbled that, but it seemed to work out for them.
Yeah, they still managed to convert it. Lancaster will want to keep possession as much as possible now. Especially as it seemed so 50-50 before. York have really managed to just dominate that. And
wow,
that's been called as another short corner for York. They're very quickly getting possession.
This has been an amazing run for York. We were saying in the break that Lancaster have been doing a good show, but this, since the beginning of the second half, has been the York show.
And as the end of the pitch that York is scoring in is right with the York support, you can hear them in full force. Pitch is a little bit dry, so the injectors have been watering it to make sure that their injections go as smooth as possible.
Yeah, especially after the last one.
Yeah, they'll be keen to make sure this one is as good as possible. And it's out, and it's gone straight to left. Excellent save from the Lancaster keeper there. It's another York ball been taken very quickly by the last keeper, and it's gone to a short again. I believe the Lancaster player wasn't quite 5 yards, which constitutes a foul and then becomes a short due to its continuation and her persistence in tackling.
So this is
York's third.
Yeah, third in this half.
And
which
what,
is
6th overall,
yes.
7th overall.
They had 3 in all of the first half, and I've had 3 in the past 5 or 6 minutes.
Very quickly, they'll be keen to try and convert that. That's gone to a left slip to Ava Jackson, and that has hit a foot, but it hasn't been called. And it's gone high, so it'll be a long corner. York will again be keen to try and keep this possession as much as possible.
Yeah. This will be the start that York was hoping for.
Absolutely. Especially as they were quite shaky going into the start of the match. That was an excellent ball from captain Darcy Graham there. And York are appealing that as being a trip, I believe, but the...
Yeah, it was a very long ball. One of the York players, I believe number 8,
Harriet Foreman,
ended up on the floor, but...
The umpires seem to disagree. Possession has turned over to York down the other end of the pitch. Being transferred around the back by the looks of it. Well, a few messy tackles there, but it's been given as a York ball. York will be really keen to just keep this possession going up because we saw how quickly their lead went down in the first half. They'll be very keen to keep it going.
Yeah, they're probably feeling relatively comfortable right now with 3-1 lead, but still a lot of time left. A lot can change.
We saw how quickly possession swapped back and forth in the first half.
Yeah. And as you get more tired, as the fatigue comes in, it's easier to make mistakes, and Lancaster will take advantage of those.
We've seen how good they are at sending those long balls down the side of the pitch and having the fitness and the speed, probably from their boot camp, to be able to get right down there and have the shot on goal. So they will be keen to try and do that. And it's a Lancaster ball now. And it's being transferred around the back for Lancaster.
Yeah.
York press is shifting with them. And that was an excellent interception from number 4, Ava Jackson.
Yeah.
That being said, Lancaster have not let up the pressure at all. Their pressure has been the same the whole time. They're very quick to surround the York players.
Oh.
That was just missed by the York there. There was a lovely idea, but not quite able to be executed. So it then becomes a Lancaster 16. How do you think Lancaster are feeling right now?
A bit nervous, I would say. A bit nervous, a bit. They can bring it back. They still have the time. But the more time goes, the less and less likely it is they can score 3 points.
Yeah.
Which was what they would need to win the match at this point.
They've had a long night in the York lecture halls that they've been sleeping in. So they haven't been able to have the same rest that York have. And that's another aerial from player number 13 from Lancaster, I apologise. It was excellent. They are so quick and so effective at getting the ball in the air. You cannot tackle them.
Interception there from Lancaster, taking back possession.
And that has gone down the pitch for Lancaster. It will be another York ball that pushes the play further down the pitch, which is just what Lancaster
moves
wants.
the danger away from the goal, which is, well, not what you want. You want to be in control. You want to be controlling the pace of the game, but it certainly doesn't hurt.
No, and for Lancaster, I'm sure that is their immediate concern, is getting it clear of the goal.
Well, no, York would be quite happy with the current score. Lancaster, I'm sure, are really hoping to get a goal.
However, currently York are in possession and are charging towards the goal. It's an excellent tackle from Lancaster, but I think it's been called as a stick tackle from York. So it will be a Lancaster ball. And once again, as it was a York foot. York will be keen to keep winning those fouls because that means they can push the play further and further up.
And it means you stop Lancaster from getting into a rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. That was an excellent ball in for York. But again, the Lancaster players are very quick, shutting it down. She's skilled them out. That's Tash again. And a shot from Fran Kent was saved by the keeper. That was a great save. She was very quick out again. York do seem very in control at this moment. And Lancaster have just managed to clear it out of the dangers. Oh! Has been a slight... Oh, and that is a yellow card for number 14, Beth. She has been sent off. Beth Ridsdale. Cards work a little bit different in hockey as they do in other sports such as football. In hockey you have a green card, a yellow card and a red card. Red card stays the same. Green card sends you off for 2 minutes, yellow off for 5. Can depend on the intensity of the foul. That one did end in a goal on the ground, so it's fair enough that that was called as a yellow card.
Yeah. No, sounds like a good call.
Lancaster will be keen to take advantage of this.
Yeah, that puts York at a major disadvantage being one player down.
Yeah, for a fairly long time in hockey.
Yeah.
But still, York have maintained possession there on goal. Oh, and it's just been missed by York player number 9.
Yeah, they're still managing to put that pressure on.
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
have not let up.
That being said, the Lancaster defence has been so tight, so quick on shutting them down. They should be really pleased with their performance.
Yeah, definitely.
The York press has been set very close to try and keep the ball really in the last quarter of the pitch. And it just hasn't worked. Has been called as a Lancaster ball.
Yeah, there have been 4 goals so far in this match, 2 in the first half, 1 apiece. But so far, York has been running the show in the second half.
And as the sun comes out and they get a little bit more tired, they'll be keen to try and shut down any Lancaster attempt. That'll be York sideline.
Yeah.
And the supporters are still out in full force. The sun and the heat hasn't turned them away.
Yeah, it's been incredibly warm Rose's weekend, especially yesterday.
Although that's been really lovely for the supporters as well. I wouldn't want to be watching games like this in the rain.
Yes, the sunburn has been less than ideal. No better way to spend bank holiday weekend. Watching York play Lancaster at hockey.
And that's been called as a York ball. It was a very good tackle from Gabby Holland there. This is her first Roses for York. And so far she's put in an absolute drive. Yesterday, indoor hockey, she scored 6 out of 7 of the York Firsts women's indoor goals. So she'll be keen to try and continue that winning streak. That being said, Lancaster haven't given up at all. They're still putting in a fight. They're still putting in the effort.
Yes. I mean, overall at Roses, Lancaster is still winning on 108 points to York's 81.
Absolutely. They've been absolutely dominating York.
So both teams, lots of points up to grabs. Doing this not for the honour of just their team, but for the university.
And especially for this team, there's a lot of players that are in their last ever Roses. So they're keen not only to win for their club, but also for the university, especially as it's been so long since York has won. And again, the possession is starting to go very much back and forth between York and Lancaster. This can be a sign that the players are starting to get a little bit tired, which is completely fair. They have been up and down the pitch the whole time. I'd say everyone's put in so much effort.
Yes, yes. This match is worth 4 points. So
it would be, York would want to try and win that as much as possible. And that's gone right down the other end. But again, Lancaster haven't quite been able to have someone there for it. They're excellent at getting those balls down. But it will be a York 16. And York are hopefully just there. For them, their plan is to try and defend now as much as possible. They've got quite a comfortable lead. They'll be keen to try and maintain that as much as possible, because as we've seen, it can very quickly turn around.
And they'll be really wanting their player who's got a yellow card back on the pitch. Puts them at a real disadvantage.
And York have done what Lancaster have done a few times. They sent a lovely ball up, but no one was on the end of that. It was very comfortably picked up by the Lancaster defender there. But once again, York have regained possession. It is very much back and forth here. And as you can hear in the background, the York supporters are still very much out here. And down the other end, the Lancaster supporters are just as much showing their support.
It's a point of pride.
Especially for clubs like hockey that have so many members. Getting them all down for these games is such a lovely day for them both. And that's gone into the Lancaster D, and it just hasn't been able to be followed through for York. However, it will be a long corner. Taken by goal scorer Ava Jackson there. And it's been intercepted by Lancaster. Again, they're just keen to clear it at this point. If they can keep it there and not concede anymore, I think they'll be happy, but I think they'll also try and make a counter-attack if they can.
Yeah. Well, certainly. I mean, Lancaster need to score if they have any hope of coming back into this game.
So it is interesting that their priority is still clearing it as opposed to finding players who are free to get them up. However, they have currently got possession right towards the York D, so they'll be looking to try and capitalise on this.
Yep.
Lancaster ball again. They'll be really happy with this, getting further and further down as possible.
Yeah.
And again, it is very, very close hit. Lancaster players just getting through them.
Yeah, they've managed to maintain possession for quite a while.
Yeah, they have, especially closer towards the York goal, which they'll be really pleased with. But they just want a goal at this point. I really sympathise with this. Having played hockey for so long, it's so frustrating when you've been playing so well and it just quite hasn't been reflected in the score. But as I said, Lancaster have got absolutely nothing to be unhappy about. They've all played fantastically. They've all put every effort in. But York have just been a little bit more able to get it in the goal when it matters. And as I say that now, York are making a drive on goal. Gone down the back line, and that is a Lancaster ball because there was a stick tackle there from a York player.
Yeah, I mean, link-up play was a real issue for York in the first half. They couldn't quite manage to get things together to get into Lancaster's end, but they've really improved on this.
Absolutely, it does seem like they've had that conversation over half-time.
But Lancaster's are now kind of facing similar issues.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that comes with the tiredness as well. It's such a physically intense sport. But you see how quickly these Lancaster players are collapsing in on the York attackers. They've at least got 2 players, maybe even 3, collapsing in on the player really quickly.
I mean, it's mentally tiring as well. Just
Definitely.
trying to keep track of everyone's positioning and...
Advantage was played, but it's been given for York. That's the York captain again, Darcy Graham. There's an excellent ball into the D. Can someone get it in? Oh, just not. Oh, it's an excellent save from the Lancaster keeper there.
Yeah, very, very well done.
I'm actually surprised that did not go in. That was so very close for York. But it's a long
Really
corner.
Great. Ball by Darcy right into the middle of the D and then found by a York player. Could have been, was really dangerous for Lancaster, but they managed to neutralise it.
That long corner unfortunately did not find anyone for York, so it's been converted to a 16 for Lancaster. Again, they'll be very glad that their saver made some fantastic saves there, keeping that out. Especially in those one-to-one situations where it's only an attacker and the goalie, can be quite scary almost, or daunting. But the keeper did such a good effort there to stay composed. And York are taking these balls so quickly. That's really the key to make sure that Lancaster can't collapse in so quickly.
Yeah.
And it's a save again, and it's gone in. That is number 39, Natasha Hartley-Smith, once again. Her second goal today.
Second goal.
Her second Roses.
That gives York a pretty convincing lead.
Absolutely, they're at 4-1 now.
4-1. 3 of those goals have come in the second half. 2 of them came very close together at the beginning in quick succession.
It seems their halftime talk was very convincing. and very helpful for them.
And they're still dominating so well with one player off the pitch.
She should have come on back by now, but they were very good at being able to keep possession when they didn't have as many people on the pitch as Lancaster did.
Yeah, they managed to not concede.
Absolutely.
Stop Lancaster from gaining confidence.
It'll be interesting to see what Lancaster's tactics are for now. But yeah, that's an absolutely thrilling game so far. It was so close, especially in the first half. Very, very 50-50. Lancaster scoring second off a penalty flick after York scored from a penalty corner. But as I say that now, Lancaster running down the pitch. They are in the York D trying to take a shot on goal. And it's gone in for Lancaster. It's 4-2. That was an exceptional goal. However, York looked to be challenging it. They don't look happy with that at all.
Not at all.
But the umpires doubled down and given it as a goal. I'm not quite sure what happened there. I don't know whether York thought it was outside of the D, which means they were unable to shoot. But they were very unhappy with that being called as a goal. That's impressive from Lancaster there, though.
Yeah. Lancaster will probably be hoping to build on that now. Try and use that to put someone a better frame of mind.
Yeah, I think they'll feel slightly more in the game.
Yeah.
But York are quickly taking possession and...
Whoa! There have been 5 goals. What? Yeah,
6
4 goals.
Yeah.
There's been 6 goals total. 2 in the first half and 4 in the second.
So both teams have really had productive conversations over the break.
Real action-packed.
And that's been called as a Lancaster ball. However, that's quite a heavy whistle, which usually means that's a warning. Do that again and you get carded. And York now will not want to give up this lead, so they'll be trying to be as careful as possible.
If you're on the Lancaster team, what would you be doing in this situation?
I think there's no harm in attacking as much as you can. If you're already losing and they don't have too much long left on the clock, they'll be keen to try and make as much of an effort towards drawing or even putting one ahead as they can. The defending now, if they're already losing, there doesn't seem to be that much point to it.
It's all or nothing.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with 4 points up to grab. And again, there have been quite a few Lancaster balls back-to-back. York have been quite quick to try and tackle, but are committing fouls in the process. And that's been taken straight in, and it was a save from saver Naomi McCarthy there. I think that was outside of the D. And it's a York ball once again on the sideline. And it looks to be going down the left side of the pitch. York are very good at doing these long passes around the back, trying to figure out how to get around the Lancaster press best.
Yeah, it's something they've been doing throughout the game, is taking their time, figuring out what they want to do, how they want to attack.
Absolutely. But again, Lancaster really are making an effort to try and get into the York D as much as possible, which I commend them for doing. And it's a Lancaster free hit once again, so it's right outside the D. This really is the danger zone for York. What would your thoughts be right now as a York player trying to defend this 2-goal lead?
Trying to keep cool and calm, not take it.
Oh, but as we say that, I'm sorry to interrupt. It was just saved by keeper named McCarthy there.
Yeah, York saved that?
Yeah, just.
Yeah, no, if I were York, I'd try and keep calm, keep it cool, not take it for granted, but also not panic.
Absolutely.
Not easier to say.
No, it's opposite sides, isn't it? But you are completely right. We've seen how quickly this game can go back and forth. And so York will be trying to keep as calm as possible, but becoming too calm and too relaxed means they can get off the ball, which they are doing really well. They've regained possession once again. And the York supporters are still out in full force, singing and cheering. And down the other end of the pitch, the Lancaster supporters are still here. They've got signs and horns you can hear in the background. And it's a shot on from Natasha. She's already scored 2.
Yeah, just going out.
So it'll be a York ball once again. And they tried to take a similar ball earlier and no one was quite on the end of that, so it's been good that this time it has.
Small improvements.
But very well cleared by Lancaster there.
Yeah. Lancaster in possession.
As you can see, that was a very tight press from York there. They were very close to the Lancaster player on the ball. Let's try and keep it in that area as much as physically possible. And that's a Lancaster ball. The York player was not quite 5. Just to give them as much space to move as possible. Players do have to be 5 yards away. And it's another aerial.
What's special about aerials?
So, because they go in the air, they're a lot harder to intercept for obvious reasons. You can't tackle them. And especially when you've got someone that can do them so powerfully, they can go over large areas of the pitch and get, especially for Lancaster, if they want to be trying to make an attack on goal, it would be very beneficial of them to just send one right towards the attacking D.
So a very powerful shot.
Absolutely, and also very difficult to execute accurately. But Lancaster haven't seemed to have a problem with that so far. Lancaster have kept possession. Intercepted by York, which was a lovely long ball from York there, but was fantastically intercepted by Lancaster player number 15 there.
Their captain.
Their captain. She's done fantastically so far. She's been one of their key players in clearing the ball away from this danger zone. And instead of aerials, York have seemed to do a lot of long, powerful balls down the pitch. And they have worked so far. That's goal scorer. And that's just been a foot there, so that will be a Lancaster ball.
2-time goal scorer, Natasha.
Absolutely.
Number 39. Really making a name for herself in this game.
Absolutely. And within the team as well.
Yeah,
especially going into her 3rd year, she'll be keen to keep that up.
Yeah, such a key player in this.
Has been a Lancaster ball, called for a foot from goal scorer number 5, Ems Robson. And it's been intercepted by York. Lancaster are very good at re-winning these interceptions from York and quickly shutting down any opportunities from York to get further in the game. And just going back towards the York D. Players are running down the baseline. But it wasn't quite found someone on the other end of that, so it will be York 16. Because again, they have had some problems getting people on the other end.
We're now deep into the second half.
Yeah.
York still leading with 4 points to Lancaster's 2. They do have quite a commanding lead, a presence in this game. But Lancaster do currently have possession.
And you can tell they haven't given up at all.
No.
They're still very much in this.
This is Roses. They gave up. Be a tragedy.
And just been a few seconds delay there in getting the ball. Again, these players will really want this. With the wind and the heat in their face, they will want a couple of seconds to just take their time and breathe a little bit, especially with this wind. They'll try and slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, getting very tired at this point in the game.
That really is with how much they've been running, trying to get it up and towards the D. It physically tires you out.
York.
And that's a York ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
Two-time goal scorer running down the wing there.
Really fighting for control, and York have got it, maintained it, got through Lancaster defence.
It's an excellent cross, but intercepted by their captain, the Lancaster captain, and a shot, and it's just gone wide. But it is a short, hit one of the Lancaster players' feet.
Which is, York's done pretty well out of these shorts so far in this match. I think they've scored 3.
Absolutely, and
Of the
also
goals?
they have 2 minutes left of the game.
They've got 2 minutes left of the game.
Lancaster York will be keen, I apologise, to get as many players as possible up around this area to keep the possession here and to try and see if they can get another goal in.
Yeah, Lancaster will have to do something special to come back into this game now, especially if York manage to score here.
And it's gone out. Back, slip to left. And it's gone in for York.
Wow.
That makes the score 5-2 to York.
That pretty much seals
the
this
deal. With
for
2
York.
minutes to spare, York have managed to convert another short corner.
What an achievement. That's 4 goals from short corners for York.
They will be really pleased with that. They'll have been putting in lots of extra training on those because they are such key moments to score.
Yeah, you said this at the beginning of the match. They are the best way, easiest way.
And Harriet Foreman's on the ground again. The York supporters don't seem very happy with that.
Yeah, York's number 8.
Who do you reckon your standout players have been from this match?
Oh, Natasha from York.
Absolutely.
I have to say, it's done a really good job. 2 of those goals come just from her.
I would agree with you. She's fantastic in the middle at skilling around the Lancaster players and getting the ball up the pitch.
Your Lancaster's captain, from 15, done a great job.
I would also agree with you.
But Lancaster's defence, especially in the first half, was very, very strong, and York just could not link up its play.
Absolutely, and she was such a key role in that. She's been excellent in clearing the ball out the way.
Yeah, there's a reason these goals have not come from. Only one of them has come from open play, and
as I said, she's just made another clearance there.
I mean, I think both teams should be proud of themselves.
Absolutely. And that's the final whistle. The final score is 5-2 to York.
That will be another 4 points overall to York in this Roses 2025, which York desperately needs, being
Absolutely.
around 30 points behind in the standings from Lancaster. It's been a great match. Everyone's done a great job. Next, coming up soon, is the men's firsts outdoor hockey,
which will be a really great match to watch. But with so many of these York and Lancaster players being final years, I think it matters so much to them how this game went, and they should all be so thoroughly pleased with it. Ends 5-2. Such a fantastic game from both sides.
Thank you for joining us on this stream. It's been a very nail-biting match. And tune in later on DAB, FM, YouTube, Roses Live to hear more.
It really has not been as one-sided as either side expected. I think it's been very, very 50-50. Both sides have put in so much effort, and I think that will really invigorate the York side as well. As the men's are warming up, they'll be really keen to just try and savour this moment, really.
Yeah, the crowd here was really impressive, really, really supportive from both sides. Everyone who's come out to watch this in person, who's come down and braved quite nice sun, also quite intense wind.
Which, especially with hockey, you don't want to be running against the wind. It becomes very tricky and increases that physical exertion. but York will be really pleased with themselves.
Yeah. York will be happy with that 5-2 Lancaster. Not so much. They really did want revenge for last year.
Absolutely. They just weren't quite able to. However, Lancaster did play exceptionally. Their defence remained so tight throughout the entire game. So
Yes.
they really shouldn't be disappointed at all. They're huddling together now. I think they'll probably be trying to savour this moment of being the last time that they'll play together as a team.
Yeah.
And enjoying the sun and the atmosphere as much as they can for the rest of the day. That is the thing with these late games that you've had since 9 o'clock in the morning. You've been down at the pitch. It's been quite nerve-wracking building up to this, so it is rough for them.
And obviously next year we'll be back in Lancaster for another rematch of this. So if Lancaster can take that, determination and next year try and convert into a home win.
Absolutely, and that's now the second year in a row that York has won this women's first, so they will be thrilled. But, yeah, they'll be absolutely key.
That was the women's ones hockey, a 5-2 win for York, bringing the score up as it updates to 89 points to Lancaster's 112, and that's adding on 4 points there from the current score on the Roses Live website, which is 85 points for York and 112 points for Lancaster. We're now going to go down to the tennis courts alongside Simon Reynolds, and we'll bring that to you now.
Oscar.
And rightly so, it was a very
And rightly
good
so, as York take that first game, battling hard though, and we're already seeing an early indication of the fact that this is going to be a tight and competitive match. As I said, Lancaster and York pretty similar in the Bucks League. Lancaster in third, York in second for the men's. And they will feel a sense of occasion here at Roses. And it's all about teamwork. As I say, 3 games going on. We are focusing on court number 5, Peter and Oscar versus Dom and Ryan. But over on court number 6, crowds have chosen to watch.
And it seemed like quite a heated affair. I mean, the players on Lancaster's side called out as soon as York won them, and it seemed to get a bit tense, but now it's way.
And listen, York over there seem to be in the driving seat. Lots of cheers over there you can hear, but now it's time for Lancaster's first service game. York leading this doubles match-up between Peter and Oscar, and Lancaster's players by 1-0. Serve for Ryan, 1-0 for Lancaster. Serve now for Ryan for Lancaster. First indication of what his first serve could look like. And this time it will be given a let, but a powerful first serve. They're going to be hitting the high 60s, 70 miles per hour. And it will be Peter to receive this serve. And it's a beautiful serve, playing into the backhand. And it's volleyed at the net by the pocket rocket Dom for Lancaster. And Peter was just too far away, having been stretched on that backhand. And Lancaster will now take it to 15-love in this service game for Ryan. York leading 1-0 up though, having won their first service game, well battled. Can Lancaster win theirs as well? It's Ryan to serve once more, this time to Oscar. It'll go into the net for a second serve.
The ball has entered the court.
And there's a call to just stop there for a moment. Just when Ryan was going for his serve. His second serve bounces the ball first serve in anticipation with his black cap on. And this time it will be given a left. And goes into the net. That's a double error. The high from Lancaster, taking it to 15-15 in the second game. And a sloppy mistake. An absolutely sloppy mistake from Ryan of the Lancaster side. On University Radio York, Bailrigg FM, Roses 2025, the competition progressing nicely here in the tennis. And where else would you rather be? Ryan to serve to Peter now. It's 15 all. And a grunt, a forehand attempted by Peter. Not quite. Not quite there. We are in the way here, aren't we?
Yeah, I think actually they're slightly worried that the balls are going to hit us.
And so we might be moving slightly to the right, so do bear with us as we go through here. Hopefully we're going to move into a much safer commentary position. But Ryan is to continue here. And again, into the net. (30-15) in this game. And a lovely first serve. Backhanded return. And into the net from Oscar on court number 5. And York are starting well here as we give the players a bit more space and move slightly further along out of the way of Vita. So here on University Radio York is the men's tennis ones. Just be into the net.
Sorry, that we're just going to cut away from the tennis there. Going to find you something else to listen to. Scores on the doors at the moment. We've got York on 89 and Lancaster on 118. I think that was Ballroom. They got Lancaster some extra points. That might be a wise idea. Oh, I can hear the tennis again. And we're back at the tennis for you.
Just moving our belongings around here. So do bear with us. This is very student radio, isn't it? But we're witnessing a good game of tennis, which is 1-1 here. Now it's Peters to serve, and it's a beautiful first serve. It's volleyed and tries to forehand, and Peter at the moment struggling to get them over the net. And it'll be love 15 to start this third game in this doubles match. Peter, a strong player, been with the club for 3 years now. As he serves, it's returned by Ryan, volleyed at the net by Oscar, and lobbed by Lancaster's player. It stays in play, and a volley at the net, a beautiful volley at the net by Dom.
He certainly is the pocket rocket, isn't he?
His net game is fantastic, and for someone who is quite small, he puts up a very challenging fight.
I think he could be crucial for Lancaster here.
It's now love 30. That's his call as that goes away, and it's a second serve for Peter. It's returned by Ryan. Forehand, lovely return, and Peter's got to work to get to the backhand, but he will. And then a forehand into the net, and too much topspin attempted by Peter, and it goes into the net once more. And Ryan and that net game proving real difficulty, just controlling the game in Peter's service. An opportunity for Lancaster to break.
So we're just going to cut away from the darts there for a moment. Not the darts. What's wrong with me today? The tennis.
The hockey open second.
And we're going to go to the... Is the hockey on?
Oh,
Dun, 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 dun. I'm fading your mic up. Which mic are you?
Yeah, that's
Colin,
the one.
welcome to the studio.
Hello, hi. It's just about to get to 5 o'clock this Saturday afternoon. It's Rose's Day 2. Oh, goodness me, look at those scores. York 89, Lancaster 118. Now, I just went on a little coffee run, right?
Yes.
And I bumped into some of our contingents with the television, and they told me they reckon that tonight will be the time we call Roses for Lancaster.
Really?
They think it will be tonight. I'm not yet quite convinced that it's going to be this side of midnight. However, they do seem to think it will be. And actually looking at that score, they are creeping upwards. But there's lots more still to play for, isn't there, Jess?
Absolutely. I mean, it would be a shame because last year we were in that position where Roses was over by Saturday, and Sunday always feels a bit.
Yeah, it's
sadder.
nice to have a little bit of like tension still.
Yeah.
Who's going to win? Who's not? Coming that way. But obviously the big fixtures are now largely done. We've got some rugby, of course, the closing ceremony tomorrow. But lots more still today. Of course, darts open first tonight at 8. And one of the big ones is kickboxing and the Muay Thai exhibition at Fight Night as well. There are some exhibition features there, but also some played points to win. We'll see if our teams, or if any of the teams come out victorious there, which ones claim the points up for grabs. Let's see where we can take you now.
I can take you to the netball seconds, if that sounds good.
Absolutely. Let's hear it. The netball seconds.
And it made it to goal in 2 passes.
Long, his first
25
serve.
to
And
York.
Dom.
Honestly, just the
Dom.
speed. I keep on repeating this. The speed
Third.
of York. Get the ball from one
I know.
end is insane.
And the space they can create in that speed is just insane. It's a York turnover after Lancaster Centre. They're working it back down the court. Oh, that's a nasty contact by the Lancaster Centre. Into the York D really nicely. She takes a shot and she makes it.
Again, wonderful shot. 41-25 to York. That gap again is widening enough.
It's a big, big gap for Lancaster to try and fill. And the goal attack has it, and she makes the shot.
Again, 40-25 to York.
Makes a shot from 1 foot. Lancaster. Into Lancaster's D with a lovely overhead. Taking the shot once again.
And water response.
And she's short, and she scored.
42-26 to York.
I think the girls are getting a little bit tired here now. But York has it in the D, makes the shot and makes it. That was the York goal attack once again. Hang on, there was an obstruction call. So it's
and she hits the net.
Sorry, we can't.
The noise from the volleyball for the men currently at Roses is just so loud.
Yeah, we can't really hear ourselves over this noise. But just to let you know, I do have the ball.
And currently the score is 43-20 York.
And Lancaster make the shot.
Now it's 43-27 to York.
Lovely, York Centre.
York wing attack.
However, footwork cool for the wing attack.
But that was a nice pass from wing attack to goal attack.
As everyone leaves the arena after the very, very loud volleyball comes to an end. Anyway, back to the netball. It's a Lancaster ball. Smoothly working it down the court. Goal attack, goal shoot. Makes the shot.
43-28 to York.
Quick substitution for Lancaster goal shoot. Game resumes. Lancaster, goal defence, back to centre. On that really tight York defence. She has it on the edge of the D, and she makes the shot. That was insane. Oh my goodness.
43-29 to York.
York centre. Little bit of contact there.
Back to goal shooter.
Shoot. Where will she get that? And perfectly placed into the goal attack. Who shoots and scores?
It's honestly York at this point.
And Lancaster as well. I think this quarter they've really done themselves proud, honestly.
They really have.
It's currently 44-29 to York.
The defence, the speed, the interceptions.
And although the score might be big, and the gap might be big, Lancaster
shot!
Oh my goodness, this goal attack is getting them in from... She needs a bigger D, to be honest.
Yeah.
She needs to come further out. Oh. Contact against the Lancaster keeper, but York shot anyway.
45-30 to York.
Lancaster, oh no, an obstruction charge by York. Lancaster centre, working it down the D, down the court. However, I believe that was footwork, so it's a York ball. Great run there
pass
from the York wing attack into the D. Beautiful ball into the goal shoot.
And
who
they
makes the
score.
shot?
Honestly, that goal, it was beautiful connection from one player to...
Absolutely, the passing there was immaculate.
Yeah. Made it much difficult for Lancaster to actually intercept.
It's a York ball after Lancaster breaking. Oh, fantastic interception from the Lancaster goalkeeper, who work it back down the court as they just got that turnover.
Okay, and that was the netball seconds. We're just going to take you over now to the women's first hockey game.
Feel of the pitch and the game, and I assume in the next sort of 5-10 minutes it'll pick up a bit and the intensity will get a bit higher, and sort of true colours will start to show a bit.
York have got some possession in their own half here. They've played it wide out to the right. Some good skill there from the right back to play the ball forwards as passes slightly overhit, and that will be a Lancaster sideline. Seems to be the play. Lots of play here. Turnovers in the middle. York working it from the back, and then not quite making that ball connect.
Yeah, York seem to be doing a lot of winning the ball back from Lancaster quite well, but not really knowing where to do with it, and not putting it up to their forwards and just sort of chucking it off either the sideline or the back line, which is doing well to get them a bit of height up the pitch, but in terms of possession, not very productive.
Yes. Lancaster playing a ball into the middle here, and they will look to recycle that back. Transfer is on here, and that is played, so that Lancaster will try and bring the ball forwards. Ball into the middle. There's a really good interception there from York, a good tackle in the middle from Oreo Savides, but he has been dispossessed, and now Lancaster have the opportunity to run the ball up the left-hand side. There's some really good skill there.
York slow on the tracking back as well. It's gone through some of the York defence. I think that's Sam Boone attempting to get it through the middle, gone out wide, back to the centre-backs. And one touch pass to the wing. Interesting to see what they're going to do here.
York bringing the ball forward well. They go good possession here, and it will recycle it back to the centre-backs. Good spell of possession from York, making sure they get comfortable on the ball. Ball played forwards up the left-hand side.
Lancaster turnover.
The ball, and there's a flying stick on the pitch. Not quite sure what happened there.
Not quite what you want to let go of in the middle of a hockey game, but...
So Lancaster have regained possession, and they are transferring the ball around the back. A nice ball into the middle, lots of space there to drive into, and it's moving over to the centre right. Some really good skill there. Lancaster are moving forwards towards the D, and York get hold of the ball. It's going to be a free hit to York here, the umpire.
Great tackle from number 2, Jack Smalley. Great to get possession of what was a very sort of intense Lancaster counter-attack. York are transferring it on the back. Johnny McCain goes for an aerial.
Well taken down there over on the right-hand side by Elliot Lowe. Ball into the D. Can't quite connect with a York stick there. It's a nice idea, but there will be a Lancaster 16. Lancaster looking to take this one quickly. Transfer to the other centre-back. Ball bounced back into him, and the centre-back has got time and space to move into. It's a lovely ball onto the right-hand side, but can't quite get control of it, so York have regained possession.
Interception from number 9, Kickwood. Pass to Jack Campbell, trying to force it through the middle, but got players on him. Oh, Jack Campbell's on the floor.
Lancaster regain possession and now can move down the left-hand side, slowing the game down, and now some skill to get past. There's a good tackle there from York. York can bring the ball forwards, but under pressure. Got a bit of time and space. Here's Elliot Lowe looking for a forward pass. Oh, he's going by himself, moving towards the D. Can he get a ball in? A lovely ball in and a shot. And it is blocked by his own player there for York. And Lancaster have the opportunity to move forward at some pace.
York player, I think, got a bit of a hit in the stomach. Number 57, Will Appleton, looks to be a bit doubled over in pain.
York have regained possession from that Lancaster counter-attack and are looking to keep hold of the ball, find some space. A pass intercepted there by Lancaster, but it can't keep control of the ball, and that will be a York sideline on the far side.
Yeah, very end-to-end game so far. No real shots on goal yet, but should hopefully liven up in a bit, see what happens. Any score predictions?
I think we're going to see a 2-0 win for York, looking like they're keeping good possession of the ball.
Interesting.
But we will see.
Yeah.
So far it's been quite a cagey and even game.
Yeah, lots of end-to-end. Not. I think both keepers have been quite bored so far. Not a lot to do. Midfield's not so much. I'm imagining they're a bit out of breath.
In this heat, on this pitch.
Yeah, not pleasant.
Biggest game of the season for both teams.
Yeah.
Have you got any score predictions for today?
Oh, I think both teams are going to get goal.
Yep.
As a York player, I want to say York with the win, but honestly, not sure. I think it could very much go either way.
That's a good tackle there from Johnny McCain at the back. He can't quite keep control of the ball.
Lancaster sideline. It's number 86 to take from Lancaster.
He's looking to drive the ball forwards into the space. Looking for an option now. It's a good skill there.
Well held off by York. Good pressure on. Lancaster seems to be stuck in the corner. Past another Lancaster player, but can't quite manage to get out of that space.
That is going to be a foul there committed by the York player, and that will be a Lancaster free hit. He's got time. Won't be able to go straight into the D from here, but he's looking to find a pass. He's stuck in the corner, jabbed out by York. That would be a Lancaster sideline. The view from the commentary position is quite tough, so apologies if I get anything slightly wrong here. But Lancaster have the sideline. They've played the ball in.
Yeah, very congested zone. Lancaster's and York have had the turnover.
Looking to get the ball out of that corner, their back corner, York. Ball's played out, but it looks like Lancaster still have possession, and they are driving forwards. Has that ball gone out? It has. That will be a York sideline. Lancaster can't quite keep the ball in when trying to drive down their right-hand side.
Well hassled by York to get the turnover. Quite a tough position.
We're just going to cut away now from, it wasn't the women's, I was wrong. It was the men's hockey first, I believe. Can someone just tell me the truth for once? You know?
That was actually the open hockey firsts. So, what will be a really good match to bring you, obviously. And a really exciting one, but unfortunately we've just lost the feed there, so we're going to keep an eye on what's going on there and make sure we can bring you straight back courtside as soon as we can.
Outside the D, so I won't be able to go directly into the D.
So we are really ramping up now. The score to Lancaster, 120, York 89. It is, tell you what, that gap is closing towards the 172.5 points needed for a win, for a victory to be declared. Who knows if Lancaster will reach that tonight? However, we are keeping our eyes on the numbers as they roll in. I'm joined by Ollie Whitmore. You were refereeing actually on the well, you tell me.
Yes, I was.
Tell me about your story.
Indeed. Hello, Colin. It's lovely to be here. Yes, so this morning from 11 a.m. or just a bit afterwards, because these things never start on time.
It's the curse of live broadcasting.
Indeed. And also refereeing, it turns out, as well. I had the pleasure of refereeing the women's first football match live on the athletics pitch. It was a really, really, really good game, really competitive, which is always what you love to see for these kind of what I call spectacle fixtures. They all kind of happen in these venues, the athletics pitch, the 22 acres with the closing ceremony, and indeed Hendricks Hall with the darts later this evening, which will be just so much fun to listen into. No cards to give either, which was nice. All the tackles were fairly well controlled. Some had to be penalised here and there, of course, as is the case with all football matches. But no, really good atmosphere at the game today, and some good tackles as well. Some hard tackles, but fair ones. So you could really see the passion behind the players. It was really evident, particularly the York players as well. Yeah, particularly the York players as well. They did get relegated this season from their Bucks division, so there was. In terms of pride, plenty riding on this game, but it was very, very fun indeed.
Well, excellent. That sounds amazing. And if you want to catch up with all the action, you can do so on roseslive.co.uk or listen to the Roundup show tonight on University Radio York and Bailrigg FM. I think we can take you straight back to another fixture now. Jess, where are we going?
We're going to try go back to the Hockey Open firsts.
Let's have it. Thank you so much.
Oh, we're not going to.
Oh dear. Well, we gave it a little go, but there we are. There's another trouble with the internet and live broadcasting. Let's see if we can get those to you very soon. Meanwhile, we're still here in the studio with Ollie Whitmore, one of the referees on the women's first footballs this morning. Now, look, tell me about these teams. We obviously know they're really determined. How are they playing on the field? Who was really in the offence? Who was in defence? Who was pushing?
It was a very end-to-end game, in all honesty, which, as a referee, is quite hard to navigate because you can very quickly find what I call your patrol across the pitch, because you always don't want to get involved in the play too much. You don't want to get too close. You don't want to be too far away from the action, so you are blindsided or can't see what's going on in a particular pocket of the pitch or channel. But you also don't want to get in their way, and I did one time. The ball smacked me right in the ankle, and I had to pull play back for a drop ball. So very, very direct, both teams. Lots of end-to-end action today, which was always makes for an exciting game, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think Lancaster generally were the more clinical of the two sides. York did have their fair share of chances, particularly in the second half as they started rotating their front women. But unfortunately, it was not to be for York today. Lancaster taking the bragging rights and indeed those crucial 4 points.
By a big margin, or what was the score in the end?
1 goal to... So I can't believe we've glossed over that small detail the entire time. It finished 1-0 to Lancaster Women's 1. Okay. So close for York, but
Tight
not
one, but
close enough.
Unfortunate. But let's see how things make do. I think we're going to cross to the lacrosse. Town on 22 acres, yes.
Yeah, the women's first lacrosse match.
How it went, but what are your thoughts on the scoreline at the end of the game?
I mean, at this at half time, that York was sort of running away with the scoreline, but I certainly don't think it's reflective of the possession. Maybe so more in sort of the final quarter and the latter half of the second quarter, but that first half was absolutely fantastic in terms of possession for Lancaster. And whilst there may be a gap in ability, there's certainly not a gap in effort. Lancaster have put so much here. I've been following the women's boot camp for the past couple of weeks, and they've put in massive credit to Lancaster. But of course, credit where credit's due. York have been stick this game.
I think the club as a whole will be very, very happy. That's their third win by day 2 already. I think we can tell just by how energetic they are. Although Lancaster's still just as energetic. I think really proud of the team and their captains actually. For Maya Roberts, especially, she's only in her second year of university, captaining One's Bucks team to this level. I think it's something she should be really proud as well. Vice captain, who took a year out last year in America, studying abroad, played lacrosse, Division 3 or 2, I think. So they should be really proud of how far they've come along as players.
Just want to say well done to York for I think one of their greatest strengths was their accuracy, and that's in terms of passing and shots. They had a really great way of transitioning up the pitch. A lot of long balls out of their defensive end straight to their attackers. And I think Lancaster were really good in terms of their slides, their doubling, and their high pressure defence.
100%. Both teams should be incredibly proud of themselves. Seeing them run up, we'll see them do the end of women's match tradition of cheering for the team.
Really nice display of sportsmanship at the end here, and both teams really celebrating.
I think
their successes from the game.
A sport like this as well, you can appreciate other teams' abilities as well. I know from my experience, the York 2's captain, we had a lovely chat about the game as well. And at the end of the day, it's not what we're playing for, it's kind of how much you all love the sport. And I think that's really clear in these girls' faces today, how much they enjoy it.
Yeah, I walked past the attacker I was defending earlier today. We kind of just gave each other a wave and said, I hope you had a good drink last night. And I was like, yeah. So I think everyone has quite a bit of respect for each other. And I think it's shown there with the 3 cheers and just celebrating everyone and their lacrosse abilities, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely. What a lovely end to the game. It's been, as I say, not seen a game of lacrosse before, didn't know much about it, but I've been thoroughly entertained.
Do you think you'll watch another one anytime soon?
Yeah, go on then.
Question 2, are you going to join York Lacrosse Club next year, yes or no?
I think if we want to carry on winning as York, nobody would want to see that. I think we're hoping to perhaps do some post-match interviews. I'm seeing a camera being set up in front of us. I'm not sure whether we're visible on a stream.
Let's hope not.
No, I don't think we are. Someone's just shaking their head at me. But hopefully we'll get an opportunity to interview some players, see what their thoughts were, and just ask some questions. But yes, they're all still busy celebrating at the moment, it seems.
I can't really tell what's going on. It's all blowing into one, I think.
Well,
it's always better eyesight to judge what's happening.
If anyone's still interested in the man with the flag, he's still parading that around.
I think he seems to tie it to a lacrosse stick. The post seems to be a stick.
I'm gonna set it on fire and do some kind of dance or something next.
Maybe this will be the time. The backflip.
Oh yeah, the backflip. Where's our backflip? Okay, she's having a.
She's so getting quizzed in the nightclub. Where is the backflip?
Who knows? Opening of circuit christened with a backflip.
Yeah, we actually might want the carpet back, just in case it doesn't land.
Is this it for lacrosse games for the weekend?
Not at all. The biggest fixture of all, mixed lacrosse, is tomorrow.
What time is it, Harrison?
Don't ask questions I don't know the answer to.
Is that 11?
11. Massive
On
fixture.
the 22 acres, pitch 8.
Will you be playing, any of you?
No, we have stood ourselves at our fixtures yesterday.
Yeah, that's
We'll
so
be there
true.
supporting.
Voice in full force.
And to bring it back to Rose's overall, we have an update of the live score. So, Lanka lead overall with 120 points to York's 89. And means Lancaster only need 52.5 more points to win. So, whichever team reaches 172.5 first will win overall. I think I have to say, if we're nearing the end and it's like this, it's better than last year. Because I think last year Lancaster won.
Okay, so we're just going to pull out of the end of the women's first lacrosse match there. I'm going to take you over to the open seconds darts.
This one to make it 2-1 that spurred them on. You've got a feel for Ben. He played well. He just faltered a little bit in the second leg. Didn't give himself enough opportunities. And in that last leg, his scoring power was fantastic. Ben, he's a bit disappointed. A bit of a shakes Kyle's hand and played very well.
Yeah, he's very unlucky there. He played very well in the first leg. I think he just was a bit faller. He fell from the third leg. I think his head faltered a bit in the second leg after dropping that. And then Arthur really just picked himself up with them with a 140 and then a ton. He just really helped himself get over the line. On double 3 as well, which is a very hard double. Very much Jacob Breslin-like in his first year.
It's an awful double because you've got to go split it then afterwards. But credit to Arthur not wanting to split, going straight for it. And as 2-0, you look comfortable. And then you get to 2-1. And now York thinking, well, we now have this term. Or Lancaster thinking, okay, we lost one, we can just carp. He still played well, Ben.
He still played well. I think it was just a bit of a struggle there for him when he went to 1-1 and he lost that second leg. He lost the momentum. Mr. Louis Everett is giving us a bit of grief here, especially for me getting on to the comms.
He doesn't like it. We'll see Mr. Everett for the Lancaster Ones later today, 8 p.m. at Hendricks Hall. But that makes it 2 to Lancaster in the Open 2s darts. A pretty eventful start, some good game. Just to recap, we had the first game was Maddie Kill again for York against James Marsh, and James Marsh with a fairly dominant display. Didn't let Maddie have a dart at double.
A very strong performance here with a over 50 average.
So great work from James there. Matty just didn't find his rhythm, I think it's fair to say. Second game we had was, I believe it was Jackson Creed against Dylan Wales, and both players, I think double trouble is the best way I can sum up that game.
Yeah, that was probably the best way to do it.
I
believe that I will be stepping off in the next game when Theo May steps up to the dartboard. Maka will be taking over his pride and joy. Maka's pride and joy is Theo May.
Well, Alexander Lafferty, also known as Maka, the voice of Roses last year. He had some, quite frankly, Shakespearean level of yapping that was. It was received well, so to come back for finesse. No York players, staff, or anyone associated with York has wanted to do the twos commentary yet. If any of the players are listening or would like to jump on, feel free.
Yeah, they're more than welcome to.
We're always happy to step. And then that third game we just saw, just to finish the recap of the games, it was for Young, who came back from 1-0 down. As at the words of Rob Buckler, all the best players go 1-0 down. It's true for him because after he went 1-0 down, he seemed to get better. And Ben was cruising in that first leg, went 1-0 up, looked very comfortable, and then all of a sudden just, it was like he lost his way.
Yeah, it seems he's a momentum behind him when he got the York.
And that was the Darts Seconds Open. And we've got some more that I can send you to. Elsewhere here on Roses, the score is 120 to Lancaster, York 93. But we can also send you over to the Hockey Open first. That's down on 22 acres. No, JLD. Yeah.
I was at the women's firsts hockey earlier today. It was a really, really close match between York and Lancaster. The York team did end up winning with 5 points to Lancaster's 2, but it was so close. The heart was so in the game. York did get off to quite a shaky start. They gave up a load of chances to Lancaster really early on, and they couldn't link up their play and get that momentum going. But after 2 goals, 1 each, in the first half, the second half, York dominated. It was crazy the turn.
Yeah, hi Finn. Thank you for joining us in the studio here on URY and Bailrigg FM. Listen, so you were down at the hockey, brilliant atmosphere down there. I'm also wondering, have you explored the fan zone a little bit as well down there?
Yeah, I have. So many people, it's really packed. Supporters, it's not just like York students, Lancaster students, it's like friends, family, dogs.
I've heard about the dogs, actually. That's very exciting to me.
Yeah. They're for everywhere. Lots of food, lots of drink, lots of, merch.
Yeah, absolutely. And have you seen the lovely new fetching design they have on the mugs this year?
Yes.
On the
cups.
cups?
I have.
You a fan?
Nice.
You gonna have one of them?
I don't know. I mean, I still have my Roses 2024 mug.
Yeah, sure, but it's 2025. It's a new year.
I know.
New year, new me, new mug.
Got to do that collection.
You do have to have the collection. You do. Absolutely. Right, I think we're in the process of getting you back down to a sport. I think we're going to go to the hockey now. Let's have a listen in.
Out to the left-hand side, but put under immediate pressure by Lancaster, and they run into trouble, and Lancaster have a free hit. They've taken early, driving through, and keep driving. York are trying to put some pressure and stop this ball coming into the D. The Lancaster player's done really well, and has unfortunately run into trouble. I believe he's kicked the ball there, and York will have a free hit.
Lancaster have been very quick with taking all their free hits, running straight onto them. York, you can see, are taking a little bit more time, maybe being more careful, but losing that element of surprise and speed. York centre-backs have it at the minute, transferring out to the right, attempting to get up the pitch, but lifting, and it's a foul awarded against York, so Lancaster have a sideline, I believe.
Yeah, Lancaster's counter-attacks have been putting York under a lot of pressure, but York have been doing well to try and slow that down and then allow their defenders to get back into position. And so we're yet to see, not from a short corner. Lancaster have the ball.
Especially in this sun, I think the York side are finding it quite difficult keep matching that Lancaster intensity.
Yes.
Hence the sort of back and forth in the middle, more towards the York defensive D.
A bit too much for the umpire's liking. The York player hitting the deck and awarded the free hit. Ball ball played wide from the York player, but can't quite control. Lancaster have possession now, just moving over the halfway line and bringing it back possession. And it's moved out wide to the right back. Good attack by York. Let's see what they can do. Striving well up the line. Good shoulder-to-shoulder contact. Nothing from the umpire though, and York bringing the ball forwards.
York looking to run up the line, but getting hassled by the player in front. Some very physical play, but Lancaster ultimately win the ball. Defence step up to take the ball, looking to maybe transfer. York all running back behind the ball, trying to put as much pressure on the Lancaster side as possible. Lancaster go for the transfer in lots of space, since York just Lancaster number 19, a lot of space, goes for the central ball. And then back out to the defence, still around the halfway. Lancaster putting a lot of pressure on York side here.
Lancaster are transferring this ball, although York are putting them under some pressure. But if Lancaster can beat this press, there are some space in the midfield. They're trying to play a ball out to the right back, and it's a very good pass. But it's an even better tackle from the York player, and York can now try and counter-attack. It's played wide to the right, but the first time pass, which is quite challenging in hockey, doesn't quite make its target, and Lancaster can drive forward.
There's just not quite enough speed on it, unfortunately. Something that
umpire awards a free hit for a stick tackle there to Lancaster, so that is where the tackle goes. The defender tries to make a tackle and hits through the stick of the attacking team.
York setting up once again quite high, trying to put as much pressure on the Lancaster as possible, but they don't seem too bothered by it, just going for the transfer. Oh, well taken by George Starr for York. But then I think that was a back stick by a York player, so then Lancaster free hit, a 5.
Yeah, Lancaster enjoying a good spell of possession here. So far we've seen York having the ball, but that aerial pass from Lancaster is a little bit overhit, and the Lancaster forwards can't keep that one in.
Yeah, some well-matched sides here, but Lancaster seem to be maintaining a lot of the possession in this half. Looking to get that back, using an aerial to hopefully try and get some Lancaster players, but umpire seems to have deemed that dangerous. Evidently tried to receive it too close to another player.
The York forward is not happy with that decision from the umpire, but it will be a Lancaster free hit.
Yeah, Lancaster taking their time here, making the most of their 1-point lead. Not technical.
So the score remains 2-1 to Lancaster, with Lancaster in possession in their own half, and they are, as a lovely ball down the left-hand side, beating the York press, and now they can drive forward at pace, play further to the left, but miscontrolled by the Lancaster forwards. Ends up foot, and York will have the free hit in their back right-hand corner.
Lancaster have some quite speedy forwards, which I think York defence and York sort of to combat against with such a ping-pong game like this one is.
Umpire has called for a free hit there to York. Quite sure what that was given for, but York will retain possession, transferring it round the back from right to left.
We're just going to cut away from the... What even was that? I'm so good at the hockey men's for the darts. We're going to cut away from the darts and we're going to go right into the open first and women's first fencing.
Into the second bout. So if you saw the Open 2s match, a brutal victory from Lancaster, winning all 3 weapons, leaving York in the dust. And that's 5-3 to York in the field. Impressive there from a fresher from the York team. Excellent point. So fencing's one of those interesting ones where, because it's so skillful and so much mental game, there's a real opportunity to come in and by the time you get to your 3rd year to be competing at university. And a point to the Lancaster on the save before the women.
What a very nice exchange there on the... But a lot of power ripostes in there.
Very true, very true. And it looks like an attack on preparation. York fencer goes in, pushes a bit too hard, and the fencer from Lancs wins the point. Fantastic parry riposte. Very clean. Textbook technique. York winning a point back there. Same sort of thing happening again. And now you can see, if you're watching the stream, you'll see that the men have both tested their kit, checked that the lights come up. The score is currently 3-5, Lancaster on 3.
York on 5. So an interesting thing with fencing is you have an anchor.
There's no interesting things in fencing. Sorry, Jamie, keep going.
No, the interesting thing is, in fencing, you have an anchor who is normally your best fencer, who will do the final bout, and it's a real chance to get lots of points back. But we will see with York, the anchor, excellent third-year fencer, has captained the team for 2 years, and he's on next.
A beautiful counter riposte there. York fencer going for a hit. Lancaster taking control, taking that blade and getting that hit back. Currently 5-5. Over on the women's, it's now 10-7 to Lancaster. Bringing it back, looking strong.
However, coming into the anchor, the York's anchor is a very strong fencer who you'd expect to be able to get those points back later on in the bout.
So that's a really good point. Fencing's such a fast-paced game, things can turn around so quickly, and a big lead can be lost just on the turn of a dime.
In Sabre, there's a very technical term called getting amongst it, where you get 10 points back to 0, which is often seen in the anchor bout.
I've heard it said internationally many times.
We have seen so many big comebacks happen that way.
Yeah. Absolutely. Very famously, as mentioned earlier, the German team lost a huge, huge lead, 40-27 or something like that. Very, very hard loss for them.
Yeah, you can get very strategic with where you place your best fencer and the order of the fencers that happens in the match.
Exactly. And over on the men's again, it's now 6-7, Lancaster on 6.
York on 7.
Still very slow and strategic, and an off-target hit. No points scored there, coming back on guard and fencing again.
So unlike with épée and sabre, if you're off target with foil, but you have priority, you can still maintain the momentum and you don't lose the point.
And we see a very nice power riposte from the York fencer as well, making it 8-6.
So if you're wondering, what is this priority thing? It's a little bit like possession in other sports, where possession of the ball, except the ball is invisible and the sport is stupid. So what happens is, if you take your attack and you miss, then it's the other person's turn. So if you then both hit, that person gets the point. So how do you get the attack? How do you get the priority in the first place? You need to commit early on, and that committing, that control, is what creates all of the strategic options for sabre and foil.
But, for example, some people don't understand priority. There's a man in this crowd who hasn't got a bloody clue.
You can
Apologies for the swearing there.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You can see in the sabre that priority is very prevalent. Sometimes both fencers are rushing in to get that initiative.
Exactly, very, very aggressive. Women's fencer just there on the back. Absolute savage attack from the line. Really pushed them back, whacked them. And a small complaint, just wanted to straighten their sword, a bit more time spent.
It's a very good mental break sometimes.
Oh, an amazing point from the York fencer on the foil. I'm sorry to jump in, getting the point. So it's 10-6 to York with an amazing single light point, which is really what you want to be getting. And the York anchor is taking the piece.
And Nat going for a very big kiss on it.
Oh, we'll have to say the men's team. So this is Nat, Nathaniel Smithies, an amazing fencer. Has fenced for the York's first team for 3 years. Looking up at the commentary box, confidence oozing from him.
Or some might say tension, a little stressed, a little highly strung today.
The men's one's captain, as highly strung as a bag of cats. My housemate in second year.
Very good. Anyway, the Lancaster fencer coming on with some amazing face paint. I've been looking around to get some myself, but unfortunately I just look like I've got blusher on.
I don't think that's regulation. If I was a ref, I'd be having a word. And as you see in fencing, we've got a technical malfunction, and they're getting out a screwdriver.
Yeah, sometimes we have technical malfunctions. They do take a while, but then we can get on.
Absolutely. And if you're watching, often foil will have the most malfunctions. It's the worst sport of the three. I wouldn't go anywhere near it.
Very good point, Harry.
Thank you, Casper. Unfortunately, you have got a referee. You've got a commentating team of 3 Sabreurs at the moment. Later on, when
an amazing point by Nat, and he shouts, and he takes his mask off. In fencing, you are allowed to shout, but you have to turn your back to the opponent, which you will see a lot from this fencer.
And the fencer on the left taking up the attack. Lancaster, the beat. Nat misses.
That goes again.
Lots back and forth, and a close quarter. Very close white light, so meaning off target. Point restarts from the same place.
Yeah, when there's quite a big gap in score, like 6-11, you get to see both defenses get a lot more active when they push.
100%. And at this early in the match, this sort of score difference puts a little bit of pressure on, but it's very easy to think there's no problem here. And really, it could go any way at this time.
Yeah, you can never fall asleep and let the other team come back.
100%. As one of the employees from the university once said, fencers that he knew were all very highly strung people.
Very true.
Very, very true. And another huge shout
from Nat Smithies.
Disagreement with the referee. We'll see whether this gets more heated. Expecting a lot of drama, a lot of entertainment from this match.
Both teams have seen each other in the League One in the Northern region. They have fenced twice. Lancaster has won both matches. So it is a...
Phenomenal counter-attack from Nat. 12-6.
He is, in technical terms, getting amongst it.
Very much is, Jamie.
Sorry if you can hear the sound from what I presume to be the squash game. Bit of back and forth. Nat going backwards, sort of being a bit cocky now, crossing his legs, walking around, looking calm.
Ooh,
and as a result of that laziness and off-target point, no score. He needs to sharpen back up again.
You're expecting a big scream from Nathaniel when he comes off piste, aren't you, Mr. Parr?
No matter what has happened, Nat will be confident in his own abilities.
Despite evidence to the contrary.
So what you see the York fence are doing is beating the blade. He's tapping...
Beautiful, beautiful parry riposte from the left.
We just hope Nat doesn't lose his head here.
Bringing it back to 7-13, the pressure's really on.
The York fencer has a habit in previous bouts of... But that'll be a massive confidence booster, going straight in and getting a point.
Admittedly, the fencer on the left made the mistake there. Both of them just went for an attack. Fencer on the left was a bit sloppy with it.
It doesn't really matter for Nathaniel Smithies. Every point's a point.
Fencer on the left gets another point. Nat taking a moment to breathe, having a look around, straightening a blade that was already straight.
Yeah, the York fencer was able to take the parry, but he couldn't really do anything with it. He couldn't riposte.
It's tough. Sometimes when you get yourself into an awkward situation like that, it's hard to make use of the option you got. You need to constantly stay on balance, ready to take these actions.
Lock in.
Lock in. Phenomenal back and forth. Oh, finally Nat gets the point on target. 15-8, big scream.
He needs to make sure he shakes hands with the opponent, as is customary after every bout, and doesn't get told off for being a naughty, naughty boy. Which he often does.
Bit of awkward silence there from the commentary group.
We have also just finished one of the sabre bouts on the women's one side.
And we're waiting for the score.
A lot of times in fencing matches, you find yourself waiting around. People are plugging in, taking their kit off. And we have both the York foil fencers getting ready. They are testing their equipment, just make sure everything works.
Surely if you're York right now, 15-8, with 30 points to go, you're feeling confident, aren't you?
100%, but it's all to play for, all to win, all to lose.
Exactly, you can never get complacent in fencing. You can always come back in a team format.
Is it the men's Lancaster team that's been promoted to Premier League this year, or is that a
Yes,
one?
they have. They have won their playoffs.
An enormous achievement.
Yes, exactly. And their women's side was also in the playoffs for the Premier League. They won one match. Unfortunately, couldn't make it through, but still a massive achievement.
If you're going into the Premier League, normally you'd expect a number of your teams to be competing successfully at a national level and can really hold their own on that stage.
And
yes,
just
exactly.
Jumping over to the women's sabre, an excellent parry riposte from the York fencer.
And another clean attack, compound attack, so that's when you go for one target, the opponent then goes for a parry, and then you go to where they've just moved their sword out of the way of.
Oh, that was a bit sloppy from the Lancaster fencer, resulting in the York fencer James capitalising on the point.
Very nice.
And that's, if for those watching, it is 13-50 to Lancaster at the moment in the women's sabre.
That will be at the last changeover. The point score will have shifted slightly since then, and it looks like it's pretty neck and neck in terms of how much being won by both fences. 16-11 on the men's.
Yep, the Lancaster fencer just moving the spool of the wire back.
sometimes these things are like turtles. They creep up on you, and you just need to sort it out.
If you're James, what tactic are you thinking? Are you going for 4 more points, or are you just playing for time?
James is definitely under pressure here. He's a very calm man generally. He keeps things under control. I think he'll be trying to think about what he does, because he is that kind of man. He is tactical. And the Lancaster fence are keeping the pressure on. Very good parry from James. Misses the riposte. And they take a pause. Both fences walk past each other. No points scored. Starting the points again from that new position.
And the Lancaster fencer, as you can see, is messing about with his weapon because they're foilless, and that's what they love to do.
Yeah, sometimes the weapons get bent out of shape a bit, and you just have to know to straighten them out again.
This is particularly common in foil. These blades, so they're much thinner and lighter. Back and forth. We'll see what the referee called.
Point to Lancaster. I'm not sure if I agree with that,
but equally, Jamie doesn't know anything about foil, so I'm sure he'd come up with that answer regardless.
I know quite a bit about foil. I once beat York's best
fencer. A very nice power riposte from the York fencer. He waited, he set up the trap with a distance, took the parry, and then answered.
This is tight, 18-18 on the sabre for the women. And a huge miss, followed by a riposte. Tough. Lot of respect. Oh, I'm sorry, the score's changed since then. It looks like that takes us up to 20 for the Lancaster for the women's. This is a very close match.
18-20 to Lancs women's. 15-17.
The women's captain coming in, bit of support, bit of motivation there. Phenomenal fencer. They're on now. If you're wanting to see some clean sabre, look over to the women's team now.
James is struggling against the Lancaster men's. 15-17, they're pulling it back. But you need to think, if you're George and Nat, you must be confident. Oh, an amazing point.
Very nice counter parry riposte. Very nice exchange of the blades.
Nice and clean, nice and calm, as always. Lancs fencer's clearly having a think, has possibly come up with an idea, but looks like that idea is hesitancy. Oh. And a bit of a rush, but it doesn't count. He runs past and then hits back. So if you're fencing in foil and you run past the opponent and then you hit behind you, if you're the one that ran past, you can't get that point. Oh, and a nice attack. Lots of variation, lot of pressure on James.
But I do believe this is the Lancaster anchor fencing, James.
Is it?
I do believe so.
Very exciting. 16-8.
18.
In fairness, 16-18. You're absolutely right.
Oh, amazing by James.
Managed to sneak that attack through the parry of the Lancaster fencer.
That sort of dirty, filthy fencing is what we like to see.
That's what we're here for.
And a slow progression on the men's. Lancaster fencer moving forward. A lot of pressure. Goes for a counter-attack and doesn't get it.
As you'll notice...
The foilist will clearly now test the kit, and it works. It works!
He's just not that good.
But it's absolutely reasonable to do that. I would do it too, except I wouldn't fence foil.
Unlike a certain ex-club member who's widely regarded as one of the best fencers of all time.
A beautiful long attack from the left.
Lancaster are reducing the lead of York in the foil. Now 17-19.
17-19.
Oh, but it's over. It's all over.
And James stops the progression of the Lancaster anchor, bringing it to 2017.
The ability of your anchor is one of the most important things.
Over on the women's. The captain's just made a huge miss for the Lancaster and then got the hit. And a beautiful attack off the line. This is the sort of fencing you want to see. It's textbook stuff. Both fencers going for a pause. Fencer on the right from York goes for an attack. Blocked by the Lancaster fencer. That parry and then riposte Lancaster's point.
No, it was York's point. It was a parry riposte. It was a parry, no riposte. Attack again.
Oh, very exciting. Sloppy from the Lancs. Both in, both out as usual. You'll see this from more sort of hesitant fencers who haven't got that killer, murderous blood that you want. They're going in, they're pausing, they're going out immediately. This is usually something you want to do very occasionally to get that feel, not as a habit.
I believe that is York back in front for the women's sabre.
And we are back into the foil, just about to start. Fences are ready.
That is George, a fresher coming in for the men's team.
And the referee stops the point. There's a bit of conversation here. I'm assuming they're sort of having a chat and then getting back to it. Yep.
Oh, and a cheeky point.
Fantastic.
Right on the rib cage.
Very nice. Just the right distance.
The York fence is a lot more active when he's defending. He's bouncing back and forth, trying to feel out the distance, set a trap.
I don't know this fencer personally, but they're very, very clean. This is impressive stuff. Oh, lovely. Lovely attack from the left in spite of it. Goes for the same thing, goes for that counter-attack, doesn't get the timing. Fencer on the left gets the attack. Bring the score to 18-21 to the on the Lancaster side.
Beautiful power
Very
riposte.
nice. So the York fencer did a flick where the foil blades are quite thin and bendy. You can flick it to the opponent.
Absolutely, and this is a very unusual thing. You don't get this in sabre, so you bend around and you curve it, almost like a banana.
Whilst we were talking about how good his point was, he's done it again. George really dominating the space. Oh, and he's done it again. That's 3 points in a row.
Fantastic flick.
If you're Lancaster, you're really thinking, why is he getting the same point on me 3 times? And you're thinking about changing it up. He's done it. He's done it 4 times in a row.
25-20 on the women's side, except now they're still partway through that bout.
So I believe Rachel got what's called a donut, where you get 5 points to 0 against the
I love
opposition.
getting a donut. Been many, many years. I'm on a diet. The diet is being bad at fencing.
We see both fencers in the sabre going for it in the middle. Has that happened a lot, Harry?
Very good point, Casper. So often for sabre, you'll see that there's a real strategic value to pushing, being really aggressive. So you'll see that the fencers will go in the middle much, much more. There's a bit of a style difference as well. When you see this later on the open team, you'll see that there tends to be more aggression, less of this sort of going backwards and being defensive.
And that is the men's ones captain, Nathaniel Smithies, back on P.
Expect to hear big noise.
Very, very passionate fencer.
Passionate man in all ways.
Fencing is his life. But another fun fact about Nathaniel Smithies is before he fenced, he was a black belt in karate.
Was he?
Yeah,
I
he
didn't
was.
know that.
Maybe
An
you'll see the
impressive man.
footwork coming out. He's also really into aeroplanes.
I don't believe he's married yet.
Oh, and it's an amazing point.
Phenomenal attack. Really clean, really sharp.
The Lancaster fencer caught napping there.
Very aggressive start from Nathaniel.
And the women's match is over. We're just waiting for the score on that.
It is 27-20. It looking like it will go down to the wire. But if I was York, I would be looking at my anchor and having so much faith in her ability.
Bit of an unlucky one from Nathaniel here. He went for the blade, missed the attack, and got punished for it.
But he's still got that 7-point cushion. Oh, he's got...
Phenomenal back and forth. Very, very nice point from the Lancs fencer.
Clean is what I'll say.
A slow attack. Very nice. Good finish.
Big screen. Things are just starting to heat up. Usually you'd expect the first few points to be a bit calm and then warmth coming into his blood as he gets ready to kill.
And back to the women's fencing, it's 30-27 to York. Like I said, it could go down to the wire.
Still back and forth. And a big parry and riposte again from the Lancaster fencer on the men's team. Very, very nice. Nathaniel Smith is coming up and asking a question, just clarifying what happened on that point, just making sure he understands.
Loves having a chat with the ref.
I love having a chat with the ref. That's not true. Don't waste your time talking to the ref.
I've always found refs don't like me.
I wonder why.
I was just about to say. And a phenomenal parry riposte from the Lancaster women's fencer. Very clean.
As I found 1 year, accusing the refs of cheating is really bad.
A lovely point from Nathaniel Smith. He's looking calmer and clearer this time. He's obviously given some thought to how he's fencing.
I believe he's got an S bend, which is a very dangerous type of bend to have in your weapon, as it bends both ways and can be very prone to breaking.
Absolutely, and it's a lot more of a pain to straighten out as well. And then, an interesting call. I don't think that was necessarily right on the women's side. To me, it looked like Kira goes for a parry and then gets hit.
However, we got the point, so I don't really care.
Valid point too.
Very nice exchange. Unfortunately, it ends up going...
You heard that growl? It's from Jamie. One of the sort of occupational health hazards of working with him. And a beautiful parry riposte again from the Lancs fencer. Same sort of timing as last time.
Oh, is that now?
What's going on with the women's? Is there a possible injury or
I
something?
think there was a guard to the face, which bloody hurt.
And then a miss from the Lancaster
Absolutely.
fencer.
It's very easy to get a nosebleed with those.
Yeah, what you really don't want is, if you've noticed, the back of the mask is actually exposed, and getting hit in the back of the head by a sword to the mask is pretty unfun for anyone involved.
And potentially quite dangerous.
Oh, very big exchange here in the men's
So
foil.
that's close quarters fencing. When you get a bit closer, you end up with these really awkward, interesting sort of movements that are very challenging. Similar sort of switch. And no. That tries to go for a counter-attack and get out of the way, but the Lancs fencer gets the distance just right and hits.
If I was Nat, I would be trying to calm down, because he knows, and I know, and you know, and we all know, is when he loses his head, he doesn't fence to the best of his ability.
Fencing is a very, very mental sport.
Absolutely. I've been told it's like playing checkers in 3D with someone trying to hit you.
I often used to have a cigarette before each match to calm my nerves, and I always found that worked for me. But unfortunately for Nat, he's asthmatic, so he can't do that.
Obviously, we can't be
Lancaster fencer.
we can't give out any health advice on this channel, but
They've both gone for the point. It's Barry and Boston. It has gone to Nat.
29-25. One more point till this section of the bout is through.
If I was Nat, I would be going all out. I would be going for it. I would be, as I said earlier, getting amongst it.
And over on the women's, some nice chatter, sort of being polite, being friendly about the action.
Oh, and that's got it.
Punch. And that screaming that win.
And he's
that does it for this leg of the men's foil.
And the women's fencing's coming back on guard.
She got hit in the face by the guard on the women's match, which you don't really want, and I imagine it hurts.
And a backline para riposte for the Lancaster fencer. When you get pushed to the very back of the piece, again, it's very tricky getting pushed to the very back of the piece.
Puts a lot of pressure on you. You end up feeling like you've got to go for something. And as the fencer with priority, as the fencer pushing them to the back, you know that you're in control. It's a lot of sort of visceral feel to it.
Yeah, over 90% of the attackers always get the point when they're pushing someone towards the end.
Is it really that high? I didn't know.
Yeah, exactly. It's very hard to stop an attack at that point. You've got nowhere to go.
A lot of the defence when you're fencing comes from your control of distance. You want to be able to move in and out, not just because you want to be able to run away, but also because you want to give them the opportunity to hit you at the wrong moment when you've got control.
Set up a trap.
Set up a trap. And as we go through, you'll see that épée particularly is all about these traps. Foil and sabre are more about aggression. And sabre particularly is about being very, very forceful.
Speed and power.
Speed and power.
We're getting underway with the men's foil as well now. Score is 30-25 to York.
And it's, I believe the score is 35-30 to the Lancaster women's on the sabre.
Very close. You see an off target from the York fencer. He went for the shoulder, just missed the lame.
And the men's bout happening, starting nice and slow, followed by an attack on preparation from the right with York winning the point 31-25.
I don't know who we've mentioned. What does the score in fencing go to?
It goes to 45. And in Olympic fencing, you keep the weapons separate, whereas in buck-style fencing, you will have 3 sets of these matches to 45, with the 3 fences fencing all of the other 3 fences on the opponent's team. After that, all of the scores are added up, and based on that, you can tell who wins.
The maximum score you can get is 135.
100%. For that, you just need to win all 3 of your matches. And a much more defensive game on the men's foil at the moment. Wing fencers hesitant to push. Fencer on the left, clearly wanting to, but being a little bit nervous. This is because the fencer on the right has got some wonderful counter-attacks, goes for an attack on prep, gets parried by the Lancaster fencer and loses.
But you need to appreciate that James has already scored 3 points. He's got 2 more points, and that's him done for the day.
Yeah, exactly. And with such a big lead, you can get quite tactical with the time. You can slow down, you can waste some time, because once they get the 3 minutes is up, the bout's over.
But arguably, foil is York's strongest weapon, so if I was York, I'd be gunning for the full 45 points.
100%. You really want to just absolutely chew these points out. Imagine you're eating a steak and you're very, very hungry. This is the attitude that you need to your York team right now.
See some more technical issues on the men's side. Fencer's just swapping his foil.
And over on the stable, very nice, clean, clear point from the women's team, from the York team, that is. And an attack on preparation for the Lancaster team, very nicely done.
And on the men's, they're testing their weapons again.
And a big miss from the women's, followed by an attack from the York team. Very nice, very clean. This is good fencing, this is what you'd like to see.
I often find with foil, they test their weapons, see if it's broken, and it's normally them that isn't working very well.
It's tough being incompetent, isn't it?
I wouldn't know.
And the men's team going slowly, still gently pushing back and forth. Same sort of thing.
Oh, what a beautiful point.
And James gets that attack on prep, that nice counter-attack that he's been waiting for.
Jabbed him in the tum-tum.
Again, that's that distance we were talking about before.
Over on the women's, York is bringing it back. The score now, I believe, is 37-39. It might have changed to 40 at this point.
But surely, if you're the women's anchor, you are confident.
And a miss from the York foilist. Lancaster foilist makes the most out of that opportunity and gets that point.
But York are still 6 points ahead.
Lancaster Spencer going for a cheeky little hit after the point had already finished. Understandable, we all have those moments.
I wouldn't know.
And the York foilist hit the piece. Didn't go off because, as we said before, it's grounded. And
very nicely
very
done.
nice.
Lancaster Fencer got James to go for an attack, took that parry, took the riposte, very clean. At this point, Lancaster Fencer's really figured out where he's weak, where he's strong.
A massive parry riposte on the Lancaster side. And that does it for that bout.
Absolutely. I believe that makes it 40 to 37. 38, very exciting.
But surely, if you're the York anchor, fencing how you fence going in, you are confident that you are going to bring it back.
Yeah, teams always have so much trust in their anchor, they can always pull it back.
100%. If you're now looking and you're not sure whether to look at the men's or the women's, now is the time to look at the women's. This will be the most tense bout of the most interesting weapon of all the three.
Having a good anchor is the difference between having a good team and a great team. And we have, oh, I'm sorry about my earlier commentary. I do not believe Nathaniel is the York anchor.
This might well be because of his extreme, intense love for the sport, which sometimes affects the pressure that he feels.
And he has been known to drop the ball on many occasions.
And, oh my God. And the women's team is getting ready to start this final bout. Very exciting. Look over that direction if you want to see some good fencing.
I'm going to be impartial, but I really want York to win.
Amazing. So, huge miss. Fencer from York goes for a beat, would have priority, but the Lancaster fencer still hits anyway. 1 point to Lancaster. Miss from Lancaster, point to York.
York fencer make the most of that miss from Lancaster.
They're going in, again taking up the priority. Bit of a messy hit to finish, but clean, clear tactics before then.
There was no real attempt at a parry, so obviously it's still Rachel's point.
Sounds like it's messy, but a point's a point.
Oh, a very interesting moment. I would probably have called that a parry from the Lancaster side.
I wouldn't have personally.
But that's only because you don't know anything. And so, Fencer from York wins that
Yeah,
point.
the Lancaster fencer went for a parry, but didn't get it in time. They did this time.
Very good, very nice.
And a point to York. If we seem uninformed on the score, it's because we can't actually see the scoreboard and we're getting it text over.
It will be very close.
Oh, and beautiful parry riposte.
Off target, misses, and then a riposte again from the Lancaster fencer. I assume no light came up from the York side.
And that's...
No point given, together. Back over on the men's, a little conversation to calm things down. And on the women's, miss from Rachel, miss from the Lanc fencer, and a final riposte again from
York.
Very nice,
bringing them the point.
Here, and that does it.
If you're Rachel, you are swimming in confidence.
The score will be so, so close. Point to Lancs, nice and clear, nice and simple, very good.
They're surely coming to the final points now.
Very
Big attack from the York team, bringing it to the end, 45.
Something or other.
It will probably be 43, 44.
45.
No, until like...
Very close, very tense match from both sides.
And the team run in to give her a hug. She must be so proud. She has by far been the best fencer so far today.
44 on the other side. That's
close, and to come back from 2 points down, that's impressive.
It's a nice, clean thing. Watch it where you want to be. That sort of confidence boost before you go into the next weapon is a really good thing.
You want to have the nerve, don't you? You want to be the one doing that.
But what's different about this is you don't necessarily... It's not about winning 2 weapons and then losing the third. If you lose the third by a large amount, it's still a problem. But psychologically, this is a good place to be.
Nat's just jabbed the bloke in the back.
So back over on the men's.
Oh, is that going to be a card for Nat? Oh, no. It's a yellow card for the Lancaster fencer for turning round mid-bow.
Yeah, in fencing, you're not allowed to turn your back to your opponent when the point is still going on. It's just for safety reasons.
A bit more close quarters. This is all looking quite squirrely. Imagine you're trying to undo a screw with the wrong screwdriver head, and you can't even see what you're doing. That's the feeling when you're doing foil. It's all about just getting that tip round these parries, round that defence. So awkward, so tricky.
So technical, isn't it?
Absolutely. So Nat's got the attack progressing forward, moving to the left. Misses, riposte misses. Final action, Nat hits 36-30.
You think if Nat wins this bout, he will roar like a chicken?
I think regardless of what happens, Nat will roar. I would not use the word roar personally.
You're just thinking, look at the two fences. What's your heart rate doing? Is it beating out there? Is that Nat's complaining about something? He's put his thumb up at the ref.
Oh, a little conversation here with the referee. Just trying to clarify what's going on, make sure they understand how they're calling things.
They're probably asking for the rules, because I have no clue.
Bit more blade contact. They're both much more hesitant now. Nat goes for a wild attack, gets it, very clean, very sharp.
Beautifully extended himself, does a very long lunge.
Exactly right, Casper, and it's 37-30 to York. And they're both on guard, ready fence, and Nat taking up the attack again, pushing down. Lanks fencer being much more resistant, takes a parry. Lanks fencer going forward now, got priority, goes for that hit, gets it. This will be 31-37 for Lanks.
I'm surprised that's not a bonus point.
Nat's asking to tighten up his weapon. There's a screw that holds the weapon together. Sometimes that gets loose, you've got to tighten up.
Absolutely. There's quite a few screws when you're fencing in foil.
Sometimes they all go loose.
Sometimes they all go loose all at once.
A few of them have to be defence foil.
Well, absolutely, absolutely.
And you don't want that.
They are a very friendly bunch, I will say. If you see them and you're thinking, this looks pretty intense, don't worry, training is very chill, very friendly. Come along. Over at Lanks, they've got a full-time coach as well who helps out regularly and is very, very nice man.
Both clubs train 3 times a week. Normally, both also had extra sessions just to prepare for Roses.
But surely, if you're Lanks knowing you had 10 extra sessions to York's 2, with a full-time coach, you're going in a lot more confident.
Absolutely, and that is why they've been promoted to the Prem League this year, because they are on the top of their game. An amazing attack, very clean from the Lanks fencer, bringing it to 32-37.
It's almost like if you take all of the uni sports funding away, they're not that good at sport.
Both run into each
and
other.
A big scream, but nothing actually really happened there. They just ran into each other. Sometimes it's just like, imagine you're on a street and you walk into someone. That's the awkwardness that you feel in that moment.
Yeah, in both foil and epee, you're allowed to run forwards, whereas in sabre, you are not. Sometimes people bump into each other.
So in sabre, you're not allowed to cross your legs. Lancaster fencer goes for an attack and misses, and Nat going up, progressing gently, in control so far. You'll expect him to want to suddenly accelerate at some point, and he's pushing. Lanks fencer running out of space and goes for a counter-attack. And now the question is, did he take control of priority, or does Nat still have priority and just get a white light? And that's correct. So, that point starts again on the left-hand side of the piste. Lanks fencer gets the attack really clean and simple. It's 1 light, point over.
But if you're Nat, you're worried about your fitness, because I know Lanks have been doing some sports and conditioning, which York have not been doing.
That's a very good point. S&C at York has been a struggle over the past couple of years. And a white light Lanks gets, so no points scored there. Just a reminder, white lights are when you hit off target, not valid. You don't get a point, but it will still pause the point. You'll start again. again, a clean, simple attack. Lancaster getting that 34-37, bringing it back. At this point, the pressure is on.
You don't want Nat losing his head here.
If you were on the York side, that is. And a big push, not necessary, misses. Lanc Spencer comes back, misses again. Nat gets the point, stop hit, very good.
Can I just, so you're allowed to go off the side of the piece, and that just pauses the point. If you go off the back, am I right in saying you lose the point?
Yes, that is completely correct.
Absolutely. If you go off the side to avoid being hit, usually that would be carded.
Yes, exactly. Just like running into the other person to avoid getting hit.
100%.
But if you're smart, you can make it look like an accident.
A lot of fencing seems to be about being smart and in a sort of annoying, weird way, really.
Both go together.
That's why they're all computer science students.
I did business and management.
Little pause, little breather here, both tactically sort of sorting some stuff out, taking a breath, getting ready.
Towards the end of the match, you're getting tired, that S&C is coming in.
It's a really good point there, Casper. And the Lanc Spencer goes for an attack, but it goes white light off target, so they'll start again.
Is there going to be any fencers who are fencing more than one weapon, or is that something you can do? Or
it's absolutely something you can do. I'm not sure if it is at the moment. The Lancs team earlier did, and Nat puts a foot off the piece, so the point gets paused. No points scored. They're both going to start again from the same place.
There's under a minute left for Nat to get 2 points. If you're Nat, do you back your anchor or do you try and get the points?
It's a good question. I think at this point you just have to consider how the match has been going so far, and it's been very tough. I would probably say it's too long to just amble it out and see if you can burn the time, but you want to be making good, smart decisions now.
If I was on piece currently, I would be worried if they were running out of Madry at the bar just outside.
Both of them are just step lunging into each other, not really thinking too tactically right now, trying to sort of make sure they get a feel for it. At this stage, they should have a clear grasp of what the opponent's doing and what they can do against that.
Do you think they're just both quite tired and it's getting lazy?
I think the tiredness, I don't think is that much physical from the Lancaster team, but definitely psychologically.
If I had Nat shouting in my face, I'd get pretty tired.
I know you like that.
I'm not sure you can say that.
There's 53 seconds left on the men's foil.
And a simple, clean point from the Lanc Spencer. Taking a little wander around, taking a breather, off to the park, off to walk the dog, get ready for the tactics for the next pouch.
But surely if you're going in as George, you would be quite confident in your ability.
It's hard to say. I'm not really sure what happened just there. That was tough. Was that called as an off-target, or is there going to be a card pulled out? That's a yellow card.
Side to the piece.
Was it for going off the side? Thank you very much. So. Good spot. That looks like it. Yeah, absolutely. So a yellow card doesn't change the score, but it means that if you get another one, a red card is given. That gives a point to the opponent.
And the Lancaster's coach is getting involved.
This is generally considered a bit inappropriate, but
and he's touching the ref.
Shoulder.
I don't think he is allowed to touch the ref. If I was a ref, I would.
I don't think this is any form of collusion in any. To just be completely clear.
It happens a lot of fencing competitions, even internationals. The coaches get really, really tense. The score is close.
If you watch the referees and the fences internationally, there's a lot of intense, heated arguments. Nat just got that point, and the fencer's checking, and his kit does work. So the score is 40-35. Nat closing it out with a big win there.
But I will say, the Lancs coach is not allowed to go and talk to the ref mid-bout, is he not?
Yeah, sometimes that happens, I think. Again, even at internationals, that does happen. But where the score is so close, the emotions are running high, sometimes you just can't help yourself.
But the big difference is allowed to happen and does happen.
To be fair, I don't know if you're allowed to just sort of ask for clarification sometimes. Usually you might not want to just to avoid breaking up the fight. But with a match like this, which goes on for so long, building that rapport, never a bad strategic choice. You'll see that with the fencers too. The cannier, the sort of more charming ones will be much, much easier to deal with, and they'll only argue if they're pretty confident that they can get it. Generally, they'll just sort of check in, make sure they understand, check their thinking.
Knowing how questionable my ability was, I would often speak to the ref before the match, ask what he was looking for, and then just do that. It made it a lot easier.
That very nice power riposte from the York fence on the foil.
But I was also known to the old outburst back in my day.
And over on the women's side, the épée bout is starting. I'm going to hand over to my colleague Gallon, who's got a bit more épée experience, and see if he can add some more strategic information there.
Hello, thank you very much for having me.
Welcome, Gallon.
Gallon, why don't you give us a bit of a reminder on how épée fencing works?
So, épée is different from the other two. You don't have the rules of priority. All that goes is hit first. If you hit at the same time, both fencers get a point. So it's a lot more patience, a lot more strategic thinking in how you set up points. It's a lot more representative of old-style Napoleonic combat.
And in the foil and the sabre, we saw the fencer restricting where they can hit. Is that the case in épée?
No, for épée, whole body is a target area. So for that reason, the piste is electrified. So the piste is what they're fencing on, that if you're watching our live stream, a little silver strip going through that the fencers can walk up and down on. The electrified piece makes sure that if they hit floor, just like the York fencer on the right tried to do, the point doesn't count.
Another very clean hit from the York fencer, the anchor. We are in the last bout of the men's foil.
Beautiful hit there.
Carrying no riposte. But George is hoping to get amongst it later, because he's doing all three weapons, I've heard. So if you're George, you are thinking, do I conserve my energy and go and try? Oh, but a beautiful hit by George.
Very nice.
Very clean.
Can you, Gallon, explain the passivity point in épée for us?
So, passivity happens when two fencers are sitting inactive. So this is after a minute of no offensive action, no blades contact, no points. What happens then? The time gets called and it gets moved on. So instead of having to go to 5 points each side, you stop at whatever the time is there and progress it to the next bout.
We are seeing in the men's foil, York is 1 point away from closing it out.
We're just waiting to see what the ref calls.
The attack is off target from York, so we keep going.
Go on, George. Get in there, mate. Also, go in, Lancaster fencer. Get in there.
Always remaining impartial.
I've noticed that all of the Lancs fencers have.
That was a beautiful counter-attack from the Lancaster fence foilist.
Yeah, the York fencer set up a trap, went for the hit, missed it, and then the Lancaster fencer made it.
You don't want to be doing that.
Ooh.
He's just run past him. Bit of momentum, didn't really hit him. Bit of a waste of everyone's time, if you ask me.
With pressure like this, things get to be a bit of tense and people make rash decisions.
Oh, very nice. George closes it out for York, 45-39 in the men's foil.
I hate to be the Debbie Downer that I shall be, but if you're York, you know foil is your best weapon, and you are hoping you won by a lot more points. You are hoping for a 10-point lead, not a simple 6-point lead going into the sabre and the épée. I personally am not as confident as maybe Nat will be. But, however, they have Robbie Mouquet, come back from France, spent a year fencing in France, has got a lot better.
A beautiful step lunge from the fencer on the York side in épée. They're waiting to play each other out, seeing what's happened, testing what their distances are. Ooh. Attacked at the same time there. See, notice that both fencers have now received a point. I will update you on the score as it comes in.
And just for a bit of reference, épée is the only sport out of the three weapons where you can get double points at the same time. In sabre and foil, it's either everything or nothing.
I'll play for it. A lot of large actions from both fencers. Point to the Lancaster side. Épée is a very tactical weapon. You want to be small and light. It will be something that both fencers are keen to keep in mind.
Surely with épée you want to be a bit taller so you've got that range.
Range matters a huge amount in épée. As it's whoever hits first, just having that few extra inches always helps.
Yeah, épée's got the shortest time for a person to get a double hit. So in épée it's 40 milliseconds. In the others it's a lot longer.
Yes, that makes it a very tactful weapon. You have to have quick reaction times. Additionally, it is the largest weapon, so the point has to be compressed with 750 newtons. That's basically getting a bit of flour towards you.
Very clean hit for the York fencer.
The épée is a much more rigid weapon, so where you see the flicking and the bending of foil, you potentially will not see that with épée.
Beautiful hit to York, hit to our right-hand side. Yeah. The Lancaster side, unfortunately, just missed. Slightly clean off the sides. York fencer managed to keep on target.
And it's épée going on for York, so we'll have épée at the same time. It takes the longest out of all of the weapons, because they do take a much more strategic approach because you can be hit on the whole body.
Yeah. It's not, Epic doesn't really encourage risk taking. You'll find that there are a lot of fencers going for stop hits, so waiting for the other person to take initiative and then trying to take advantage of that opportunity. Again, another double on the women's feast.
Yeah, we saw the York fencer run forward. Does that happen a lot in Epee?
Sorry, could you please repeat your question, Casper?
We saw the York fencer run forwards. Does that happen a lot in Epee?
Yes, it does. So that would be something called flashing, in French for arrow. The point of it is to try to make a quick, decisive action, take advantage, use the element of surprise to take advantage of your opponent.
Pull the trigger, so to speak.
There we go. We're now waiting for both pieces to go on sides as they swap over.
I think we are just getting a weapon swap on York. This happens quite a lot. They test the weapons before every fight just to make sure that there's that 700 grams that compresses the point.
Yes. Just helps keep things nice and firm. Additionally, épée tends to be the fiddliest of the weapons. It's very easy for any of the wires that are in the guard to cross, break, or snap. Additionally, a tip could get launched off relatively easily.
And we are getting underway on the women's épée.
Give you a quick update on the overall Roses standings.
As we're waiting, you see that all of before the fencers start, the fencers are testing. This is where they hit each other's guard to see if the guards light up. This is very important as it's the only bit that's non-targetable in épée. So it helps mean that if your point gets hit by your opposition in their guards, nothing goes off.
So currently in the overall Roses standing, which I was going to talk about earlier, York are on 102 to Lancaster's 129. So we're pulling it back, but surely if you're York, home Roses, 4th Roses defeat in a row, you'd be embarrassed, no?
The men's fencing is getting underway. Ooh, beautiful step in, clean hit from the Lancaster side. They're spending a lot of time testing each other out. It's good to see. The Lancaster fencer is a left-handed fencer. That'll be quite irritating for the York fencer, as York are right-handed to right-handed. Means that you have to make use of different offensive and defensive techniques. Another point to Lancaster side.
Very cheeky hit on a wrist from Lancaster.
Very clean.
But once again, that is the Lancaster's anchor starting the bout for them. So you are expecting him to get those good early points.
York has the home advantage, meaning that their anchor goes last of each of the 3 sets, allowing York to have time for their anchor to catch up the most points possible. Putting Lancaster, oh, beautiful hit.
Very nice power riposte.
You may have noticed that in foil and sabre, they had almost like a metallic jacket on. Why do they not have that in épée?
I think, as we covered before, whole body's the target area. The épée works basically just having a small button at the top. If anything compresses it that isn't already electrified, the point goes off. The only things that aren't electrified are the guards and the piece that the fencers are standing on.
So as where in foil and sabre, the jackets are the only electrified bit.
Another hit to the Lancaster fencer. Clean just remise, attacks, trying to make the most of that aggression, keep pushing himself forwards.
Very nice.
The women's fencing is also underway. The second bout.
Also,
we'll try to get you an update.
Would you say there's any noticeable differences between open and women's fencing?
Open tends to be a little more aggressive, kind of making use of less strategic and tactical decision, while women's tends to be a lot more strategic and technical. You'll tend to find the hits are cleaner, smaller, neater.
I'd also say, actually, if you're going to watch it at the Olympics or on the world stage, the women's fencing tends to be a better one to watch. It's a tiny bit slower paced, but the technique is so much cleaner. There's so much more variation there, so you get to see it. You can really get engaged with it and get an understanding while you're watching it.
It's women's sabre is so clean, for example.
It's beautiful, really beautiful stuff to watch.
Do you think that's the men rely more on strength on the world stage?
I mean, it's hard to say, really. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I've got the answers there.
And we get a double on the open ones. Lancaster closes it out with a lead of 5-2.
But if you're York, you're thinking, arguably probably our least experienced fencer has gone and done very well.
Yeah, if York are starting to get a little bit worried, that lead they've built up in the foils is dwindling away slowly.
Yeah, but you think it's only one bout, and that is their best fencer fencing.
The women's match is slowly testing each other out, trying to keep their distance from one another. No one's trying to take the initiative, but the York fencers marching down the piste. Seems to have worked out well for them. They got a point to York on the women's side.
And Zach Townsend on for York.
On the men's piece, are just setting off underway with a score of 5-2 to Lancaster.
Lancaster fencer doing up his laces. You don't want undone laces. That's what my coach always said.
Doing up your laces in fencing sometimes is viewed as a tactical decision. It sounds small, but if you're under a lot of pressure, not really getting ahead, it's a way to break up your timing, giving yourself a bit of space to breathe.
Gives yourself a little few seconds. Also ruins the other fencer momentum. Very nice flash from the York fencer.
Yes, Casper, as you were talking about earlier, can be used to great effect.
And can I just say, if you look at the Lancaster fencer, he's got international flags on his arms and legs, which most likely means he's represented that nation, being Hong Kong, at an international event.
Yeah. There was a weapon swap for the York sides. Now they've got underway. Lancaster fencers making use of very quick, neat footwork. Ooh.
Lancaster fencer goes for the parry, misses it. York fencer just goes straight through with another flash. Very strong. It's clawing back the score.
Very well done by the club president there for York. And another double point may bring it to 6-5.
Now, that was a really interesting way to approach it. The York fencer went for a foot hit, stood up, remise, which means took up the initiative to attack again, and flashed past. Great use. Great attempt. Another foot hit attempt over there. Slowly marching down the Lancaster fencer. He's going to try to keep him at distance, threatening him with... Ooh.
Very nice. He just moved out of the way just enough to make the Lancaster fencer miss. And then he pulls the trigger himself and goes for it. 6-6.
Keeping up that psychological pressure. The York fencer is marching him down. He's going to try to make use of that, throw in a few tricks just to make sure that the Lancaster fencer stays away.
But if you're Lancaster...
So, welcome to Roses 2025. You're currently listening to the Women's First and Open First Fencing. We're live at the University Radio York, 88.3 FM. And Bailrigg FM, 95.3 FM.
As well as on roseslive.co.uk and on the Roses Live YouTube.
And for those who are just joining us, what is currently going on is both the Open and the Women's are on their second weapon, being épée. The women's team won the sabre for their first bout, and the York Open won the foil for their first weapon. So they're both in quite a good position. And it's currently 7-4 to York in the women's épée. Unfortunately, we can't actually see both scoreboards, so we're getting it via text.
Another foot hit attempt from the York fencer. Goes for another flash, just misses and gets punished for it.
Yeah.
But he's bringing it back. You need to think that he started the bout at 5-2 and now it's 9-8. You would be confident with your performance in the bout.
He's doing so
and he's done it again. He's quote-unquote getting amongst it. 9-9. You'd be going in pretty happy with that.
A little bit of quote-unquote on the women's side, which means they went quite for some close contact. Seemed to favour the York fencer. Very nicely done. Ooh, beautiful double hit on the open category. That means we'll finish the open first fencing at 10-10.
So you see them shaking hands after every bout, and you wouldn't know, but that is an actual mandated part of fencing. It's not done out of respect. If you don't do that, you can potentially be carded.
Yes, exactly. You also have to salute your opponent with your sword, and then you go to shake hands.
It is traditional to salute the referee. It is important to salute the referee as well, and traditional to salute the audience.
And as I said earlier, that is George coming back on piece, anchoring both the foil and the épée. A lot of confidence the York team are putting in that young man.
What a unit.
What a weapon.
The women's fencing is underway, testing each other out, trying to make the most of their distance. Epee is a sport that very much requires distance and gauging how far away you are from your opponent. If you can trick them and play with their distance, get them to overestimate or underestimate, you can take massive advantage of that.
There's just someone talking to the ref. I don't know if they're anything to do with fencing. They're just there having a chat with the ref. I'm not sure you're allowed to do that.
Maybe asking what they're having for dinner.
What do you think he is having for dinner, the ref?
Ooh, maybe a little bit of spag bowl.
It would be very helpful. Good nutritious meal after a long day's refereeing.
And why are they both the refs are wearing suits? Why is that?
So, fencing is a very formal and traditional sport. It is the appropriate attire. It is steeped in tradition, given that it has been in the Olympics since the very first one and has been one of the longest running sports at the Olympics.
You may have seen at the most recent Olympics, there was controversy when a ref showed up in trackies and slides.
And the men's open, or the open fencing is at 11-12 to York side. That bounce is very traditional. The Lancaster sword has bent quite significantly. That was a brutal hit taken to the face.
He's going to try his best to straighten it out with his foot. Sometimes you just cannot be able to do it.
Yeah.
If he does give up the weapon and can't use it anymore, that is that. He can't use that for the rest of the bout.
Exactly.
So it's always important to bring 3 or 4 swords to each bout if you're doing epee or foil. Sabres don't tend to break because they're just a big bit of electrified metal and they don't tend to break.
No. Additionally, if you aren't prepared and don't have enough equipment to show up and fence, you can get carded or even disqualified.
So, unlike football, rugby and all of other sports, fencing actually has a black card, which is quite a lot more serious than a football or rugby red card, isn't it?
Yeah, so in fencing, you have 3 different cards, yellow, red, and black. When you get a yellow card, that's a warning. You get 2 yellow cards, that's a red. You can also get a straight red for a more egregious offence. And then for the worst offences, you get a black card, which is getting sent off. You get disqualified from the competition.
A black card can be achieved or earned, received for any number of cases. But usually it is very unsportsmanlike conduct, such as throwing your equipment across the room, insulting the referee, being disrespectful to your opponents.
Another point for Lancaster in the women's epee.
And once again, I do think that's their anchor bringing up the point. If I was Lancaster women's, I'd be very worried about how reliant I was on my anchors.
The women's match just went to time, so you will see that they went and tried to run in as quickly as possible, trying to squeeze as many points as they could in the time allowed. However, it went to time, even though the fencer on the right, so the York fencer, scored a point. They'll leave it at what the score was previously. Which
tried to be a bit cheeky and squeeze one in. Ref said no.
At 19-14 to the Lancaster sides.
Surely if you're Lancaster and you're behind, you're wanting the full 5 points after every bout. You don't want to be messing around getting 4 points here and 3 points there. And there's been another pause. Has his weapon broken again? Oh, he's getting a Allen key to tighten his weapon. I personally think that's disgusting behaviour. He's clearly just playing for time.
Excuse me, I was mistaken. It is 19-14 on the women's to York.
Get amongst it.
They've locked in.
They have, indeed. This has been like over the last 3 years that I was at the uni, a bad event for York, losing in pretty much every weapon. But it's great to see on my return that we are doing really well.
Yeah. On the open category, they're testing each other out at a score of 13-12 to Lancaster. It's very close, trying to make use of clean footwork. York's trying to aim for his pick. They're going back and forth, testing each other out. Lots of quick flashes of blades. Unfortunately, Lancaster side flashed in. York couldn't quite get their sword up to parry in time.
Yeah, the time's running out. The fence are both getting a lot more aggressive, a lot speedier, and they finish their attacks faster, sometimes a bit sloppy.
But they still do have over half the time left.
That was a clean double hit for both fencers, leaving the score at 15-13 to the open category.
But Zach is coming back on piste, and as we saw earlier, that was an amazing comeback by him.
Yeah, he had an incredible run in his first leg.
What do you gents think of the posters that we have out today? I've seen some fantastic ones.
So you've got Uretzi for York, who is a Mexican international fencer who fences saber for the women's team. Honks and Conks poster knocking about, which are the women's team's mascot. And Lancaster also have some signs, which I must say are a bit less imaginative, and I would have just left in the bin. Bit of a waste of cardboard.
Well, on the women's side, we've got the York fencer marching down their opponents. It's good to see the pressure, keep the pressure up, hoping your opponent makes a mistake. But a very clean hit, leaving a double.
And that is the Lancaster anchor back on, getting a quick double point against the York fencer.
Going for the foot hit as well. Always a risky decision, but sometimes puts that pressure on your opponent.
But you've seen that pay off. You saw him keep on going for the footer. Do you think that is a bit of a play for him, trying to get in his opponent's head, that no part of his body is safe?
I think he used it quite a lot to set up other actions, scare the Lancaster fencer into doing something risky, and then pulling his trigger on a flash.
Oh, and you've seen it happen again. He went for the foot. The Lancaster fencer overextended, leaving Zach to just give him a little poke.
Yeah. Oftentimes you see fencers throwing out abilities, tricks, attacks early on. Point to the Lancaster side. Just to psych out their opponents, try to get them to be worried and take it or to bite on any attacks they leave out, such as a foot hit, as we've seen Zach do.
And a fun fact about the Lancaster fencer, he also, as far as I'm aware, used to compete nationally at shooting, so clearly two sports both involving hand-eye coordination.
Halfway there to becoming a pirate. Women's match is now closed off. We will try to update you on the score as they come in. It is 25-18 to York.
Massive.
And they've won the first bout as well.
That's pretty common. But if you're Lancs, you're ahead in the epee, you lost the foil by 5 points, but you know your best weapon's coming up. Surely they're sat there quite comfortable at the back, knowing that they've probably got this in the bag.
York fencer's pushing. Missed his foot hit and got punished for it this time.
All of the epee is a very tense one. Because you have so much time, the pressure builds and builds. You'll find fencers often shouting with exuberation to just have a bit of release at the end, to relax, get back up, focus on what's up next. Both weapons both sides are now swapping over. The women's is plugging in and testing now. They should be starting shortly.
And as you see, a lot of the fencers are drenched in sweat because in the fencing uniform, it does get incredibly warm, doesn't it?
It's absolutely boiling in there. That's why you sometimes see them taking off their mask and putting it back on. Just that little bit of fresh air you need.
Yeah. There's some occasionally, as fencing is quite a niche sport, it can be forgotten how hot it gets. There's some unfortunate competitions that take place next to a heated pool. It's a complete misery, and the smell permeates through everything.
It's quite a small arena they're fencing in today, so they'll be getting very hot, and all of the extra spectators adding to the heat in the arena.
Yeah, exactly, and all the pressure of Roses is such an important competition. That all adds up.
So all three of us have fenced in Roses before. How do you feel the team today differs from our teams of the past?
I think there's a wider mix. Obviously, COVID had a massive impact on the sports. That was a hit to York men's on the open category, hit to York. But obviously, as COVID kind of took a massive hit to the sport, it meant a lot fewer people were coming in and fencing at that international stage, which is a truly important development experience for a lot of young fencers.
But however, Lancaster, if I was Lancaster, I would be embiggened by how many supporters I had compared to York, even though the match is at York.
So if you are on campus today and you are able to join us, please do make the effort. Come on down to the main hall at the Sports Centre.
If you are scurried away, riding your disc, chin it off and come down and watch the fencing. Come support York. One extra voice is better than none.
And if you can, bring a great poster. The more creative, the better.
An absolutely beautiful counter-attack from the York fencer here. He got the Lancaster fencer to commit, and he pulls back, hits him on the wrist.
Casper, as you fence quite a lot of epee, what would you say is the most important target area that fencers should be aiming for?
Wrist for sure is the closest that is to you, so you always want to aim for that wrist. You want to keep your point on that target.
He's turned away in celebration, he hasn't even hit him. I wouldn't do that, and
he gets rewarded with a card for it.
Yeah, you don't want that, because if you get 2 yellow cards, that's a red card and a loss of a point.
Yeah.
But luckily for me, when I fenced, most of my attacks just landed. But that time his attack did land.
Jamie, I just want to expand a bit on a back flick, just to let the audience at home know what a flick is and then what a back flick is. As the épées are a little flicky, you can take advantage of that by trying to flick the point around so it lands in a difficult and awkward position, allowing you to attack quickly, get in, get out, without exposing yourself too much. Casper, have you made use of many flicks?
I love them. They are so fun, such a cheeky way to break your opponent's mental as well. Someone can jump over them, hit them on the back, they don't see it coming.
It also helps you get past your opponent's defense. Another point to the Lancaster side, on the open side.
There is nothing more demoralizing fencing épée and getting hit on the wrist when you don't even notice you get hit. That is very demoralizing.
Flicks are incredibly hard to parry, meaning that a lot of the core épéist repertoire isn't able to be applied. We've got the women's category just setting off now.
Hopefully we'll be able to get you a score update on the women's category very shortly. So 25-18 going...
19. Double hit
19,
to finish
sorry,
off.
of course. Going into the final 20 points. Very close, like the foil. So it could still be all to play for.
Absolutely, Jamie, absolutely. Bit of historical context of where each of the three weapons have come from. Foil is the dueling weapon used in by noblemen to kind of settle disputes. Sabre comes from a long line of cavalry tradition, hence you can't cross your legs, you have to march forwards and then march back. So it feels a bit like a cavalry charge where the fencer comes forwards. And épée is the most traditional, pure combat, pure representation of a Napoleonic rapier in combat.
Yeah, exactly. And the kit is white because back in the day they used to fence to first blood, and then they used ink to mark the kit, so it's easier to see.
And a very forgotten form of fencing called academic fencing, in which combatants would stand at a fixed distance and they couldn't move and they could only parry.
Yes, it also led to horrific scars. While providing a lot of academic support and accommodation for young budding students, it was a fraternity at mainly dramatic universities, where senior fencers would go back and forth, attack each other, aiming to make a cut on the face. Once a cut was made, they dust a little bit of salt in just to make sure that scar really came through.
A very nice power riposte. The Lancaster fencer commits to a flash straight into a York parry.
Just setting off now. That kind of bouncing it back and forth. They both have a similar style, so we'll try to test each other out, waiting for the other to attack. Beautiful
Again,
hit from York. Very,
very clean there from George.
Yes, both fencers are going for very clean, quick, fast attacks, waiting for their opponent to make a bit of a mistake, fall into a bit of a habit, and try to take advantage of that.
If you're George here, you're really trying to close the gap. You know you're a better fencer, and you are trying to close the gap.
Yes, you'll see the York fencer keeping his, beautiful hit, beautiful step lunging. You see the York fencer is keeping his arm down, trying to bait his opponent into attacking him, trying to take that advantage, and punishing him for it.
Yeah, finish straight into the shoulder.
I think we've had a yellow card on the women's side. We are unable to hear for what reason.
Welcome back to URY and Bailrigg FM. We're going to leave the fencing now. You can finish the job and listen in on roseslive.co.uk. For now, we're going to go live straight down to the volleyball for the women's firsts.
Very, very tense and exciting game. I heard earlier that the Open first York team won the match. And that's an interesting little...
first time in a long time that they've won.
So I imagine the York women are going to be trying to follow through on that energy. We've got some nice little hype-up ritual going on the York side here. Just some high fives, getting everybody in the spirit.
I think it'll be interesting to see how that win from York in the men's game transitions into the women, if that's going to make Lancaster extra motivated to get the win here.
Definitely.
Or if York's going to take that momentum and say, we want to win this game too.
Yes, exactly. And apologies in advance for any sort of muddy audio, because we do have two of the most exciting sports, netball and volleyball, going on concurrently in this arena, and it is incredibly loud. So we're getting ready to start off the first set. Volleyball sets go up to 25, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, 25, yes. Best of 5.
Best of 5. So if we get 3 straight sets, then we'll be done in a jiffy, but it could go on to 5.
Yeah, if you go to the 5th set, it's raised to 15 points.
15 points. Slightly merciful, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a very quick game, so if it does go to 5, you really have to be on it.
It'll be lightning. We've got number 11 of York starting up with the serve.
Yeah, York here starting in rotation 1 with Ezgi out of Turkey to serve. She's the setter, so she's going to be taking every second contact on the ball to set up her hitters.
And there's a lot of cheering to ramp up for the serve. I don't know if I'd be able to concentrate during all that. A really nice serve there.
Out of system there a little bit for Lancaster.
91 of Lancaster putting it over.
Really nice dig there from Alyssa.
A set from 11 and... Oh, that's a point for York.
A great deep swing there from Grace Barkley, number 6. She's the opposite, so she's focusing on blocking and attacking, and straight off the bat there with a great attack.
Another serve from number 11. Let's see where this goes. And we're up. Steady one. Received by number 7 of Lancaster to 99. Back over by 6. We're on the York side. We've got a nice little tap from number 7, but it was a Lancaster.
The off speed just not clearing the net there. I think the key is to be aggressive out of the gate. Yunja there is a little bit of an undersized outside hitter, but she's super crafty, so she's just got to trust her shot selection. I think it was a good choice.
We've got Lancaster serve here. Received very well by number 7 of York. And we've got an out, which means it's Lancaster's point yet again.
Yeah, just a bit too much angle there from Grace. I like how she's aggressive. She's going inside of the block, but just too long there.
There's probably going to be a few nerves, especially with the first 2 points being to Lancaster. Not first 2, but
really nice
leads.
Out of system set there.
Oh, that was a lovely punt over by York. Oh, we had a shutdown by York just then. Is that 60 or 80? Number 80 of Lancaster tried to spike, and it was absolutely shut down. It's a point to York.
Yeah, Grace Barkley there with a nice block. She's out of position, blocking there on the left in rotation 1. So that's good for York to get out of that rotation there, back into their natural hitting positions.
Number 7 serves, and we got another point for York.
Lots of ball handling errors there.
They just didn't receive well for that one, did they?
Yeah,
it was a bit too fast, too hard.
Lancaster's really got to settle in on the pass to be in system.
And the Yorkshire serve, a steady one. Ooh, it was bumped quite far out of the sidelines by number 76 of Lancaster. Nice passing from York, and there was a net touch, I believe. Which means it's
net violation
point.
there from number 12, Alice. But I really like how she went up. The ball was a little bit low for her. She had to drop her elbow and tip the ball. Right decision. Just you don't want to give away those points early on.
Yeah. It's all about keeping the morale up as well as it is making as many points as possible. We got a serve from number 6 of Lancaster. Oh, a nice little tap over from number 82 of Lancaster, sending the point home to them.
Yeah.
The score is 3-4 to Lancaster at the moment.
Eugenia there taking care of the overpass, putting it down.
It's always difficult to answer one of those light touches, especially when you're expecting quite a forceful one. Number 6 from Lancaster serving again, received very valiantly by number 7, that almost went out. Number 21 with the set over the net. We're back on Lancaster's side, 92, shut down. Oh, except the ball's still in play, and York fumbled it a little bit there.
Some hesitation there in the scene between the libero and the backcourt outside. The libero's got to take charge of that. The libero is the player in the different color jersey. They can substitute freely in and out, but they cannot play in the front row, so they're the defensive player. She's got to take charge of the back rotation there and take that ball herself.
Number 6 to serve again from Lancaster. The libero from York doing an excellent receive there. Number 80 of Lancaster keeps trying to make these powerful passes and keeps getting blocked by number 21 of York. Number 12 of York with a nice forceful hit over the net, and number 82 of Lancaster Oh, a nice dive from number 11 of York here. Number 27 wins another point for York.
That was
4-5
great
to
there.
Lancaster.
Alyssa handling the overpass, putting it down. A great hustle from number 11, Esgy, to keep the ball alive.
Oh, yeah.
And a really nice swing from Lancaster, but just both sides of the net super scrappy at the moment, picking up all sorts of balls.
Number 12 of York to serve. Oh, a nice jump serve there. Received rather well by number 6 of Lancaster. We had a net touch violation, I think, there, which means it's 5-all.
Yeah, so there the ball's been hit into the aerial by the Lancaster outside hitter. As the crowd's chanting, you can't do that, it's a violation, so she's got to do a better job at controlling the ball, putting it in the middle of the court. But a good reception from Lancaster.
Oh, wow, that was a dive and a half from the Lancaster team. But unfortunately, they were just not able to receive that really, really quite powerful serve from number 12 of York.
Yeah, Lancaster's really got to shore up their first contact, let their setter run her offense. They've got good hitters.
Oh, and into the net, unfortunately, which is a point for Lancaster. Number 82 with the serve. So far, I've seen quite a lot of power, but not a lot of execution from this player. So I'm interested to see how the serving goes.
Yeah. So this is a notable rotation because the libero is off the court for Lancaster, which means it means that the middle's going to have to play defense. She served out, so there she's going to be replaced by the libero again.
Okay, number 6 of York now up for the serve. And that was out, which means it's a point to Lancaster. Sometimes it's just an exchange of serves, isn't it?
It's quite a mental game serving. I mean, the men's team previously struggled with it a little bit. I think they just got to get it in. Lancaster's having trouble with reception, so just getting a clean ball in the court. But I like the pace they're putting on it.
Number 80 of Lancaster serving quite beautifully there. Wow. Number 22 trying to return the ball with her back by the looks of it. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, and Lancaster won the point that round.
Yeah,
that's 8-7 to Lancaster.
Great block there from Tess.
Waiting on Lancaster serve.
Yeah, number 11, Esgy for York's in the front row now. She's a smaller setter, so look for Lancaster to exploit that and set that outside hitter over her smaller block.
But I have a feeling we're going to see some really scrappy plays here. Oh, a lot of anticipation for this one. Oh, and an out serve. I think the nerves just got a bit too much there, which means the ball is back in York's court.
Yeah. It's
number
hard,
21.
It's hard to get that balance.
A nice controlled serve received quite well by 96 of Lancaster. It's over on York's side. The libero punts it up, and the 7 does a wonderful pass there, but it is received rather well by Lancaster, but ultimately York wins the points.
Yeah, error into the net there. Their opposite's coming out of the back row, so she can't jump in front of the 3-meter line. So it's a little harder to hit from back there, but you just got to make that over the net.
Number 21 to serve again of York. Another,
good lead
just
there.
out there. It's 9-all.
Yeah,
and we're back on Lancaster's side for a serve.
Lancaster's doing a good job at following the ball to the end line, making sure it's out before they leave it.
Serve from number 7 of Lancaster, received very well by number 21 of York. Oh, and it just went out there. Number 17, and we've got some maybe light taunting from the Lancaster side of the audience. Waiting for Lancaster serve once again. Number 7, received by number 22 of York, to 11, to 17. A very Powerful and knocked right off of the libero from Lancaster there. It's 11 points to York.
Yeah, a great set there. That's a good choice. So Heritage there's on a slide. So it's a ball behind the setter, because the setter who takes the second ball's in the front row, you only have 2 hitting options. So by making the middle go all the way to the end of the court, it's spreading them out and making Lancaster's middle decide who to block.
Number 12 has now switched with number 22 of York. The libero is off the court. Oh, wow, a valiant dive from the Lancaster player, 96.
Great ace there.
Point.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get a bit lucky with the equipment and it helps you get an ace. But that's just part of the game. You've got to be on your toes for that.
So I'm assuming an ace is when it gets really close to the net, but it goes over?
Yeah, so an ace is like a clean, either the receiver completely shanks the ball and it goes off, or it's a clean ball that just hits the floor without anyone touching it.
Number 17 with the serve. Lancaster receiving well, and wow, that was a powerful, powerful pass. Lancaster's points.
Yeah, caught York's middle blocker up there in the seam, just a bit high on
diving
her,
for life.
Yeah. Really nice set there from Lancaster. I really like that setter. She's pushing it out to the pin. She's giving her hitters lots of height. Really
Number
good job
76 of Lancaster for the serve. A nice controlled serve there, received by the libero, who is back on the court. Number 7. Wow.
Sneaking it there through the block is Ginger. She, like I said earlier, she's really relying on shots. She's purposely there going off the hands of the hitters, trying to use that to her advantage.
And use it she did. Another point to York. We're at 13-10. Number 11 to serve from York. Received by Lancaster rather well, 82. Using height and power. And it's ultimately Lancaster's point this time.
Just lost control there. That's a tough ball for Ez to set. As a smaller setter, she can't really put her hands up and try and grab it. Just losing control, but really great defense on both sides of the net.
Lancaster with the serve, received by number 7 to 11, and back to number 7 with that powerful hit. Number 80 just chucking it over to the libero. We're on Lancaster's side. Oh, there was a block attempt, and York gets the point. For those of you just joining us, we're in Arena 1 on the second day of Roses. This is the women's first volleyball game. My apologies. Netball's next door.
Yeah, it was a great dig there from Lancaster. They just got to keep it off the net a little bit to keep it in place so they can control it and work in transition.
Number 7 with the serve, and that was out. Well, if you think about it, volleyball is a type of netball. There's a ball in a net. So
yeah.
Was I really wrong is the question. Yes, I was. Yeah. No, I was. We're waiting for Lancaster's serve now. Solid. Received by the libero. A nice set over the net, and it's a point for York.
Yeah, a low seam there, a low seam hit there from Alyssa, just taking advantage of the split in the block. Number 82 for Lancaster's taking up a lot of space in her cross court, so she's just going straight through. She's got the mismatch there, so I like the decision from Ez. She's up against a smaller blocker on the right pin, so great hit there from Alyssa.
Number 12 to serve from York, received by number 6 of Lancaster. Oh, we had a nice block there from the York player, which got them the point ultimately. 17-11 to York. And if they can keep this momentum going, I think this set might go to York, but it's still all to play for.
Yeah.
Number 12 serving. Ooh, we've got a little bit of a scramble from Lancaster's side, received by number 7 of York. To 11 to 17, who gets blocked by 82 with the high, and it's Lancaster's point.
Called a lift there on Heritage. She tried to cover herself. She was set in front of Lancaster's middle blocker there, who did a really good job being disciplined and press over the net, Eugenia Gomez.
And Lancaster returning the "you can't do that" chant that York threw at them earlier. 92 with the serve. Seems to be a lot of power in 92 from Lancaster, but just the execution on serves is not there so far.
Yeah, you really got to balance being tough, but also getting the ball in the court, because you want to give yourself that chance to work in defense.
Number 6 of York with the serve. Oh, there was a net touch, and it was a Lancaster point there.
Bit of confusion.
I think the ball there actually snuck onto York's side, and she touched it twice, so double contact.
Oh. It's a tricky one.
Lancaster's libero there, poaching the ball in serve receive. She did a really good job taking that ball off one of the outside hitters. Really great pass there from number 96.
Wow, 18 to 15.
Yeah, I think they'll settle into the service game as the game goes on. I think we saw that with the men as well. A bit of nerves from both sides at the start, but as you get into the groove of the game, you kind of feel your rhythm. Yeah. Lancaster's in a good offensive rhythm right now.
Number 21 of York with the serve, and it was received valiantly by Lancaster, but unfortunately it was just too powerful. No, I've accidentally given them too many points.
Yeah.
I'm using my own scorekeeper here.
That was a really nice deep float serve by Alyssa, just catching number 6 for Lancaster up. She can take a step back, choose a side, and have a better reception for that. Alyssa there yo-yoing the serve. She went deep on the first one and then caught them out, standing deep, expecting another deep serve. Took a bit of pace off it and it landed forward in the seam. So Lancaster's lived there, doing a really good job trying to get to the ball, but too much heat from York on the serve.
I believe that's 20 for York now. Oh, and that was a serve. That
Another
was in
ace.
For York. We're getting closer to the end game of the first set here. Again, it's all still to play for. Number 21 of York. Does not fumble the serve by any means. Number 80 of Lancaster punting it back over the net. Received by number 6. A nice setup. Received by Lancaster rather well. Number 76 returning it back over that net. Oh, and 17 just taps it over of York, but unfortunately, number 7 with the sneak attack there. Excellent point for York.
Yeah, really great read there from number 7. She did a good job getting off the net, getting a hand under it, playing off block defense.
There's those scrappy plays we were talking about. York with the serve. And out, unfortunately.
You know what? You got to give her it. She had a good service run. You know, like there's not much you could have asked for there. More from her. Good aggressive serve. She didn't take the pace off of it. Sometimes you miss. Number 7 for Lancaster.
Up to serve.
Sarah Suarez.
Received by the libero of York to 11. Oh, who just sets it over the net. We've got a nice. Unfortunately, I thought that was going to be in, but it was an out for Lancaster.
I really like that swing, though. Good decision to challenge down the line. Just a bit too much pace ending out the back. The defenders there were... I think they made a good decision to leave it, but if it was further in the court, I don't know if they would have got that ball.
York to serve, number 17. A nice solid serve received by number 96 of Lancaster. Ooh, unfortunately actually no. I thought it was out, but no. Lancaster wins the point there. It was basically just on the outline there.
Yeah, you always say to your players to follow the ball all the way to the line, get your foot on the line so you know it's going out there. I think it was just a bit of a guess, a bit of a gamble. They just assumed it was going out, and they need that discipline there to ensure.
It happens to the best of us. Number 76 of Lancaster with the serve. Beautiful receive from York. Number 7 just casting it over that net, evading the blockers. Number 6 of York with a gorgeous bump there.
Using the hands.
91 sets it, and unfortunately 80 of Lancaster just couldn't get it over the line. And I believe this is set points for York.
Number 11, Ezgi serving here for the set.
Oh, okay, we might not be at set point.
We're playing best of 5, so just the start.
York serve. Lancaster are really trying to shut down as much of this momentum as possible. They do not want to lose the first set. I mean, who would? And they got a point back.
Lancaster had a really good positive block touch there. So a positive block touch is when the ball goes off your blockers. but you can still control it and then score, which Lancaster did a really good job that. The hands weren't used, they were disciplined, they were pressed over the net. Really great job there from Lancaster.
91 with Lancaster to serve. Received excellently by number 7 of York. A real dive. Oh, number 80 of Lancaster sending it very, very wide, but York were ready for it. Oh, a massive jump. Massive jump from Lancaster, but unfortunately it was out.
It was out there, but I think it was a good decision. They're trying to go deep into the corners, in between the defenders.
And it is now.
Now this is set point.
Set points. Serve from number 7. Received by the number 7 of Lancaster. Oh, we've got a little bit of falling from Lancaster's side. But we got back up. Number 76 of Lancaster unfortunately hits it out, and that is York's set.
Yeah, so I think Lancaster here, they're going to want to forget this, have a short memory, new ball, new point, you know. If someone wins the first set, doesn't mean anything.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I think earlier for the men, Lancaster won the first set, and York came back and won the next 3. In this situation, Lancaster can come back and win the next 3 sets, so York's going to want to keep their foot on the pedal and, you know, stay disciplined, stay alert. Lancaster's going to have a quick memory, forget about what happened, shore up their reception, and something I'd really like to see them do more is get their middle involved. I think right now they're a bit too one-dimensional through the pins. They've had a really good blocking presence in the middle, but I think they need to get their middle more sets. Their setter, however, though, number 91, she's done an incredible job, Tess, pushing the ball out to the pin, getting her outside hitters nice looks.
We're switching sides of the court now, I believe, which is done between sets.
Yeah, so each set you switch sides, except for in the 5th set, you switch sides at 7. So, because it's only going to 15, it's fair to switch it. Yeah, so I think Lancaster's going to want to keep the service pressure up. York was in system a bit too much, I think. They had all the options to run. Eski did a good job getting the middle involved, getting the outside involved. I think there was a few sets to the opposite, specifically in rotation 1, though. I'd like to see her maybe go backwards a little bit more. And try to get her hands on the ball a little bit. In out-of-system situations, she's bump setting the ball, pushing it out, which is good, but ideally you want to get your hands on it.
Yeah, and I do wonder what is going through the minds of Lancaster's team right now and what they might be talking about in their huddle over there. Just trying to strategize, think about the ways that they can bring this.
Yeah, I think they've got to do what's been working, so going for the seams between the players and causing hesitation on York's side, because I think there's been a few times where players have been caught out in the seam. The seam is in between 2 players, so the ball lands in between the 2, causing a bit of hesitation. I think that's really working well for Lancaster. I think going for deep corners, especially when the outside's hitting into the deep cross, that's really working for them. So I think they've got to keep doing that and get the middle more involved. For York, I think just keep staying disciplined. They've done a really good job picking up the setter dumps, which is over on 2 from the setter. The setter's trying to catch York out, being undisciplined on their defense. I believe number 7, Yunja's done a really good job at picking those up. I think she had a one-arm stab, which scored them the point, and she had another one where she picked up the dump, and York were able to run it in transition, so set the ball on off of a dig. But yeah, excited for this next set.
Yep, number 2. Let's see what we're at.
Yeah. 91 for Lancaster's going to serve, so she's the setter. So they're going to have 3 hitters in the front row. They've got their opposite middle and outside hitter. I want to see them go to number 82. She's been good, especially on the overpasses. Eugenia Gomez.
We've got some great action already. Lancaster over to York, which unfortunately ends up in a fumble, and it's the first point out of the gate to Lancaster.
Yeah, so they went there for what's called the donut in the middle of the court. It's kind of where all 3 defenders, it's their ball. Like it's just whoever gets there first. So that caused a bit of confusion. Like I was saying at the start of the set, I think they want to cause a bit more confusion.
Lancaster with the serve.
Free ball for Lancaster.
Oh, wow. That was a very, very wide angle. Number 72 of Lancaster with that powerful, powerful hit. Number 76 of Lancaster back
Nice serve.
again with the receive. Ooh, and that is a York point.
Just squeaking it through the block is Yinja there. She's been really tricky. I think Lancaster's got to be a bit more disciplined, a bit pressed a little bit more. They can't let her use them. But really nice sets, really good transition play from Lancaster. They just got to score more.
York with the serve. Number 11 back out again. Number 7 of Lancaster. Oh my goodness, assassination attempts. Complete and utter assassination attempts.
Yeah, float serve there, catch her.
Oh my gosh. Which is
not
followed
going
by
back
another
over.
assassination attempt, this time from the crowd.
York here looking to
My life just
replicate
flashed
that.
before my eyes.
Not the assassination attempt. They're looking to replicate the ace. The ball just catching the outside hitter up a bit high.
York with the serve again. Number
Nice
7
pass.
from Lancaster receiving. A nice pass to 6, who just gets over the net. But it's received well by York. Goes through the block on Lancaster again. 82 with that forceful hit. York's number 7, unfortunately hitting it out there.
Just
but
long.
that was an impressively high jump.
I like how they got the middle involved there in the play. I think the ball was a little bit too low for her, so she had to stand. She couldn't make a full approach. She couldn't get that power. It was dug, but York with the error in transition, hitting out.
Number 6 of Lancaster to serve. Received by number 7 of York. Ooh, I believe that was a net touch violation now, which means it's Lancaster's point.
I don't know if I like that setting decision there from Ezgi. She's setting Alice right an A ball, which is right in front of her, right in front of the opposing middle blocker. She doesn't have to worry about moving. She can kind of just stay there and stay on Alice. So I'd like to see her kind of move Alice around offensively to make the Lancaster middle move to stay with her.
We had a service error just now, which means it was York's point, which means the serve is back with them. Number 7, stepping up to the baseline. A nice controlled serve from 7, received by 76, and it went a bit awry, but Lancaster ultimately won the point there.
York's just got to be better here at the simple things. Free ball like that should be taken. It should be a good ball. The setter should have all 3 options, and it should be a kill, splitting the block. There was just like a lack of awareness, and Lancaster's not going to let anything go down. So York's got to be scrappy and kind of meet that scrappy level of Lancaster.
82 from Lancaster with the serve. Number 21 of York with a very, very powerful return, which ultimately wins them the point. And for those of you just tuning in, we're in Arena 1 with the women's first volleyball. In the second set, York up 1, and the current score is 4-all. To number 12 of York for the serve. A nice front serve, and it's a win for York. Number 7 tried to get that receive, but just didn't quite work.
Volleyball in general, like highest level, like international Olympics, VNL, all the way down to like little kids, like under 10s. The key to volleyball is serve and pass. You want to serve aggressively and get the other team out of the system, and you want to pass well. And I think York's winning the serve and pass battle here. Nice pass there from Lancaster, though.
Oh, some sprinting from 96 of Lancaster, and there was a lot of diving, but unfortunately Lancaster won the point despite the very scrappy efforts of York.
Really nice finesse shot there, just over the top of the block by number 7. Really good tip. She's mixing up her shots, keeping York honest in defense. That was number 7, Sarah Suarez.
Oh, a powerful return rather from 21 of York. Number 7 of Lancaster just hitting it out there, which means it's a point to York.
Just long there from number 7. I like how she's being aggressive. I like how she's trying to hit the end line. Just a bit long there. Was a great set from Tesla, number 91.
Number 6 of York with the serve, received by number 6 of Lancaster, and it went into the ref box for a second.
Yeah. Diana, first ref up there, trying to play dodgeball.
And it's York's serve and York's point.
Grace Barkley serving here. She's got a really good flat float serve, so it might cause some trouble.
96 with the receive. She was right on it. Number 7 of Lancaster, just tossing it back over. 11 with the set, which went to 6, which was unfortunately not received well by Lancaster, meaning the point was for York.
Lancaster there wanting a double contact on Esgy. She set the ball there, was a bit of spin. However, when you're looking at a double contact, you can't touch the ball twice, so usually a sign of that is a bit of spin, but sometimes you can have a clean contact and the ball could spin. So Lancaster there contesting that call, but it's a judgment call. It's up to Diane, our first referee, and she thought it was a clean ball, one contact.
6 of York with a really nice serve there. Great return from 21 of York. And number 7 of Lancaster with that effortless little tap. Number 7 of York with the return received by number 72. 76 just lightly setting it over the net there, keeping them on their toes. 17 with the tip. And it's still York's ball. Number 21 with a very, very powerful hit, but it was received really well by Lancaster, who ultimately won the point there.
Just painting the sideline there as Lancaster, number 72. Incredible, incredible hit there. Really making Grace Barkley, number 6 there, have to be honest and play outside in with her foot on the line and going into the court, because you can get caught high if you start playing defense too far inside. Really nice swing there.
Number 7 of Lancaster up for the serve. And that was a great receive from number 7 of York. Oh, we've got number 76 of Lancaster just diving, jumping everywhere. Great effort, unfortunately to no avail. That is 9 points to York, 6 to Lancaster.
Yeah, 3-point difference here. York's going to want to increase the lead. Alyssa's at the service line. It's something to watch. She went on a service run earlier.
21 of York with the serve. A nice low receive from 96 of Lancaster. Really getting down there. Number 7 of York, unfortunately, just returning that ball out.
Touch there. The point goes to York. Yunja using the hands of Lancaster. Diane calling a touch. Lancaster's not happy with that call.
Oh, okay.
The line judge on this line here near the score table is calling it out. However, she's not standing on the baseline. That's the other line judge's call for the touch.
Serve from 21 of York again. And 96 usually on it with the receives, just unfortunately couldn't get it off.
York there taking a page out of Lancaster's book, forcing the serve in between the seam of the two players. Lancaster there having a bit of confusion. Previously, though, they've been really good in that, so they've got to stay disciplined and keep that level before, you know, keep it going.
Hesitation is killer in this game. 1 second means everything. And we're on a little timeout.
Yeah.
Once again, a momentum break.
Yeah, this sort of atmosphere as well makes it so much harder in those sort of situations, because normally you call the ball, you can't really hear anything, to be honest. Like, it's going to be really hard if someone's calling for help on a ball, if someone's saying me, if someone's saying you can't hear them. So, really challenging there.
I think we should get them all lav mics, and they can all have their own in-ears.
Yeah.
And then they can have their own little secret communication going on.
Yeah, their set is in the front row, so she might try go over on 2, though. York's been really good at that so far, as taking the first ball.
Number 96 of Lank is just on it, sprinting, diving wherever she's needed on the court.
Ooh, ball handling error there from Esgy. That was a double contact. Her hands it didn't come out of her hands clean. But it was some ugly volleyball, to be honest. It was just ping-pong back and forth at the net. No one really tried to control it. No one tried to get a swing on it. It was just kind of like swatting back and forth. You want to control it. You want to let your team play their game.
76 with the serve. And it was out.
Just long.
Power is excellent, but sometimes it needs to be reined in. That's 12-7 to York.
Heritage, number 17, back to serve for York. She's got a good serve, but York's not got the libero on Nat. Neither does Lancaster. They've got their middle in the service rotation, which is extremely rare.
Number 6 of Lancaster.
Ooh, great dig from Heritage.
Cross-court shot there. 12 to 72 flank. 91. Just an easy service over by number 6 of Lancaster. Number 12 of York with that nice hit. And, a solid block afterwards as well. But Lancaster on it. We're on York's side. A nice setup for a good old return from number 6 of York. Number 72, I thought that we were not in play anymore. Lancaster on the point there. I got confused by the netball. The whistles all sound the same.
A really interesting decision here from Lancaster. They've put their middle blocker in the back row. So number 76 for Lancaster, she's in the passing rotation now instead of their libero. Their libero is not subbing onto the court for her. I think maybe this is just to give her a little break, give her a little breather on the side. Maybe they want a short reception. They think number 76 can do that for them.
91 serving into the net. That's unfortunate.
Alexandra Fernandez, number 76. She's Spanish and Russian.
Number 11 of York with service. A nice controlled serve. Oh, excellent receive by 76 of Lanc. And just a bump over to York. Number 12 with a nice light tap. Lancaster receiving readily. Number 6 hitting it back over to York's side. The libero getting in on the action. Number 6 to number 7 of Lanc. 91 back to number 7 of Lanc over the net. Some good setups. Oh, wow, that was a good move by number 6 of York. But the ball's still in
Net
play.
violation.
Oh.
That was a really great dig there from number 76, Alexandra. Typically, that's the libero's role. I mean, middles will play defense for one rotation when they have to serve because the libero can't serve. But she's playing back row. She's been thrown into an unusual situation. She's doing a really good job adjusting. Great defense for that.
Number 6 of Lancaster serve. Received well by number 7 of York, and my phone has dropped on the ground, which means no more score for me.
York's reception here getting a little shaky.
Exactly. I'm just worried the ball's going to fly near us again.
Yeah.
I was scared last time. Number 6 of Lanc to serve again. A nice solid serve.
Ooh,
But
net violation.
That was a York point.
Onto
Was that a net touch or double hand?
Yeah, net violation from Lancaster there.
That means it's 14-10 to York currently, if my maths isn't off, which it very well might be.
Yeah, the second ref there, Matthew, it's his job to look for net violation, centerline violation, so he's keeping his eyes on the net.
Ooh, wow. Number 21 of York with a very, very, very solid shot right down the middle of the court. There was just no one there to receive it.
Yeah, really great. She's dealing with the overpass well. Nice step close. Lots of power on the ball, lots of topspin. Really great from Alyssa there. She's been great all match in all aspects of the game. Free ball passing, serving, defense as well, hitting especially, as she just showed us there.
7 of York with the serve, received by 7 of Lanc. 82 with a nice dig over the net. 21 with a really excellent hit, which was passed to 12, which won York the point.
Yeah, Alice redirecting the ball there, sorry. But she's doing very well. Helen there, the outside for Lancaster in the first dig of the rally there. She did a really good job at crashing the seam. There was a bit of a hole in between the blocks, so the middle blocker hadn't closed to the blocker who is all the way on the pin there. And she did a good job getting in between there and digging that ball up. Just couldn't get the second one, though.
Number 7 of York, unfortunately, serving out.
Great leave there from number 7, Sarah Suarez. Sarah's Portuguese and she's a 4th year. She's played in the last 2 Roses.
Number 82 of Lanc to serve now. Oh, that was solid and received by the libero. Number 12 with that nice easy tap over, but Lancaster received well. Number 11 of York over to the libero, who then passes it to number 7 with that nice powerful one. But number 76 of Lancaster wins that point.
Yeah, she's been doing it all in the back row, in the front row. Lancaster's been getting a lot of positive block touches, so they've been able to control balls that York's been trying to send off the block, and they've been able to score on those. Really, really hard thing to do there, being disciplined in the block, which is hard when you have to be over and you have to be over the net fast with your hands.
82 with a great serve off to the side. Received well by 21,
Ooh.
who is on it with that block. Libero of York receiving. And an excellent pass by 21 of York, but it's just received like it's nothing by 82 of Lancaster. We're really doing quite a few wide angles, some cross-court shots.
Ooh.
And I believe there might have been a net touch. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Yeah, what? Sorry, that was an interesting call there.
Okay.
The ball hit the net. From what I saw, the ball didn't clear the tape of the net, right? So it would have been 4 contacts on Lancaster, which I think York was calling. They caught the ball, though. They should have played to the whistle, because Diane there, she saw some sort of touch off the block. She thought it was allowed the rally to continue. Lancaster recycled that, and York just caught it because they thought the point was over. You really got to play to the whistle in that situation.
We got a timeout called now, so it's a good time to welcome everybody who might be tuning in for the first time. We're in Arena 1 on York hosting Roses Day 2. My goodness, I'm glitching today. This is the women's first volleyball. We're in the second set. The current score is 16-13 to York.
Yeah, I think Lancaster's really come alive here in the second set. They've gained that confidence. They're playing very free. They look like they're having fun, which is really the most important. When you get too tense and you feel that pressure, sometimes that can you can go off the rails a bit. They're having really, really strong mentality in this set, and super locked in, especially the middles, and number 7, I believe, as well, Sarah Suarez. She's done a really good job on the outside.
82 of Lank with the serve, and that was unfortunately out.
Service error there.
York's points. We've got the libero back on the court, number 96 of Lancaster, ready to do some damage, I imagine.
Yeah,
we've got number 12 of York for the serve.
It's a good serving rotation for York. They should look to try and keep the ball a little bit.
And that was an
just
out
long.
Serve,
a bit too much pace. A bit too
calling for defense in the crowds.
Sorry. A bit too much pace there from York. Both sides are putting a bit too much on the ball, serving it out.
72 of Lancaster with the serve. A nice run-up. Received very well by the libero of York. And there was a...
That's a backcourt setter call, though. So number 11 there, Ezgi, she can't contact the ball above the plane of the net, which is the top of the tape. So because she touched the ball and it went over onto Lancaster's side, that's an illegal play. She can do that when she's up on the net in the front row, but she can't do that when she's in the back. Libero back on for Lancaster with a great dig straight out the gate.
21 of York, they look very similar. Goes over to 76 of Lancaster, who again is just on it with these blocks, with these jumps. And unfortunately, it's hit out, which means it's a point for York.
Number 7 there, just running, trying to get it. Really good hustle into the score table. But you know what? That's something you got to do. You look at the highest levels of volleyball. People are jumping over, signs, billboards, jumping over tables.
People sometimes.
Yeah.
96 of Lancaster with a great receive.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was returned out, and York got the point.
I think Kate Georgiadis from Houston, the NCAA, have a video of her jumping over a table and saving a ball, and she lands on a ref.
Incredible.
I think number 7 for Lancaster, they're trying to recreate that viral moment.
Ooh. Unfortunately, a ball received from 6 of Lancaster just fumbled the ball a little bit there. We're 20 points to York, 15 to Lancaster. In the second set. Yep, I'm right.
Lancaster's going to want to side out here.
Good serve from York. Great receive from 96 of Lancaster. Number 6 with the return service, back over. 72 with a great dig, which was then answered by 7 of Lancaster, right back over the net. Some nice light touches going on. Excellent ball control, received by number 7 of York. Number 17 with a great little return. And I think there was another net touch, which was...
Alyssa there looking a bit confused. I think Diane thought she was in the net, or Matthew called her in the net. I think she just went up to joust the ball. Maybe she didn't feel that she was in the net. She looked quite shocked at that call there.
Number 16, not number 16, sorry. Score 16 to Lancaster.
So Lancaster here only has 2 hitters in their front row. They've got 1 setter. She might look to go over on 2, catch York off guard. I want to see them get number 76 involved. She's done an incredible job so far.
Oh, yeah. I believe that was a double touch.
Yeah.
So that's Lancaster.
That was a shank pass there from York. They were trying to get it over on the last ball. Alyssa in a tough position. York taking an extra long huddle, you know, to kind of stop the momentum from Lancaster, get things together, and just play the next point as if it's a whole new thing.
Great serve from 7 of Lancaster. Oh, the ball's still in play. No, it's not. Lancaster's point yet again.
Lancaster really getting into their serving rhythm here. Some really nice float on that ball. So float is where the ball doesn't spin at all, and it makes it really hard for York's passers to track that ball to their platform, which often results in, you know, passers making like jerk movements right before contact, which can lead to balls flying everywhere, basically, shanking the ball. But really great service run there for Lancaster. They were down. Now they're only down by 2 points. So they're going to want to go back to the service line and continue to work in defense, continue to get balls in transition, set their hitters in good positions. They've got into a bit of a rhythm now. I think York needs to break that rhythm.
And I think that's exactly what they're doing with this timeout now. We've got some nice cheering from the crowds. So far, it's been quite a clean and encouraging game, which is nice. It's not always what you see in these sorts of fixtures. So I'm glad everybody's focusing on uplifting and only lightly ribbing the other team.
Look here for number 76 out of the middle. She's done a really good job, Sasha.
7 from Lancaster with the serve. Seven with a good receive of York. 91 sets to number 6 of Lancaster, returning over the net. Number 21 with a mammoth power.
Net touch.
Okay.
Our down ref there has seen Lancaster in the net trying to set that ball, but
21.
A lot of net touches in this game, but I think that speaks to how aggressive the girls are being at the net. They're up, they're over, they're ready to contest, they're ready to block.
They're not hesitating with
yeah,
those
exactly.
jumps.
I think sometimes it's just a sign of kind of not controlling your body, not being aware of your surroundings. But I think in this case here, the girls are really trying to save every ball out of the net. They're really trying to block everyone.
Ooh, 21 with a great serve. 96 of Lancaster, just unfortunately not quite hitting the return there. The receive, rather.
Who else with the ace but Alyssa? She's done an incredible job. Especially, she's got lots of service pressure. Nice jump float serve there.
And that was unfortunately hit out. Which is Lancaster's point.
Kaylee Powers now on at libero for Lancaster.
Number 76 of Lancaster back on it. So far, one of my favorites. Some really, really solid performance this whole time. And a great serve.
Sasha, nice serve there for Lancaster.
Oh, 17 with an excellent return. York's point, which makes it 23-19 to York.
Heritage with great court vision there. She had a big block up in front of her. Number 82 did a really good job being pressed, taking lots of space. She kind of saw, I guess, out of her peripheral where she was and hit around the block. Lancaster's defense couldn't pick it up.
17 of York to serve. hopefully following that great performance, and she does. Great reception by 7.
Ooh.
Punted over by number 82 of Lancaster. Oh, a bit of a rogue ball, I believe, hit by number 12 of York, which means it's Lancaster's point. Unfortunately, breaking up a little bit of that momentum that we just got back. Or they just got back, rather.
Yeah, York's got to be better with sending free balls. You got to get that ball in the court. You got to have it be a challenging ball, but you have to have it in the court because that allows your team to play defense. And York's done a really good job playing on defense.
Good jump serve from 91 of Lancaster. Some good return service from York. 76 with a nice set over to 72. Oh, a great dive from the libero of York there. And 72 again with that excellent shot. The libero just absolutely going for it in terms of returning balls.
Lots of hustle.
Unfortunately, it's Lancaster's point. Number 22 of York is going for it tooth and nail.
91, Tess back to serve. She's the setter. She's American. She's a second year.
Received by 21 of York. 72 of Lancaster off. No hesitation with that block. With a great set back over the net to York. 21 with a nice, powerful hit. 82 only just hitting the ball with her fingertips on that block. And unfortunately,
another hitting
that was an
arrow
out ball from York, which means 22 points to Lancaster. We are getting neck and
There's some
neck
great
here.
out-of-system setting going on for Lancaster. Number 76 placing balls up for her hitters. Out of system when the setter takes the first ball, but in system, I'd like to see Lancaster setter set them a little bit inside. The balls are drifting outside the pin. That limits their options. They can't hit as many shots. So it kind of opens things up.
That was an out serve from Lancaster just then, which means we're yet again at set point for York. Again, if my maths is correct.
I believe so.
11 to serve. Uh-oh, here comes trouble. A solid serve received by 76 of
Well
Lancaster
handled.
to 91, 72, hitting it back over, received by 12. And, ooh, there was a bit of confusion there, but Lancaster won it back.
Yeah.
23 points to them.
I cannot sing number 76's praises enough, Sasha. She's done an incredible job. It's not her normal position to go in and play the back row. I mean, unless that's a system Lancaster worked out. Normally it should be the libero. And I think it speaks to her all-around game. She's an all-around player. Sometimes people box themselves in and they think, oh, I'm a middle, I don't have to pass. But she's done an incredible job and she's really stepped up for her team in this big moment.
We've got a lot of scrabbling. Oh, no. The Lancaster player really upset with that fumble there. Number 82 just missing that reception, and it's York's set for the taking again.
Yeah, Lancaster with a bit of a misconnection there. I think number 82 is kicking herself a bit, but sometimes those errors happen. I think you just got to have short-term memory. Next set, new set, and Lancaster should have the attitude that they want to go out and they want to reverse sweep York. They want to win the next two sets, force York to take, force York into a set to 15 and win. Lancaster supporters really hyping up their girls, trying to get them back into the game, back excited.
We've got some real energy from the crowd now. For those of you just tuning in, we just finished off our second set, 2 sets now to York. We are in the Arena 1 of the York Sport Arena, and this is the women's first volleyball fixture. We'll see just how much Lancaster wants this win, because so far they have been hitting it right on the money in terms of their delivery, in terms of their service, but unfortunately just missing the boat by inches for both sets. Let's see if they can bring it back for this next one.
I think Lancaster's, in terms of the serve and pass battle we talked about earlier, Lancaster's doing a really good job serving aggressively. York's more out of system than they have been. They've been in more scramble situations than they have been, giving Lancaster opportunities to score. However, I do think in reception that Lancaster's passing's been a bit shaky, which hasn't allowed them to get all of their offensive options involved. I think right now their opposite's been a bit quiet. They haven't really got her going. And that's kind of allowing the middle blocker, Alice and Heritage for York, to kind of cheat into the court, kind of just focus on the middles and the outside. It makes her life, the middles' lives a lot easier. So I think diversifying the offense for Lancaster and a better first contact to allow their setter, Tess, to set all the options.
And there's going to be so much more rowdiness from the crowd now that we've got 2 sets off for York. But again, it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, reverse sweeps do happen. If you look at the national semi-final for the NCAA, number 1 team, Nebraska, got knocked off in 5 sets by Pitt. A reverse sweep.
Oof.
And that team was down in the 3rd set by a lot of points. Lancaster has a very real opportunity here to come back and to push the game to 5 sets and to win in 5 sets. Because it's a big moment. They want it really bad. They're having fun, they're playing loose. I think York's tightening up a little bit. Just, they're making a few more errors, they're letting a few more things slip.
They came out the gate very high energy, and we might start seeing a little bit of tiredness creep in.
York can't take the 2 sets to none lead for granted, right?
No, not at all. Don't get complacent. Allegedly, number 91 of Lancaster was Hannah Montana in the hit Disney show Hannah Montana.
Wow.
I can't believe we've got a celebrity on the court.
That's crazy.
We've also got a fun fact about Eugenia Gomez, number 82 of Lancaster, tallest in the team, and broke her wrist punching a machine.
I wonder what sort of machine it was.
Me too. Number 11 of York with the serve. Oh, we've got some nice returns from
nice
Lancaster. Number 7 with a nice little tap, but I believe there was a net touch.
4 contacts there for York. The ball just not clearing the plane of the net.
With like the crowd I said, telling them you can't do that, as if they don't know.
I think Yunja's got to have a very diverse shot selection, and sometimes that comes with making errors. She's an undersized outside hitter, but she's really good in pass and reception, and that's really beneficial for York. There she goes with a really good hit.
91 of Lancaster had a great serve and is really on it with the returning. Oh, Lancaster dives and unfortunately hits out, which means it's 1-1.
Yunja got a lot of spin on that ball for York. She kind of gave that a little cut shot there down the line. I don't think Lancaster was ready for that, and she kind of contorted her body a bit there. But really good court vision from Yunja to see that where the block was taking away her space and the defense wasn't ready.
Sometimes it's volleyball, sometimes it's gymnastics. It just depends. Oh, a great serve from number 7 of York. Just received out. They've got some choreography over on the York side of the crowd.
Yeah.
I wonder if they have rehearsals. They probably do, actually.
They've got one of their players with the megaphone, cheerleader.
Yeah.
Rivaling.
Number 7 with the serve. Ooh, fairly low, but received quite well by Lancaster.
Oh. What a great way to make a bad set hittable. That set, I don't think Tess has done a really good job this game, but I just think that set, it was too tight, it was too far inside. And number 6 there for Lancaster, she really made the most of it. Nice, sharp cut shot inside.
6 again with a great serve, received by 21 of York, and just tipping it over the net like it's nothing.
Like into the donut there.
Oh yeah. Homer Simpson with the plays.
York's cheerleaders rivaling the Hornets and Lancaster's cheer team, maybe.
Well, don't say that, they might sting you.
Ooh.
Number 12 of York with the serve. Good receive from Lancaster. We've got some running and some diving. Number 7s of Lancaster. An unreturnable shot was returned. Oh, goodness me. That was a scramble. York are starting to get a little bit frantic.
Yeah, they just got to relax in those sort of moments there. The outer system set there for York was really poor. It was really tight, really far inside. It didn't let Alyssa get her feet there. York's going to want to shore up that second contact when Eske's taken out. The setter for York.
76 of Lancaster to serve. The libero of York just not even letting it drop, not even once. Great receive. Number 7 of Lancaster unfortunately went a bit too hard.
I think that's the call they were looking for earlier when they caught the ball. No contact, four contacts on Lancaster. No block touch there from York. But I really like the idea there of their outside hitter. She's going for hands. She's trying to hit it off their block.
6 of York with a great serve to the centre. 7 of Lancaster going outside the lines to return that ball, and it was worth it. Or was it? Well, only time will tell. 7-7. 17 with a nice little tip over the fence, oh my God, the net. 72 of Lancaster with a great return. Oh, a nice little set backwards from 11, which was unfortunately just received right on the money by Lancaster.
Dump there from York.
Oh, some really nice passing, and 21 hitting it right over for York's point.
That was a beautiful swing there for number 21, Alyssa, right into the cross court. Similar to what number 7 has been doing for Lancaster, Sarah Suarez. I think right now it's kind of a battle between York's outside, Alyssa, and Sarah for Lancaster. They've just kind of both been exchanging.
Oh, number 6 with a serve that was too neat to beat. It's another point for York. Number 6 earning the 6th point for York.
Grace Barkley there from Northern Ireland.
Repping the humble and proud nation of Northern Ireland. Oh, a dive from Lancaster that was futile, unfortunately.
Like I said earlier, Grace is one of the best servers on York's team. She's got a really flat float serve. York there, I think, cheering through the net a little bit. Diane might not like that. It might be considered taunting. Oh, just missed out. That was a really aggressive serve. I really like that. It just missed by a little bit. Lancaster there being really disciplined, ensuring the ball was out before leaving it.
Following the ball till the last moment. 72 of Lancaster to serve now. Oh, just short of the net, which means it's York's point.
Soraya just missed it.
Just changing hands with serves at the moment. A bit too much adrenaline. Just meaning their accuracy is slightly off, but I'm sure they will be trying to bring it back. Number 21 to serve of York. Oh, just over the net. And there's a mad scramble from Lancaster to hit it back over, and they succeed. 17 of York with, okay.
4 contacts.
Touches.
Yep. Just not clearing the tape.
For that.
Although I personally thought that there was a contact there. You can sometimes tell because the ball will change trajectory, especially with those sort of fine block touches as well. You can really tell what happens because the ball will change kind of directions. But it was a close call there. If that's what the referee saw, that's what the referee saw. I mean, we're back here out of the way, so who are we to say?
Number 7 of Lanc with
Great
a nice low serve. Wow.
Yeah. Lots of pace.
That was quite difficult to receive, but there was a valiant effort by York's number 17, I believe.
Number 7, Sarah Suarez. The bottom just dropped out of that ball, which is what you want. It kind of goes over the net and really drops down and makes it super hard for the passes for York to get underneath it and pop up a nice high ball for their setter.
A nice sheer cliff. Number 7 of Lancaster back with the serve. Let's see if we get another good one. Ooh, that was another really nice one just over the net. Received well by York, now they're expecting it. Number 7 with a great dig.
Wow, dump that from Ez. That's an interesting choice. She went up with a fist. Normally a setter will go up and they'll use their fingertips to put the ball down. She's a little bit of an undersized setter. She's a bit smaller, so she can't really get that downward trajectory, but still catching Lancaster off guard. Lancaster's got to identify that she's in the front and that she can go over on 2. Because sometimes you forget, and that's kind of why you slip up in situations like that, because the over on 2 ball wasn't necessarily super aggressive and super hard.
21 with a great receive from York. 7 with a almighty slap of a return.
Nice dig from Sasha, and they convert. 76.
Lancaster's
doing an incredible job.
9-7 to York in the 3rd set of the game. For those of you just joining, we're in Arena 1 of the 2nd day of Roses. This is the women's first volleyball. And York are up 2 sets. But Lancaster have the serve. Decent work by number 14 of Lancaster. Number 12 just grazing the net there, but still getting it back over for York. Lancaster, unfortunately, tried it with the kick, the very contested kick to keep it in play, but unfortunately York won that point off them.
Grace Barkley there, sneaking it through the block. She's now rotating to the front, so York's got a bigger block in the front. They've got Alice, Yunja, and Grace. For Lancaster, they might want to get their right side of their court more involved, run the middle on a slide, because then they'll have Yunja, the smaller blocker, against number 76, Sasha, who's a really big hitter, and they can hit down and over her.
We have some early celebrations here, but the ball's still in play. We've had some net grazing, but the ball, not the fingers, so we're all good so far. York with a really interesting setup. She tried to do a fake out, but unfortunately it was not very well executed.
I think that was just a poor set on York's side. The set was low, the set was tight. Especially as a smaller hitter, you want to give your hitter more space, give them a larger hitting window. So when Yunja's up there against the bigger block, she needs more space to hit around it.
Meet her where she is. 91 of Lancaster with a serve. That was really good.
Yeah, just tight there again from York. They got to really get the hitters off the net.
Number 6 of Lancaster with a great return. And a little bit of a dive to save the ball, and it's York's point.
Ed's doing a great job there, getting the ball out of the net, saving the ball out of the net. It's a super tight ball. I think she's a bit surprised herself that that's happened. She looks in a little bit of disbelief there.
Sometimes the plays are so fast and you're just acting on instinct that even your own plays can surprise. Number 7 with a great serve from York.
Great out-of-system set there. Alyssa's all over it, though, on the tip.
Good return service from York there.
Nice set. Really far out to the pin there.
And delivery from
York's is inside there. She's got to push it out, just like Tess has been doing. Oh, 76.
Someone's taking a nap on the court.
Sasha.
Number 11 diving for it and unfortunately just not quite hitting. Decided to get some shut-eye.
Really great decision there from Sasha, number 76. She caught York's defense off guard. I don't think they were expecting to go over on 2. She pushes that ball straight down to the middle of the court.
6 of Lancaster with a good serve.
Misconnection.
Number 12 just missing that connection.
When you run that sort of faster tempo offense, the timing of the hitters really has to be good. There, I think Alice was just a bit late, or the set was something was off there. So York's going to want to fix that because that's a very fixable mistake.
A good serve from 6 of Lancaster yet again.
Nice out to the pin there from York and off hands. Touch
Number
there.
21 of York.
Alyssa.
One of those killer returns. We've got double megaphones on the York crowd side.
Lancaster's got a megaphone that's probably, I think it's double the size, so maybe York's countering the two small megaphones for one big megaphone, you know what I'm saying?
Which one will win? Number 12.
Out there.
Unfortunately hitting an out serve, which means Lancaster's point. Exchanging serves.
That's one of York's better serving rotations, particularly when Alyssa's back of the line and when Alice is back of the line. York does a really good job at getting Lancaster out of the system. They're going to be kicking themselves that they served that one out.
76 with a very close serve.
Nice tip.
For Lancaster.
Wow.
Number 7 of Lancaster with...
Let's go.
Oh, trying some tactics that just didn't quite pan out the way that she'd hoped. 13-11 to York currently.
I don't think the ball cleared the tape there. I'm not too sure what happened in that play. But Lancaster going to look side out. They're only down by 2. They really can get back in this game. Great pass there.
And a great receive from
able to run the middle, but
Lancaster. Net touch.
14 there. New middle in for Lancaster, number 14. That is Natasha Lawrence. She's a middle and she's British and Dutch. She's a fresher.
Wow.
And she's seeing the court now for the first time in the middle.
Number 6 of York, unfortunately, serving into the nets.
Yeah, York's had a lot of serving errors and rotations that they're going to want to keep serving. And Grace went on a service run, and she just put that one in the bottom of the net there. I think it's always better to miss long, because at least then you make your opponent choose to let the ball go. If you get it in the net, no one can do anything. You know, no one can decide to take it even when it's out.
Oh, number 6 yet again into the net.
Not over the net there.
And Lancaster are steadily narrowing the gap. 14-13, still to York, but Lancaster have the serve.
Lancaster's within 1 here, number 72 back.
One of the powerhouses of the team.
Yeah, that's Soraya.
The 70 lineup is just quite solid for Lancaster. The libero of York doing a great receive of that serve. Number 7 to number 7 of York. To 11 to 21 with one of those ultra powerful returns.
Oh,
number
wow.
17 tossing it back over, and the libero of 22 returning that service.
Free ball
number
for
7
York.
of Lancaster, received by number 7 of York. And 21 tried again, but
she just misses
hit
it.
out, which means we're neck and neck.
Yeah.
Third set, Lancaster have to win this one if they want to stay in it, and they are now in it to win it.
Yeah. Knotted at 14s here. I think Lancaster's just gained a bit of composure. They've figured out the system. They've kind of settled in. They kind of know what's going on with York's team. I think York's just got to play their game, not let Lancaster affect them. Yeah. And I think as well, York's got to be ready for those scrappy plays over the ball. Lancaster's done an incredible job picking balls up on defense. I mean, York has too, but I think to the extent that Lancaster gets it over and York's not ready for it. But when York gets it over, Lancaster's ready for it. And they just keep coming at York. They're chipping away, chipping away, chipping away. And we're getting to the late end of the set here. I'd say 20 is the red zone. 20 is when you really want to lock in and go fast. So York's going to want to break away, get into the red zone, and then finish it.
Well, I think York would probably be hoping that they're not going to be in the red zone.
Well, no, they are.
No, I meant Lancaster's.
Oh, yeah. Both teams are going to want to get to 20, yeah.
72.
I wasn't comprehending that.
No, you're all good. 72 from Lancaster with a great serve. Oh, a really nice run up from the libero of York. 21 just out the gate with the merciless returns. Number 91 with a nice clean set to number 7, but it was unfortunately out, which means York are
net violation on
Never
York.
Mind. 15
down
to
ref
Lancaster,
Matthew.
14 to York. And that's how quickly the game can change, folks. That's how quickly the game can change.
Yeah, York's just got to settle in, take a breath, minimize these sort of errors that they can control. These aren't really errors that are like a ball, like a really, like they've hit a good ball at them and they just can't get it up. These are balls that
72,
they can let go.
Unfortunately hitting it out. Oh, and into the crowds a little bit.
Yeah.
Which means we're back on neck and neck, and number 21 is serving, which means
back.
Trouble for Lancaster.
Great serving rotation here for York.
And a solid one straight into the middle, and York just get the point.
They normally talk about the commentators curse in volleyball. You hype someone up before they serve and they miss it. I feel like Alyssa's proved that that's not true. Hopefully she doesn't miss this one.
Fingers crossed.
Sorry, guys.
21 again with a great serve.
Out system, saved it.
They're really rattling Lancaster with these serves now. Number 11 with the dig. Over to 7 on Lancaster's side. They're keeping it easy, they're keeping it controlled, but 14 unfortunately hits it out for them, which means York is back up.
Yeah.
And they're going to try and widen that gap as much as possible.
York's going to want to find some more consistent setting out to the pins. You're just tying her shoe there. I think they're trying to get Diane's attention. The balls are dying inside, which means the hitters are having to travel further into the court. They're going to have to get their feet there. You're going to want to push the ball all the way out to the pin, which York isn't doing well. But Tess for Lancaster's doing it really well. So Esgi's going to try and do that too. Better ball there, but it's low.
Number 7 of York, unfortunately, just not able to make that connection. Bit too low for her.
You want to give your hitters height and you want to give them room.
You want to give them
I think
time.
right now there's been a lot of trap sets on York's side, which, to their credit, they've done a good job dealing with.
Yes.
And I think
that's the scrap, isn't it?
Esgi's been put in some hard positions, so it's hard to get the balls out to those places.
7 with a decent serve. Unfortunately, the libero was expecting it to be more powerful than it was.
Sarah Suarez there, number 7 with the ace.
For those of you just tuning in, we're in the third set. York are up 2 sets, but we are 17-17. It's anyone's game.
Sarah here sprained her ankle in her first game as captain.
Oh wow, that's a way to start a season. 7-7.
Oh, great save there from Eski.
Number 22, the libero, with some really solid hits. Number 14 of Lancaster, keeping it controlled, learning from her previous mistakes.
Wow.
Oh, that's a York
Yunja,
point.
she's playing really big, so when you play small, you can be tall, and if you bring your elbow down or you can sometimes play smaller than you are. Yunja's quite small. She's playing bigger than she is. She's getting up. She's getting over the net. She's being disciplined. She's got her elbow high. She's making good contact on the ball, and that's all you can ask for an undersized outside hitter. She's done an incredible job this game.
York are just going tit for tat. They watch Lancaster get a point, and they say, absolutely not. No, you don't. Give it back to me.
Substitution here for Lancaster. Eugenia back in for Lancaster. She had some really good positive block touches, some good blocks, some good hits earlier in the first and second set. I think they're bringing her in for a bit more size. She's a bigger blocker, so that's going to give York some problems, especially Alice in the middle. She's been stuffed a few times by number 82.
Number
there
7.
she goes.
Oh, number 82 yet again with a really
Eugenia.
difficult to return hit, but
Wow.
York get it right out. Number 91 with a good set, which rattles number 6 of York, and
Knotted up.
ultimately wins them back to the point. I think we're going to be going neck and neck for the time being, and we're approaching that red zone. But will it be red or will it be white?
That is the question.
Only time will tell. Lancaster serving. A nice controlled, steady serve from 82.
Great first contact there from Alyssa. Alice on the C behind the setter. Oh,
Ooh.
hesitation.
Hesitation kills. That's 19-18 to
Yeah.
Lancaster now.
Lancaster's really gotten into it now.
Why are they saying USA?
I believe the players from the USA. Although here I see that she's Spanish.
Right,
So
so it's anybody's guess.
yes.
82 of Lancaster.
Maybe it was the setter. The setter Tess is from America, I believe.
Okay, there we go. We've solved the mystery, folks.
Although it was Eugenia with the kill, so I don't know why the... oh, another hesitation for York.
And we are
They're gonna wanna
now
tighten up
in
these
the
errors.
red zone.
Yes.
Lancaster with 20 points.
Oh, timeout here for York, trying to break the momentum, silence the Lancaster crowd a little bit.
And we've called a timeout. Yeah, this is a good tactic just to make sure that Lancaster don't start feeding off of that momentum that they've gotten.
I think this is kind of a flip side of what we saw in the first 2 sets. I think York needs to chill out a little bit. They need to play calm. They need to have fun.
They need to play like they know that they've got this.
Exactly. I think right now they're playing tight. They don't want the ball. They should want the ball. You know what I mean? I think they're trying to hope that someone else will take it from them. One of their teammates.
Please, no,
but
get
they
this.
need to take charge, especially the libero in the backcourt. I think Nat needs to take charge of that ball and that call out her own. She's done an incredible job on free balls specifically, but I think just letting that sort of thing slip. Nat there trying to get the crowd involved, the libero for York.
Not that we need any encouragement for the crowd to be involved. They've been very, very consistent
82
in cheering everybody on.
Yeah. Eugenia back to serve. She's had some good serves so far in this game.
Some nice balls spinning
Out
right
system
before
for
that
York.
serve. 7 with the
Nice covers.
jump.
Miscommunication there from York.
21 points to Lancaster now.
See, when you have that sort of like that set where it's not super defined, that could have been a really inside ball to the opposite, or it could have been a ball that's kind of drifted for the outside. You really got to define your set so your hitters know who's going for it.
82 of Lancaster with the serve again. Great
pass.
receive by 21.
To Alice in the middle.
Ooh.
Oh, tip down.
12 of York with the save of that point.
That was a really great decision there from Alice. Number 82, Eugenia, was in the backcourt for Lancaster. She's only in the backcourt for 1 rotation. There was no libero. She recognized that, and she just ran into the court, and she put it short, so she'd really have to work to get into the court.
11 with a great serve.
Oh, ace
And
there.
it's hit out. They're clawing it back.
York crowd's feeling it.
Tit for tat. That's what we've been saying this whole game. 20-21. Lancaster still have the point lead, but York have the serve. Oh, the atmosphere's electric, and that was a good serve off the net.
Over on two, over on two. York had been so good at reading that from the set of test, 91 in the first few sets. But here she is. She's kind of recognized that they've had that sort of shift, that they're not super ready for those scrappy balls over. Taking a look, sending it over on two, recognizing that. Now she's rotating to the back. Lancaster's got 3 options up front. 76.
91 from Lancaster with a great serve. Unfortunately,
a serve
just bounced off of the Libro's arms. Point for Lancaster. They are now 3 points up. York are locking in.
Extra long huddle for York. They might get time delay there.
Service into the net for Lancaster, which means York have the serve now.
Lancaster's going to want a quick side out right here so they can bring up set point for themselves.
It's 7 for serve. This should be interesting.
Fences can walk up and down on.
7 has been a great jumper this whole game. And that was a really solid serve.
Great set. Into the seam again for York in the deep seam. To Eski's ball. Just a bit of hesitation there.
And it's set point for Lancaster.
We spoke about this at the start. They've got to get the opposite involved. They've got to get all their options involved. This set, Tess has done an incredible job at getting her hitters involved. The middles have been going off. The opposite there we've just seen. The outsides have been more quiet, but I think that's good because they were depending on them a lot in the first 2 sets.
And we don't want them getting overtired. Oh, and York get the point because we've served into the net.
York here wanting to work in transition, dig a ball, get a point.
But it's number 12 of York with the serve who's not been super consistent, so we'll see whether she can hold up to the pressure here. Oh, and it's a great serve. I'm sure she's breathing a sigh of relief. York with
Grace
the
getting there.
Sketchy receive, but they got it back over the net, and that's all that counts. Number 7 with a nice little tap over, but York were ready for it. Number 21 with
touch off the block.
Scary hit. And I believe that's York's point.
23-24. York's going to look to tie it up here. Lancaster's going to look for a quick side out to close the set up and push it to 4.
And it's again on number 12. I do not envy her. Oh, and we're in the timeout.
See, this might be a coach's timeout, you know, to throw Alice off her serving game. She's going to have to go into the huddle, come back out. A lot of things to think about, disrupt the rhythm.
Any predictions?
Any predictions? I don't know. It's a close game. And the crowd's really involved. Both sides, Lancaster and York. I think it favours the siding out team. However, Lancaster's been shaky in reception, so it's whether they can get that good reception inside out immediately, or if they're going to be out of system and give York a chance with a free ball.
And we're back on the court now. This might be one of the last points of the game, or it could lead us into another set.
They've got Sasha, number 76, in the front row. She's been really good. 72, the opposite. She's been really good.
12 with another good serve.
Shank pass. Heritage with the bump
number
set
17.
out to Grace.
With a nice cross-court shot there. Number 72 of Lancaster with an interesting chest pass, it seemed. Number 11 with a nice return over to Lancaster's side. And oh my goodness, Lancaster has just won their first set.
Lancaster's won
the set. Which means we're going to 5, baby. We're going to 5.
We're going to 4. We might go to 5. No,
this is true.
This is the third set, so we're going into 4 now.
Of course, of course.
Lancaster's going to look here to push for the reverse sweep. York's going to look to keep their foot on the gas, gain back the composure they had in the first 2 sets, and kind of kill the momentum from the Lancaster crowd, you know, shut them up a little bit.
The crowds are losing it. They are, wow.
It's super loud in here, guys.
They're really, really going for it. I imagine York are more than just a little bit miffed at not being able to grab that straight set win.
I think it's, you kind of see those points that you miss that you definitely could have got. It wasn't, I think it was super even in the sense that no team was like really killing the ball. A lot of the errors for York were what allowed